It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite savior or possibly doomer of squirrels, Adam Friendon.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Sunday show. This is going to be amazing. Just a quick announcement. We have been doing recorded videos. Sitch and I have been trying to do at least one a day. You know, if there's a bunch of stories, we might do multiple, but I've been using a green thumbnail on them. So look for new content with the green thumbnail and check them out. They've been pretty fun to do, and they're pretty popular. So
some people take issue with you saying that the thumbnails are green.
I know there's some people don't know the difference between lime green and yellow.
Because okay, okay. I don't know if this is a good thing to open the show up with, but I don't think they're lime green either.
Well, that's okay. Color blindness is a problem affecting many Americans. So.
They're like chartreuse, but even more yellow. Okay, they're like barely green.
Well, I tried to throw some more green in there, but look, we've started a trend here. We can't just change it up now. So
yeah, it's true.
But look for the lime or the lemon thumbnail, whichever you prefer.
Anyway,
what else we got going? Yeah, what are we talking about?
Today, oh my God. So we watched the epic breakdown of Ethan Klein versus Hasan a few weeks prior. And now the leftovers is over. It's over.
It is, yes.
And Actual Justice Warrior Sean did a very good video detailing some highlights, really showing kind of the little bits and pieces of that breakdown that we covered.
Yeah,
and
the
now
progression.
I wonder, is this time for Leftovers Part 2? Is that in the near future? Maybe, I don't know. We'll see, because we have Robby versus Briahna JoyGrey. I'm sorry, Briahna Greyjoy on the hill.
JoyGrey.
And it's very weird. It's very weird. It is very similar. We're seeing some very similar tactics. Not quite the same, but very similar tactics in terms of like Robby seems like he's willing to grant a lot, give a lot. And Brianna just kind of, in my opinion, takes advantage of Robby's niceness, his friendship, okay, him wanting to sort of have a conversation, and she just kind of steps all over him and steps all over that and trounces it into the dirt, into the ground.
Wow, she's now, her and Hasan are both socialists, right?
Yes.
Well, is this a property of socialism? Is that what's going on here?
I mean, it definitely seems like it.
Is this an innate property of socialism? Is that what we're witnessing here?
I think that is what we're witnessing here, yeah.
Interesting.
You'll notice that in these, so we're going to watch 3 clips that have occurred over the past few days. And you'll notice that when they're talking about Israel or Palestine, some of these issues, that she never, like, whenever she's challenged with something that she doesn't have a good answer to, she just changes the subject like immediately.
Wow.
Or she won't answer the question directly. Like one of them, we're not going to watch a clip of this because it's kind of boring, but one of them, if you look at The Rising, you look at the title of the video, it's called like Mia Khalifa, gets fired for crazy, pro-Hamas tweets. And I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. And I click it because I'm like curious to see if Briahna Greyjoy will actually denounce Mia for those tweets. And when they get to the part of the video, she just changes the subject. She just dodges the whole thing completely. They barely even talk about it, even though it's the name of the video. It's just like, whoop, dodge. Like she just doesn't want to acknowledge it. It's crazy.
She is pretty smart.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, sure.
So,
definitely.
But this is the same tactic that Hasan used with Ethan.
Yes. Yeah.
Dodge. I mean,
True.
Ethan confronted him head on and said, look, you just have to say, yeah, Hamas is terrible. And this other thing, not but this other thing. It's and. It's and it's not but. So we'll see if Greyjoy does the same.
The Watch Together, is Watch Together up on stream? Because I don't see it.
It's not.
No. Lucy Lemonbug, thanks so much for the 20 gifted memberships, even though you're a dirty sticker. Thank you. They said, hi, Adam.
Yes, look at that.
Look at that. Why? What is this? What's going on here?
What do you mean?
You trying to steal Rags's high Rags?
What's going on where?
Yeah, trying to steal Rags's thing. You can't steal Rags's thing. That's Rags's thing.
Already done.
Okay. And Rogue Elephant, thanks so much.
Look at that. And I just plagiarized it. I didn't even give him credit.
You did. You did. Oh, oh no. Hbomber guy is gonna be very mad at you.
He's gonna. Yeah, exactly. Where's my 4-hour video?
He's gonna call you a secret Nazi. Look out. Lucy Lumbug says, wait, it was $20. Uh-oh. Was it a mistake?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, thank you.
Okay, well, be careful, Lucy. Rogue Elephant for $20, thank you, says, happy Hanukkah, Sitch. Thank you. You know, it's really funny. I'm such a bad Jew. I didn't even know it was Hanukkah until, like, I saw people talking about it on Twitter, and I was like, today's Hanukkah, question mark? I didn't even know.
I thought Hanukkah was multiple days.
Hanukkah is multiple days.
Okay, so look, if you miss one, you just make it up the next day.
There you go. It's true. It's true. Listen, the Jews need to really, like, get their head in the game, okay? Having the holidays be based on the moon, so they change every year, that's too confusing, all right? Time to update, go with the times, okay? We're not in, like, the, you know, the pre-Middle Age times, the Stone Age. Let's have a solar calendar, please. Let's get back on, every holiday should be on the same day every year. Thank you. Thanksgiving
and Easter do the same thing. They move around, right?
Yeah, but at least there's like this, it's, what is it? It's like the third Thursday or whatever.
Right, yeah.
You know, for Thanksgiving. Easter is, the reason Easter is different is because it's following the Jewish holidays.
Right.
Because it has
but
to
it's
be
always
before,
on a Sunday, right? It's Easter Sunday.
Right, because it's the Sunday after Passover.
Right.
Right.
So you can get Hanukkah on, you can get Hanukkah on like
in like November
like
sometimes. Yeah, it's like why is it in November sometimes?
A Wednesday in November.
Right, it's just wacky. So
okay.
Anyway,
they need to fix it.
Let's jump into the. So we're gonna watch 3 videos. This is the first one. We're gonna watch them in chronological order. This is Robby and Bree clash on Israel Palestine. Should Hamas surrender? Now, you might think that's a pretty straightforward question. Like, should Hamas surrender? Obviously, right? It's an evil terrorist organization that's leading to the deaths of thousands of Palestinians. Like, how is this even up for debate?
Yeah. Of course they should surrender.
I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
We're continuing to discuss events in Gaza. I'm curious, when does this end? What do you think, Brianna? All right, I guess my question, though, is...
Oh, so there's a weird edit here. I didn't do that. They did that. I don't know why they did that, but that was them. Okay.
That was the part where Briahna spit in Robby's face, and they had to actually... he had to get a towel out, clean it up, and then they go back... then they go back to the story, right?
Right.
What? Look, back that up a bit. What's he ask her here?
We're continuing to discuss events in Gaza. I'm curious, when does this end? What do you think, Brianna?
Okay.
Yeah, and I couldn't. And I tried to find. I don't know. I tried to find like wherever this was pulled from, so I could see whatever was cut out, but I couldn't find it. So
fuck you, Robby.
I think you're right, Adam. I think that's probably what happened.
Oh man, they do. This is recorded, right? They don't do a live show. I don't think they do a live show. I think they record it.
The answer to that question.
What? Oh man, what I would give to know what happened there.
I don't know.
Okay. Look, my best guess is there was spit. Spit flew.
My question, though, is why wouldn't Hamas just surrender given those conditions?
This is such a bizarre edit.
I know, isn't it?
Does this end? What do you think, Brianna? All right, I guess my...
So she answers. She answers and they literally cut it out.
I know. It's so weird. What happened?
She answered. She answered and it was too hot for prime time.
What did she say there?
She answered. Look, Robbie's totally stunned. It's like, Brianna, you can't say that. You're gonna get us all fired.
My question, though, is why wouldn't Hamas just surrender given those conditions? Given that their people are facing the calamity and the catastrophe you've just described, that children are dying, that people don't have water, hundreds died. Wouldn't we expect, when does surrender come?
I think
isn't there some obligation on them to do that?
I think the surrender comes when the occupation of Gaza is ended, because that.
Already?
Oh God.
Already?
Hamas should surrender when the occupation of Gaza ends. Really? Really? Does anyone believe that that's like a realistic scenario? Like Israel's like, listen, we're gonna pull out of Gaza. We're gonna open up the blockade so there's no blockade anymore, right? We're gonna lift all restrictions on Gaza. And then Hamas will be like, we did it, guys. We accomplished our goal. And confetti's gonna like fall down from the ceiling of all of Gaza. It's just gonna be covered in confetti, and Hamas is just gonna like walk out proudly and be like, we surrender now. We've accomplished the goal. Gaza is free. And they're just gonna like walk into an Israeli prison by their own choice.
That seems highly unlikely to me.
Well, listen, we don't know until we try, right?
Right. So the occupation, I mean, the word occupation,
of course,
is not really accurate. I think they pulled out in 2006, right?
5 or 4.
Yeah. So all the Israelis pulled out in 2006. The reason why there was a blockade was because of security concerns. Hamas was sending suicide bombers into Israel and blowing people up, blowing families up. So all of this has to do with a security threat. Now, I understand the history of it goes back to everybody's basically arguing over who has a right to this land, to Israel proper, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have to find a solution that's moving forward. Obviously, the Briahna Greyjoys of the world, the Briahna JoyGreys of the world, they're never going to, there's no path forward unless Israel just ceases to exist, right?
Right. From Hamas's perspective, yeah.
Right. There's a one-state solution, and it's a Palestinian state.
Well, it's weird.
How do we work that?
In Hamas's 2017 charter, where they took out the anti-Semitism to try to appeal to leftists,
right,
which worked. It's funny because they do this weird two-faced thing where they say that Palestinians have the right to control the entirety of the region from the river to the sea,
right,
completely. But they're like, maybe we'll take 1967 deal. So they're kind of they're very two-faced about the whole thing. They're like, we don't acknowledge Israel's right to exist. We don't acknowledge the 1948 mandate by the UN or anything like that. But maybe we take 1967 borders. Maybe.
All this border dispute is really nonsense because there's still going to be some faction of people, Palestinian people, who just don't agree to that. So they're going to continue to do terrorism. There's going to continue to be some sort of security threat. And everybody's going to call them dealing with the security threat. They're going to call it occupation or apartheid or whatever they want to call it. It's the exact same thing that goes on in the United States with policing. Anytime a police interacts with a black suspect, whatever the reason is, the guy could be guilty of sin, whatever it is, it's going to harken back to racism and slavery. That's exactly what they're going to do with it. They're going to use it to create conflict in our society simply because, I think they just hate society. They just are fundamentally nihilists, and they just can't stand the idea that there's any sort of order to society whatsoever. They're chaos agents.
Yeah. No, definitely.
So that's never going to go away.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, Hamas is incentivized to keep everything in Gaza and Israel destabilized.
Of course, that's how they stay in power.
Right, exactly. That's how they shore up their power. And also them like saying that they would be okay with 1967 borders is a joke because at least from Gaza, they do have the 1967 borders from Gaza already. They did. And when Israel pulled out in 2005, they had the 1967 Gaza borders. And so it's a joke and it's ridiculously untrue that they're like, oh yeah, we're totally fine with this. We'll have peace if that's the case. Like, no, that's not the case, obviously.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's plenty of people in Gaza that want peace. It seems like there were people that were developing it. There were people who probably despised Hamas because they created the blockade for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what this fight is about.
But that's never going to happen. When does surrender come?
It out.
I think
isn't there some obligation on them to do that?
I think the surrender comes when the occupation of Gaza is ended, because that's what this fight is about.
But that's never going to happen and is totally unrealistic.
She's also wrong because she says that's what the fight is about. That's not what the fight is about. She is completely naive and not understanding how power works. If she thinks that's what Hamas is fighting for.
Right. Well, it is to some extent. When she's saying that, though, she's saying Israelis got to leave.
No. But she's saying that she's making it the argument. It sounds like she's making the argument that the reason Hamas did what they did and the reason Hamas is fighting is because Israel's occupying Gaza, which is not true.
Well, I mean, she would frame it as the state of Israel just existing next to Gaza is what's creating the occupation.
Well, okay, if that's her argument, then I guess, right?
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, that's why Robby so clearly says that's completely unrealistic.
Right.
He's not saying, I mean, maybe they're talking past one another, but he's not saying that they are literally occupying Gaza right now. He knows that. Right. Well, unless they're talking about the recent occupation where they went in after October 7th.
Right.
What's the date on this?
This was after October 7th.
Right. But I don't, since you went back in time. Look, this is from December
4th, but I don't know when it aired originally because they kind of like do the re-upload clip thing. So.
Right. Okay.
It's never going to happen that a population of 2.3 million people should ever live outside of an
We're not talking about should. We're talking about, on should, I agree with you. I hope the Palestinians
stop fighting because I don't know.
Well, then hundreds and thousands are going to die.
Right. Well, I think a lot of people, every slave revolt, every Warsaw Ghetto uprising, every occupied and oppressed people in the history of humanity understands give me freedom or give me death because most people don't want to live enslaved for the rest of their lives.
Oh my God. This really like shows you how the brain rot has kind of, set in for Brianna and other people on this issue. To compare the situation in Gaza to a slave revolt or to a, Holocaust ghetto uprising is insane. And
yeah, I completely agree.
This plays into, there's like these revolutionary leftist LARPers, like Hasan, who on October 8th was comparing Hamas to people fighting for freedom or for the end of apartheid in South Africa. And there's these leftist revolutionary types that LARP on the internet. And I don't know if Brianna is exactly in this camp, but she's maybe playing with this camp. They have this insane idea that nonviolent protest doesn't work. We heard this, there's this whole arc from Olay and other people and Hasan about how, MLK was actually secretly in favor of violent protest. And he just didn't say that because it was part of some strategy where he would be the nonviolent, liberal solution, and he would work in conjunction with the violent leftists, rioters during the civil rights movement. And this is like the most dishonest, insane lie cope that these guys are pushing. Because it's not true. If you look at all of MLK's writings from the day, up until the day he died, he was completely in favor of nonviolence. And he thought not only did he think nonviolence was the only thing that worked pragmatically, but he thought it was the only moral choice as a very Christian person. And the thing is, if we look at like the solution here, and this is why what Brianna is saying is like really bafflingly naive and ignorant, is if we could imagine an alternative scenario where Hamas didn't exist and the people in Gaza were still being blockaded or still being subjugated by Israel. You know, they had checkpoints or whatever's going on here. And they decided to take the nonviolent protest solution. Okay. And they were on the border. They were doing hunger strikes. They were just sitting there protesting peacefully. And you just see, they're not doing suicide bombs. Israel doesn't have a security concern. And you just see Israeli, soldiers beating up people, killing people for literally no reason. Do you think that the world would support Israel in that? Or do you think it would be like, oh, we would basically the world would force Israel to end the situation?
The international community would turn on Israel overnight. They would literally drop all of their funding. There's no way that would last.
Yes, 100%. And even a lot, probably the majority of Israeli citizens wouldn't support that. And this is what's so annoying whenever these people talk about this stuff, is that they just ignore the rampant security threat. They ignore that there is a real security threat that Israel faces from Gaza, from Hamas, from Palestinians, and that is what's fueling, all the expansionist Israeli policies that they hate in the country. That's giving the justification to Bibi Netanyahu and the Likud party and the settlers and all this stuff. Yeah, the security threat is the justification for all this stuff.
For settlements.
Yes, 100%. And if there was no security threat and people were just non-violently protesting, then none of this stuff would be allowed by the Israeli citizens and the world. And there would actually be peace in this area.
Now, and the argument that the settlers made was kind of vindicated on October 7th, because they're like, okay, we're going to have no settlements in Gaza. Right. What happened?
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. That's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a giant problem. Let's see if Brianna acknowledges it.
No, of course not.
Reality, and there's going to be thousands and thousands and thousands more deaths based on the actions of the terrorist group that purports to speak for these people.
No, very directly based on the fact that U.S. military aid is being used to affect
and I support
that tragedy.
No disagreement.
And moreover, the international community has an obligation. I actually interviewed a journalist that many people will be familiar with, Sam Husseini. We've played a lot of his viral clips as he's asked questions of the security comms representatives at these press briefings. And he's been making the point that there is Israel and many other countries around the world are signatories to the Genocide Convention. And if any of the parties to that convention, including many countries who have already said that they believe that Israel is committing a genocide and have been critical of Israel's actions, were to challenge them, were to invoke the Genocide Convention and say, what you're doing here is in violation of the treaty that you've already signed, it would trigger the International Court of Justice doing an investigation that could have accountability for the actors within Israel, whether it's Netanyahu or people on the way down the trail, to be actually responsible in front of an international criminal court for their crimes. And it is very interesting that even those countries that are party to the treaty and who have already said this is a genocide, including Palestine, seem not to have done that. So there's some very interesting questions about there being accountability mechanisms existing right now that are not being used, including not just cutting off funding from the United States, but using some of these international legal mechanisms as well.
So she had this person on her show that was talking about this, and I listened to that part of the conversation. And it was kind of funny because America and some other countries signed on to this treaty, but they all stipulated that the whole America's yeah, we'll sign on to this, but this section about being able to be prosecuted by the court or the UN World Court or whatever, it doesn't apply to us. He just said no, it doesn't apply to us.
America said that. We were like, yes. No, you're not prosecuting us.
Yeah.
We'll back you up, but none of this dragging our ass into court.
Right. They're like, we'll sign this thing, but this whole thing about you guys having jurisdiction over us doesn't apply to us.
Typical Americans.
I mean, that's pretty based America, to be real. But so according to the guy that she had on, they said that Israel didn't do that Israel did sign on to the whole thing and thus has the ability for this weird, you committed genocide, thing to go into effect. However, he also said what was kind of interesting is that, the part of Palestine that is at least acknowledged by the UN is not obviously Hamas. It's Fatah or the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. And they haven't, at least when that video came out, I don't know if anything's changed recently, but at least when that video came out, they had not tried to raise the issue in the UN yet to try to accuse Israel of genocide. And so there was speculation that they're doing this because obviously the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank wants Hamas to be wiped out. So,
Right.
it's kind of
Yeah.
like,
Well, those rules, obviously Hamas didn't sign on to this thing, but
yes,
all of those rules are definitely going to be aimed right at Hamas, because the things that Hamas did on October 7th, there's no way those aren't war crimes or whatever you want to call them.
right. And I think Robby actually brings it up, and that's a great point, is why would a country subject itself to being hampered by some sort of international rules when the person or the organization they're fighting has already violated them like 1,000-fold?
Yeah,
and is not,
exactly.
Doesn't give a crap about those rules.
Exactly. Yeah. There was a video I saw, and I don't even want to repeat what's in it just because it's so horrendous. But they have a bunch of eyewitness testimonies from the people who were at the music festival, and the stuff that they witnessed is just grisly.
Yeah.
Oh my.
I know, it's wild. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the weird thing about the whole situation overall is that, I think it's totally legitimate for someone to have the position that, what Hamas did was like completely insane and wrong and evil, and Hamas is evil and they should all be wiped out. But you think that Israel is going too far in terms of civilian casualties. Like,
yeah, that's basically my position.
Right.
Obviously.
I think that's I feel like that's like a big chunk of people's positions. And I think that's like a legitimate position, and that's a position people could have a conversation about in terms of like what Israel should do, with their alternative things that they could do militarily to wipe Hamas out, blah, 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 blah. But it's really weird because, like, even though I feel like that's like the normal person's position, when I hear a lot of these pundits online talk about that, not all of them, but some of them, like Hasan, like Brianna here, they just can't say that. Like, their position's way more extreme than that. Like, they're like, yeah, October 7th was bad, but ... There's always like that weird but after it. And you're like, well, why is there a but there? Like, how can you argue that Hamas should surrender?
Whenever they start bringing up the slave revolts,
Yeah.
like, I'm a little suspicious.
Right. You're like, wait a minute.
I sent you a link. I don't know. Maybe we can watch it if we have time. But there's this video that's like a tourist video of the 5 coolest places in Gaza. And I'm just like, you can't watch that video and think,
open air prison.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I bring this stuff up and it's like talking to a brick wall.
Yeah, no, you were very wisely from the beginning were skeptical of the open air prison thing. And the more that you look into it, the more you see pictures and videos, before October 7th of Gaza. It looks like it's a place that was poor, but, to call an open air prison, to call it a concentration camp, wildly disgusting. I mean, look at the hospital thing. Okay. They talk about how horrible it is that Israel, took over this hospital, right? That had the Hamas tunnels under it. And you look around the hospital and it looks like a normal hospital.
Right.
It's like a giant hospital. They have modern technology. They have all these different wards for x-rays and, taking care of premature babies and, all this other stuff. And you're like, this exists in an open air prison? Like, I don't understand what's happening here.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a garbage take. It's a total garbage take. It makes you think that they had the ability to do peaceful resistance and make some tangible effort to change things in the Middle East, but they didn't want to. They got this rebel faction, Hamas, that just wants to keep everything in chaos.
Yep.
Like we both think, though, I'm trying to compare it to other circumstances. Like, we both think that Ukraine should not continue to fight their war against Russia. They're going to have to lose that territory eventually anyway. It's a matter of how many people die. They should surrender in terms of continuing to fight this struggle. Well, like, no, I don't think like exactly the people in China, the Uyghurs are oppressed by the Chinese government, but I don't think they should start kidnapping random Chinese people, or even like, you know, spitting at tanks or something, the result is going to be of them being massacred, I would think that's a terrible idea. I think if they were under political leadership that advised that and was prepared to suffer any number of civilian deaths in a feudal struggle against an authoritarian government, I would not recommend that, right?
So for one, you have to really realize that Palestinians were already being massacred before October 7th. Israel had a policy of regularly mowing the lawn and killing hundreds of Palestinians every year, not to mention keeping them in conditions where, again, very few had access to potable water, health care. They had no freedom of access. They're stateless. They don't have the ability to have an airport. They're not have the ability to leave. They have to have special passes to get through checkpoints to go if they have the permission to work in Israel. They are living quite literally not under only apartheid conditions, but substandard inhuman conditions within Gaza to begin with.
Okay.
Inhuman conditions is when you don't have a Starbucks, Sitch. I hope you know that.
Right. So Robby makes a point. You know, he says about how, you know, from his perception, that, you know, the war in Ukraine, they're not going to gain any more ground. They're not going to gain territory they lost. So it's time to, like, you know, make an agreement. He says surrender, which I think is, I wouldn't use that word, you know, but try to negotiate some sort of peace deal or something, right? That's Robby's position. And then he kind of brings up the Uyghur situation, which I think is an interesting comparison. Obviously, I think what China is doing with the Uyghurs is far worse than anything Israel is doing with Palestinians. But, you know, where, you know, they're being oppressed, obviously, and like horrifically. But is the solution for the Uyghurs to go start suicide bombing Chinese people? Is the solution for them to try to, like, go randomly kill and kidnap innocent Chinese people? No, that's just going to make the situation worse. And Robby's looking at this from a very, like, pragmatic situation, like a pragmatic perspective. And I think that really, to me, shows the difference in thinking is that Robby's, like, very forward thinking in terms of what will seem to help, like, the people of the future, you know, live in some sort of peaceful way, where Brianna's stuck in, like, this emotional desire for revenge and justice from her perspective. Right. And she's just kind of, her elephants, her emotions are basically just ruling her, because he brings up these examples. Okay. And her response is a complete non sequitur. Her response doesn't address anything he said. Her response is, well, the Palestinians were being subjugated before October 7th. Well, what does that? It has nothing to do with what he said. He said, if you have these other examples of people in a bad situation, if they fight the way that the Palestinians are fighting, it's just going to cause them more suffering, more hardship, more death. So why do it? And her response is, yeah, but the Palestinians were subjugated longer or earlier. So what? There's nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, it is a non sequitur. He's basically advocating for nonviolent resistance, which I think all the evidence points to nonviolent resistance working. If Briahna gets her way, and there's just going to be this cycle of revenge killing back and forth between the Israelis and the Palestinians.
Right. Well, so nonviolence works depending on the situation. So, like, obviously nonviolence wouldn't work when Russia invades Ukraine. It's because one country invading another country in terms of, you know, invading a Western liberal country that is trying to come in there and like take over the leadership, right?
Nonviolent resistance is not going to work in war, obviously, because, you know, I'm talking in a political situation.
Right, but Russia and Ukraine, it's like you have two armies that are, like, fighting each other, like two like standard-ish armies fighting each other. And then China, I don't think it's necessarily going to work because China is such an authoritarian government that it doesn't matter, like, what happens, essentially. Like, really. But Israel is actually a democracy that has, you know, people are in the country sympathetic to the Palestinians. People, you know, a lot of people in Israel, you know, don't want to subjugate the Palestinians. Israel definitely is hugely influenced by America and by the West. And so, yeah, if the Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank engaged in nonviolent protest, and I think that would be a lot more successful at getting the political change they want than doing this nonsense and just causing lots of death and destruction and basically justifying Israel going in there and blowing the crap out of the region.
The chief example that people give for nonviolent resistance is the American Civil Rights Movement.
Right.
Which I would argue was won through nonviolent resistance.
Of course it was.
Yeah.
I absolutely support.
But I also, just to say to your point about Ukraine, my argument is not that Ukrainians shouldn't and don't have the right to continue to keep fighting. If Ukrainians feel like their self-determination is at risk and they want to keep fighting Russia to the last Ukrainian is dead, that is their prerogative. What I have concerns about in Ukraine is the United States misrepresenting how much support they were going to get in that cause and then pulling the rug out from under them when it becomes politically inconvenient for the United States of America.
So the first thing that, I mean, I agree with the second thing that she said. Obviously, if America does it, that'd be really immoral. But the first thing she said, it's such a weird, baffling answer. I don't know if I believe it's real. Like, I think she thinks it's real. But to me, that's the kind of answer that your elephant gives to try to justify something after the fact. Because, like, and Hasan kind of said the same thing about the Palestinians when he was asked, or when he was talking to his chat about, like, well, shouldn't the Palestinians denounce Hamas, or shouldn't you denounce Hamas? And he was like, oh, I can't do that. Only the Palestinians can make that decision, right? Which is an absurd thing to say. Like, for her to say, well, I think the Ukrainians, it's their prerogative whether they should literally end their entire existence fighting or come to some sort of peace agreement. If your moral system is so, like, wacky that you can't make a judgment like, well, what should these people do in this situation? You say, I don't know. It's up to them whether they want to commit suicide or not. Like,
yeah,
that's
the question.
That's so retarded. That's a stupid moral system. And I don't believe Brianna actually believes that. I think she's just saying that to try to maintain some consistency in the argument, because obviously we should be able to look at the situation. Now, we might not just agree on the facts. I don't know what the facts are exactly in Ukraine, so I'm not going to throw my hat there. But if it was true that, like, the Ukrainians, they can't win, they can't regain the land back, whatever, then obviously they should try to make some peace agreement, obviously, as opposed to just having people needlessly die for no reason.
Yeah, civilizational suicide versus surviving. I mean, it's a pretty easy pick, right?
Right. Like, come on.
It's also a difference because many of the Ukrainians in the contested region actually were very sympathetic, frankly, to Russia. This was a Russian-speaking region, and the problem there was an ongoing civil war in Ukraine, where a not insignificant number of Ukrainians actually did want to have a closer relationship with Russia. This is not that scenario here in Palestine.
Okay, well, wait. What does that have to do with anything?
I dispute those claims anyway, so.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything? She said it's not the same because there were some Ukrainians in the Donbass region, I guess you're talking about, that wanted closer ties with Russia. Like, what does that have to do with anything? So there was
some disagreement within the state. Yeah, that doesn't change anything.
I mean, there's obviously lots of Palestinians who I don't think wanted Hamas to, go into Israel and just kill, 1,000 people and kidnap 200 more. I don't think there's a lot of Palestinians that didn't want that. A lot of Palestinians didn't want them to do that, and then Israel to come blow them up. Like, what does this have to do with anything? What is the logic here? What is the thought process here?
There's no state has 100% agreement on any issue.
Right.
That's ridiculous. There's plenty of people in America that want America to separate into two nations.
Right.
But it's just as hopeless, is my point. And I mean, they have the right. If you're right, they want to resist the Israel. If they want to fight tooth and nail until literally the entire piece of land is destroyed, that's their right to do that. But we're going to sit here horrified as it happens, wishing it wouldn't.
But we could do more than wish it wouldn't. That's the issue. If they're literally using American bombs to enact the genocide,
I would not send those bombs anyway.
Okay, this is like, oh my. This really shows how wacky her worldview is, because she just said
it's up to them.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's up to the Palestinians to make the determination whether they want to literally fight to the last person.
Ukrainians. Yeah.
Right, but she's relating it into
sure.
into Palestine, right? So she's talking about the Ukrainians, the Palestinians. It's up to them whether they want to fight to nothing exists of the country anymore.
Right.
Okay.
But we have this leverage over them because we're sending them military equipment.
And so the argument is, well, so then Robby rightfully says, I mean, okay, I guess they can do that, but that's like horrible, right? If they do that.
Yeah, we would counsel against it.
Right. And then her response to that is this, again, another non sequitur where she says, yes, but in the regards to Ukraine, we're sending the Ukrainian people arms. And in the response to the Palestine, we're sending Israel arms. Okay. And it's like, well, wait a minute. What does us sending them weapons have to do with their right to basically commit suicide?
Well, I think she's her intuition is that we have some kind of leverage over them that we can use to stop them from doing that.
But that's not what she's saying. That directly contradicts what she just
I know
said.
it is a giant contradiction.
Right.
So they don't have the prerogative to fight to the last Ukrainian or Palestinian then, because we can just say, yeah, nope, psych, look, no more weapons. Ha ha, no more fighting, boys.
Yeah, but well, in Ukraine, that doesn't make any sense because she was kind of laying out the idea that, like, well, they can just make the determination to fight to the death regardless.
Well, if we pull the
weapons or not.
Look, the limiting factor for us in Ukraine is Russia, because we can pull the Ukrainians' weapons, so Russia's just going to take them over.
Right.
Yeah.
But see, this is why her worldview on this is so simplistically bizarre and weird. Is because, like, yeah, if we just pull, like, the leftists that
we
talk
don't
about
have
Ukraine
any
and Russia,
leverage here in either situation.
yes, that's why this is like insane. Like they always point to this, oh, the Boris Johnson sacrificed the deal, that, blah, 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 blah. Like, even if I grant that that's true, which I don't, but even if I grant that that is true hypothetically, okay, let's say that that did happen and that is true, and it was Boris Johnson's fault. Let's say that Joe Biden called up Boris Johnson and he said, I want you to sacrifice, I want you to nix the deal in Ukraine, okay, and that happened. That doesn't mean that Russia's still willing necessarily to come to the table and negotiate right this second if Ukraine suddenly gets cut off from American support. Like, if we cut off weapons to Ukraine, if we cut off support to Ukraine, why the hell would Russia negotiate with Ukraine? That is a clear signal that,
Russia
we won,
will be
boys.
less likely. Yeah.
Yeah. They said, we won, boys. We just sat around and we kept fighting and fighting and fighting, and we outpaced them and outmanned them. And now we just have to wait for them to run out of supplies, and we're just going to walk in there and take over. Why? Like, this strategy is retarded. It's literally the opposite. If you just cut off, like, you can exert pressure. Like, the U.S., if the U.S. is giving arms and weapons and money to Ukraine, they can exert pressure to say, hey, we think you should try to negotiate now. And if they are, but Russia isn't, well, there's nothing you can do about that. But if you cut off everything from Ukraine, then that's sending a clear signal to Russia to not negotiate. It's like, this is so obvious.
Right. October 7th is Putin's birthday, and some people have postulated that the October 7th attacks were to take our attention away from Ukraine to help the Russians win that war.
Yeah, I've heard that idea. I don't know if I
I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if I'm just saying I've heard people postulate this, and October 7th is Putin's birthday. So the
idea is because
they also Putin and Russia are using military drones from Iran, and Iran is obviously funding Hamas at the same time. So,
right. So the idea is because there's some Iranian connection, and Iran is doing this, for Russia. I don't know if that really makes sense to me, at all. I don't believe it. My intuition is telling me that's not connected at all. So anyway, did Adam leave? He did. Well, let me leave some super chats. Osh received for $20 says, Sitch, I sent you a DM completely unrelated to anything in the video, but I need someone trusted and versed in the internet to possibly black pill or white pill me. We shall see. Oh, and Sitch, you can respond whenever if you so choose. Well, awesome. I'll check it out.
I'm back.
Well, welcome back. Mary for $20 says, I love you, Sitch. I love you too, Mary. Thank you. Anyway, let's continue.
Well, right. I would prefer a situation where it's not on our hands because we don't fund it. But I think I think the Israeli government would continue regardless.
And the other part of it is, there's this questions about what's the rest of the Arab world doing. The Sam Husseini on this episode of my podcast again was talking about America's looking the other way on Israel's nuclear program. To what extent does America basically allowing, enabling that nuclear program also create a dynamic in the region where there is an unwillingness for Arab nations that the world keeps saying, well, why aren't you taking care of the Palestinians? Palestinians are Jordanians. You hear this kind of rhetoric all the time. Do they really have an ability to intercede the way they might have and have, frankly, in historical years past, given that it's an open secret that Israel has nuclear weapons? So there's a lot of ways.
Okay. So when I first heard this, I was like, what the hell is she talking about? What she said made no sense to me. Okay. Because she first says, she poses this question. And what she just said here was insane when you realize what she's actually saying and kind of horrifically disgusting. But the question she posed was, people are saying, why don't the other Arab countries take care of the Palestinians? They're really Jordanians, the West Bank or whatever, right? That's the question she poses. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then she says, well, maybe it has to do with Israel having nukes. And I was like, what does Israel have? And I'm thinking to myself, when I heard this, I'm thinking, what does Israel having nukes have to do with the surrounding Arab countries absorbing, the Palestinians into their countries? Like Israel would be happy about that. Yeah, they wouldn't.
Me. Like this is insane if it's going where I think it's
I'm like, what does that even mean? Like Israel's not going to be like, no, we're going to nuke you, Jordan, if you allow the West Bank Palestinians to move to Jordan. Like that, Israel would be like so ecstatic, right, if that happened, right? They'd be so happy if that happened. So I'm like, what? This makes no sense. Like, what is she talking about? But then I realized, listening to it just now, what she's saying is she said that the Arab countries couldn't do what they did in the past, okay? And what she means is they couldn't invade and attack Israel.
Oh, wow.
So she's criticizing the United States of America for allowing Israel to have nukes because that prevents the other surrounding Arab countries from attacking Israel in a war.
Is she really saying that?
We'll go back. Let's see.
That's wild.
Where there is an unwillingness for America basically allowing.
All right, let's go back all the way, just so you can understand. Just listen to make sure I'm not strawmanning here.
Yeah.
I think the Israeli government would continue regardless.
And the other part of it is, there's this questions about what's the rest of the Arab world doing. The Sam Husseini on this episode of my podcast again was talking about America's looking the other way on Israel's nuclear program. To what extent does America basically allowing, enabling that nuclear program also create a dynamic in the region where there is an unwillingness for Arab nations that the world keeps saying, well, why aren't you taking care of the Palestinians? Palestinians are Jordanians. You hear this kind of rhetoric all the time. Do they really have an ability to intercede the way they might have and have, frankly, in historical years past?
They have an ability to intercede in the way they did in the past.
Which is basically they all simultaneously attacked Israel.
Right. Yeah. What is that? There's no other way to interpret that sentence.
I guess that option is definitely off the table when you have nukes, right?
Like this is because at first
That's
I was
wild.
Like, I know, because I listened to this and I'm like, I couldn't understand it because I was like, how does Israel having nukes have anything to do with like the other Arab countries absorbing the populations of Palestinians? That makes no sense. It only makes sense in this context of her like basically advocating for other Arab countries to invade Israel.
Right. Look, she wants Israel gone, man.
Like wild to me.
Does anyone ask her point blank? Does Israel have a right to exist?
I don't think I've ever heard. First of all, I don't know if she'd ever answer that question because she always dodges everything.
Right.
But I don't think she does believe Israel has a right to exist. I mean, obviously she doesn't agree that they had a right to exist in the beginning. I don't think she thinks they have a right to exist now. But I mean, this answer to me is wild. It's insane.
Given that it's an open secret that Israel has nuclear weapons. So there's a lot of ways that American foreign policy...
Although I saw reporting from Haaretz, which you've quoted favorably on a number of occasions, saying that behind closed doors, Arab leaders are telling Israel that they hate Hamas and they want them to proceed with no care whatsoever in the destruction of that organization.
Hamas was a selection of Netanyahu's government, specifically because he knew that it was a less sympathetic group to be leading Palestinians. Remember, this
let me just finish this quote. Behind the scenes, almost every leader in the region, including in most of the Gulf states, is urging Israel to end the war only after Hamas is defeated, since they view the organization as a dangerous domestic enemy.
It'd be interesting to see, what article is he reading from? Do we know?
I've seen that article. Yeah.
Yeah. So they want them gone. They're literally conspiring with the Israelis to get rid of Hamas here.
Yeah. Well, and this is what's kind of interesting about this is that, a lot of the Arab leadership in the surrounding countries, they're a lot more pragmatic, I guess, about the situation. And I think most of them have they want to work with Israel for the financial reasons.
Yeah, look, peace is more profitable than war, obviously, despite the belief of many on the left.
Yeah.
Many on the left just think everyone wants to go to war because it's such a moneymaker.
No.
Yeah.
No. It is for just a handful of people and groups, but
right. Yeah, you make a lot more money selling hamburgers day after day after day.
Right, right. And they want peace, they want stability. And the thing that's kind of silly too is like, when you start to look into the history of it, the reason that the surrounding countries never took in the Palestinians, not just because they wanted to have this political football, which they did for decades and decades, and maybe if they had took them in the beginning, that situation could have been avoided. But as the decades rolled by and they were like existing in the limbo state and they started to become these like violent revolutionary groups, like what would happen would be you'd have the Palestinian violent revolutionary groups would go to Lebanon, they'd go to Jordan, and they would just cause all these problems. Yeah, they would just start attacking their own governments or causing Israel to invade, those countries because they have to go fight the Palestinians who are now attacking from that country. Or, they would try to assassinate. I think they tried to assassinate or did assassinate one of the leaders of Jordan at some point. So it's like no one wants this group. No one wants these like violent revolutionary groups like running around causing trouble in their countries.
Yeah, I wonder if why the Egyptians are so opposed to having Palestinians come in is they're worried Hamas is going to escape or Hamas operatives are going to escape into Egypt.
That's exactly because they're going to cause problems in Egypt. That's the issue. These people, like no government wants violent radicals running around that they're going to cause problems for Egypt. They're going to cause problems for Jordan. They're going to cause problems for any of the surrounding countries.
Except for America. We let our violent radicals run roughshod over us.
There you go.
Well, I mean, we kind of do. It's kind of sad, really.
We don't let them run roughshod. Okay. What we do is we let them run our college campuses.
Yes. And
we let them run for president. Okay.
And they're the highest political streamer on Twitch.
Yes.
Come on. It's insane.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, I don't. So what do you take from that?
Right. Well, you're talking about all this pressure on Israel to stop doing what they're doing, and actually, the people, even the Arab governments in the region, don't. I mean, this is a sad situation with the Palestinians that their autocratic, not real government is despised, is an outlaw and fugitive, and everyone wants to destroy them.
Let me ask you this: why do you think it's private conversations that are happening of those Arab leaders? Because publicly, they're not saying that.
Right.
Publicly, they know that they have to be more in line with what the people in those Arab nations want, which is that they have strong solidarity with the resistance movement coming out of Gaza. But the leaders of those Arab nations have been under criticism for a long time from their people because those are the ones who have been signing a lot of these deals with the West, with Israel, in the interest of economic interest, oil interest, et cetera, and have been agreeing to some of these so-called compromises that have tried to normalize relationship with Israel in the region, despite the ongoing humanitarian.
I guess what I'm saying is no one is going to come.
It's interesting that, I mean, obviously she's partially correct here. Obviously, the reason that the governments of these countries don't publicly say this is because that would be a very unpopular thing to say.
The optics are horrible.
Right. So that's obviously true. What's interesting is that she characterizes that she characterizes the leadership of these Arab countries working with the West, aka America and Europe, and these leaders of these Arab countries working with Israel. She characterizes this all as like a bad thing.
Yeah.
Which is wacky. Like, oh, well, what the people of these countries want, like that's what they should be doing. Really? Okay. The people who want Israel destroyed, the people who, don't want to necessarily work with the West and want to, exist in some sort of, non Western liberal democracy. That's what we should be doing, Brianna. Like, what is this insane take?
Yeah, even if they are a majority,
Yes.
that strategy is not going to help anyone in the long run.
Right.
Briahna agrees with that strategy though. So that's why her heart is with the resistance movement.
The people want to do all this horrible stuff. So I guess we have to go along with it because it's what the people want. The people want chaos and war. Let's do it. My God.
Come to the aid of the Palestinians.
Well, that's a very
And there will
fatalistic
be
statement, and I think that what we're
death and
seeing,
destruction until Hamas is defeated or surrenders.
millions of protesters around the world, and the overwhelming majority of people outside of Israel, including the overwhelming majority of protesters in the United States, are supportive of a ceasefire. Again, majorities of American citizens support a ceasefire because they see literal babies that were left to rot in incubators, who were left there for so long that some of their bodies were eaten by feral dogs.
I know, but the Israelis don't support a ceasefire, and Hamas doesn't actually want a ceasefire.
Right, but this is the barbarity that most of the world is standing up against.
It's so interesting. So
now she's got a virtue signal here. She's like,
right.
virtue signal, virtue signal.
Well, this really is emotion versus like pragmatism.
Right.
And I think Brianna JoyGrey is a person who's ruled by emotion and her elephant, and she's like ruled by what she believes is her own sense of justice, which leads her down pathways that make absolutely no sense.
Right.
Because I was listening to the other day, if you recall, she had a pretty heated debate with Kyle Klinsky and Crystal Ball. And
I remember that
a while ago. Yeah. And it was on, did it make sense to advocate for people in the last election to vote for a third party candidate instead of Joe Biden versus Donald Trump? And Kyle and Crystal were saying it makes no sense to advocate for a third party. And it's funny because she actually had a debate with Vosh on the same subject. And Vosh also was saying it made no sense to vote for a third party. Because if you believe that Trump is as bad as you think he is,
why would you split your vote between two candidates? Right.
Well, like, why would you're going to vote for a third party candidate who is going to lose, and is just going to help Donald Trump win the election. And she kept saying this, like, she had one good argument, which was fine, which is like, well, I think she lives in Washington, D.C. or something, so her vote doesn't really matter. Or like it doesn't. And I was like, okay, I mean, that's true. If you live in some place where your vote doesn't matter, or it's going to like blue, like, yeah, you vote for a third party.
She has a bunch of fans in Ohio, though.
Exactly. But it's like, but why would you advocate for people in a swing state to vote for a third party candidate, whether it's a left wing or right wing third party candidate? Because that's just going to help the other side. It's just a waste of a vote. And she kept talking about, well, it's going to increase funding. It's like, well, who cares if it increases funding? That doesn't mean, that, the third party candidate is going to win next time because you're increasing their funding like a little bit. Like, that's absurd if you think that's going to change anything. But so she just kept making this argument. And so to me, and it's kind of like with this thing too, she's making an emotional argument based on her sense of what she believes is right or justice, ignoring what is reality. The reality situation for the election is there's two candidates. You have to choose one of them. One of them is going to win. The reality of this situation is if Palestinians or if Hamas just keeps fighting to the bitter end, just more and more and more Palestinians are going to die and the situation will never improve. And yet she just, like, her brain, her elephant is just so out of control. Her emotions are so out of control. She just can't accept reality, accept that there are unfair things in the world. There is injustice in the world. And you have to make the best of the situation with the pieces you have available to you at the time.
What moral foundation do you think that operates under?
Well, she has unfairness. It's all, fairness, unfairness.
Yeah.
She's massive amounts.
Fairness by proportionality.
Right. She has her fair. If she were to take a moral foundation,
that's her bias. Yeah.
Her fairness cheating foundation would be like top maxed out, and everything else would be like in the trash probably.
Yeah.
I'm sure she probably had really high, equality or care harm or whatever. I mean, But
Yeah, she's vacillating between those two. But that,
Yeah.
I think that's the second rule of moral psychology, that morality is about more than harm and fairness.
yeah.
That's rule number 2.
Yeah, but she doesn't know that. She doesn't know that about herself, and so it leads her down these bizarre pathways that lead to more people being harmed just because the emotion of justice weighs so heavily on her brain.
Well, her argument on the voting thing was something like, I'm not going to vote shame anyone. You should vote for, whoever in your heart of hearts is the best candidate you feel for the job. Like, completely take any sort of strategic considerations off the table. And,
Right.
if your policy prescriptions line up with someone that has absolutely zero chance of winning, you should vote for that person.
Right.
And I'm just thinking, I mean, yeah, look, I have the luxury of doing that. Is it a luxury? I live in California. Like, my vote is really nonsense in the general election. So sure, I can do that. But if I was living in Ohio, I mean, I wouldn't do
Georgia
that.
or Arizona or one of these places that could swing either way,
Yeah.
Right.
I wouldn't do that. Hell no.
Yeah.
I'd feel more of a responsibility to vote for whatever candidate I thought was the least bad option.
The least bad option.
Yeah. Well, that's the way it always is. So
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just interesting to me that this seems to be her fatal flaw in terms of her worldview. And it seems to seep into basically everything that she talks about in everything that she views.
She's an idealist.
Yes. Like Emperor Palpatine, she's an idealist.
Yeah, pragmatism is so far outside of her wheelhouse.
I'm sorry, Count Dooku, not Palpatine, but anyway.
Got your Star Wars wrong. How dare you?
I know. I fixed it before anyone in the chat said anything. Okay.
Question is whether it's through a boycott, divest, and sanction movement, whether it's because of political pressure on people like Nancy Pelosi, whether it's because of people like Lloyd Austin twisting Joe Biden's arm and saying that you're going to have a much bigger Hamas problem down the line if you don't do something about this now. That's the kind of pressure people are hoping to exert to change things here.
And I hope they're successful at spending American tax dollars at home, for sure. But I'm quite worried that this will.
And look at Macron, who did a.
This is. I mean, when Robby talks about not funding the war, you have to take it with a grain of salt, because Robby is a libertarian who just. I think he would defund like half the government if he had the opportunity. So it's not necessarily like he's not basing it on the situation over there. Although he has given good analysis on this kind of stuff. But when it comes to government spending, he's definitely let's not do that.
Libertarian, yeah.
Let's not do that, right?
Right.
A flip on the basis of the protests that were happening in France. We are seeing a lot of movement here, and I would encourage people not to take such a fatalistic view, just subjectively.
Look at those. Look at that look on Robby's face. You could see Robby sitting across from her being like, I'm totally regretting.
Not to take such a fatalistic.
That's the. Well, like, oh my God.
You can often see him sitting across from her just being completely frustrated. Like,
oh, you haven't even seen it yet. So these other videos, they get like really heated exchanges about.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's been heating up over there.
Yeah. I was like, oh my God. Okay, so that was the first video. So I just want to say in regards to like the whole, like with the end of what Brianna said, I made a video and I still stand by that video. I made a video years ago. So long ago, back when I used to make videos, where
Grandpa,
yes, where I talked about how insane it was to me that in Texas and in other places in America, the local government, the state government, would make it illegal to hand out state contracts to companies that either supported BDS or that refused to say they would not support BDS.
That's a great video. Yeah, so they're interfering in like Texas politics.
Yeah, I mean that's literally free speech. I don't even understand the legality of that. I don't know how that's legal. That seems insane to me. How the government could be involved in something like that whatsoever. So yeah, I think if people want to support BDS, that's totally fine. That's their right as an American. If a business wants to support it, that's totally their right as an American business. But
what is BDS?
The boycott, divest, I guess sanction was the S. It's basically saying that you're not going to give any money or do any business with Israel because you think what's going on with the Palestinians is so bad.
Right.
Essentially.
You're like, two-state solution, or we're going to boycott you.
Right. And the thing is, again, this falls into what Brianna and everyone else who's kind of on that sphere just doesn't understand, which is that if there was not a security concern with the Palestinians were not shooting missiles, if Hamas wasn't shooting missiles at Israel, if all this stuff wasn't going on, then the BDS movement would be really popular in America. And it would actually probably accomplish the goal of pressuring Israel into doing something or to stopping doing something, which is what they want, if there wasn't a security concern. Security concern negates everything. And that's what, like, so many people on the left just don't understand that. The security concern basically negates, in most people's mind, any, wanting or justification. It allows a broad justification for Israel or any country to do a lot when there's a legitimate security concern.
Yeah. When you're peaceful protesting, it causes a population to empathize with you.
Yes.
When you're shooting rockets at them and blowing up their houses, all that empathy goes right out the window.
Right. Like, imagine if in the civil rights movement, instead of peaceful protesting, because obviously there were riots.
Yeah, they were throwing Molotov cocktails.
Right. Yeah, but imagine if the movement was broadly characterized not by MLK, not by peaceful protests, but by like Black people shooting up, police stations, attacking random white people, suicide bombing, right? Do you think the civil rights movement would have been helped or hindered by those violent actions?
Majorly hindered.
Right, of course. People were like, oh, well, we can't give these people rights because they're like insane. They're like blowing themselves up. That goes a long way to affecting people's judgment on these issues. So,
all the
yeah.
way.
Indoctrinated youth. Apparently, comedian Bill Maher thinks indoctrination of American youngins is the reason for the pro-Palestine protests that have taken place across the country.
This is what I see when I see kids demonstrating, these progressives demonstrating for Hamas, the most illiberal people in the world, that, oh good, we're going to give America its comeuppance, asshole America. They kind of have been indoctrinated this way.
All right, and this
Bro, look at that. Bill Maher nailed it.
Yeah, everyone likes Bill Maher.
Completely nailed it. Everything you said right there, completely true. There's a youths in America right now who have been completely indoctrinated by leftist insanity that America bad.
Right. America oppressor.
Yes, the imperial colonialist power.
We oppress the entire world.
Yep. Because we're not socialists.
It's all our fault.
Yeah.
Everything.
Another story we've been talking about where there has been this push to shut down TikTok on the basis that it's because TikTok is the vessel of indoctrination. Because there is so much pro-Palestine content on TikTok, people have drawn this connection. I would argue that because most young people use TikTok, the average age of TikTokers, 70% of them are between the ages of 18 and 34. Not so coincidentally, between the ages of 13 and 34 is the bracket of people who have more sympathy with Palestinians than Israelis. That number has actually flipped since October 7th. It used to be that even among young people there was more sympathy for Israel. But I would say it's not that TikTok is polluting people's minds. I think that you see on all social media accounts visions of horror coming out of the Gaza Strip that are radically changing people's position, not in favor of Hamas, as Bill Maher so dishonestly and disingenuously put it there, but in favor of simply stopping the carnage.
Sure, a couple things.
Okay. So there's a couple of things she said. First of all, you have to be naive or delusional to argue that TikTok and other things like that have not gone are not indoctrinating the youth in America. Now, you can make the argument, and you'd be correct, that all of social media and all of media has some kind of indoctrinating effect on the youth. And obviously that's true, and we live in America and free speech. But I'm comfortable with the youth being influenced in America by Americans and American culture and even American businesses. What I am not comfortable with is the American youth being so indoctrinated, so controlled by a Chinese company, which is doing everything which its government is doing everything it can to intentionally weaken and fuck with us.
Yeah, to create conflict in our society.
Right. And that's what's kind of insane about this. Because I don't believe for a second, I don't believe for a second that if it wasn't China, if it was some, right-wing country that was promoting white nationalism in America, that Briahna would be like, oh yeah, that's totally fine.
Right, yeah.
Right? That's like, no, she's happy about it because you have a communist country has an app that's wildly popular with the youths of America that is promoting leftism and communism.
Yeah,
and so she's like, oh yeah, this is great.
It aligns with her political goals, so obviously she's totally in favor of it.
Yeah, which is disgusting. It is frankly disgusting that you would be in favor of a foreign country having such sway over America, a foreign country which wants us destroyed and wants us weakened, having such sway over America.
Do you have the same still as me in the video? Do you see any contradictions in those banners that they have going there?
Well, it's so, okay.
Notice any contradictions here?
So there's a reason I paused it here.
Okay. It was like a giant contradiction, right?
This is the person who works, the producer at The Rising, fucking with Brianna and JoyGrey. Okay. Because the second thing she said was, well, Bill Maher is being dishonest because he's saying people support Hamas when they don't. They support Palestine. Okay.
Right.
And yet the producer chose this picture where they have this giant banner that says by any means necessary.
Right.
The Palestinian flag, which very obviously means that by any means necessary should Palestinians fight for their freedom, meaning that you would justify October 7th and would justify Hamas's violent terrorist actions.
Well, wouldn't you also just look at what's that other sign say?
Cease genocide.
But what would by any means necessary justify?
It would obviously justify genocide. Yes. I know, it's ridiculous. It's hilarious. It's hilarious how stupid a lot of these people are. But I just thought it's very funny because obviously the producer is screwing with Briahna here. Because
of course.
Yeah. So
of course.
But
look at also they have Israel there. They have a little map of Israel that's all Palestinian.
You're right. You're right.
What's that mean?
It means from the river to the sea, Adam.
That's exactly what it means.
Yeah. From water to water, Israel will be
Look, they've turned all of Israel there, including the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, all of it into a Palestinian state. Look, it's the one state solution right there in their little graphic on their sign.
Yeah, but Adam, it's dishonest for Bill Maher to say anyone supports Hamas or anyone supports, violent actions against Israel.
Right.
It's dishonest for Bill Maher to say this. Here's a picture that shows the very thing he's talking about.
Xi Jinping is looking at this TikTok video and just loving it, loving every bit of it. So
I was curious because she's like, oh, no one's really supporting Hamas, blah, blah, blah. I was curious. I did someone coined this. I forget who it was on Twitter. They said, we need a new rule. It should be called the 10-7 rule. Okay.
Oh, okay.
The 10-7 rule. Can I get a 10-7 check here? 10-7 rule is when you go on Twitter and you see what they were tweeting on October 7th.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So you did that with
yes,
Greyjoy here?
Yes. This is the 10-7 rule. This is great. There's so many people who will say some crazy shit to me and I check what they were saying on October 7th and it's like, oh, okay, this person's a psycho. So this is what Briahna said on October 7th. Okay. There's a person named Maher Jones, who I believe is a representative in New York. And they said on October 7th, so this is when we're all finding out about what Hamas is doing. They said, I am horrified by the unprovoked heinous attacks against Israel by Hamas, a terrorist organization. I stand in strong support of our ally Israel in the Israeli people as they fight to defend themselves and protect their sovereignty.
Here it comes.
Okay. So do you have any problem with that statement? I mean, that seems like
I'm waiting for the but.
Right. No, so that was just it. There was no but there. Okay.
Okay, that's good.
Right. So you hear that statement and I'm like, okay, that's the statement you would expect someone to say.
Normally there's a but after that.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, that's the statement you hear. You'd expect someone to say that on October 7th when like this horrible Hamas terrorist attack is occurring, right? Completely.
Yeah.
So no problem with that statement. But Brianna JoyGrey responds. She replies to that because she does have a problem with that. And in fact,
she's going to throw the but in.
She actually ratioed that tweet.
Wow.
Okay. So this is what she ratioed with. She says, on October 7th, this is on October 7th. Okay. So when Hamas is still in the middle of attacking, killing, raping, kidnapping Israelis, she responds to this saying, there will be no peace until you acknowledge the root causes, Israel's choice to occupy Palestine and sentence millions to life in an open-air prison. Your unwillingness to acknowledge the very real provocation here will only lead to more violence and death. And for what? To curry favor in your district? This is a moment for principles. I hope you find some.
Wow. She's throwing Molotov cocktails.
I mean, to me, that's a fucking psychotic tweet to, you wake up. You wake up, because this is like 10 in the morning, okay? You wake up, you open your Twitters, and you're like, oh my God, look, Hamas people have run across the border in Israel, and they're like murdering swaths of people, right? And you're like, and you see someone say, oh, this is horrible and an unprovoked heinous attack. And you're like, is it unprovoked? This is Israel's fault. Like, what? Like, take a fucking second, okay? Can you at least wait till Israel's not in the middle of like the largest terrorist attack it's ever had before you start like blaming them? Like, can you imagine if as like the first plane hits the World Trade Center and as the second plane's flying in, like Brianna JoyGrey is tweeting out like, you think this was an unprovoked attack by Al-Qaeda?
Right.
You're like, what the can you just wait, please? Can you like wait, please? Like a second. Can you just wait a second? Can you wait for people to stop being fucking brutally murdered before you do your disgusting virtue signal on Twitter about the whole situation? Maybe. Just wondering, possibly.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. Her tweet though, she says that you have to acknowledge. I feel
the very real provocation.
Look, I feel like she wants a little bit more than just acknowledgement. I feel like the Israelis can't come out and say, yeah, we acknowledge we took this land and we're sorry. Like,
yeah,
that's not going to end anything.
No,
it's more than acknowledgement.
No, of course.
They want them gone.
Right. And it's
just like the map there. Look, the picture's right there. That's what they want.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. It's crazy. So she says,
look, it says by any means necessary.
I know.
What do you think? What's going on here?
But she said, so this is why this is so wacky, because she makes this dishonest thing. She says, Bill Maher's being dishonest because he's saying people support Hamas. Well, you have a picture of people supporting the violent taking over of Israel. And you yourself, when this was happening, were like seeming to soft support the action.
Yeah. I mean, you tell yourself, you can tell yourself that she just didn't know the depth of the depravity. You would hope she didn't know the depth of the depravity when she tweeted that out.
So here's the thing. So you might say, well, listen, maybe she did a Norman Finkelstein. Okay.
Right.
Which, by the way, he's still full of shit. Anyway.
She called up her assistant on her landline. she called up her
She called up her assistant on her landline, who's 20, and said, "What's going on in the world?" And they said, "Oh, like Hamas went in and they killed like a couple Israeli soldiers." And she's like, "Oh, better fire off a tweet."
Yes.
Yeah, right. No, so okay. So you're right. Maybe, you know, she woke up. I don't know what time she wakes up normally. She woke up, she's groggy, she checks Twitter. She doesn't know how bad the scope is, right?
Yeah.
You go, okay, that's very possible. But if that was true, then two things would have occurred. Number one, at some point in the following days, because I didn't just check October 7th, I checked like October 7th through October 11th. Okay.
Wow.
You would have thought
doing your deep dive.
Yeah, exactly. It was a super deep dive. Fortunately, she's not one of those people that like tweets like 100 times a day, so it's not that difficult. But you would have thought she would have tweeted out some sort of like, "Oh, I didn't know how bad things were," and "Oh," you would have thought she would have tweeted out some condemnation of Hamas at some point. I didn't see it. I didn't. This is all I saw on October 7th and October 8th. I didn't see anything where she was like, Hamas obviously did something horrifically evil, but that doesn't justify Israel like taking over Palestine, like Gaza or something, right? Like, why did she just tweet that out? Wouldn't that be the tweet? She doesn't tweet anything like that out. This is what she tweets out. This fucking crazy tweet.
That's all she tweeted out?
Yeah. Well, no, she tweeted out one other thing that day. Okay. The other thing she tweeted out was on October 7th, Bernie Sanders, who she used to work for, said, "I absolutely condemn the horrifying attack on Israel by Hamas and Islamic Jihad. There's no justification for this violence, and innocent people on both sides will suffer hugely because of it. It must end now."
Bernie Sanders said that?
Bernie Sanders said that.
Well, he couldn't say it himself. She had to tweet it out for him. What happened there?
Well, no. Bernie Sanders that's what Bernie Sanders tweeted out.
Okay.
So I don't have a problem with that tweet. But Brianna did have a problem with that tweet. She said, "This is a choice. You could have easily made a statement more like this one." And she quote tweets underneath it Jeremy Corbyn, who says, "The unfolding events in Israel and Palestine are deeply alarming. We need an immediate ceasefire and urgent de-escalation, and we need a route out of this tragic cycle of violence by ending the occupation of Palestine."
So she's criticizing Bernie Sanders' tweet.
Yeah.
She's saying, "Bernie, you messed up."
Yeah, because Bernie condemned the horrifying attack and said there's no justification for violence. And here we have Jeremy Corbyn, who didn't condemn the horrifying attack, just said that it's alarming. And on October 7th, Jeremy Corbyn, the brain, child that he is, says we need immediate ceasefire and urgent de-escalation. He says it's on October 7th.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Hamas, can you stop attacking Israel? Can we get a ceasefire, please? Like, can you imagine on October 7th, Jeremy Corbyn's like, "Oh, can we get a ceasefire going?" Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you insane?
Maybe he's trying to get a ceasefire going for Hamas.
Oh yeah, Hamas would be like, "Oh, well, listen, we really wanted to kill, rape, and kidnap a bunch of people, but we saw Jeremy Corbyn, British socialist on Twitter, and he said we should have a ceasefire, so I guess, maybe we should stop what we're doing and reevaluate the situation here."
Hard to imagine.
Yeah.
Hard to imagine that would be the case.
Right. Oh my God.
First of all, I think the argument against TikTok that people are making is specifically that China, the Chinese who can have influence over the app, are promoting pro-Palestinian narratives to make American society more bitterly divided and internally fighting.
Just like the Russians reminded us that racism existed, and that's why Donald Trump won.
All right, well, I can't naively shake up.
So she doesn't even agree with the idea, which again, she has to be childlike levels of naivete that I don't actually believe. This is all elephant thinking. Okay. This is a person who believes that the FBI should just cease to exist because the FBI has spent most of its career going after Black people. Okay. So she's not someone who doesn't believe in shadowy organizations doing things to, promote
That's
nefarious.
A great point.
Yeah. To promote nefarious going-ons in the world or whatever. Okay. She thinks the FBI, is just an evil organization that's designed to go after Black people.
I'm sure she thinks the same of the CIA, that they have nefarious goals that they use shadowy apps to accomplish.
Yes. And this is a person who, by the way, hates big business, thinks big businesses are all, evil corporate baddies who just want to extract as much wealth and money from people and their workers as much as possible, right? But when it comes to TikTok,
Right.
okay, the Chinese-owned corporation,
They just want to
they're
facilitate conversation between American teens.
yeah,
Sitch.
oh well,
You've got it all wrong.
yeah. They didn't do anything wrong. TikTok's a great company. What do you mean? They definitely have no ulterior motive. The most authoritarian police state, that has the most Orwellian, tracking and spying and controlling of its citizens in the entire world, probably in all of human history. There's no chance that TikTok has anything to do with that. Why? No, of course not. No.
Of course. Look, they're innocent. Completely innocent.
Given how pervasive the American government's efforts to manipulate the content on social media have been exposed to have been, I certainly can't discount the possibility that China, a government with far easier access to this social media app, was doing the same thing. So I think that's plausible. That said, I agree with you. It's clear that pro-Palestinian sentiment among young people is widespread among the left, among the activist community. Young people are more left-leaning anyway. This is obviously a very important issue. I see that from your enthusiasm for the subject, from Jessica Burbank, our Friday host, her enthusiasm for the subject. It's clear that it's genuine. So I think it's naive for people like Bill Maher or others to think that if only we got rid of TikTok or only we made their algorithm transparent or something, that would cause an evaporation that would cause more support for Israel among young people. I think that's very naive. I don't think it's...
Okay, here's Robbie being way too agreeable. Because first of all, I don't think Bill Maher's position, if you ask them, is if TikTok didn't exist, would all like wokeness and all the kids supporting, Hamas disappear, right? I don't think that's his position. I think his position
kind of ridiculous. Yeah.
I think his position is that this is another mechanism that has become completely insipidly consumed by woke garbage that is definite and is the most popular app for children and for young people, and is definitely having an influence on them, and it's controlled by the Chinese government. So why are we giving the Chinese government the keys to control and influence the youth in America?
Yeah, there's been a bunch of articles on the social experiments that Facebook has done on American citizens. I can't imagine the social experiments that the Chinese are doing on people right now. Like, they don't even have any sort of regulatory body in place to stop them from doing that.
Right.
It just seems ridiculous. A lot of people on the left, they seem to think psychology is just non-existent. Like, they assume people are just rational human beings and they're not easily manipulated by it's so bizarre, because then they'll have that opinion about TikTok, but then at the same time they'll talk about manufacturing consent and how the mainstream media is just basically tricking everyone into voting for Republicans. It's so bizarre.
Well, because it's not based, and that's a great point. It's because it's not based on a consistent principle. It's based on, well, this form of manufacturing consent TikTok
is okay. Yes, I
is
agree
doing
with.
the thing that I agree with, so therefore it's good.
Right.
That's all that's happening here. But also, I just wanted to point out too, because notice, so Robbie is trying to sort of compromise, capitulate here, but you will never see Briahna reciprocating any level of that in any of these conversations.
Not at all. Look, she's leering at him.
Yeah, why is she making that face anyway?
The dynamic here, Sitch, is Robbie has to talk long enough to make the leer go away, and he's doing his best. Like, he's just trying to sugarcoat it. He's trying to say exactly what she wants to hear. He's being very, very agreeable, and she's like, "That's not it. You didn't say it, Robbie."
Well, it's funny. This is like when you're talking to your girlfriend and or wife, and you said something that really pissed them off, but you don't know why they're pissed off, and you don't know what you said, so you're just trying to like, oh, I agree with you. Well, I don't understand why you're mad at me, right? But there's something there, and you're just kind of blindly stumbling around trying to figure out what the hell just happened.
That's exactly what's going on here.
This is a perfect screenshot. Oh my god,
Robbie, you stepped in it.
I think she kind of alludes to it. The thing that triggered her is like for some reason she interpreted him saying like you and the other people in Rising talking about this. That like triggered her, bringing that up for some reason. But
indoctrination by TikTok. I don't think it's indoctrination at all. I mean, it's a sincerely and genuinely held belief. I am troubled by the belief, and unlike you, I do think there are the activist groups on this issue, as I've pointed out many times, including National Students for Justice in Palestine, they at least endorse Hamas's activities on October 7th. I don't know that they endorse the organization itself, and I think there's far too much sympathy for, covering for, and endorsement of terrorist activity among young pro-Palestinian activists in America, but that's their right.
Yeah, it's really incredible how so many folks like Bill Maher, like Josh Hawley, who have kind of positioned themselves as not being afraid of speech, of wanting a maximalist speech approach, saying that we need to be able to have debate, have been so quick to be among the most authoritarian people in our society as they give commentary, saying that the real problem is TikTok. Josh Hawley has called for a ban on TikTok specifically over what he describes as anti-Israel content. I mean, can you imagine a world where, because Elon Musk has articulated his own political values and has made censorship decisions on the app that are conservative in nature? Obviously, he just got back from his meeting with Netanyahu and said that he's going to ban the statement from the river.
It bothers me that they totally misrepresent the context of the situation, because it's not like a free speech social media platform where people get to put their ideas forward, and the most popular ideas are rising to the top. Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. The argument that the people who are in favor of banning TikTok are making is that it's more like a publication. TikTok is like Russia Today or some propaganda outfit that, yeah, they're letting people post their own ideas, but they're curating those ideas to make ideas that they want to promote seem more popular organically. And therefore it kind of creates a cycle where people think that it's more popular so that they believe it themselves. They make videos about it. They start believing it because it makes them popular. That's the situation that's going on, which is far more scary than the normal kind of media environment that we're used to. I just wish people would acknowledge that it's not, they default to this free speech argument, but it's not really, I'm in favor of free speech. I'm sure you're in favor of free speech.
This has nothing to do with free speech.
Exactly. Yeah, right. Exactly.
No, that's a fantastic point. I'm really glad you brought that up, because that is why what Brianna and the other people are doing is a complete nonsensical straw man. It's not about, they're not saying, oh, well, you shouldn't be allowed to, be pro-Palestinian on TikTok. That's not the question. The question is, you have a foreign government is controlling the algorithm that makes a determination about whether to promote, what information to promote. That's not a free speech question. It's exactly what you said. It's, why are we allowing China to curate the opinions of the youth in this country in such a fashion that allows them to control the narrative and make people think, well, this is what's popular among your peers, so you should believe it. Like, that's not free speech. Are you a retard? Are you insane? Like, what a dumb, idiotic opinion that is to say that it has anything to do with free speech.
So there is a principle in psychology where people will copy what they perceive high status individuals do, because they intuit that whatever this high status individual is doing is how they became high status, and they themselves want to become high status. And I sat down and I really kind of thought through the TikTok algorithm, how I would craft it, knowing what I know about psychology, to kind of take advantage of this principle. It would be very easy for an algorithm to estimate how many views I could trick people into, or how many views I could manipulate people into giving to any particular video. What people I could manipulate into watching the video just because it's popular through this principle. And I could give the video fake views immediately. So when people see that video, they'll think this video has 10 million views, okay? And as people start watching it, because they believe it has 10 million views, they believe this is something I should know about. A lot of people think this is true. And if I want a video that gets 10 million views, I should act this way and do stuff like this. Well, as people watch the video, real views kind of become the reality. So the actual views of the video would kind of merge with reality along the way. That seems pretty easy to do to me, Sitch. Does that seem difficult to do?
No, that's easy as hell to do.
So I'm convinced they're probably doing something like this.
Of course. Of course.
We see that in YouTube all the time. Some video becomes popular and everyone starts making videos about it because they think, oh, this is the way to basically get a lot of views and a lot of money.
Yeah. I mean, and we saw this just happened recently on TikTok with, some lying sack of crap idiot, promotes the Bin Laden letter and lies about it and says, oh my God, everything said was true. And they make this idiotic TikTok where it's like, oh my God, my life changed after reading this. And surprise, surprise, the Chinese government is like, hey, let's promote people saying that Bin Laden was correct and why he did 9/11. And that becomes very popular on TikTok. And other people see that and they say, well, if I want a bunch of views on TikTok, I just should make a video that's exactly the same. And then there's like all these copycats making the same videos. And all those videos are suddenly in the TikTok algorithm as well, making, all these views too.
Yeah. And everybody talking about it makes everybody think that it's true, that it's real, that they should believe this. This is the way that they should feel.
Right.
This is the way that they should act. This is the way that they should behave. I should run around and say America sucks.
Yes.
That's how I get popular, famous. That's how I get a girlfriend.
But this really shows the insidious nature and the danger of human thought and how your elephant makes you like 30 IQ points stupider. Because everything that we're saying, Briahna could easily figure out and logically deduce if TikTok was controlled by some evil white nationalist country that was promoting white nationalism.
Oh, she would do it in a second.
Yeah, she'd be like, she'd lay out everything that we just said, and she would totally understand it. But because it's communist and it's promoting leftist communist gobbledygook that she likes, suddenly, her brain just shuts off, and it's like, oh no, what are you talking about? This is fine.
Yeah, it's kind of sick.
It is.
To the sea as a terrorist statement. Can you imagine if the powers that be said, we now have to ban TikTok because we don't like the ban Twitter because we don't like the ideological persuasion that Elon has taken of late? It's a pretty dramatic move.
This is important though. Josh Hawley is actually being entirely consistent. I disagree with him, but he has for a long period of time, he is not a I would say like a free speech Republican. He has
See, and Robby totally takes the bait here. She totally switched the subject on him. Like, we're not making a free speech argument about TikTok. I'm not saying we should ban TikTok because free speech is terrible. We're not saying ban TikTok because there's a bunch of leftists on there and we don't want the leftists to have a voice.
Right.
Let them have a voice on an American app where it's they're not manipulating this. Look, we want to know what the truth is. People are easily manipulated by propaganda. They are.
Yeah.
That's just a fact of life.
An American app that is subject to American law, that if there was some like insane thing going on with the algorithm, promoting the destruction of the country in, subtle or not so subtle ways, that the government could be like, well, let's see what's going on here. We need evidence on the algorithm to see how it's working, as opposed to a foreign country which actively wants to screw us over and weaken us.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think, we can disagree with Mark Zuckerberg. We can disagree with Elon Musk. We can disagree, which, by the way, I did today. Elon Musk tweeted out some dumb as fuck, like insanely stupid shit today. Elon Musk constantly tweets out like stupid retard shit. Okay. And so same thing, so we can disagree with the political leanings of American citizens. But I don't think, as much as I disagree with Elon Musk, as much as I disagree with Mark Zuckerberg, much as I disagree with any of these, generally woke people that are running the other social media platforms, I don't think that they actively want to destroy America the way the Chinese government actively wants to destroy and harm America.
Yeah.
Has wanted to break up the tech companies since before he got to Congress. He is he's a not part of the libertarian. I mean, he's feuded with Rand Paul on this subject a number of times. He is part of the NatCon right, not the libertarian right. He explicitly wants to give the government more power over big companies and social media companies. He wants commissions to decide whether their speech policies are accurate. So this is nothing new from him. It's entirely consistent. He does not have the same values that I have on the right or whatever. We're not in the same tent here. So I'm not at all surprised to hear this. It's entirely consistent with his worldview, which is one that the government should break up all the social media companies.
Well, I would still point out he has inveighed in favor of free speech as he's been defending Donald Trump, for instance, over 1-6. He talked about free speech when in the context of investigating some of the Joe Biden corruption issues in defense of the...
Okay. This is all... Again, this is her dodging so hard. You can call out someone for being a hypocrite, and it's fine. If she thinks Josh is being a hypocrite, in how if he's phrasing this in terms of a free speech issue or whatever, okay, or other things a free speech issue, even though it's not really a free speech issue, that's fine. But before you start going on your whataboutism for them being a hypocrite, you do have to actually address the point that's presented first. Okay, you have to address the question about whether it's legitimate or not to get rid of it, what the arguments are one way or the other. Address all that stuff first, agree with it, disagree with it, provide an argument for that first, and then you can go on your tirade about how the person advocating for is a hypocrite. Otherwise, you're just doing a BS whataboutism dodge.
The way to do it is through the manufacturing consent lens because they already accept that. Yeah. Listen, is it okay for the Chinese Communist Party to be manufacturing consent for whatever they want in America?
Well, that's what Robby did. And she totally, again, this is part of why, we liken this conversation to Ethan and Hasan. Robby did literally that. He said the American government was found to be influencing, social media companies. So why is it outside the realm? He did. Yeah. Why do you think it's so weird that China obviously is not doing the same thing? And she just completely dodged it because she doesn't want to address. This is what she does. Whenever she's presented with something, she just changes the subject, dodges it, whataboutisms. She never acknowledges what's happening in the conversation and has and never acknowledges the point, has a conversation about what the actual point is, if she thinks the point hurts her.
Right.
The whistleblower specifically calling out social media companies censoring free speech. So I think
but
very
on tech
broadly,
issues, he has been the major Republican in favor of repealing Section 230. Okay. Which is the most anti-free speech move we could possibly make.
But if you're sitting around saying things like, quote, the Biden administration systematically, not accidentally, tried to shut down Americans' free speech on elections, COVID, Hunter Biden, and more, and you're turning around and saying ban an entire app, I'm going to characterize that as a fundamental inconsistency. But I do take your point. And it is just fascinating. And Glenn Greenwald, obviously, as we discussed before, has been on top of this because he is one of the few people that has really been consistent, regardless of the valence of the underlying politics in these issues. And it is remarkable to see how many people are now arguing that, well, it's college's problem for indoctrinating the youth.
Okay. This is so ironic, too, because if you remember the Russia stuff, this is exactly what they accused Donald Trump of. Donald Trump supposedly was looking the other way because Russia was influencing the election in his favor. Right. And now they're doing the exact same thing. They're like, look, the Chinese are helping us.
Of course.
It's time for us to look the other way.
And, people, she brings up Glenn Greenwald here. She's like, well, he's been very consistent on this, free speech issue. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, I don't know if that's actually true. That's never actually, I don't know if he's ever been in a position where that's been tested, because these free speech issues are all aligned completely with his America bad lens.
Yeah.
Glenn, like, don't get it twisted. Like, a lot of people on the right, became enamored with Glenn Greenwald because he was saying that the whole Trump-Russia stuff was BS. But he wasn't doing it because he supported Donald Trump, and he wasn't doing it because he's on the right. He's doing it because he's an America bad leftist, and he's always been an America bad leftist. And he believes totally the whole American empire, that, he believed in the American, evil deep state before anyone on the right believed in the American deep state stuff, because he believes that they've been attacking the left and socialists for decades. And so I don't know if Glenn Greenwald's his quote principles have ever been tested where he's actually been presented with like something that would violate his socialism, that would violate his American bad leftism, and still said, well, even though this is bad for my position, I'm still going to advocate for free speech. I don't know if he's ever been tested in that capacity.
Yeah, I can't think of anything in particular that would have tested that.
It's TikTok's problem for indoctrinating the youth without engaging with the idea that we all once valued, that these social media companies give people an outlet to express ideas and to see journalistic content that frankly is not always shared honestly on mainstream channels.
Well, another thing is too, so again, you can talk about the hypocrisy as long as you've addressed the point. So I feel like we've addressed the point for the last 20 minutes. Okay?
We have, yeah.
Right. So let's talk about the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy that she is not talking about. The hypocrisy is that on social media, until Elon Musk bought X/Twitter, until very recently, these college campuses and social media were completely 100% dominated by woke garbage. Okay.
Yeah.
By woke socialist garbage. And so that does you have to address that if you're going to have this conversation honestly. I don't say, oh, you're anti-free speech. Like, bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? It was the centrist and the right that were pushing for free speech on these platforms because the woke lefties came in and they were censoring and destroying all of free speech. And now that finally the rules that they've created are starting to hit back on them, Brianna's like, but what about free speech? But what about free speech? Oh, it's like, no, fuck you. If you're going to create these horrible Orwellian, censorious rules, you have to play by them too. Obviously, we can't have this P plus P equals R situation where we just say, oh, well, listen, I'm so in favor of free speech that I'm going to let the leftists get away with it when they want. Because the only way to fight this stuff is you have to hold these people to their own standard, and you have to lean into the insane rules that they've created against them so that they're like, oh, okay, maybe this is why we need to dismantle this garbage.
Can you use this opportunity to ditch the insane rules, though?
You could, but does it look? No one's doing. They're not doing that. They're not going to do that.
Right.
So it's just like the hypocrisy here is wild to me. And when I was looking through, and I want to. Now this is pretty funny. I was curious as to how many times Briahna has talked about like free speech. Okay.
In her back catalog of tweets.
Right. And I sent you a tweet, Adam. Here, I'll send it to you again. I want you to bring this up because it's really funny. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember this.
Yeah. So, because I was curious, I'm like, what is Brianna's position on like free speech? Has she been consistent on free speech? Right.
So this is like a banger here from 2017.
Right. So listen, this is from 2017. So maybe she's changed her mind. I don't know. But in 2017, where we go, we have Carl Benjamin. Okay.
Right.
We have Sargon of Akkad saying YouTube's user communities need free speech guaranteed, even if what they say is not to your liking, to safeguard your own speech.
Right.
And then we have free speech warrior and advocate Brianna JoyGrey responding saying, free speech does exist here, but it doesn't mean freedom from social consequences from your actions.
Look at this. Stepping up for accountability culture.
Oh my God. So Brianna JoyGrey here doing the whole free speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences nonsense in 2017. And now suddenly that the axe is swinging towards TikTok and what she likes. Oh, well, what happened to free speech? Oh no.
Is it? I mean, if the Chinese Communist Party wants to manipulate the app, I think they shouldn't be free from those consequences.
No, I don't either.
You got a great still of Brianna Greyjoy.
Thank you. There you go. So I just thought it was so. Oh, and when I was looking through her free speech thing, like it seemed like almost every time, if not every time, she was complaining about free speech, it was almost all either A, complaining about people on the right who were advocating for some kind of censorship, and she'd say, "I thought you guys were in favor of free speech," or it'd be her complaining about Israel. So
okay.
I haven't really seen her being a big free speech advocate against woke stuff. I haven't seen any of that stuff. So maybe I missed it. But.
This is what's so insane. And we did a couple of videos on the Ivy League presidents that were dragged in front of Congress to talk about these Palestine protests that are going on campus where they're, basically people would argue that they're advocating for the genocide of Jews. And that's exactly the way that they framed it in those conferences.
Right.
This is the reason why they use the incendiary language of genocide when they're talking about the trans stuff. When they want to equate misgendering to a trans genocide, they want to use that incendiary language to make the argument that this speech is violent rhetoric, and we can't accept violent rhetoric on our campuses, right? And, you can argue, is misgendering really violent rhetoric? I mean, you and I would probably say obviously not, but it's bizarre. Now we're in a situation where, I mean, this is some pretty fucking violent rhetoric going on here, Sitch. Like openly violent rhetoric, right? It's not like a mystery here. And everyone's like, oh, this is just free speech. What are you talking about? What's happening, Sitch?
It's free speech, Adam. What do you mean? This is...
It's so bizarre. We're living in bizarro world.
This is the chickens coming home to roost is what's happening.
Right, but innocuous speech is equated with violence and genocidal rhetoric.
Right.
But actual genocidal rhetoric, that's fine. That's free speech. That's speaking truth to power.
Yeah. This is just the most blatant, crystal clear example of how all these leftist word games are all just that. They're all dishonest word games to allow them to commit whatever violent, horrible thing they want, while to make it so you have to be as oppressed and not be able to express yourself or do anything or say anything that you want to say. That's all it is. This is just made it so crystal clear what is the principle operating for all this leftists. And it turns out it's not free speech. It's not equality. It's not even fairness. It's just power. I want the power to subjugate you and to do what I want. And I'm going to make it so you cannot do or say anything you want to do under the guise of fairness or equity.
Well, if you set up a society where there are different rules that apply to different people, how's that not an aristocracy? How have you not set up a literal aristocracy?
Of course. I mean,
under the guise of flattening hierarchies and equality and equity and all this stuff, you're going to set up an aristocracy?
Let me say something that I know will trigger the hell out of Brianna and JoyGrey. Okay, ready? She and the other leftists and the other woke people, they want to set up an apartheid situation in this country, Adam. They want an apartheid where they get to play by different rules than everyone else. Okay, they get to insult and belittle and advocate for as much violence as they want. But if you ever advocate for fairness or free speech or anything against them, oh no, then you get in trouble.
Right. Yeah. You get the law.
Right. And that's what we saw. This is why everyone freaked out about it. We're going to watch them talking about this after this. This is why people were so freaked out about watching that congressional hearing, because that made it so clear to everyone. You have the heads of the wokest Ivy League universities in the country, talking to Congress, and they won't even say that, advocating for genocide of Jews violates the fucking codes of conduct. These are the wokest fucking institutions on the planet. These are institutions that were like, you're not allowed to wear a Halloween costume if it makes someone feel bad. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Apparently, for Halloween, I could have dressed up with a sign that says "Kill the Jews," and that would have been fucking acceptable. I can't put on a feather headdress from a Native American or something. I can't put shoe polish on my face because that's blackface. But I can wear a sign that says kill all the Jews," and that's fine. Like, what kind of insane?
You're a Palestinian freedom fighter.
Yes, I could have done that. Oh, who knew? Who knew that when all these like woke garbage was going on, that was the solution, that you could have just exposed all this shit. It was just talking about why you want to get rid of the Jews, and suddenly they'd all be like, "Oh yeah, that's fine."
Oh, so weird.
You know who knew? I knew, because I always said it. I said the Jews are the sleeper bombs sitting in wokeness that are going to blow up in their face. It's always the Jews.
And meantime, who's the ones that have been calling everyone Nazis for the last 10 years?
The left, the woke leftists, yeah.
You're all Nazis. You're all anti-Semites.
So this is funny. I don't know if this is true, but this is a claim. Christopher Rufo tweeted out some very long thread not long ago.
Mm-hmm.
And he has pictures and examples, so I don't know if this is true or not, but we'll see. He tweeted out a thread claiming that Claudia Gay, the president of Harvard, the really smug lady that we talked about in the video, that she plagiarized multiple sections of her thesis.
No way.
That's
no
the claim.
way.
Now, I don't know if this is true. I'm just saying that's the claim.
Oh, please let it be true, Sitch. Oh,
well,
please.
And you want to know another interesting wrinkle to all this?
Oh, please let it be true.
Well, I mean, he has a bunch of screenshots. So
Hbomber guy's going to have to do a part 2. I'm sure he'll get right on that, right?
I'm sure he will. So here's an interesting part 2 that you might have recognized this if you watched our video from yesterday, where we talked about how Claudine Gay was involved with trying to get that black professor canceled because he said that the police were not disproportionately shooting black people.
Unarmed black people, yeah.
Right. So the other named person on the punishment board that was involved with Claudine Gay, that was trying to get that black professor in trouble for like kind of going against the woke narrative, was a guy named Lawrence Bobo.
Yeah, Bobo. Is he the president of Brown now?
No, but Christopher Rufo is claiming that in the multiple sections that she lifted from, that 3 of the sections she lifted from Lawrence Bobo.
Really? So she just cheated off her friend.
So that's interesting. If that turns out to be true.
Just copy my paper.
There you go. Listen, maybe he gave her permission. Maybe she said fine.
Sure.
We don't know. So I don't know. That was an interesting story. We'll see where that goes, whether it turns out to be true or not. But
that'll be fun.
Including, I mean, Robby here the other day, yesterday, and I showed you an image out of Palestine on my computer, and you kind of grimaced and were like, I don't want to look at that. But like that is what the kind of imagery that people are looking at. They're looking at armfuls, adults with armfuls of body parts of children, dumping them onto a mat as they've collected them from rubble, rather. They're listening.
Look at this. Look at this. There's plenty of horrific scenes from October 7th. But she's not showing those to Robby. She's like, come here, look at these. These were Israeli bombs. Look what the Israeli bombs did.
Well, that's what's kind of interesting about the whole situation is that because she had Abby Martin on her Bad Faith podcast. And in that podcast, she downplayed, Abby Martin claimed that the hospital bombing was by Israel.
Still.
And then it's funny because Greyjoy does kind of like question her about that. And she's like, well, why do you think that is? And Abby like gives a bunch of nonsense. And Greyjoy just kind of says, oh, okay, I guess that makes sense. And Abby Martin literally says that she would stake her life. She said, I would stake my life that it was Israel.
Wow.
That's what she
How
said.
do we take her up on that?
There you go. And then Greyjoy, hilariously, she doesn't push back. She says, She says that she's fine leaving up the hospital thing to an unknown. That we'll just never know if Israel really did blew up that hospital parking lot or something.
Hard to say that we'll never know.
Right. It's so obvious. She also allowed and agreed with Abby saying that the mass rapes were just alleged.
Yeah, I saw people sharing that around. That's when I tweeted out that video from the testimony.
Yes.
Of the people who were at the thing. The horrifying testimony.
I know. It's like insane. And she also says that Israel broke the ceasefire, which is hilariously insane. Yeah, not true. And she just said so many things that were like, what? And Greyjoy either gives very little or no questioning and just kind of sits there and agrees with any of this stuff. And there's this interesting intuition that goes on here where everyone tries to like downplay the horrible things that's happening, you know, on this, that the side that they support is doing. So like the people that are very pro-Palestinian or even pro-Hamas are like trying to downplay all the horrible shit that happened on October 7th. And the same token, the people that are really pro-Israel are trying to downplay like a lot of the horrible shit that's going on right now in Israel. Instead of just being like, listen, Hamas did like horrible, brutal shit that was like completely fucking insane. Like insane shit that is completely barbaric.
Yeah, unjustified.
Right. And the same token, a lot of horrible shit, I don't think it's happening with the same intention that Hamas is going on. Like IDF soldiers are not running in there, you know, butchering people, raping people, you know, doing all the horrific shit that was going on October 7th, but they are dropping a shit ton of bombs, which are killing like a fuck ton of innocent people probably. And a lot of those people, children. And yes, there's horrible situations where a bunch of premature babies probably died because of neglect when they took over one of the hospitals.
Well,
you know, there's lots of like disgusting, horrible shit that's going on there. And like, okay, but we just have to be honest about it and say this horrible shit is going on. And we just need to like address all these things instead of trying to downplay one side and upplay the other side's like horribleness.
Exactly. There's also horrible settler violence going on with
in the West
people.
Bank,
yeah, because they're like, look, they saw October 7th happen, and they want a pound of flesh. They want to get even. But this is why this retributive justice for all eternity is just death to society. Yeah. So it has to end somewhere. But part of the problem is both sides they can't see the problems that are going on their own side. Like Brianna will never acknowledge that Hamas is a terrorist organization that should be annihilated. She'll never acknowledge that in a million years.
Yeah, well, there's this interesting intuition that everyone knows is accurate, where the reason that people do this, where they downplay the horrible things that like the side they support do, is because they understand that on an emotional level, people react to things illogically. Because like from a logical level, you could say, well, what Hamas did was like horrific, like as horrific as what Hamas did, that doesn't necessarily justify whatever. That doesn't justify Israel doing whatever it wants, obviously, right, in Gaza.
Of course.
Right. No matter how horrible it was, it doesn't justify Israel just saying, well, we're just going to exterminate, millions of people, right? Obviously. But people know that like emotionally, that's not how it works. Because for a lot of people, once you see like the horrific shit that does happen and your elephant kicks in, then you just do justify whatever. You justify whatever. Right. And so and it's the same thing in the reverse, where people say, okay, well, if you see all the, children that are died or all the innocent people that are died, that are Palestinian, then it the reverse happens. It justifies you doing whatever you want against Israel. And so since people understand this on an emotional level, this is why they try to downplay like the horror that's going on both sides.
Yeah. Sick.
It is.
Sick.
You have to listen. If you want free will, you have to rise above it all.
I don't like the settler violence. I think they should throw those people in jail. And I don't like the Hamas violence. I think they should kill every last one of them. Yeah.
Well, there was that insane situation where, part of Hamas breaking the ceasefire was that they committed a terrorist attack. They did a drive-by shooting on like random Israelis waiting at a bus stop. And an Israeli citizen who had a gun he saved them. He shot and killed the terrorist, or he stopped the terrorist. And some piece of shit, fucking disgusting, despicable human being who was Israeli, who was one of these like radical settler people, thought that he was one of the Palestinian terrorists and just shot him, even though he was the one that saved everyone. Even though he threw his gun down and put his hands up and said, "I'm an Israeli citizen." He just fucking executed him.
Yeah, that story is so sad.
It's disgusting. Yeah. So I hope that guy gets like the death penalty. I don't know if there's a death penalty in Israel. I hope that guy gets thrown away in jail for life for doing that, because that's insane.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, so tragic.
Listening to videos of a 12-year-old girl calling from inside a rubble, talking about, please save my family before you save me. I'm fine, get us out of here. While people stand around confused as to what to do, because again, they don't have fuel to run the machinery that could lift some of the heavy rocks off of people caught in the rubble. And people are asking, this is not some big ideological conversation for many Americans. I have ideological commitments, but I'm not naive enough to think that most people feel the same way that I do about the implausibility and frankly lack of ethics of a two-state solution as opposed to a one equal state solution. But they are responding, I think, very viscerally and honestly, just humanely, to saying we have to stop killing thousands and thousands and thousands of children and having a 20-to-1 ratio by Israel's own admission between actual Hamas targets killed and innocent civilians.
But the concern being expressed here is,
I don't know what the 20-to-1 ratio that she's talking about is. Recently
Hamas
the number
militants to
No, I know what the number.
Civilians.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know what she's saying, that Israel says that.
You don't know where it's coming from, though.
Yeah, I don't know where that's coming from, because I heard recently that there was a recent article that Israel was saying it was like, I think they thought it was like a 1-to-4 ratio, which, you could still say that that's not good, but different than 1-to-20.
Well, it's a whole hell of a lot better than 1-to-20.
Yeah.
The whole strategy of Hamas is to lose as many civilians as possible so that they can make the Israeli fighters look bad. Like they're killing a bunch of civilians indiscriminately. Well, you're hiding in the civilians. I mean.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's another thing too. Like, that seems stupid when they have these conversations. When people talk about this stuff, it's like, you can have a conversation about whether it's justified or not, but obviously the reason the civilian death toll is so high is because, as you said,
Hamas's tactics. Yeah,
Hamas's tactics are literally to hide in the civilian population and to hide their military infrastructure in the civilian population. So obviously that's going to lead to a high civilian death count.
Right.
In when you're trying to fight them. Duh. Okay.
They want that civilian death count to be even higher, because if it's 20-to-1, then they're only losing one guy for every 20 people that are getting killed.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it just looks horrible.
Is that social media algorithms and TikTok specifically is feeding them those images, but not feeding them the images of people being gunned down in their cars, civilians shot in the head, the music festival at all those places, which is why they're happy, which is why so many of them have taken the view that the actions on that day should be celebrated and were a good thing.
Yeah,
Based. Robby brings it back. He's like, listen, they're only showing them the Israeli bombing images.
Yeah.
See how this works?
Yes.
On See TikTok. How they're manufacturing consent here?
Yes. Which, by the way, you participated in, Brianna. On October 7th, you were like, this is Israel's fault. This is Israel's fault. Even on it's still like fucking happening. While it was still happening, you were still screeching on Twitter that this was Israel's fault. You couldn't even take a day to be like, yeah, this is horrific, and obviously I condemn this. You couldn't take one day.
It's so sick when people use people's deaths to achieve their political ends.
Yes. Or just they like lose all sense of humanity. Like, I can't imagine waking up on October 7th, looking at like what the fuck's going on and being like, oh, I have to spin this for my political narrative. Instead of just being like, what the fuck?
Ouch.
I think the issue is that Israeli civilians have not been killed since October 7th. And the reason that you don't see more and more footage of Israeli civilians being killed is because they haven't been killed, thank God, in more numbers since October 7th. What you are seeing is now going on 2 months of a relentless onslaught.
They could show the family members talking about how their families have been abducted and they don't know where they are or what they're doing to them.
Right. Or how to get them back.
That's still going on. Yeah. There's plenty of stuff they could talk about.
There was...
They could show people tearing down the hostage posters.
Right.
Which is what they are showing, which is disgusting.
It's, you know, when she had Abby Martin on her podcast, and Abby Martin lied and just made up this whole claim about Israel violating the ceasefire.
Right.
So when I looked, because I was curious, so I looked into it. It's actually because, you know, the American government came out and they speculated that, which I think is probably true, that part of the reason Hamas ended the ceasefire was because they didn't want to give up female hostages who had suffered sexual assault.
Right.
And Abby Martin and Brianna were like, this is all speculation. Where's the evidence for this? And part of the reason that this like idea came to fruition, which I didn't understand exactly, which makes sense though, is because when Hamas agreed to the original ceasefire, the original terms of the ceasefire was that Hamas would give up all of the children they had and all of the women that they had.
Okay.
Those were that was the terms of the ceasefire. Okay. And so after they spent a week giving up hostages, they said, okay, let's start talking about giving up all like the elderly men that we have. And Israel said, whoa. We know for a fact that you still have a bunch of women. Where are the rest of the women? And then Hamas said, listen, we're not going to talk about that. Let's talk about these elderly men. They're like, what the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? You agreed to give up all the women. Why are you suddenly trying to change the subject here? And that's why the ceasefire broke down.
This is horrendous.
Right, but that's why the ceasefire broke down.
These people are gaslighting themselves if they don't know why they want to keep those women.
You've
seen the missing posters. You've seen the missing posters.
It's
fucking
so
sick.
I know, it's so fucking obvious. What happened and what's going on here. But no, they want to be like, no, there's no evidence. What are you talking about?
Disgusting.
Of not just killing of over 15,000 overwhelmingly innocent women and children and innocent men in Gaza, but you're also seeing destruction of 80% of residential housing. You're seeing people having to trek up and down as they're told to evacuate every other day to a new location, with people having nowhere to stay. You're seeing 5 dead babies in a NICU unit that not only were left to die because the hospital was evacuated by the IDF, but were left to decompose in their cribs so that at some point wild animals started to eat at their bodies. You cannot suppress that kind of imagery, and the idea that that wouldn't be circulating in a viral way because it's so grotesque and core to our sense of humanity, and that banning TikTok would prevent people from having a very human response to that kind of imagery, I think that's kind of naive.
Okay. Well, I want to address that, and I'll address that in 1 second because something very important to say about that. But she says she's making this argument that like everything that happened was so horrible it couldn't be suppressed. This is just like the natural. Obviously, this is just natural. It's not propaganda. It's not TikTok messing with the algorithms. So we know this isn't true because Briahna herself is completely victimized by the algorithms that she follows. Because on her conversation with Abby Martin, they both said and seemed to agree that, and she even said this, she said like, oh, you know, according to the testimony of hostages, okay, you know, they treated the hostage, the Hamas treated the hostages very well. That's what Brianna Greyjoy said.
Right.
When she was talking to Abby Martin. Abby Martin obviously, you know, agreed with that. And you could only believe that if you've seen carefully cultivated propaganda, because there was basically one old woman who made some comment about this, that she was treated okay. And that's what they're all latching on to. Like this one person, one hostage that was released made this comment. But if you look at every other hostage report that I've seen, they don't say they were treated okay. They say that they were, you know, beaten. They said that they were threatened with death. They say that they were basically starved. They said some kids said that they were literally branded so that if they ran away, they could identify them. There were kids that said that they had to watch, you know, videos of them killing people on October 7th. the parents and family members of these kids talking about how these kids are like completely scarred for life, and they like don't even, some of them don't talk and they don't eat, and they're just like clinging to their parent, like they're just completely terrified by all this shit. Okay.
Yeah.
And so, and yet this is, and you can find this, you just like type into Google, you just be like, what did the, released hostages talk about? Right. And you see all these stories, and yet this is completely lost on Briahna here, because the algorithm of propaganda that is both her brain and her news feed does not feed her this information.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Or she's seen it and is ignoring it.
And is ignoring it. Right. Well, that's the algorithm in your brain that is trying to do everything it can to justify whatever you want to yourself.
Well, she's probably not ignoring it. She just has justified it. She said, look, they're in an open air prison. This is a concentration camp. Of course they're going to do
maybe, yeah,
terrible things. They were victimized by the Israelis and by life.
Right.
Therefore, there's no culpability for anything they do.
Right. Now, to go back to what she was saying about the horrible things that have been going on, and it is true, there are horrible things that are going on, including the thing with the premature babies. There were 5 premature babies that died because when Israel took over the hospital, like they just didn't do anything about them. So they just literally just died of neglect. And it's really horrible, even though there were other premature babies in different hospitals. And I think even in that hospital that were like taken care of, those were not taken care of for whatever reason. And they died. And it's really horrible and gross and tragic. And so pointing all that out is fine. And I agree, you should point all that out because it's important. My problem with Briahna is that like if she was pointing all this stuff out in a way that would actually promote some sort of like positive change for the Palestinian people in the world, I would say that what she's doing is consistent and makes sense, but she's not. I mean, this is the person who last video was saying, like, wouldn't denounce Hamas, wouldn't agree that Hamas should surrender, said Hamas should only surrender or will only surrender when the occupation ends, right? Is not advocating for nonviolent solutions to any of this shit, and is basically justifying Hamas and violence and terrorist actions against Israel. Okay. So she can kind of wrap herself in all like the tragedy porn that she wants, but if she's promoting a solution that's going to increase more death in the future, then I say you're an idiot.
Right.
Sure. I find it grotesque that so many of these people can't work up any sort of condemnation for the events of the initial terrorist attack, even as awful as what has continued to happen, and I wish it wouldn't continue to happen. But I think, that is the concern and the fear about young people.
It's a violation of international
you're condemning
law
it. That's great.
To kill innocent people, but
these people are not condemning it.
And if Israel had not had started killing infinitely more, exponentially more innocent people in the 7 weeks since October 7th, I think that we would all be in a space where we could really rightly focus on the tragedy of October 7th, and those images would be pervasive.
Okay. She just said that if it wasn't for what Israel's doing now, we could just focus on the tragedy of October 7th.
Right.
Remember how I read you the tweet that on October 7th, she was still saying, this is Israel's fault, Israel bad, Israel occupy?
Right.
So she's just bullshitting. What she's saying here is just complete bullshit. This is not true because she wasn't doing this on October 7th. There was no, before Israel started any of its military operations on October 7th, she was still ringing that Israel bad, this is Israel's fault bell.
Right. You had it coming.
Failing in the front of our mind.
But that's not.
But now we have,
and I'm
15,000 additional
your
deaths
position,
to focus
but
on.
They're not saying what happened on October 7th was bad, and then what has subsequently happened is worse than what is. They're saying what happened on October 7th was great.
They, though?
The Students for Justice in Palestine.
So this is interesting. So Robbie makes a good point. He's like, why can't they just say both these things are horrible? She says, who's the they? And he literally says, Students for Justice in Palestine. He gives the answer immediately, right?
These were the students that were going around and telling professors to let them take over their classrooms for like a 5-10 minute chant.
Yeah, these are the students who we showed. They had the flyer with the Hamas person on the paraglider.
Right.
And they wanted to have like the solidarity on October like 11th or whatever to, stand with Palestine for doing the horrible shit that they were doing.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
completely out to lunch here, these kids.
If we're talking about a specific poll and statistics here, Robbie.
Okay, the largest pro-Palestinian activist group on college campuses endorses the terrorist attack.
What was it? What did I just read on that stat? 56% of people in the 18 to 34 group have more sympathy for Palestine than Israel.
Well, but this is why this is so okay. She says, "Who's doing that?" He gives an answer. He's correct. She tries to ignore it and change the subject, even though it doesn't really work, because she's talking about 18 and 34-year-olds, and he's talking about a group that falls directly in that age range of college students.
Yeah, of course.
That's the number. So you can sit here and say they're radical pink-haired freaks. It's literally everybody's children. 18 to 34, those aren't even young people anymore. Those are middle managers at companies and people with children of their own who are expressing these kind of views. And at a certain point, Bill Maher can keep...
Okay.
Because they got TikTok, that's why.
Well, and also, like, what she's saying is retarded. Okay.
They're expressing those views because they learned them on TikTok.
Right. But it's 18 to 34, which is, I don't know if you know that, that's a very large gap of age, right?
Yeah,
Now, maybe I'm just wildly, basically speculating here, but I would wager that you would find a bigger concentration of the pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas people on the younger side of that number than the older side of the number. Just a speculation here. Okay.
Yeah, it's probably all around 21.
Yeah, the 18 to 21-year-olds, I'm sure, is where the big selection of like pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian people are. Because when you look at all the subsequent age groups, the older they get, the trend is the older the people are, the less likely they are to be supportive of Hamas or Palestine, because those are people who basically grew up in a time period where they remember, because they lived through them, like suicide bombs and, people and them attacking Israel and all these other things. This wasn't the first big attack that was perpetuated against Israel that they remember.
What is the percentage, do you know? For the 18 to 34?
It was what she said. It was like 56% or something. I looked at the poll.
56%. Look, I'd be willing to bet if they narrowed in to the 18 to 25 range, it'd probably be like 75%. And that's why they pulled all the way out to 34, because they're like, okay, we need a bunch of people who are not sympathetic to put into my sample, because I can't publish this poll that 75% of young people are against Israel.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Maybe. It was a Quinnipiac poll. It was 18 to 34. 52% say their sympathies lie more with the Palestinians.
Yes, look, you could change that, depending upon where the metrics are. Like if you have a bunch of 34-year-olds that are more sympathetic with Israel and you throw them into the sample, then you get it down to 54%.
Yeah.
If you take those 34-year-olds all out and you go more around the 20 mark, and it's like 90% of 18 to 22-year-olds are like that, people are going to lose their minds. They're going to be like, what? 90% of college students are anti-Semitic? Oh, that's horrendous.
Well, and it's interesting too, because like the next age range, 35 to 49, it drops to 23%. So the minority, substantially.
Yeah, see, I'm telling you.
Right.
There's a bunch of 30 to 34-year-olds who are sympathetic to Palestine that are like,
you mean Israel?
Or Israel, yeah.
Yeah.
Who are all just,
why am I lumped in this group?
That's 40% of them. That's how they got the number down to 50%. They're like, okay, 50% is problematic, but we can publish it. 90% we cannot publish.
Right.
Look, I would dig into those poll numbers if they're available.
Oh, well, they don't say I'm looking at the poll. It's a Quinnipiac poll. They don't say, they don't break it down, at least on what's publicly available. So
it would be interesting to look at the specific age range.
Yeah.
Like what is the percentage at each individual age? 22, 23, 24.
Right.
Yeah.
No, you're probably exactly
How many people were in the poll? Does it say?
And probably said, let's see.
Yeah. This is like 18 to 34. Why'd they pick those numbers?
I mean, that is a very big range.
Yeah.
Because usually it's like 18 to like 20 something.
Yeah.
It's 1,500 people.
1,500.
So that's a good
okay.
sample size. Yeah.
Not giant, but like out of 1,500, you might have 100 people that are 22. Because you've got
Well,
like
that's true. Yeah, there could be a small number of young people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know with 100 people if you're really narrowing in on what 22-year-olds think. But
That's a
I
good
would like
point.
to parse out the data. That might be why they made the age range so big too, is because they only had 1,500 people.
Yeah.
So
maybe.
this is a problem with polling. I don't know if I'd rest like a lot of. I wouldn't make major policy decisions based on this poll.
Well, yeah.
But if we
I
could
mean-
fire a couple Harvard presidents, you know,
then
based
then
on
we're in
this
favor
poll,
of it,
yeah, look,
Mhm.
do what you can. Anyway, so
Well, it's
we
actually
move
interesting
on?
because I was looking at the age range breakdowns. So it's 18 to 34, 35 to 49, 50 to 64, and then 65 above. So this is kind of weird because the 35 to 49 and the 50 to 64 are both gaps of 14 years. Okay.
Okay.
But the 18 to 34 one is a gap of 16 years.
Yeah, they threw 2 years in to get the number down. I'm
That's
telling you.
I don't know. It's interesting.
I'm telling you. Those 2 years should go into the other groups.
I mean,
but
yeah.
they're
Interesting.
but they're
Okay.
like,
anyway.
oh my God, it's 75%. What do we do? You don't think they think of that when they do these polls?
I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
I'm sure they do. Yeah.
They might have been paid to do the poll. Turn the poll in and the people were like, oh my God, can't you play with these numbers a bit? We're paying you for this garbage.
It's interesting. So one of the other questions I was asked was, do you think the United States is doing too much, too little, or the right amount to help Ukraine?
Mhm.
The 38% said overall, 38% said the right amount, 37% said too much, 20% said too little. And then
Okay.
and then by the age range, the majority of 18 34-year-olds, 38% said too much to help Ukraine, and 31% said right amount. That's kind of interesting breakdown too.
Yeah. I mean, I don't begrudge young people being against the war, Ukraine, Israel, all this stuff, just because they're probably worried they're going to have to go over there and fight.
I mean, there's like no likelihood of that happening, so I would begrudge them for that. But
It's easy for you because you're like, look, they're not
I'm
going to
saying
draft
the
me.
likelihood that America would send troops into Ukraine or Israel then that there'd be some kind of draft or something is just so tiny that I mean I don't know.
Yeah, but it doesn't even if
It's not
is
zero,
tiny.
but it's very tiny. You know, it wouldn't be
I
the
mean,
basis of my thinking on the subject. Anyway.
I think it would be the basis of your voting on it if you were like, if the policy came up, would you vote for
do you
troops
mean?
in Ukraine? I'm
Yeah,
just
but
thinking.
that's a
I'm like,
completely different situation. If the vote came up, then obviously it would be likely because we're literally voting on it, right?
well, not if it's just a poll, not if it's just an opinion poll.
Well, if you said should they do it, I'd say no. If you asked me how likely it would be, I'd be like very unlikely.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, America's not going to get into a hot war with Russia, so
Yes.
Keep doing his old man shouts at cloud routine from the front yard.
Talking about Bill Maher here.
Companies and people with children of their own who are expressing these kind of views. And at a certain point, Bill Maher can keep doing his old man shouts at cloud routine from the front yard, but you have to reckon with the idea that people have sincerely held views, not just me and not just Jessica, but people all around the country because of what they're seeing, yes, on social media, but not because it's being pushed or altered or doctored, but because it's a real life tragedy that's being recorded, validated, and observed by international observers who are also characterized categorizing it as an ongoing genocide and ethnic
And boosted by Chinese Communist Party.
cleansing.
You don't think there could be, theoretically, there couldn't be manipulation by China on TikTok for what we're seeing in terms of these images?
Just like we know that there's...
we know in the U.S. context there was manipulation for what we're seeing all the time.
I was going to say that there's an active manipulation done by the Israeli press arm to put out any number of fake stories that have since been disproven.
See, this is what it's like. It's so wildly dishonest. Like, listen, me and Adam, we might fight sometimes, but like, I could never be a co-host with someone like Brianna. I would lose my fucking shit in this my mind in this fucking conversation.
It'd be great content though. Like, you should lose your shit more often, man.
Because it's like we're trying to have some conversation. He asked like a very fair question. Like, well, I mean, she's seeming to deny the possibility. It's like, well, I mean, you're denying that China could, be responsible. She's like, yes, just like Israel's doing right now. It's like, oh my God, can we not? Whataboutism? Please, can you just answer the fucking question some honest way? Can we have an honest conversation about, TikTok and whether there's a threat from China there? No, but look, Israel's doing this. Like, oh my, really? Israel? I don't know about this. I didn't know Israel controlled the social media platform and was controlling the algorithm in America. I'm unaware of Israel doing this action, but okay.
Yeah. Israeli talk. You don't know the app? Where they signal boost all the Israeli propaganda?
I didn't know about that app. Yeah. There was actually, where is it? Oh, there's an article that's kind of interesting. This is from Fox News, I think, had the scoop here. It says, Jewish employees at TikTok share details of hostile anti-Semitic work environment. And there's a bunch of...
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
There's a bunch of Jewish TikTok employees that talk about how on TikTok, okay, they say that like there's an internal, if you like all these companies, they have these internal chat programs, and all those chat programs are broken into like smaller groups. And they said that there's like a Palestinian group, and they say on it in TikTok, they say like the wildest, craziest shit. They said a lot of the moderators are like pro Hamas and like pro October 7th, and that they're just like allowing like the most despicable shit to continue, that the moderators are intentionally allowing the most despicable shit on TikTok because they're all like horribly biased in favor of, Hamas and Palestinian causes.
Wow.
We saw there's that call of Benjamin Netanyahu to Joe Biden that is on camera, on tape, where he promulgates a number of lies about the nature of the carnage on October 7th that have since been disproven. We've talked about the various...
Robbie's like, just answer the fucking question. Just answer the question.
I know.
I asked you a question.
He actually, I don't know if it's in this video or the next one, he gets her pretty good on something, and she immediately does like a dishonest pivot.
Oh yeah.
Israeli social media accounts that have targeted American Palestinians like Gigi.
There have been exaggerated claims on both sides of this conflict, for sure.
We've seen the mainstream media pick up and run with claims of a command center underneath Al-Shifa Hospital, which was abandoned, and now they've moved on to other claims that they can try to substantiate, but what ends up happening...
Abandoned? What's she talking about? They walked all over that command center.
No, you see, they abandoned it once Israel said they were going to take over the hospital.
Oh, the Hamas abandoned it.
Yeah, I don't know what he's
Look,
talking about.
they published video walking all over the place. They had they had hostages down there.
I know.
What's this ridiculousness? Acting like that's a psyop.
As the claim goes around the world twice before the truth is refuted, and now there's still people walking around to this day, as we know.
See, look, she's acting like we didn't all watch the videos of the Israeli military walking around the tunnels underneath the hospital.
Yeah.
Has she not seen those? I mean, there's a 40-minute video of them walking all through the...
Israel built those tunnels in 1980.
What the hell is she talking about?
I don't know what she's talking about.
Look, she's literally saying, oh, the truth that this was just all fiction. Nobody believes, everyone believes Israel. Yeah, because we saw a 40-minute video of a dude walking around.
I know. I mean, she's still operating on the whole, well, I guess we'll never know whether Israel or that other Palestinian organization is the one that that blew up that parking lot. So this is the levels of cope that she's kind of existing under.
You saw the video, right? The dude
I saw the video, yeah.
goes down the stairwell into the tunnel.
Yes.
And walks around for like 40 minutes, and then
There's
they
all
go
these
out.
rooms, and there's a big ass tunnel, and it's connected to the tower in the hospital. And we saw videos of people, of them dragging, hostages into the hospital. They found equipment from the people in the hospital, and they found vehicles of the people outside the hospital. Yeah, no, I saw the video.
They go outside to a couple blocks away where there's a little Palestinian school set up, and they find another stairwell that goes right down into the connecting tunnel.
Yep.
Israel built that? Come on now.
No, who repeatedly put forward this idea that there were 40 beheaded babies. And again, so yes, of course, there's media.
They love going back to the beheaded babies thing. That's like their one note that they love to hit over and over again.
Actually, it's interesting. I saw, because I looked into that. I was curious as to how that all started, the beheaded babies thing.
Right.
And it's like total fake news in terms of like the rebuttal of it. Because basically what happened was there was someone from Israel said that there was 40 babies that were killed and some of them were beheaded.
It's just a communication error.
Right. And then somehow that gets kind of warped into 40 babies beheaded, which isn't what they originally said. And so then it kind of takes off from there. And then there's like this weird thing where now they're claiming only one baby died, which isn't like not remotely true. I don't even know how they derived that information, but
so sad.
Or saying that there's no evidence that no babies were beheaded, which again, that's not true, because the people that collect the bodies said that they found beheaded babies. I don't know. They don't know if they were beheaded, when they were alive or not, but who cares? It's disgusting either way.
Yeah.
Manipulation, but I'm not going to.
I keep seeing images on my social media feed of bodies of victims and then you check the community note, and it's not even an image from this conflict. It's from an earthquake in Syria or something from years ago.
Yeah, I did see that one Israeli spokesperson using a rape from another crisis to justify. So that, of course, does happen.
Okay, and I've seen the pro.
We're both wanting to pause that just because he's like, yeah, there's this community note about lying Palestinians, and she's like, yeah, I saw that with the Israelis.
I know. She cannot remove herself from the political framing. Everything has to be, I have to promote my narrative. I have to promote the narrative. I have to promote the narrative. She can't have like a conversation with Robbie about this topic in any real capacity.
Yeah, just like a conversation about TikTok and propaganda.
Yes. She's contributing to the propaganda.
Minds. Oh, yes. I know she is. Oh, look, it's not Palestine's fault.
This is what, and we've been caught in situations like this, and we need to like really make a mental note. If we're ever in the situation, we got to just like
disengage.
We have
Kick
to disengage
them from the stream.
We have to disengage and be like, "Fuck you." Okay. And this is part of what was really frustrating about Destiny conversation and other conversations we had, because I'm kind of sick of being in Robbie's situation where you're the person who's trying to be reasonable, and you're talking about like how this fucked up shit that's going around on both sides, which is like almost always fucking true, and you're trying to be reasonable about it, and one side is trying to fucking gaslight you into being like, no, it's all the other side that's doing all the bad stuff. And that was what was so insane and despicable about the Ethan Hasan conversation, was that's exactly what was going on. Ethan is like so pro-Palestinian in everything he's saying, and still nothing is good enough unless you submit and bend over 100% and let them walk all over you and beat the crap out of you. It's not enough. It's never enough. Yeah,
it's just games. Total manipulation. Right now, Robbie's in a hostage video here. He's being held hostage by Hamas, by Hamas's proxy.
People, some of whom you've cited on the show, with those images that referring to them as Palestinian deaths from Israel that are not happening
let's
here.
Just be clear, Robbie. Do you think that 15,000 people haven't died in Gaza?
I think 15,000 people have died.
So what is the contention here? That they're
no, you're saying you're making it seem, you're characterizing it as if the only inaccuracies are coming from one side of this conflict, which is not true.
I'm not saying that the only inaccuracies.
The way you talk about this gives the impression that that's what you're saying.
So see, but this is I'm glad he pointed this out, because it's like, okay, because that's exactly what she's doing. And the fact that she even asked him that question is like weird. Do you even think 15,000 people died? Like, what's that to do with anything? Like, this is all debate tactics. I hate to say it. Like, her whole persona in this conversation with this person is supposed to be her friend and co-host. She's like debate tacticking the fuck out of him. It's wild.
Not friends.
I mean,
co-host.
Yeah, sure.
They're like bitter enemies at this point. Robbie's so frustrated in the last video I sent you. It's so juicy.
He should be. This is insane. She's gaslighting the fuck out of him. It's wild.
This. The only
and then I say there are also inaccuracies on the other side, and then you start saying, so you don't think 15,000 people died?
Because they're not equivalent. They're the scale and they're not equivalent because
that's what we're discussing, is the scale of it being altered by social media.
No, because at the end of the day, no one's quibbling with the fact that approximately 1,000 Israelis were killed on October 7th. There can only be that quantity of imagery from those 1,000 people, and Haaretz and other Israeli papers have drilled down on that information, have done the hard work of reporting the exact scale and scope of that tragedy, and have found that despite there being claims repeated by the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Israel that 40...
She leaves out so much of the context. It's so ridiculous. It's like they castrated people at the music festival. Okay.
Yeah.
The scale, like it's not just a numbers game of the number of bodies, right?
Right.
Like dropping a bomb on people that you don't want to hurt, right? But you're going after enemy combatants that are embedding themselves with the population. Like, you would like to not kill those civilians if you can avoid it, but tactically you're forced to. And people coming in and having sex with people and then killing them and castrating people.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about a completely different situation. Do you disagree?
I mean, no, you're completely correct.
The scale of the atrocities is important here. It is. And Briahna, that just seems to be completely going over Brianna's head. Of course, she doesn't want to dive into the scale of those atrocities because, she wants it to be a numbers game because she knows that favors her side. Right. She doesn't want to talk about the terrible things that Hamas did and the terrible things that they said, look, we do it again. We fucking hate you.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
No, this is just such bullshit. Such bullshit.
Yep.
You think the IDF is going in and castrating people? Sitch?
No.
You think the IDF is going in and raping Palestinian women?
No.
And then murdering them in front of their friends?
Nope.
Babies were beheaded. That tragically, indeed, but one baby was killed.
That's not what that article said. You're wrong about that. That was corrected in USA Today. They said that Twitter accounts citing that Haaretz said, they tweeted, people making this claim based on this article are inaccurate. Robbie. Jackson Hinkle, that's what he got in trouble for.
I don't know anything about Jackson Hinkle or any of that. All I
Yeah, because your social media feed is curated. Because your TikTok feed is curated. That's why you know nothing about that.
See, but this is all the debate tactics. Okay, so what she's saying, basically what happened was there was a Haaretz article that I read where they talked about like a lot of the horrible shit that happened on October 7th, and they talked about a lot of the miscommunications about it that led to some of the rumors being spread. And they talked about this is where I got the information about how the thing about the 40 beheaded babies came from. But in the article, the reason this misinformation spread was because the article was originally printed, obviously, in Hebrew, and it took like a day or so for it to be translated into English. And when it was printed in Hebrew, some bad actor piece of shit quote tweeted it, and they claimed it said that everything was false and that there was only one dead baby and blah, 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 blah. Okay. They made all these like fake false claims about the article. I guess Jackson Hinkle, because he's doing his communist grift thing, repeated this. And this is obviously where Brianna's, getting her information from this side of Twitter. And then the article was translated to English, and you read it, and that's not what the article said. It explains how the 40 beheaded babies thing kind of came to being, but it did say that there was still like a lot of babies that died and were killed and, were burned, their bodies burned, and that they were killed. And it even talks about how there are a lot of people that were burned alive, and they know that they were burned alive because they found soot and particles inside their lungs, which meant that they were breathing when the fire was going on. Right. And the article goes through and talks about all this horrible shit that was going on. And yet she repeats the lie here. Oh, they said only one baby died. Not true. Okay. And Robby calls her out. And he says, look, USA Today came out and they said that was BS. And then Haaretz himself said that was BS. And she's like, I don't know anything about Jackson.
Right.
Like, it's so dishonest. She's so controlled by her elephant. She has no free will regarding this conversation at all.
USA Today debunked the idea, and Haaretz put out a tweet saying people are mischaracterizing this article.
No, the article, there are a number of children who died tragically on October 7th.
Yes,
but in terms
and
of
some
infants,
of them are missing their heads.
Look, she's so pissed.
I know. I know.
Robby, why won't you take the propaganda? Look, I'm spoon feeding you this propaganda, Robby. Why won't you just accept it?
I know.
All right. I think what is particularly gruesome is that, as we've spoken in this conversation, who knows how many more Palestinians have died. But
oh my God. Sitch, make it stop. Make it stop. Oh,
you like that?
She did a Hasan. This is exactly what Hasan did.
Yes. She did. She pulled a Hasan. Oh, she's like, okay, she got fact checked. She lost the point of the conversation. Oh, pivot. Well, I can't even believe we're having this conversation because right now Palestinian kids are dying. How dare we even have this conversation I brought up?
She got this from the Hasan Piers Morgan conversation.
Oh my God.
Piers Morgan did the exact same thing with Hasan as Hasan pivoted to, I can't believe we're having this conversation, Piers. You know how many Palestinians have died since you figured out I was lying to you, Piers?
Yes. Piers is like, Hasan, you said a bunch of crazy shit about me. Let's talk about why you're wrong. And then when he was shown to be wrong, he's like, I can't believe we're having this conversation, Piers. There's people dying right now. You're like, what the fuck? Oh my God, get out of here. You're literally using people's deaths as a shield because you're embarrassed that you were wrong about something and lost an argument.
It's so sick.
I know.
It's so disgusting.
It's hilariously dark in a really fucked up way.
So many people would rather other people die than them be wrong.
Yeah, I know. It's just like, it's insane. And well, the thing that's crazy and the fucked up thing about it is that this is all an instantaneous, non-free willed reaction. Like this is like when Haidt was talking about when he was writing The Righteous Mind, and his wife started yelling at him about, was it taking care of the dog or taking out the trash or something?
The dog was what he used for the excuse. It was about him leaving his dishes out on the sink.
Right. Yeah, it was about him not doing some chore he was supposed to do, and his automatic reaction was to lie about it.
Yep.
And he didn't even. Then he was like, "Wait a minute, what the fuck am I talking about?"
He's like, "I'm lying to my wife. Why am I doing that?
What's happening?
I would never do that."
Right. And so this is like this is like the instant reaction of like Brown and Greyjoy. She has no free will. Her instant reaction is to like, I don't want to lose the argument, so let me use like dead children as a shield to change the subject.
So bad.
It's just
now
so
I want to
up.
see what was in that cut.
I know.
they have died. And it seems like there is no amount of acknowledgement of the tragedy of October 7th that can get some people to recognize that we might be sincerely invested in doing anything possible to stop child death, child death, child death.
Okay, I just want to remind everyone, before she did a Pete from Kingdom Hearts 2 and said, how about a change, and changed the subject like wildly. The topic here, and you can read it in the Chiron on the bottom, says American youth is being indoctrinated amid Israel-Palestine Bill Maher. Okay.
Right.
So the conversation was about this
about
Bill Maher
TikTok.
clip.
Yeah.
Yes, and it was about TikTok, and it was about whether kids are being indoctrinated. And now she's changed the subject to, well, we're not even allowed to talk about that because people are dying right now in Palestine.
Right. Yeah, and she's saying, look, I can't get any concessions out of Robby here. Robby won't even acknowledge that all these Palestinian kids are dying, which is a lie. He said 1,000,000 times. He's like, listen, I can say Hamas is doing bad things and the bombing of civilians are bad things. Like, these two things can be true.
Yeah.
She's basically just projecting onto him because she doesn't want to acknowledge anything Hamas has done.
Right. Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says, I am tempted to crowdfund sending Brianna JoyGrey on a one-way trip to Palestine, but I think the Palestinians have suffered enough.
Oh, yeah.
That's awful. Phil that remains. Hey, Phil. Thank you so much, Phil. Phil, for
Yeah,
$20.
what's up, Phil?
Says, Brianna lives in the logic of Herbert Marcuse's repressive tolerance.
Yes,
Very
she
true.
does.
Very
That's
true.
exactly right. And
Yeah.
Herbert Marcuse's repressive tolerances, we can't tolerate conservatives, basically.
Right.
Yes, we can't tolerate our oppressors.
Yeah.
So then they strive to make everyone an oppressor so that they don't have to tolerate them.
Yep. This is
Yeah.
like, why they were all, is what's so funny about the whole thing with the college campuses, because it's like, we sat through 7 years of words are violence, microaggressions are violence, having hairstyles is violence. If you're white and you open a Mexican food restaurant or a Chinese food restaurant, then you're violent, like you're stealing from us. Like, all these things are horrible violence, right? But then literally calling for like Israelis to be removed or exterminated. Well, that's not violence. What do you mean?
Yeah. Look, that's
What the
free
fuck?
speech.
Right. Suddenly that's free speech. Like, what the hell's happening here?
Happening as we speak in Gaza with 200-pound American bombs that we are sending to a country who gets more national security welfare money from the United States of America than any other country in the world, despite being one of the wealthiest countries in the world with the highest standard of living. That's the issue.
So we need to remember this. Okay. Next time we're in an argument with someone and we think we're going to lose, we need to pivot and then morally grandstand.
Right. Yeah.
Classic technique.
I don't think they're 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs. I think she's talking about. So they're not 200 pounds. Like, she's
So
got
2,000 pounds. Jeez.
Yeah, she's got so much wrong in that little diatribe because obviously she's knocked off her game here. She's the elephant is rampaging right now, so she's trying to get it back together.
You're right. There you go. U.S. sends Israel 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs. Look at that.
See,
A 1-ton bomb. They're dropping elephants over there.
Look, I'm totally chill here. Look, I remember the story. She's losing her mind here.
Right.
Interest in.
She also, I want to point out that she called foreign aid welfare.
Oh, you know what?
Welfare.
As a leftist, that's
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Yeah, she's basically saying that Israel's a bunch of welfare queens,
There you go.
right?
Yep.
Diminishing the horror of October 7th for the innocent people who were attacked in a contradiction of a violation of international law.
Bullshit, bitch. Not buying it.
Yeah.
You're not buying it, right?
I don't. That
She's not trying to downplay the atrocities on October 7th.
I mean, she was on October 7th, the day that it happened. So I don't know.
Well, look, she might
know.
have not known the extent of the atrocities on
She
that
never.
day,
I mean,
so,
I've never. Now, maybe she said it in one of the million videos that I've never seen.
right.
But the videos I've seen and on her tweets, I never saw her make any sort of correction.
Look, right in this conversation, I think she's trying to downplay the atrocities. How's she not?
Right. Well, she is. She's saying,
But
like,
I'm not going to, as a genocide is unfolding, continue to focus disproportionately on those lives when there's an opportunity and a news value in covering the ongoing carnage. That's the issue. And that's what's happening on Twitter and TikTok and every other website is.
Look, I saw the sign. It said by any means necessary. Why she complain about the genocide going on?
because she wants to distract from the fact that she was wrong about a
Look,
fact.
they picked the rules.
Right.
They picked the rules. They're the ones that said by any means necessary.
Are you saying that they got Rick Astley?
They fucking look. You can't come
They know
out there
the
and
rules, and so
they
do
can't.
I.
You can't come out here and say, "Look, by any rule, by any means necessary," and then go, "Oh, war crimes! Ah,
Yeah.
ah! How dare you!"
Right.
What the
Right.
fuck? I'm telling you, these people just it drives me crazy. It drives me crazy.
Yep.
It's like you're the one that was an insufferable fucking maniac, and then you're wondering why you got fired from your job. Piece of shit.
New images, new images, new images of an unfolding horror. And that is not at all a detraction from the innocent lives that were lost on October 7th. It just isn't. What is a detraction from the contemporary lives that are being lost is having to both sides 50-50 every conversation about the loss of life. Because it is not 50-50, and it hasn't been 50-50 since about one day after October 7th.
There was celebration of it. You're right. There wasn't both siding of it. There was endorsement of it, and that's what I find so appalling about the state of the activist left on college campuses.
Thank you, Robbie. Thank you,
Thank you.
Brianna. People are refusing to both sides any of this stuff.
Right.
Not both sides, and you're celebrating. You're dancing on people's graves.
There was a video I saw. Oh my God, where was it? I think I bookmarked it or liked it or something. There's a crazy video on a college campus, like the day before yesterday,
Mhm.
where there was like a student group meeting. It was at Columbia. There was a student group meeting where they were all talking about how based and awesome October 7th was.
When was this?
Recently,
Because they got no excuse now.
December 6th.
That's insane.
It says the event was titled "Significance of the October 7th Palestinian Counter-Offensive,"
Mm-hmm.
and it has a picture of a dove flying over chains being broken by a gun.
Wow.
And and someone snuck a camera in there, and all the people, there's a bunch of people hiding their faces. It's so funny. Whenever they talk, they have like people with umbrellas like stand there so you can't film them and stuff. And they're all talking about.
They're very proud of what they're doing, right?
Yeah, right. And they're all talking about how like based and awesome it is that October 7th happened. It's just disgusting.
This isn't a conversation about.
What was a conversation about what young people think on this issue?
Young people. I hate to break it to you, but most 34-year-olds are not in college.
Yeah, those people need to be taken out of that poll.
Oh
I
my
already
God.
explained why, right? Look, and now she's leaning on the 34-year-olds who
Right.
actually got the number down to 54%. She's
Right.
blaming them. She's like, all these 34-year-olds who are in favor of Palestine.
I know.
Look, I'm telling you, that poll is nonsense. That poll is so jerry-rigged.
Mm-hmm.
The most active group on this issue takes that position. Black Lives Matter took this
most
position.
active group?
The Democratic Socialists took this
you
position.
think the people who
politically active young people endorse Hamas.
Do you think the people who are leading Jewish Voice for Peace are 18-year-olds on college campuses?
I called out specific groups.
Do you think
and
that
I said
the
what
people who organized Not in Our Name and JVP doing these enormous events in Grand Central Station were college kids?
Listen, I don't know if you know this, Adam, but PSA Sitch, can never, ever, ever be racist or accused of racism. And you want to know why?
Why is that?
I have a black friend. I'm sorry. I have several black friends.
Really?
I don't know if you know that. My doctor is a black man. Okay.
This is not a good argument, Sitch.
Right. So therefore, I can never be racist. Okay. Because I have friends that are black who, by the way, some of my friends who are black don't like woke stuff either. So therefore, vis-a-vis, ergo ad procto ad hominem, etc., touche, that means that I can never be racist.
Not a good argument, sister. I really
That's the
wouldn't,
argument that Brianna's levying right now. She's like, because
which is ironic because
I
that's
know,
the
it's
argument they're
hilarious.
always saying is a terrible argument.
Yes, except when they have to lean on it, because Robbie's like, listen, here's all these groups that are like big groups, very pro Hamas, and she's like, yes, but did you know that there's also Jewish groups that have Jewish people in them that are against what Israel's doing right now?
Oh,
Like, oh, so like, what's that to do with the conversation?
this is the same thing Hasan tried to do. I'm going to
Yes.
call my Jewish friend up right now
Yes,
and tell him
Regis.
he's.
I like to phone a friend. Do I have a Jew on the list here?
I'm going to have him tell you how much he loves Hamas. Oh, that's so evil.
Well, look, I've talked to those groups. I've interviewed them on my show. I've talked to them about their strategy. I've talked to them about their beliefs and their faith and what leads them to want to do this kind of activism. And I implore everyone else to do the same and listen to them from their horse's mouth. Because right now, as we talk also, our own Congress is trying to say that their Jewish activism is anti-Semitism because anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. That's the most recent resolution they're trying to pass.
Has Brianna ever talked to Palestinians that are like anti-Hamas or anti the Palestinian perspective of this, that are pro-Israeli?
Yeah,
talk to those people.
Look, she should.
Does that negate the argument? Because there's Palestinians that agree on more of Israel's position on this stuff.
She should reach out to Mossab Youssef and have him on. She had Finkelstein on.
Yeah,
She
there you go.
challenged Finkelstein a bit, but
Not really.
yeah, it was. I couldn't listen after a while.
Well, this was crazy. She's challenging Robby like way more than she's ever challenged Finkelstein or Abby Martin. We're saying crazy shit.
Oh,
on
of
the show.
course, yeah.
Right.
But she loves that crazy shit. That crazy
course.
shit just energizes her. That's her pleasure.
Right. And it's too bad too, because like I agree with this concept that you should not necessarily conflate anti-Semitism and being against Israel, because they're not necessarily the same thing. I think there are people that are against Israel that are not anti-Semitic. Now there's a big overlap. Don't get me wrong. There definitely is a big overlap there. Okay, but not necessarily. And I don't think it's fair to say to try to do some sort of legislation or try to do some sort of thing where you're like, well, we're just going to define it that you can't be against Israel without being anti-Jewish. I don't think that's justified.
No, not fair.
Right. But it doesn't help when a lot of the people are on like Brianna's side who are doing all of this nonsense, debate tactics, denying fucked up shit that definitely happened stuff.
Right.
And they're trying to people like Josh Hawley are trying to ban TikTok, and they're trying to they've banned SJP from these Florida schools. Ron DeSantis did that, and there's an authoritarian pogrom against people who have different kinds of beliefs across the world. So
so Josh Hawley is trying to ban TikTok, okay, and DeSantis banned this Palestinian group from college campuses because the national branch of it was advocating for Hamas. And she calls this a global pogrom. Okay. A pogrom is a
what's a pogrom? Spell it out for us.
Is when there's a massacre of a specific ethnic group of people. And particularly
a Jewish pogrom.
Yeah.
Could be thought of as massacring Jewish people or Jewish people massacring someone else. I don't know what the Jewish modifier is saying.
So the word comes from in the late 1800s and the early 1900s in Russia, when there were a lot of anti-Semitism in Russia that drove out a lot of Jews. And they're trying to kill a lot of Jews. This is why I'm American. In the early 1900s, my great grandparents fled from Russia to come to the great country of America because people were hating on the Jews. They didn't want to get pogromed.
Look at this.
Okay, this is why your boy Sitch is here.
This is complicated for me. Am I supposed to be in favor of the pogrom because it sends you into my arms, or against the pogrom because it's so anti-Jewish?
There you go. It's a very complicated issue. That's true. That's true. But it's wild that she's like conflating this with like, well, DeSantis banned this Palestinian student organization that's national charter was in favor of fucking Hamas. So it's like a pogrom. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
If your focus is that somebody somewhere in the wake of October 7th said something that you think unfairly and wrongly endorses the murder of civilians, you have that right. But I'm sorry, I cannot stay in that space while so much else is going on. I just cannot.
We can't. I don't want to just call out, but I do. I feel like I do call out statements that are made by Israeli officials that I don't support. I don't support a lot of what they're doing. I don't support giving them money regardless. But
look, he's like, I'm not for sending money to anyone. What are you talking about? But it's look, he's totally backpedaling when I just don't. The whole first half of this conversation, he's basically saying, look, everyone's got dirty hands here. He's not simping for Israel in any way, shape, or form.
No.
Yeah.
He's not simping for the Palestinians. That's the problem.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah.
We have to also acknowledge mischaracterizations that occur. I see them on my feed all the time. The mischaracterizations from the pro-Palestinian
I'll be honest
side.
with you about this.
Okay. Are you ready for like this? If I was part of this would be like a show ender. This would be like me ending the show.
Really?
Yeah. If I was Robby.
What?
Listen, if I was Robby here, I'd be real tempted to use the C word. Okay. Like what she's about to do is so horribly dishonest, and like you should never treat your co-host and or friend if they're friends like this. This is wild what you're about to say. Okay.
You're talking about see you next Tuesday?
Yes. Like this would be like me. I'd have to actively, like if I was in this conversation, my elephant would go fucking insane. My elephant would have snorted a line of coke, okay,
and trampled her,
and been I'd have like literally all ounce of my will would have to be used to like prevent my elephant from trampling her, like, and I had to be like real. I don't know if I could hold that back. But I just want you to. This is wild. What's about to happen?
Look, I just say that collectivism and individualism is a binary, and you go crazy. I can't imagine what happened here. What did Robbie do?
You'll see.
We have to also acknowledge mischaracterizations that occur. I see them on my feed all the time. The mischaracterizations from the pro-Palestinian side.
I'll be honest with you about this, Robbie. The reason why it kind of like, if I'm really honest, it rings hollow if it only tends to come up. Your articulated frustration, I'm not talking about what's in your heart and soul, but your articulated frustration with these things tends to come up as a response to me bringing up that there's been some miscarriage of media or censorship or something like that. And if I only speak out against a mass murder, an ethnic cleansing, these kinds of tragedies, when someone else puts it in front of my face and it's like, well, it feels empty. I don't know. It feels like, is this something that you're really focused on, motivated by prioritizing? Because I know that you'll on your own bring up something that happened on a college campus. On your own, you obviously have an urge to want to talk about how offensive that is to your sensibility. And the impression is that one cannot help but take away the impression that your sensibility is more affected by the idea of an 18-year-old on a college campus saying, I think Hamas are freedom fighters, than the images of 15,000 people and the confirmed reporting from international organizations and the death tolls of 15,000 people, the overwhelming majority of whom are innocent, having their lives lost with the complicity of our government.
I don't think it.
Okay.
Wow.
So
that's some serious shit.
Right. So if he didn't really track what just happened, basically what happened was Brianna's losing an argument. And Robbie just said, from my experience, we have to call out dishonesty, when we see it. You have to call the balls and strikes wherever we see it. And I'm seeing it on both sides. And you're like pushing back on that. And her response is to say that he's a fucking liar who doesn't actually care about any of this shit because he only talks about it when she brings it up. Otherwise, all he would do is complain about kids on college campuses.
Right.
Okay? Which you should never, like, if Robbie's your friend and he's your co-host, to on air live question his integrity and honesty like that is just,
oh yeah, it's low. It's super low.
Really crazy.
Yeah, not only that, like she basically says, look, you care more about the free speech of some college dude bro than the death of 15,000 Palestinians.
Right.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yep.
That's just insane.
It is.
That's insane. Robbie's like this whole conversation been saying, look, I care about the civilian casualties. He's not been callous in any way about the Palestinian people.
No.
This is a complete mischaracterization of his position. And just because she's losing a argument.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like
this bullshit.
I'm impressed that Robbie was able to not fly off the handle. I would probably fly off the handle at this. I'd be like, are you fucking for real?
Yeah. Look, this is insane.
Yeah. Yep. And the thing is, it's also the framing of it, of like you care more about, free speech on campuses versus people dying in Palestine or Israel. That's it's like wildly dishonest, because like,
well, it's off topic for the debate.
No one is going to say that, like, listen, I think 1,000 Palestinians should die so that, like, that's less important to me than like it's like, no one's going to make the argument. They're going to say it's less morally important, right? Like that 1,000 Palestinians, innocent Palestinians, should be killed. Like, that's less morally important than, one person getting canceled on college campus because they were supporting Israel, or because they wore blackface, or I don't know, whatever the fuck, whatever example you want to use, right? Like, obviously being canceled on a college campus is a less bad thing to occur to you as an individual than dying. Okay. Yeah. Let alone thousands of people dying, obviously. Right. But the reason this is so wildly dishonest in its framing is that, I don't know if you know this, but we live in America. Okay. Mm-hmm. Robbie and Brianna live in America, and they're an American show that talks about American politics. And so it makes sense that your focus is going to be on American things, and you're going to talk about things happening in America. And it does make sense that as an American, or from whatever country you're from, that you're going to care more about the political things that affect you directly or more directly than some horrible thing that's happening somewhere else in the world. That's just normal human behavior. Okay. You're not saying that it's more important. You're not saying that it's not important that people are dying somewhere in the other side of the world. It just makes sense why your focus is going to be on the things that are affecting you personally. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you can care about both, obviously, but as the Chiron says, the conversation, this is why it's such a sleazy debate tactic, because this isn't a conversation about which is more important. This is a conversation about American youth being indoctrinated by nefarious means through a foreign powers app. Okay.
Yes. Right.
And she's totally dragged this whole, we have to talk about Palestine and the plight of the Palestinian people into this debate.
Right. Right.
Which I would argue is just completely bad faith. Robbie's sitting here trying to stay on the topic.
Right.
And she's basically saying, no, you have to talk about this because this is more morally important.
Right. When in reality, it's because this is where she thinks she can win the argument.
Yeah.
Whether she knows that she probably doesn't even realize that's why she's doing it, but that's why she's doing that.
Oh, I think it's exactly why she's doing it.
Firm reporting from international organizations and the death tolls of 15,000 people, the overwhelming majority of whom are innocent, having their lives lost with the complicity of our government.
I don't think it would be fair for anyone to take away from what I have to say that there's like a lack of sympathy for the deaths of the Palestinians, given how many times do I have to say that I don't want to fund what they're doing, I wish they would not do what they're doing. I don't think there's any hope for this situation to stop, given that Israel has total support for doing this. Their government wants to do it, and Hamas wants a fight and has no intention of surrendering or ending this conflict. And the people of Palestine, to the extent they have any political will, essentially support violence against Israel. So there's going to be this battle, and it's going to happen, and it's terrible to watch, and I wish it wouldn't. I wish they would accept some kind of Western liberal democracy, multi-state, whatever solution. I hope everyone can get their own state. I'm for individual freedom and not being trod over or oppressed. That's just totally naive, given what the two sides in the conflict actually want.
Yeah, well, there's an absence of, even if you think that something is unlikely or even futile because of the state of the world and public opinion in various parts of the world. I'm just explaining to you what I think the observation is.
I always like that she puts on this like saccharine voice as she's like sliding the knife into your side.
I'm just telling you how. Look, I'm just telling you how you're perceived. Okay.
Yeah. You know what? I'm so glad you said that. This is exactly like when Hasan would not defend Ethan to his chat.
Oh, exactly. It is,
like,
yeah.
Like the chat was like calling Ethan a Nazi, and he's like, "What the fuck? Why is your chat calling me a Nazi?" And he's like, "Ethan, you said this. Of course they're going to call you a Nazi. This is your fault. What the hell?"
Sitch and I have done this thing since the inception of the show. Like I'll hear Sitch say something that I know can be taken out of context or misconstrued or misunderstood. And I'll ask him follow-up questions to make sure everyone knows what he means. And Sitch kind of does the same thing for me. That's not what's going on here. Briahna is basically mischaracterizing everything Robby is saying and then articulating those mischaracterizations. And Robbie's going, why do you keep doing this?
Right.
What's going on here?
Yes.
It's sick.
Yeah.
Statements of what you think would be morally correct is what's missing.
Okay, I think it'd be morally correct for...
But wait a minute, I got to say that I do sometimes think that the libertarian perspective, which focuses so specifically on what is getting funded, does a really neat run around ever having to take a position on what kind of justice requires. And when we're talking about an international law framework, it's not just about, well, America's not funding it anymore, so who cares? We're members of an international community. Whether or not you think those organizations do a good job or not, the International Court of Justice, the UN, whatever it is, have a responsibility to make those kind of determinations about the ethics and morals of the world we want to live in, not just should everybody stop funding something. And I do think that's part of why there's this dissonance.
Well, it's very easy to affirm that ideally, what should happen is the Israelis should stop bothering the Palestinians, and the Palestinians should stop bothering the Israelis. Well, but they want to bother each other.
Now listen, I don't know if I would be so amazing to have this ability to do this. Okay, because I would be so livid if this was happening. I'd probably be like seeing it red. I don't think I'd be like a rational, calm, collected individual. But the move here would be like, Brianna, do you remember why you brought up any of what we're talking about right now? Do you remember in the conversation, why you started talking about why we should be talking about like the deaths of Palestinians? Because I remember. It was because you were pushing fake news about a Haaretz article. And when I called you out for pushing incorrect information about this, instead of just acknowledging your mistake or even acknowledging that you could be mistaken and you have to look into it, you were so defensive about that. You so didn't want to admit you were wrong that you changed the subject. And you changed the subject by morally grandstanding and wrapping yourselves in the cloak of the deaths of Palestinian people. Right. So don't you fucking morally grandstand me about this issue when you're literally using people's deaths just because you want to win a conversation on the internet.
Oh my God, that's just like devastating.
Because that's what just fucking happened. Okay.
Yeah.
Robby, is it not the case that the people of Gaza have been living under an occupation for 75 years since the Nakba?
I just want to point out, because Robby does say the solution is for the Israelis and the Palestinians to stop messing with each other.
To leave each other alone, yes.
It's pretty simple, right?
Yes.
Do you think Brianna wants that outcome?
I don't know.
She doesn't. She doesn't want that outcome.
I haven't listened to everything she said on Israel, obviously, but from what I've listened to a bunch of stuff, I've never heard her articulate, like, she was criticizing Robby for not articulating his quote solution.
His position, exactly.
Right. I don't know what the fuck her position is.
Her position is they should fight Israel to the death.
That's what it sounds
exactly what her position is.
That's what it sounds like, because I don't know. Like, would she be in favor of, 1967 borders? Israel pulls all the settlers out of West Bank and Gaza, and then they all just live side by side in peace. Like, is she in favor of that? I don't know I have no clue what her solution is.
Go back to our October 7th tweets. That's what her solution is.
It doesn't seem like it.
Her solution is there will be violence. There will be blood.
Yes.
Let's but deeper, Robby. Like, is it not the case that the people of Gaza have been living under an occupation for 75 years since the Nakba in 1948, and that the people in the West Bank have also been living under apartheid conditions, hundreds of whom have been killed or captured by Israel since October 7th started, even though they have nothing to do with Hamas and are ruled by a completely different political authority?
Well,
is that
part of the picture for sure,
right,
and
so
it's a bad condition.
Stop bothering,
but it's not okay. But
it's,
yes, but
it's
also
released from prison.
But the group they put in charge of their area is a terrorist group that has engaged in violence against the people in Israel, which then justifies, or in the minds of Israel and the Israeli government, what they're doing. So it's a blood feud that will go, well, it's not right on either side. They should just stop fighting with each other.
So Israel should release Palestinians from apartheid. They should,
for sure, and the Palestinians should
they should be allowed,
and Hamas should surrender, and there should be no more violence.
And Arab and Palestinians should have equal rights within Israel, and not be subject to checkpoints. And they should have freedom to egress and to vote and to all of the things that people in these occupied territories don't
on
have
condition
access
that they
to.
Stop engaging in violence against the Israelis.
Like,
if I hit you and then you hit me and then I hit you and then you hit me and we went on like this for 1,000 years, eventually we'd say we should just stop doing this.
Right, but what's missing from that?
It wouldn't matter who did it first. It wouldn't matter who did it more bloodily.
It does matter.
Well, then we disagree.
But Robby, it does.
Look, it does matter. It does matter. Of course it matters. Look, she wants to perpetuate it. She's like, look, things aren't even yet, Robby. We can't stop killing each other. Things are not even.
It's so ironic because Robby is like, he's a libertarian, okay? So he's supposed to be the right-wing guy, right? Even though we've made the argument, which I think is completely true, that libertarians should not be conceptualized as like right-wing conservatives.
No, they're their own thing.
They're their own thing. Because he's like very progressive here. He's very forward-thinking. He's like, let's take our tradition of violence, throw it in the trash can. It doesn't matter who hit each other first. We need to like think about the future. What are we going to do going forward? And then Briahna, who's supposed to be the forward-thinking progressive, is like, no. Who started the blood feud? That's what matters here.
I'm so glad you brought that up because it's so true. At some point, people have to start thinking about the future and stop thinking about the past. Stop obsessing over the past. And you've got Briahna right here. No, she's not going to let the past go.
Yes. Yeah. Well, also, what she's saying isn't even true. Like, if you're an Arab or Palestinian, Israeli citizen, you have equal rights in Israel. That's just flatly untrue. What she's referring to is that there are Palestinians who live in areas that are now Israel that don't have the same rights and obviously can't vote in the Israeli elections.
Right.
But some of those people, by choice, are choosing to not be Israeli citizens. Now, you can't criticize that there are people that have applied for citizenship that haven't been able to get it for one reason or another, and maybe they're too restrictive. But that restrictiveness is, again, based on what Robby said. Everything's based on a security concern. None of these people ever talk about that. They all act like Israel's just doing this because they're just inherently evil or something. It's based on a security concern. If the security concern didn't exist, then these problems wouldn't exist.
That's like a blind spot for a lot of progressives because they don't talk about the security concerns in policing either. When we're talking about police issues, when we're talking about firearms issues, right? They're not concerned. They're not taking security concerns into consideration there either. They just have this Pollyanna view of the world that everything is safe and sound and we don't have to worry about it.
Well, I think their view is based off of it's the poverty causes crime flaw thinking, where their view is the only reason that Hamas exists or that Palestinians are doing anything violent is because Israel's doing something wrong first.
Yeah.
And so therefore, if Israel just stopped doing the wrong thing, then the Palestinians
would the problem.
Would stop doing the wrong thing too, which is retarded if you think that.
Yeah, not really true at all.
It is not accurate. Yeah. Do you think people okay, if Israel tomorrow said, we're going to lift the blockade and we're going to pull all the settlers out of the West Bank. Okay. And start doing that. And we're going to acknowledge the 1967 borders. Okay. You have to be an idiot to think that that's going to solve, decades long of violence, violent culture that has been established in various Palestinian communities. We got what we want. So, pack it in, boys. We won. That's not how any of this works. That's not how humans work.
They're not going to open restaurants and bowling alleys. They're going to start amassing a military for an invasion.
Of course. They're going to do exactly what they were doing. Start getting weapons in.
Does matter, because in your scenario, what if I locked you in a cage in my basement and then you hit me and I'm like, oh my God, I get to bomb Robbie in his cage? That's the scenario we're talking about here.
But what if you locked me in a cage because you feared for your life because I threw a rocket at you?
What are you talking about? There were Palestinians living in the area in 1948, living their mind in a pluralistic
You want to
society.
adjudicate this?
See, that's exactly right. She wants to go all the way back.
Right. Yeah, right. Because he gives a stupid example of the cage. He just says, "Okay, you're shooting rockets at me." They were living in 1940 pluralistic society, which, by the way, that's a lie. That is a lie. That is 100% untrue. That is this thing that they all say is completely untrue. In 1948, pre-1948, there was all sorts of violence and mayhem that was existing against the Jewish population that lived in the region and the Jewish immigrants that were immigrating into the region. And none of them acknowledge that, or I don't even think are aware of that, because it completely violates their whole left-wing position on immigration. These are supposed to be the people that are so big for immigrants. And yet when it comes to Israel and Jewish people immigrating to Israel, well, that's just colonialism.
Right. Yeah. Can we say that with Mexican immigrants coming out from the southern border? Can we just say, look, these colonialists, they're trying to invade?
I mean, I guess why not? You could be like, listen, these are all, people coming from South Central America. I guess they're just colonizers. They're trying to colonize America. I mean, if you said that, they would call you racist. And yet that's what they get to say about the Jews in Israel, because I guess they're white and European, so it's okay.
None of this is fair.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Look, she showed her cards here, though, on the 48 thing. I'm telling you, there's no way. There's literally no way to solve this issue. And I think the reason why it's set up that way is because people like Brianna don't want to solve the issue. They want to use it to gain oppression points.
I don't know if it's that. I think it could be that. It could also be, I think what I said earlier, where Brianna is a human who's ruled by her emotions. She does not have any free will. And she's ruled, it seems like she's ruled entirely by this warped sense of justice that she has. She's going to be like, I'm going to vote third party, be damned. And I'm going to, say that the Palestinians should fight, be damned, because I feel it has some sense of justice. And that's what's the most important guiding principle, I guess, to her, as opposed to actually creating better material conditions in a realistic way for the people going forward in the future.
Look, I'm still learning this conflict. There's some cultural thing that the Palestinians do. I guess some of them had homes that are in Israel now. So they have keys to their homes and they mount them on the wall and they pass them down to their children. So
are those supposed to be keys from 1948 or something?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So they're keys from their homes.
Right.
In 1948. Well, the 1948 war happened.
Yeah.
those people were pushed out of their homes because there was a war in the territory, right?
Mhm.
All the Arab nations attacked the Jewish people, and the Jewish people fought back and took the land. And
Yeah.
so they were never allowed to return to their land because they just kind of got screwed in this war taking place.
Yeah.
How is that Israel's fault?
Well, because the argument, I guess, is that in 1948, immediately after Israel was attacked by 5 of its neighbors, including a lot of Palestinians, or people that we now call Palestinians because they didn't really call themselves Palestinians at the time, that they should have allowed those people after the war was over to return back to their homes, even though they were afraid that a lot of people were the people that were just fighting them or were relatives of the people just fighting them. And so they didn't think that they'd be able to coexist peacefully with those people.
Right. So it's like a security threat. They're like, hell no, you're not coming back.
Right.
We're this area, we're maintaining security over.
Right. And to be clear, obviously there was lots of people because there's like, this is happening, like hundreds of thousands of people like lost their homes. And I would imagine that a huge chunk of those people, if not even the majority of those people, probably were peaceful and would live in peace, right? But how do you, if in 1948, you're a budding new country that's just been attacked by all of its neighbors, how do you make that consideration? How do you figure out like who are the ones that are going to like attack us and who are the people that are not going to attack us?
Well, yeah, and I'm sure the land's been sold over and over again, right?
Well, yeah, by now. So like you talk about like someone's passing a key down from 1948. I hate to break it to you. That door, that lock doesn't exist anymore. Okay. It's from 1948. So it's obviously symbolic, but
I think my house was built in 1939. So
you think you have the same lock on the door?
No, there's obviously old locks, but
Okay.
The idea
I know it's
that there was no houses being built.
Right.
Just look, I lived in a house. The oldest house I lived in was built in 1888.
Wow, really? That's crazy.
So,
wow, look at that.
The idea that they have a key for like the idea that the house that they lived in 1948 is not still there. Mm-hmm. It could very well be still there.
It could be. The lock isn't there though. I'm gonna say the door and the lock have probably been changed.
They've probably updated the locks. I'll give you that much.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I would even go further and say I'd wager that the majority of those houses don't exist. The land, I mean, obviously the land exists, but like
maybe I don't know. Look, if the people lived in a really nice home, I'm sure it probably is still there.
Maybe,
like hundreds of thousands of them.
I don't know how nice the homes were in 1948 and the Palestinian Mandate, but
yeah.
There's another issue too with all that stuff was that a lot of, and this is part of what caused the conflict, a lot of the people, especially in 1948, by the way, this is something that's a broke away part. It's the early 1900s. It's after World War I. This was part of the Ottoman Empire. This was not a liberal Western democracy. Okay. A lot of people lived on land that they did not own at all. And so when Jewish immigrants came and they started buying land, people were getting evicted, and people were obviously really fucking pissed about that.
Right. The landlord sold them out.
Yeah.
I'm sure Brianna, that affects the way she looks at this.
Sure, of course it does, because she would say no. The land. The landlords don't have the right, and it's like, okay, well, you have European Jews are they're playing by the rules of European property exchange. Like I don't know what you want from them. So
it's the whole idea that the heinous stuff that occurred on October 7th is justified because somebody got pushed off their land
in 1948.
A war.
Yeah.
Yeah. 75 years ago.
Right. It's wild.
What are we talking about here?
Yeah. That's why Robby said, you punch me, I punch you. We have to stop it. She's like, no, you can't. It matters who started the punching. Like, oh my God, Brianna.
Right. But
that's the attitude that lets it just go on forever.
Yeah. I'm with Robby. I think Robby won this exchange.
Yeah.
Conflict forever. I just want to. conflict forever. I just want it to end, but I know it's not going to because the people there want to fight it as militantly as you and the left do. So we'll watch.
Robbie, people just don't want to live in an occupation.
Well,
they
can want what they want. What they're getting is death by the thousands, and I find it so disgusting. I wish Hamas had not done this, and that would not have caused the deaths of thousands of people. I am horrified by the.
They could keep living in apartheid.
This will just celebrate violence.
Oh man, I wish if he wasn't angry. What she's saying is fucking crazy. Did you hear that? He said, I wish Hamas hadn't done this because it's like led to the situation. And her response to that is, what? So they just keep living in apartheid?
Yeah.
He's saying, I wish Hamas hadn't done this. And she's saying, what? So they just keep living in apartheid? So again, another seemingly implicit / explicit avocation of what the fuck's going of like Hamas's actions.
Yeah.
Here. It's wild.
I don't know how you can see it any other way.
Yes.
Look, if you live in an apartheid state, you can do this. You're totally justified to commit all kinds of war crimes and atrocities.
Right.
Disgusting. I wish Hamas had not done this, and that would not have caused the deaths of thousands of people. I am horrified by the.
They could keep living in apartheid.
This will just celebrate feudal violent resistance that gets thousands of children and women killed.
Robbie,
is not something I can celebrate, even if I thought the cause was a great one.
Robbie,
I wouldn't advise that.
Robbie, do you know that hundreds of Palestinians were killed every year? Hundreds of Palestinians had been killed in Gaza prior to October 7th this year by the IDF.
Well, now we'll bring up the dozens that just died since we started having this conversation that did not have to die if this escalation of hostilities did not take place.
I'm talking.
Why does she bring? Wait, is she saying that because Palestinians died before, does that justify Hamas? Like, what is she bringing that up? Except if to justify October 7th.
That's the whole reason she's bringing it up. Humans do this so easily. It's the whose fault is it game.
Yeah.
It's like, well, they did this and then they did this, but they did this and then they did this and then all the way. But next thing you know, you're back to, 10,000 years before Jesus ever walked the earth. You're like, oh my God.
Right.
Everyone's to blame.
As long as I can say that you started it, I get to do whatever I want, I guess.
It's so insane to me. This is why the forgiveness thing, man, the Christians got it right.
Yep.
The Christians got it right.
Listen, Brianna, you got to be like Elsa, okay? You got to let it go.
Palestinians,
they need, listen, Israel should drop the movie Frozen on all Palestine and just make them watch it loop forever until they can just let it go, right? You just got to let it go.
Do you know about the game theory contest where they compared these algorithms that were playing games of the prisoner's dilemma to see which strategy would be most effective?
I do.
And they had this one that was tit for tat, basically, if you're going to defect on me, I'm going to defect on you.
Mm-hmm.
The winning strategy was something called generous tit for tat.
Well, maybe you should explain what the prisoner's dilemma is.
Can you explain it?
So so the prisoner's dilemma is basically a situation. It's like a thought experiment where, like, it's kind of like the way it's usually talked about is like,
it's hard, isn't it?
No. It's very simple. Okay, imagine that you and your friend committed a crime,
right?
Okay, and the police separate you, and they put you in two separate rooms, and this is obviously what happens in real life. And they try to say like, okay, your friend over there in the other room, he's singing like a canary. Okay.
Just to let you know, they would be lying to you, Sitch. I would never sing like a canary on you.
Thank you.
If this happens to us,
we're going to keep our mouth shut. Right?
We're both keeping our mouths shut.
Right. Yeah. The police will separate you and they'll try to get you to turn on the other person.
Right.
Okay. And what the idea they sell you is like, hey, if you turn on the other person, we'll like be soft on you.
Right. But we're going to throw the book at him.
Right. And so the dilemma is, okay, if you both, quote, do the right thing, which is not rat each other out, you both go free.
Right.
But if one of you turns on the other one, you fuck over the other person.
Right. But you get a lesser sentence.
Right.
Yeah.
But there's always a possibility that you'll both turn on each other and you'll both be fucked. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's the prisoner's dilemma is, and so the prisoner's dilemma is you don't know what the person on the other side of the wall is doing.
Right.
So do you, quote, do the right thing of not ratting them out, or do you rat them out?
and they dole out points accordingly to how different people do. So they set up an algorithm that basically plays iterative games of this. So in one game, if Sitch rats me out, then I'm like, okay, I'm going to rat him out next time, right? So it's basically like tit for tat. But the winning strategy is the one that they've incorporated forgiveness into. It's called generous tit for tat. So every once in a while, just because the other person has ratted you out, you don't rat them out. And you go back to a stable forgiveness model. Because the world is complicated. Things can happen accidentally, right? You can lose your house through, extreme circumstances, right? It's good to move on. So I feel like these people, they just, sooner or later, people have to move on. That's the problem here.
Yeah. What you're saying is they run algorithms to see like what's the best way to get like, quote, the prisoners like free. And it would be a model, like the model that's just tit for tat, where if someone betrays you betray them forever. Those models always end in like everyone gets fucked.
Well, they don't. The way that they test the models is they dole out point systems. So
right, but I'm just saying,
you're accumulating points as you go.
So those would get the lowest points, but like that translates into the real world is like you being forever in prison or fucked.
Yes,
from the hypothetical, and then the people that forgive and try to operate under some kind of forgiveness model or altruistic model where they're both trying to work together, those end up winning. Those end up getting the most points, being successful.
Yes. Yeah.
Of course. And this is why it's so obvious. How's I played fucking BioShock Infinite, 20 billion fucking years ago. You have a fucking animated video game character talking about like, we need to end the cycle of violence. She's singing a fucking acoustic guitar and like, people still don't realize this shit. This is like one of the most common things we all supposed to understand in Western society. And yet here we are in this conversation right now.
Yeah. Look, but you see who is employing the generous tit for tat strategy and who is employing the tit for tat strategy here.
Right.
Who is
progressive? The progressive, forward-thinking lefty who's supposed to be all about forgiveness and empathy is employing the no, fuck you strategy.
Yeah, the no, fuck you strategy.
And the evil, selfish libertarian who's the got mine is employing the forgiveness, let's all leave each other alone strategy.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I guess it's easy for him. He's not the one that asked to forgive.
That's true.
This has come up before. I'm terrible at the whole forgiveness thing.
Right.
It's not
you
fun.
Understand the utility of it.
I do understand the utility of it. I'm not I don't have a key hanging on my wall for my house that I was forced out of, that who knows how long people work to buy a home. Jeez.
To be clear though, actually, their positions actually make perfect sense. Because like the libertarian position is rooted in the leave me the fuck alone position. Like that is the basis position of the libertarian position. Right. So it makes sense that that's Robbie's position, which is the correct position to have in this situation. And Brianna's position actually does make sense because her position is not rooted. It's rooted in the idea of revolutionary leftism. It's rooted in the idea that unless you use radical solutions to fix your problems, you're just going to keep getting status quo liberalism, which is bad in her mind. This is why she was one of the votes for third party. So it does make sense why she doesn't want to adapt the quote liberal position, which would be for everyone to just get the fuck along. Because it's like, well, that's just going to create the systemic injustices that will be embedded in liberal society and will perpetuate blah, 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 blah. You need to have these radical solutions to, fix everything.
She's a radical.
Of course she is, yeah. She's an armchair revolutionary.
Sad.
Yep.
Up before October 7th. You're saying that it's also Palestinians' fault for just living their lives up until October 7th, for getting sniped off by the IDF. The Great March of Return in 2018. Was it they tried to peacefully protest?
It's just Palestinians' fault.
But they tried to peacefully protest by just walking next to the wall and saying we want to end to liberation. And for weeks, Palestinians sniped and shot and killed those peaceful protesters. Israelis sniped and shot and killed those protesters. So much so that there's a whole.
I just like that. It's like like Robbie hasn't done any of this bad faith debate shit tactics. Like she keeps like assigning positions to him. He never said, as opposed to asking him what his position is. She's assigning him his position.
Of course.
Yeah.
How's she going to win the debate if she doesn't assign him a shit position?
And he even fixed her oopsie when she said the wrong pronoun there.
He's so considerate.
I know. And this argument is so retarded too, because like they were just protesting peacefully next to the gate. It's like, okay, well, listen, you go walk up to the military border that you're not supposed to walk up to, and they tell you they're going to shoot you if you walk up to it, and then you walk up to it and then they shoot you, because if they don't, people start breaking down the barrier and trying to do an October 7th situation. Like, I don't know what, like, this is retarded.
They thought they were doing it on October 7th.
Yeah, it's like, are you stupid? Like, I don't know. Like, this is, oh my God.
They should ask her, you know, if IDF was there when they were doing it on October 7th and they started shooting people indiscriminately, would you acknowledge that they saved 1,400 people?
Listen, they were just approaching the barrier peacefully, Adam. You don't know what their intentions were until they actually did.
Okay. Right? Okay.
Yeah.
What if they shot the innocent hang glider down?
Listen, he was just an hang glide enthusiast. Okay. He was just trying to listen. He was just trying to escape his open air prison.
The paraglider.
He was just trying to escape.
Like class of people who have below the waist amputations because of the behavior of the IDF when they tried these other ways.
I'm not in a position to adjudicate.
They shot him in the leg. Did you hear that?
I did, yeah.
It went from they killed him to they shot him in the leg.
Right.
Every dispute between these two peoples and these two regions, and I don't care. I wish the violence would end. I would be happy to reach any reasonable or even unreasonable solution for political rights so there's not further violence. That's what I want and that's what I care about. And unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case for the reasons I've discussed. But I share the same goals you do. We seem to be revolted by somewhat different things.
Yes, I'm revolted by the fact that 214 Palestinians, including 46 children, were killed in the Great March of Return, and 36,000.
Do you like that? So she was, while he was talking, she was ignoring him and Googling the number so she could throw it in his face. You like that?
Yeah. But Robbie, don't you care about the girl? Look, they did this other thing.
Look how bad this is. This is so bad. I don't even know what the number is. I'm going to look it up right now. How many people died that I could throw at you?
Doesn't this make it worse? Doesn't this give the right to them to go into the music festival and start castrating people? I wish you would phrase it like that. The things that they did were sick.
Including nearly 8,800 children were injured by Israel as they tried to peacefully agitate for their liberation.
And then I can say all of the people that were injured by Palestine, and then you can say, oh, but there were more injured by Israel. Israel did this, and then it's a.
Oh my God, look, they're completely talking past each other, but
yeah,
it's like
no. His point is not time past. He's saying, If I accept your point of the Palestinians that got killed or injured in this march, I could bring up, what about all the Israelis that got blown up by suicide bombers or got killed by them shelling Israel? Like, where does it end, Brianna? Where the fuck does it end? It never ends. That's the problem. It never ends.
What she wants him to do, though, she's participating in this exercise where she wants to tally up all the infractions on both sides.
Right.
And to say, look, obviously Israel has done worse, and you have to side with me that they had all this coming. But this is a problem with violence, because violence doesn't solve the problem.
Right.
I mean, sure, maybe you killed a bunch of people, but when the dust settles and all the bodies are buried, the conflict still exists.
Yes.
None of the problem has been solved.
This is why all these radical leftists are dipshits. Okay.
Total dipshits.
Because this is why nonviolence for these sort of like conflicts where one side has like the majority of the power or like a disproportionate amount of power. That's why these nonviolent solutions, especially with countries, or maybe only with countries that are like democracies like Israel, are the only way forward, because you have to show listen, we're not going to fuck with you. There's not a
Yep.
security concern here, because the security concern is always the justification for the crackdown. It's always justification for the violence. If you're nonviolent and you're nonviolent protest, it shows everyone that that's not an issue. You just want to, coexist peacefully in society.
Yep.
If the conversation goes nowhere, but we share the same goal.
I
So
don't think we share
what can we
the
do?
same goal. But it's okay.
right.
We'll leave it there. Stick around. We'll have more rising for you right after this.
I mean, she's right.
Yeah.
They don't share the same goal.
They don't share. Yeah.
That is true.
Robbie's goal is peace, and Brianna's goal is perpetual war forever until every Israel leaves the area.
Yes.
Until every Israeli leaves the area.
Revolution! Viva revolution! Okay, so this was the video you sent me
Oh, nice.
that started off this whole chain. Okay.
What do you mean? This is like,
Well, no,
This
this
is-
happens after the video we just watched. But I'm saying that started me on my journey. Okay,
of digging in.
of digging into it.
I've seen all these. I watch Rising pretty regularly.
I should watch it. I should
But
start
this-
watching Rising regularly because
This one got like the most heated. I was like, holy shit, Robbie is not fucking around anymore.
Yeah. Right.
Robbie's like over it.
So this video is called Robby. How do you say his last name? I would never say it correctly.
So
it
Soave?
Soave? Robby Soave. College elites who allow anti-Semitic speech are hypocrites lying about censorship. So obviously this is about the congressional hearings that took place with the Ivy League presidents.
Right. And Brianna's up to her old tricks.
Yeah. Gee,
Well,
I
up
wonder
to her
where-
old tricks.
Right.
Keep
Tricky
in mind
Dick.
what the topic is here.
Listen, Brianna's gonna make Robby pay the iron price. Okay. That's it. See, listen, it obviously makes sense that Brianna doesn't want, the Palestinians to forgive the Israelis and move forward. The Israelis have to pay the iron price, obviously. Come on.
True.
What is this? What is this Greenlander shit with peace? No, iron price, victory, revolution, war.
Yeah.
Okay, let me read these super chats. The cheerful cynic for $20 says, just to be clear, Brianna's main problem with Israel is that Israel casualties are much lower because they're better at war. Literally the CRT argument that any uneven outcome must be due to oppression and not another factor. It's funny because
Wow.
that is true. That is the emotion that's sort of like weighing in her mind. Because it's like, yeah, like if the Palestinians were more effective at killing Israelis, or the Israelis were less effective at defending themselves, like how much of her argument or emotion about the argument would change?
Yeah. What if they
'Cause remember-
nuked Tehran?
Right. Or what if the Palestinians smuggled a nuke into Israel or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm.
You said Tehran.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's Iran, huh?
That's in Iran. Yeah. Right.
I mean, what if
What
they
if Tehran
nuked,
smuggled a nuke through Palestine into Israel? There
what's
you
he?
go.
What's Israel? What's an Israel city? Jerusalem.
Jerusalem,
What if
Tel
they-
Aviv,
Oh, Tel Aviv.
What if they
was
killed
one
all
I
the
was
gay
thinking
people in
of.
Tel Aviv? Yeah.
What if they smuggled a nuke into Tel Aviv?
Right. Right.
Brianna would be like, "They had it coming. Open air prison,
There you go.
concentration camp."
Listen, Robbie, you have to understand, okay? Hamas did smuggle a nuke into Israel and blow it up, but these people, they've been oppressed. They've been living in a cage. God, we're joking, but I can literally imagine that scenario would occur. Like,
I'm not
I don't
joking.
know. I don't know if her and Norman would be brave enough to say it, but they would be thinking it.
Oh yeah, they're saying
Yeah.
it privately. You know they are.
Grassroots Hegemon, thank you for $20. Says the only period in time that matters is 1948. The Allies won the right to rewrite the map. Stay mad. Also, give me range. Well, I mean, your position is correct there. There you go.
Well, that's why I ask. I mean, they kind of leave that context out of it.
Mhm.
I just look. I don't want to be driven out of my home because of some war, and then all of a sudden, the territory where my home is becomes another country.
Yeah, it sucks. Right.
I mean, that's messed up. So I
Of course,
do.
I get it.
Yeah, I do understand
Right. But that was the beginning of the problem, was that the people that lost their homes were intentionally not resettled, or like there was this idea that like, well, we're not going to resettle or rebuild or try to live somewhere new because we're going to take back our land at some
this is
near future date. And then it's like the years pile up and that just never occurs.
This is the thing about, like, it's almost better if some natural disaster occurs, because then you really don't have someone to blame. So you're not pining away. You're like, this is these people's fault. And you direct all your revenge ire at them.
Right. Well, it's not just the revenge. I mean, the revenge is part of it, but it's just the idea that like holding on to something versus letting go and moving forward, essentially. Right. It's like, in kind of a dark way, it's like when someone's like a child is kidnapped versus like killed. Like they can't, like if they're kidnapped and they don't know what ever happened to them, it's like you always hold on to that like idea, right? And it can drive you crazy.
Yeah. It can definitely drive you crazy.
Thank you, Grendel Levat, for the 20 gifted subs.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Robbie, what's on your radar today?
Well, at the GOP debate last night, Nikki Haley was asked about the congressional hearings on campus anti-Semitism.
Of course, Robbie cares again about people on college campuses instead of the Palestinians dying at him.
Can't believe it. How dare he? Doesn't he know just in the time it took him to say those 4 words, 15,000 Palestinian children have been murdered by Israeli bombs?
Who cares about that, Adam? You know how many people in the entire world died in this time it took you to say that because they don't have clean drinking water?
Yeah, I know.
That's
awful.
all we can talk about. Okay.
Yes. At the same time, they're selling bottled water, those capitalist pigs.
Right. And I don't care that Mr. Beast went and built a bunch of wells. That's just white saviorism. Fuck you. You just have to talk about it and somehow make them do something about it. And you're not allowed to talk about anything else until it's done. Okay.
Exactly.
She said, disgusting what had happened, referring to the university president's failure to promise that they would fight anti-Semitism. She also threatened legal action.
How do you think these schools and the rest of society should balance the imperative of free speech against the need to prevent radical activists from harassing and intimidating others?
It was disgusting to see what happened. You know, if this had been the KKK that was doing protests on those campuses, every one of those college presidents would have been up in arms. This is just as bad. The idea that they would go and allow that kind of pro-Hamas protest or agree with the genocide of Jews and try and say that they needed context on that, there is no context to that.
Is that the debate we covered, Sitch? The Republican debate? I believe it's the 4th Republican debate in the series.
It is the last one, yeah.
Yeah.
There's going to be another one, maybe.
Was that the one everyone was accusing you of simping for Nikki Haley?
What? No,
Just because you said she didn't do a terrible job?
No. I said she did awful in the 4th one. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know, but everyone still accused you and I both of simping for Nikki Haley.
No. That was the 3rd debate where I said she didn't do a terrible job.
Oh, okay.
I said the 4th one, I said she did awful.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe if someone was saying I was simping for her in the 4th debate, their brain melted.
Yes, we were both accused
very
of
possible.
simping for Nikki Haley.
I literally said she did horrible and came off really weak and looked really pathetic. And, it looked really bad that Chris Christie had to defend her and white knight for her. And if you took that was simping for her, I think the Vivek love juice has seeped into your brain and melted your neurons at that point.
Well, we didn't hate on her enough, so.
From the beginning,
but when it comes to the debate over anti-Semitism on college campuses, Nikki Haley is wrong. The university presidents are also wrong, and the members of Congress who yelled at them, they're wrong too. What do I mean by all this? Well, let's explain. As we discussed on the show yesterday, earlier this week, the presidents of Harvard University, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and also the University of Pennsylvania appeared before the House of Representatives to answer questions about anti-Semitism on campus. These questions were very much of the "when did you stop beating your wife" variety. Representative Elise Stefanik repeatedly demanded that Harvard's Claudine Gay, MIT's Sally Kornbluth, and UPenn's Elizabeth McGill give yes or no responses to complicated questions about whether calls for genocide would violate university policies. The presidents consistently explained that their answers were context dependent. It mattered whether the speech was directed at specific individuals, whether it was severe and pervasive, and whether it was accompanied by prohibited conduct. These answers outraged Stefanik and her legislative colleagues.
It's a context-dependent decision. That's your testimony today. Calling for the genocide of Jews is depending upon the context. That is not bullying or harassment. This is the easiest question to answer yes, Ms. McGill. So is your testimony that you will not answer yes?
If it if the
Yes
speech
or no?
becomes if the speech becomes conduct, it can be harassment. Yes.
Representative Jim Banks was similarly
Update. That lady, gone.
Right.
She's gone. She resigned. She's out of here.
Yeah, they accepted her resignation. But I mean, she was really fired. Let's be honest.
Yeah, of course. Well, it's interesting. So, and everyone's questioning whether Claudine Gay will be next or not.
Right.
And I don't know, because number one, Claudine Gay has the Black Shield defense. I'm a
And the
black
name
lady.
Gay, obviously.
And, yeah, I don't know what her sexuality is, but she's got gay in the name, so, you know. But I think also it's because with Penn, there was very specifically a person who apparently donated $100 million or something.
Yeah.
And they were going to retract it unless she was fired. So they had a very direct, you know, ultimatum going there. So
They had one of those posters. Wanted $100 million reward.
there you go. So, but I am hoping that Claudine Gay gets the axe.
really furious that UPenn had invited anti-Semitic speakers to a pro-Palestinian rights literature festival. Now, McGill clarified she had issued a statement condemning some of those speakers' remarks. Banks immediately suggested that figures like Roger Waters and Mark Lamont Hill had no business speaking on campus at all. Then McGill said the university's free speech policies are guided by the U.S. Constitution, a remark that was ignored. The anti-Semitic tenor of pro-Palestinian activism on some campuses is indeed horrifying. National Students for Justice in Palestine did in fact celebrate the October 7th terrorist attacks. So did individual chapters of Black Lives Matter and the Democratic Socialists of America. The DSA, for instance, said that, quote, socialists support the Palestinian people's and all people's right to resist and fight for their own liberation, and that this weekend's events are no different, with reference to the terrorist attack on October 7th.
These are the people that Second Thought produced that video for.
Yeah.
Where all he did was blame America and Ukraine for getting invaded by Russia.
Yeah.
It's just so wild. It's so wild.
So that is an endorsement of the slaughter of innocent civilians. It's disgusting, hateful display for which there is no excuse. But the First Amendment does not make exceptions for hateful speech. It does not prohibit apologies for terrorism, does not forbid implicitly genocidal statements. A university that wishes to model its policies after the U.S. Constitution, an admirable course of action, should allow students and faculty members to make odious statements. The correct response to this speech is for others to criticize it. Now, if the speech in question is individually targeted, it may lose such protection. Scribbling hateful messages on Jewish students' dormitory rooms, for example, would constitute targeted harassment under the university's policies.
So there's two problems with this. I actually disagree with this entirely.
Do you really? I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was like, Robbie coming out free speech warrior here. He's like,
No.
hell yeah, they can march around campus and scream gas the Jews.
Yeah. Well, because first of all, number one, obviously the hypocrisy thing. We can't allow blatant hypocrisy to exist where they get to play by a different set of rules. Where, you know, they've been saying, oh my God, everything you do is violence and unacceptable. But then when they're literally calling for actual violence, we just say, oh, free speech. Like, you can't play the game that way.
Right.
I don't remember if he
Procedurally, you can't play the game
procedurally,
that way.
right? And I don't
Yeah.
remember if he talks about that in this clip or not. So I don't know if he addresses that. I think he might. But secondly, from a principled perspective, I don't agree with that in terms of I don't I actually do agree with the Biden administration put out a letter last month.
Yeah, we
and this
read it in the video.
We read it in the video that we covered. But if you didn't watch the video, it kind of shows that the college campus presidents are lying, because in this letter the Biden administration put out, they specifically tell the colleges, this is the letter to the colleges, they say that the whole thing about like targeting an individual with like a threat is not the end all be all criteria for figuring out whether something is hate speech or figuring out whether something is protected or not. You also have to take into consideration, if you're making group statements about a group like gas the Jews, that you're basically making it so that Jewish students feel unsafe to exist and participate on campus, and that should not be allowed.
Yeah,
and
you're
I agree
making
with
a hostile environment for certain groups.
Right. And while I do agree that obviously you can take the concept of a hostile environment too far, which is accurate, that doesn't mean, just because bad actors will try to take it too far, doesn't mean that we have to sort of adapt these absolutist principles that are nonsensical. I don't think it should be allowed on a fucking college campus for people to march around saying we should gas all the Jews, or we should kill all the black people, or we should burn all the white people. I don't think that's a thing that should be allowed on college campuses. This is supposed to be a place where you're supposed to go to get a fucking education. You know, it's not a place where people are supposed to be shouting out whatever the most like crazy political rhetoric possible, so that people literally feel too afraid to attend the classes because someone is like criticizing their racial group or their religious group or whatever.
Yeah, especially if it's violent rhetoric.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
Like if people just want to come out and protest against Israel, say I don't support Israel's action, I have zero problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Even if they wanted to say, you know, Palestinians free Palestine, even free Palestine, I don't have a problem with that. If they want to support BDS, I don't have a problem with that. Right. But when you start calling for river to the sea shit, you start shouting anti-intifada, you start saying that, you know, Hamas was based for October 7th, then we get into this bad area of like, what the fuck are you doing?
Anti-Israel protests and demonstrations don't count. It's fair to criticize university administrators for too often abandoning these lofty free speech principles in recent years, however, because campus authorities have routinely failed to defend free speech when said speech is deemed hateful by some offended party. Hundreds of U.S. campuses erected bias reporting systems, which allowed students to report each other for saying unkind things, even inadvertently. Over the course of the 2010s, universities created safe spaces and enshrined trigger warnings, which do not work, by the way, for the explicit purpose of discouraging supposedly hateful speech. Yesterday, I was asked by my co-host to give specific examples showing university bureaucrats are hypocrites and do, in fact, censor hateful speech when it's aimed at groups other than Jews. I gave her a few, but here are a few more. So a white female...
So the backstory to this is, and I thought this was that video. Maybe this isn't the video. There's another video that we were going to watch. Maybe it's that video. It takes place not sequentially. I don't remember. Where
this is what I do to Sitch all the time.
Where well, it's just funny. Where basically he makes the statement that you know, Robby makes the statement that obviously the college campuses have been very hypocritical about free speech. You know, blah 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 blah. And she's like, give me examples, give me examples. And she's like, oh, you don't have any examples like right offhand. So therefore, you know,
I win.
It's yeah, I win. It's not real. And it's like a totally like crazy like position. Like, really, we're gonna like pretend like this whole time that, you know, this hasn't been happening.
See what full cancel culture isn't real.
Yeah. It's like, what? Like, so.
But Robbie's like, let me see here. I'm going to come back tomorrow with like 45 examples.
Right. Maybe we should watch the other one first.
We can if you've got it.
I do. Yeah, because the problem is, so it's just annoying because The Hill does this thing where they constantly re-upload the same clips. So it's like hard to tell what the chronological order of all this stuff is.
Yeah, and they don't say anywhere in the clip. Like,
some of them do say and some of them don't say. Or why it gets confusing. Like if they all said original air date, you'd be like, oh, okay. Okay, so let me look a note here. We're at 4:37. Okay, we'll come back to this. So hopefully
56 is what I see, but
See what?
Anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong thing. You're right. 457. Okay. Okay. So we'll come back to this. Hopefully this video is the correct order here. So we'll see. This video is titled "Stefanik Aghast When University Presidents Won't Give Straight Answers on Anti-Semitism on Campus Rising." Like the Hill.
Campus madness, fireworks on Capitol Hill as presidents from Harvard, MIT, and the University of Pennsylvania were grilled by lawmakers over anti-Semitism on college campuses. Elise Stefanik posed the same question to the presidents, asking each, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your university's code of conduct or rules regarding bullying or harassment? Watch their response.
MIT, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate MIT's code of conduct or rules regarding bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
If targeted at individuals, not making public statements.
Yes or no? Calling for the genocide of Jews does not constitute bullying and harassment?
I have not heard calling for the genocide for Jews on our campus.
But you've heard chants for intifada.
I've heard chants, which can be anti-Semitic depending on the context, when calling for the elimination of the Jewish people.
So those would not be according to the MIT's code of conduct or rules?
That would be investigated as harassment if pervasive and severe.
Ms. McGill, at Penn, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Penn's rules or code of conduct? Yes or no?
If the speech turns into conduct, it can be harassment. Yes.
I am asking, specifically calling for the genocide of Jews, does that constitute bullying or harassment?
If it is directed and severe or pervasive, it is harassment.
So the answer is yes.
It is a context-dependent decision, Congresswoman.
It's a context-dependent decision. That's your testimony today. Calling for the genocide of Jews is depending upon the context. That is not bullying or harassment. This is the easiest question to answer yes, Ms. McGill.
Meanwhile, students at the various represented schools joined congressional Republicans in a press conference to attest to some of the things they say their classmates and professors have said to them.
Swiftly denounced the incident, and yet our president cannot. Because the glorious October 7th, and you're a dirty little Jew, you deserve to die, are words said not by Hamas, but by my classmates and professors. And because despite all of this, I am adamant and hopeful that we will not accept, least of all embrace, this horrific new normal on college campuses today.
But while the focus of yesterday's hearing was on anti-Semitic incidents on campuses, friend of the show, Glenn Greenwald, highlighted that there have been a number of anti-Semitic comments that have gotten a lot less attention on various protests for Israel. For example, here in this tweet, he says, should university administrators allow speech of this kind on campus, or should they ban all such views and punish any students or student groups expressing them? All right, what do you make of this?
So I watched some of the hearing. There was a lot of, I saw anger toward the university president's answers, including from the members of Congress grilling them. So I actually don't have any problem with what they said, because they're right. There are and should be broad free speech protections given to the students and to the faculty, and you can make under a now. I mean, the campuses don't have to exactly follow the First Amendment. It's a little bit complicated. If it's a public university, it does. If it's a private university, maybe it does because it gets funding. In any respect, they've promised to follow free speech principles, so they've said they're committed to doing it. So they should be held responsible for that commitment, given that they take money from the students to attend. So you can say really hateful, anti-Semitic, even genocidal things, and if it's aimed at frankly a broad enough group, it will not be considered specific enough to qualify as harassment or a threat. That's just true of statements in general. I mean, I could say, I'd like to kill, or I wish we're dead. You know, you could substitute any group of people, and that would be a protected statement. If I start saying specifically a specific person, Brianna JoyGrey, and here's how I'll do it and at what time, then it's not protected speech anymore. So they're outlining something that exists.
First of all, you like that he's hinting something? Was
What's
that a little subconscious?
Oh yeah, of course. Notice he didn't give a time and date because he doesn't want her to know.
There you
Obviously,
go.
then she'd know not to be there.
She knows. Look at that look. She's like, I got my eye on you. I'm looking out for you, Robbie. I know you know where I live.
Brianna JoyGrey at your home tonight at 7 p.m.
Right. But yeah, I think people fall in this trap, and I understand why. You know, we should definitely be on the side of free speech. We should definitely lean towards free speech. But, you know, I don't want to be on a college campus where people are marching around saying, you know, gas whitey, right? Like, if I was at college and people were like, we need to exterminate all the white people from college campus, I'd be like, what the no, what? That shouldn't be allowed. Get out of here with that shit. No. So I don't agree. That's sort of like these broad calls for like exterminating people that, especially people that could be living on those college campuses, should be a thing that we stand idly by and just say, oh, that's free speech. You can just advocate for people to get killed on a college campus.
Sitch, I agree with you, but part of me just asks, like, are we just soft? Like, maybe people should be able to march around and say, like, gas them, gas those, kill them.
No, because that's
only kill.
That will literally only lead to violence. There's no other. You know, people say, well, you should. It's your free speech. You don't. My problem with it isn't the free speech element of it. And my problem isn't even that, like, well, I'll feel uncomfortable. Okay. My problem with it is that if a bunch of people are walking around the campus saying, kill whitey, gas whitey, okay, we should kill all the white people. The fact that that's permitted sends a signal to everyone. We've seen this. Okay. We saw this on social media, right? It became allowed, essentially, to be racist against white people. It sends a signal to people. Okay. And so what that does is it allows people to just be more and more increasingly racist to white people. That thought process then goes into policy. We should be implementing racist policy against white people. And then the flip side of that is that a lot of white people say, what the fuck? No one is stopping this blatant racism against white people. Why is this allowed? I guess we need to start forming like our white nationalist groups for our own protection, you know, sort of thing. And so, no, that mentality would exist on a microcosm of a college campus if you just let people walk around saying, you know, kill whitey or kill black people or whatever. So that's the issue. That's why I'm against that.
Our speech prohibitions revolve around areas where that speech can be detrimental to individuals or society, right? Obviously, we have laws against defamation. We have laws against all these different things, false advertising, those kind of things, right?
Of course, right.
So, and you would make the argument that this is just an extension of that. Running around yelling violent rhetoric on campus aimed at certain groups of people is just nothing good can come of that.
Right.
There's no pragmatic usefulness for something like that.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I agree. I just think maybe we're soft.
Well,
I don't know.
To me, it has nothing to do with softness because I'm not saying it shouldn't exist because it makes me feel uncomfortable. I'm saying it's going to create an outcome that's going to create violence and the destruction of our society.
Right.
So.
Maybe. Yeah.
In law, and their own policies state, discriminatory harassment is unwelcome and offensive conduct that is based on an individual or group's protected status. Discriminatory harassment may be considered to violate the policy when it's severe or pervasive and objectively offensive, creates a work, educational, or living environment that a reasonable person would consider intimidating, hostile, or abusive, or denies them equal participation in the workplace or the educational institution. So there are arguments there that it's context specific, and if it's just words said, so just chanting, it's probably protected. If you wrote a statement on someone's blackboard on their dorm room, that would probably be targeted harassment, and it is context specific, is accurate. I'm sorry that's so annoyed, at least Stefanik, but it's accurate. Now, but I will say, I think part of the frustration that is justified is that, I mean, I've covered campus free speech issues, incidents for like 15 years now. And I have seen over and over again investigations and suspensions against students and against professors on the mere whim that someone was offended, the mere suggestion.
Can you give an example?
Well, the universities themselves create bias response systems where if someone uses the wrong pronoun for you, so many, I've covered tons of cases.
I'm just asking for an example of someone who's been suspended or expelled because they used the wrong pronoun or said something anti-black or anti-Asian or whatever, or anti-gay or whatever.
There was a student who on his test, you're supposed to fill in the name of your professor and wrote the wrong pronoun for the professor and was given an F assignment for doing that and had to appeal it and said, well, I don't have.
Okay, but I just want to be really specific.
Well, there's an example.
Right, but I asked if there's an example. They're talking about whether or not these people should.
So it's very funny. So when they're having a conversation, and whenever Robby says something that she doesn't like, what does she do? She immediately changes the subject, right?
Right.
Right. And so now she's like, I want a specific example of this thing you're talking about. And if you can't give it to me, I'm going to sit here like a dog with a bone and keep demanding the specific example. I want you in the middle of your speech. Okay. Which, by the way, we all know that what he's saying is true, right?
Of course.
Everyone knows that that's true, right? We've all seen the articles. We've all seen a million sort of things about this. We've all heard, all the students on college campuses, whenever they're polled, say that they are afraid. The majority of students, I don't remember what the poll was, what the polling agency was, but I remember we looked at this and we talked about this in a past stream. The majority of students feel like they're afraid to voice their opinion on a college campus because they'll get canceled.
Right.
Okay. And so there's obviously this cultural idea is going on. This is like whenever we talk to someone who's on the left and they kind of do the whole like, well, what even is wokeness? I don't even know what that is. So it's like, okay. That's why I always say, well, do you acknowledge that the left has changed, in the past 6 or 7 years? And, they have to begrudgingly say yes. And you say, okay, well, that's wokeness. I don't know what to tell you. Like, we all understand that this intuitive thing has changed. And so it's just, to me, it's like, just reeks of dishonesty that she's like, unless you can pull up this very specific example it's something so obvious you didn't even think of bringing up an example to have offhand. Unless you can bring a specific example, then I'm going to say that you're wrong.
Didn't this come up in the Destiny conversation? We were kind of like, yeah, the media has a liberal bias. What? The media has a liberal bias?
Him denying that the mainstream media has a left-wing bias, which was a very bizarre, insane claim to make, and for him to make, especially because he knows better than that.
Well, look, I've heard him on live streams a million times talking about sources and being like, oh, well, this is a liberal source, so there's probably going to be some liberal bias here. It's
sure.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, no, so it's just like, this to me reeks of dishonesty from her to really push for this. And this is why in the video that we saw, because we kind of watched him out of order, he's like, my colleague asked me for evidence of this.
Well, look, this happens with Sitch and I, okay?
Right.
Sitch, I'll read some book and I'm just giving like the broad strokes of it.
And I'm like, wait a minute, Adam, fuck you.
And Sitch will be like, give me these details.
Yes, exactly.
And I'll be caught off guard.
Right.
But I'll come back in.
I'll come
back in swinging. I'll be like,
well, you can always just tell me, I'll get back to you. And I'll say, okay, fair enough.
Well, look, that's where we're at
Briahna
now. Like before I've tried to dive in, I'm like, 8 hours into a stream and I'm trying to explain this book. But it's no big deal. Look, we cut a lot of that stuff out and people enjoy us digging in deeper on a topic. So I don't feel like there's any enjoyment going on here between. Look, I don't feel like there's a good faith engagement going on where they're actually trying to get to some deeper truth.
Right.
I feel like their whole panel show has devolved into just debate. And not in a good way. Like you and I, when we debate collaboratively. Like we're both searching for what the truth is. That's not what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
Briahna wants to win. Robby may be searching for the truth. I'm not under the impression Robby wants to win some internet debate. Maybe there's a little bit of that going on. Well, look, Sitch and I both want to win too, but we don't want to win at the expense of the truth.
Right. Yeah, part of the issue too is he might have made a slight mistake in the framing of the question, because when you look into this, the people that have been canceled, and I don't know if it's just because it doesn't happen or it's just because no one's taking a list of it, because almost all the articles, they don't talk about students being canceled. They talk about teachers being canceled, teachers being fired. And that seems to be the bulk of it. Now, I don't know if that doesn't mean that students are not getting in trouble for saying shit, or they're getting in trouble, but it's like, it's not an article, because it's like they get in trouble to some capacity. And then
no one's writing articles.
No one's writing an article. Right. That a student got suspended for saying something, unless they make a big deal about it or whatever. Most kids probably just continue.
Unless it's like a black kid or something, then obviously they're going to write an article.
Right. Yeah. Most kids, try to continue with their head down and just, move forward, without trying to get in more trouble or whatever, where the firing of a teacher, is more likely to make news. So that's what the majority of articles that talk about this are talking about, teachers being fired.
Did you see that tweet that I retweeted where some Palestinian girl got kicked out of school because she was tearing down the hostage posters, and one of the videos went viral, and they were trying to frame it as a cancel culture story?
I did see that, yeah.
That kind of thing just drives me insane, because it's like every time someone on the right is quote unquote canceled, right? It's always like a Gina Carano type situation where it's like what they did was innocuous, but it's being reframed as anti-Semitism.
Mm-hmm.
This clearly, I mean, what do you call this? She's going around tearing down posters for hostages. I mean, it seems like anti-Semitism to me. So
it's not necessarily anti-Semitism.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it could be, but it doesn't have to be, because like with a lot of stuff, it's the denying of war crimes in order to try to justify or not justify actions that one side in the conflict are taking, essentially.
Right.
I said, I'm assuming this is the tweet you're talking about, because I think I quote tweeted it or I replied to it or something. And I said that putting up the posters is free speech, and tearing the posters down is infringing on free speech.
Oh,
and
yes.
So we should be punishing students. Yeah. So we should be punishing students for infringing on other people's free speech.
Right.
So so it's totally justified to kick her out or suspend her or whatever the hell they did.
Well, look, I objected to it being framed as cancel culture because, you know me, I'm like, cancel culture is when bitches out there lie about people to get them canceled. For the thing that bothers me about cancel culture is it targets innocent people.
Right.
If the person is not innocent, that's what I would call accountability culture. Like you can't go out there and just do anything and you're going to get your ass canceled. Like if you have a job doing something and you're not going to do your job, you should be fired. You're literally not doing your job. But then someone will frame that as, oh, I'm being canceled. Mm-hmm. No, you're not being canceled. Okay. So that's my objection to it. Yeah.
Very
so
true.
What she did, not cancel culture, accountability culture. Anyway, let's move on here.
Should be, you mentioned specifically expulsion.
Mm-hmm. What's she doing? She's like fixing her hair at the same time. She's lighting him up and fixing her hair. I should do that. Sitch, you know.
Give me an example.
Being such a dumbass here.
For example.
As me for an example, he's like putting the blunt in my mouth on screen.
Oh, I've done that before. That one I've done that move.
I know you have. Piece of shit.
University of New York gave guidance to professors that they would suffer consequences if they continue to use gendered salutations in emails to students.
But there haven't been, because I'm sorry, I don't mean to step on what I think we made a lot of really good points there.
Yeah.
But you did say that there were.
She does this thing that's like so disingenuous. I'm sorry, I don't mean to step on your thing. Well, I totally shit all over your thing.
Right.
It's like, just be fucking honest about it. Don't do this passive aggressive, dishonest, disingenuous. Oh, I don't mean to step all over you as I do.
I know you stayed up all night writing that story intro.
Yeah.
That I'm just completely questioning in front of everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and also, if I don't know how they do the show. So I don't know if she knew in advance this would be a topic. But if she did, she could have asked Robbie for some examples before the show started.
They probably do it on the fly like we do.
Well, Robbie obviously had whatever he's saying is like written out.
Think she's going to read that?
Okay. Maybe not. She should know it's going to be talked about. That was the thing everyone was talking about. The hearing happened the day before this aired.
Look, we were talking about it. These videos where they fight with one another, they get amazing views. I'm sure they're like, the producers are like, yeah, you guys.
That's true. That's a good point.
We love it if you hate each other.
That's a good point. Yeah.
The producers are they probably have mirrored Robbie's handwriting. They're probably sending handwritten notes to her from Robbie saying like, you bitch, how dare you? How dare you interrupt me on the set?
They have the producers are creating fake notes to send to each other that gets them all
course.
Yeah, probably.
Of course. Yeah.
Right.
Tons of examples of people who have suffered these enormous consequences.
There was a student at the university, I can't remember the university, who put a sports sign that was,
Robbie's as bad as I am. I love it. I feel so much better now. It's so hard when you're like, I did read this book, but
I know you're like trying to bring up the exact. Yeah.
No wonder he got even. This is exactly what I'll do. I'll be thinking the next day. I'll be working on the comic. I'll be thinking that fucking bitch. How dare he?
I thought of a million examples now that we're not streaming anymore.
I know, exactly. You're just sitting there. Look, you're all by yourself. You're just alone in your thoughts. Yeah, it's easy. Look, I got 35 examples now.
Exactly.
I'll run over to the computer. I'll type them out. I'll be like, Tuesday's coming soon, bitch. You better be ready. You better be ready.
There you go.
I can go back to my archive
I don't mean to challenge it, but
so many.
Here's why I'm bringing it up. Because I haven't been in college for a very long time. But my experience is there was regular open debates about whether Black people were intellectually inferior, genetically inferior to white people.
This is retarded. This is retarded. This is retarded. Okay. Listen, Brianna, you're not inferior because you're Black. You're inferior because your elephant controls you and you have no emotional control. Okay. That's why your thought process is inferior. It's nothing to do with your skin color.
It's because you're a woman. It's not because you're Black.
There you go. No, because it's like, she's like, well, if she even says, like, it's so funny. She says why what she's saying is stupid. Well, I haven't been to college in a long time. So I looked up when she went to college. She went to college she's talking about grad school. She went to grad school. She went to law school at Harvard or Stanford, or where the fuck she went. The Ivy League.
They were making these race realist arguments at Harvard when she was in grad school.
So she's claiming. Okay. I looked into a little bit of this, so we'll talk about it when she
This is very hard to believe.
It is very hard to believe.
Yeah.
Probably not true. She talks about how when she went to grad school between the years of like 2007 and like 2011 or 2012 or whatever, that all these people were making race realist remarks, which number one, I don't think that's true. But even if that was true, it's like, okay, well, that was over 11 years ago. Brianna, you understand things could be different. Like when I went to college, around that same time period as Brianna, I don't remember college campuses being hyper woke. Okay. And I don't think that's just because I was more in the left wing bubble. Like this shit just wasn't happening to this extent. Like things obviously have changed substantially since then.
Right.
So like your personal experience, Brianna, your personal experience. I know this is very difficult. I think you should know someone who talked about statistics and, broad cultural issues to know that your personal experience is not indicative of what's going on in the whole, especially when it's your personal experience from 12 fucking years ago.
Yeah. Of course. Personal experience is garbage.
Listen, Brianna saw a lot of Trump signs, so she knew Trump was going to win the election.
Look, she would probably use that argument against Tim Pool in a hot second.
I know.
But Tim Pool's lived experience goes right out the window.
Yes, but her lived experience, standpoint epistemology, baby.
A law student that I went to college with named Stephanie Grace famously had an email that she had written to a friend of hers leaked. There were no black people involved in that link. Her friend was white. She's white. But she had said something to her friend about how she was debating black people's genetic intellectual IQ merits, and that she would like to believe that she adopted a little black kid, that they would be as smart as her little white peers, but she had her doubts and it didn't seem to be panning out. You should read her words for herself. But that sparked a whole debate. There were innumerable debates about the legitimacy of black kids on campus. For my entire education.
Look, I can believe that took place in a private email between two people.
It did.
Yeah.
I read the email.
Look, that's quite different than allowing a mob of people to run around and say homicidal, genocidal things.
Well, so she's making the argument that because when she went to school 12 years ago, she thought they were racist against black people, that means that there can't be woke people now that are racist against white people and Jews. That's her argument.
Right. Is it? Oh, okay.
That's her. Yeah, it's stupid argument. But by the way, her characterization of the email is not even accurate.
Oh, really?
Right. So this is a private email, okay, that this person wrote.
Why don't you send me an email like that, Sitch, so I get dirt on you. I can leak sometime.
Right. I mean, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. So she said apparently she had some conversation with someone, okay, that we don't know about because it happened in person. She said, "I just hate leaving things where I feel I misstated my position." She said, "I absolutely do not rule out the possibility that African Americans are on average genetically predisposed to be less intelligent." Uh-oh.
Wow.
I could, period. She also says, "I could also obviously be convinced that by controlling for the right variables, we would see that they are in fact as intelligent as white people under the same circumstances." Okay, so she's giving an agnostic position on the whole thing.
Right.
And then she kind of goes on to talk about women tend to perform less well in math due to prenatal levels of testosterone.
We do know that like safety and security gives people higher IQ, or you can depress people's IQ by putting them in dangerous situations or insecure living situation.
Right.
I think it's like 3 to 5 IQ points, which is nothing to, I mean, that's a lot.
She also misunderstood the orphan thing. She said, "This suggests to me that some part of intelligence is genetic, just like with identical twins raised apart and have very similar IQs. I think my babies will be geniuses and beautiful individuals." Wow, nepotism. "Whether I raise them or give them to an orphanage in Nigeria. I don't think it is that controversial an opinion to say I think it is at least possible that African Americans are less intelligent on a genetic level, and I don't mean to shy away from that opinion at dinner." So what's interesting about this email is it seems like in person she was criticizing someone for positing that black people were less intelligent for genetic reasons. And now in the email, she's sort of saying, well, I'm agnostic about it. That's my interpretation of her email.
Right. So at some dinner party, somebody was trying to make some race realist argument, and she wished she would have made a more forceful defense of it or something.
I don't know.
Who
I mean,
knows?
it's a little, don't get me wrong. It's a yikesy-ish email, but it is a private email that two people are trying to talk about something controversial. I don't think it should be leaked. This person should get in trouble for doing it.
Yeah.
And I think her saying that she's agnostic about how much of an IQ difference there is between people from a race level, I think that's entirely different than anything that's going on with people shout for people advocating for, October 7th. And I don't think that Brianna's characterization of it is accurate either.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's made it sound like there's a person who wrote this email is like, oh, like, yes, let's, black people are all stupid idiots and they shouldn't be in Harvard Law School. That's not even remotely what she's saying. And in fact, she also gives a counter example to this. She thinks that cultural differences are an important source of test results being different relating to IQ tests. And she says, I would just like some scientific. She says it's hard to quantify cultural aspects. One example is that some people, this is an interesting argument that she says. She says, one example is that some people use crime statistics to say that African Americans are genetically more likely to be violent, but since income and other statistics cannot close the racial gap. So she's saying you can't make a difference. She says, in the slavery era, however, the stereotype of Black people was that of docile and childlike, and they were in fact responsible for very little violence, which was why the handful of rebellions seriously shook white people up. Obviously, group-wide rates of violence could not fluctuate so dramatically in 10 generations if the cause was genetic. And so although there was no quantifiable data currently available to explain away the racial discrepancy in violent crimes, it must be some non-genetic cultural shift. So she's literally saying that she's literally making an argument that the whole people that are saying Black people are genetically violent is wrong.
Right.
She's literally making that argument in that email. So I don't think it's fair to say that, you know, for Briahna to sort of characterize her as some kind of like evil, white, racist person just because she's questioning some element of the race IQ shit.
Right. I don't think look, I don't think cultures go with races. I mean, they obviously different races can adopt different cultures, but I think any race can adopt any culture.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway.
Educational experience, and never once were any of those people censored, held accountable, anything like that, and nor do I think that they should be. It was a horrible experience. When that Penn student was standing there, he talked about how he wished he could focus on his exam.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like we've heard a bunch of conversations about how white people are racist, are innately racist.
Yes.
Predisposed to racism and stuff like that.
In our society is.
Yeah, which is kind of the equivalent of someone going around saying they think Black people are genetically
inferior. Yeah.
Inferior, yeah.
Right.
I mean, that hasn't really, I don't think it's a big deal, but.
Well, it's interesting because it sounds like, and she gives kind of, it might be in the other video, she gives a couple more examples, but it sounds like they're all related because it sounds like what she's describing is, so this letter was leaked, this email was leaked in 2010.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I wouldn't begrudge anyone who's Black for, you know, not for being upset with this person or not wanting to be friends with this person. But it sounds like what happened was this letter was leaked. She had a clerkship and there was a conversation about whether she should lose her job, essentially working for the judge. And that conversation sparked, obviously, people to question about the race IQ shit, which would obviously bother Briahna, understandably. But then in her mind, like that turns into like, well, everyone on campus is talking about whether Black people deserve to be at Harvard or something, which I'm skeptical of.
Which would make her feel uncomfortable.
Of course. Which, number one, I understand that would make her feel comfortable. Number two, I'm kind of skeptical about the widespreadness of it, the conversation, or the accuracy of the conversation, the way that she's sort of recalling it. But even if that's the case, then shouldn't she be sympathetic to people literally calling for, you know, Jewish people to be killed?
You would think. Sure, you would think. That's like much further beyond this kind of race and IQ stuff.
Right.
But look, I don't, the race and IQ stuff bothers me. The all whites are racist or all whites are innately racist bothers me because it creates negative stereotypes. But you have to do the balancing act with free speech. I think the free speech is more important, but this is the thing. I think people should just need to understand about the negative stereotypes, which a lot of people are just, they don't accept that. Like they won't believe that negative stereotypes are even created.
Right.
So it is what it is.
I agree with the race and IQ stuff is horribly unhelpful. I don't know if any of it's true. I've never looked into it to try to confirm it one way or the other because it's something that doesn't really interest me at all. But it's unhelpful and completely useless because it's like when you're interacting with people on an individual level, you shouldn't be thinking about like, well, according to some group statistics, you know, like that's not the way that you interact with people on an individual level.
Right.
So,
yeah. Anyway.
exams and get on with his life, but he had to engage with that. I resonate with that feeling because I remember in the middle of exam period being tasked with responding to national media requests over that Stephanie Gray story as a part of the Black Law Student Association. So
oh, see, well, there it is. So she's part of a Black Law Student Association at the school that this girl graduated from.
Right.
And so she's getting, that's why, see, but this is why your personal experiences are dog shit for painting a picture of like what everyone else is experiencing. She's in this highly bizarrely specific situation. Okay. She's associated with, or she's a member of a Black law student group at the school that this girl's part of when this weird race and IQ letter is leaked.
She's got BuzzFeed calling her up every day. Hey, you're Black and you go to that school.
Right. And you're part of this, you're some member or the president or whatever of this group, can you give us a statement, for this thing? So she has like this very hyper specific experience that is unique to her because of her position and because of the folly of human experience has now normalized that experience to like broadly across the country and thinks it's indicative of some broad position somewhere.
Well, she thinks it's indicative of the Black experience at universities.
Right. Or that's indicative that like a bunch of white people are walking around in 2011, 2012, or even today thinking like, oh, Black people are inferior. They don't even deserve a place in college next to me,
Well, I don't know how many people think that, but
I don't think that many people think that.
I'm terrified at what it might be.
Right. I'm optimistic. I don't think that many people are walking around thinking that.
Look, you just went from confident to optimistic in like a millisecond.
No, I'm confidently optimistic.
Talk to him later. Talk to him later.
I'm
today.
confidently optimistic. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want to shit all. I don't want to start an argument. I don't want to shit all over your position. So I said I'm optimistic. But I am pretty confident that the overwhelming majority of white people in college campuses are not walking around thinking that Black people are inferior to them.
Based on what though? Look, see, I'm just agnostic about it because I don't know. Like you could do a poll or something. I could be shocked.
Right. Well, the problem is if you did a poll on that, you wouldn't expect people to necessarily be honest.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, they'd answer. Yeah, you're right.
Of course.
Look, I'm confident and optimistic too that they'll answer correctly.
Right. They'll answer the politically correct way to answer. Yeah.
But what if Scott Adams does the poll on Twitter? How's it going to
go? Well, listen, Scott Adams does the poll on Twitter, then okay, we're in trouble.
It's going to be horrible.
Right.
Oh, man. You think we could trick Scott Adams into doing that poll on Twitter?
No. Oh my God, he would
talk
be,
about
he
talk
would be
about
so
him
mad
getting canceled. Talk about him getting canceled. Scott, go ahead. Tell the Scott Adams poll.
Okay, so the reason Adam made this joke is because Scott Adams put out some poll that was like, what was it? It was like, should Trump be dictator or something?
Yeah, should Trump be the dictator that the mentally ill Democrats are so afraid that he's gonna be? And 3 of the answers were no, like hell no, no way, no without cursing.
Yeah.
And 1 was yes, that sounds like a pretty good idea. And about 80% of the people answered yes, that's a pretty good idea. Which, I mean, they're all going to say they're joking. Scott Adams was saying, "Oh, look, my audience is so funny, ha ha ha."
Yeah.
But he did castigate them on the show. I went and listened to the end of the show. You told me where it was, and I was like, dude, he's so delusional.
Well, it was interesting because he said, yeah, he was laughing and saying, I know you guys are trolling, but he was also saying you just handed the win to Joe Biden.
Right.
Right. So
I don't think people are going to dig up Scott Adams' poll. I just think it's funny.
Right.
But I do think if Scott Adams did a poll on race and IQ with his audience, it'd be horrible.
It would be.
It would be horrible.
Right.
Yeah.
That resonates with me. But the point that I think is really important here is that I think what the university presidents were getting hung up on was the idea that
anybody was actually making those genocidal statements to begin with. So I think that some of them jumped. The first president said, well, nobody's making those statements in the first place, but here's what our policies are. Fair enough. The next two should have just said that, but instead they basically, what seemed to be happening was they were assuming that by genocidal statements, I think that Jews shouldn't exist or whatever the genocidal statement was, that Stefanik was alluding to statements like, from the river to the sea, Palestine must be free, which obviously there's a debate about whether or not that means exterminating all Jews or whether that means from the river to the sea, Palestinians and Jewish people, Arabs and Jews, should have equal rights under the law, which does not.
I thought all progressives were expert at dog whistling, at detecting dog whistles. What happened here?
They are, but they pretend like they don't get it when, it's against them.
This seems like obvious dog whistle to me, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, also, she, of course, she's giving like unlimited amounts of charity to these Ivy League presidents because, okay, if you're the president of a university, your job is to make your university look good. That's like the number one thing your job is supposed to be. And you're called before Congress. So your job is, I need to make my college look good before Congress. So if someone asks you this question, and you know that they're going to ask you some question like this, you know why you're going to Congress. Like, it's not like you were blindsided. Stefanik didn't just, stop one of them on the street and shove a microphone in their face and ask them like, why are you allowing the genocide of the Jews to be perpetrated on your campus, right? Like, they know why they're going to Congress. They understand what's going on here. They have an answer prepared. And the very obvious answer that none of them could come up with. There's three of these fucking people on stage here. None of them come up with this answer is no. Or they say, yes, it is a violation of student code of conduct to advocate for genocide against Jewish people as it is any other people, period. Now, then you could get into some conversation about, well, the saying from to the river to the sea constitute that. That's a completely different question, right?
They can't really do that though, because the follow-up question will immediately be, great, what have you done to these students that have done this?
Well,
and
then
they'd be like, duh, I didn't do shit.
Well, it's very simple. You say, well, we are seriously investigating, this is the answer. We're seriously investigating all manner of accusations against students advocating for genocide or violence of Jews or Jewish students. And here at Harvard or MIT or Penn, we believe in due process, right? That good bullshit because they don't, but we believe in due process and we believe that we give a fair hearing and investigation before we make determinations about what punishments to dole out to these students. Okay.
Miss Gay, is it you in this photograph handing out Palestinian flags and signs that say from the river to the sea to your class, to your college class?
Well, listen, if they have that picture, then I can't help them. Okay. They're on their own at that point.
That picture's out there.
Somewhere.
It's a matter of time before.
But that's what's just shocking to me is like, it's a very easy way to handle a situation. But I don't honestly know if what Brown is saying is true. She's making an assumption that they're in their minds. They've like conflated the whole, is from the river to the sea really genocide? And they're conflating that with the question. I don't even know if that's the case. I don't know if that's what's the case. She's just kind of just assuming that to be true.
Yeah.
Because if that was the case, you can just separate those two things in that answer. You just use your words to separate them.
Yeah, I think there's conflicting goals here, obviously. She's going in front of Congress, in front of a bunch of Republicans. She knows young people hate Republicans. So she is trying to make the college look cool by dunking on all these Republicans in Congress. She just didn't consider, there's a bunch of donors too that are part of the equation as well.
Mate, are you saying that you think maybe they all got debate brained and they didn't realize how insane they sounded?
I think a little bit of that was going on, obviously.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, I don't know what's going on in these private conversations at these colleges, but I imagine it's terrifying. Like if we could listen in on some of these conversations, I think we'd be shocked.
I'm sure we would be shocked by how
the things that they're saying. Yeah.
Insanely woke and disgusting it is. But you think you wouldn't be so stupid as to not be able to answer the question, should you allow students to advocate for genocide of Jews on your college campus? Come on, that's very obvious.
Look, morality binds and blinds.
I guess.
They don't even see it. They don't even see it. They don't even see how it really seems. This is why they can have those smug looks on their face. They're right during these hearings, they thought, oh, these people look so bad. These Republicans look so bad. They're so anti-free speech. Oh my God. They're going to be, oh, the press is going to tear them apart. Oh my God, they're so anti-American. Oh, they claim to be American and they're Republicans. Oh my God, it's going to be brutal. And then the next day, she's like she's in a hostage video.
Yes.
She's like, that did not go how I thought it would go. It's completely different. That was a cognitive dissonance.
You're right.
They're like, the whole world is different than I ever imagined it. It turns out Republicans are actually smart.
Right. Did you see?
It turns out half our donors are Republicans.
Did you see that SNL?
I did. Oh God, it's so cringy.
Yeah. So besides being super cringy, so it's so funny because someone tweeted this at us, and I saw it was like SNL covered the hearing, and it was so funny because my thought process was, holy shit.
Yeah.
This hearing is so like widespread that SNL covered it, and even SNL is going to make fun of these woke college professors for saying this insane shit. That's what I naively.
That's what I naively thought too. Right. And then I clicked on it and I was like, you're kidding me.
Yeah. If you haven't seen it, I don't know, maybe we'll do a video about it during the week or something, but it's like, it's disgusting. It's like this insane gaslighting attempt by SNL to try to paint the picture that like, no, the college professors just use big words, but everything they said was actually fine and justified. And Stefanik was the bad idiot in the situation for yelling at them.
They see, this is the window into the moral matrix that they're operating under. This is what they were thinking the whole time they were there. They were thinking, we're the smart ones here. These people look like idiots, and this is how the world is going to see it.
Yeah.
And Saturday Night Live basically articulated how all the woke people saw it, how the president saw it.
Yeah.
And you're going, these people are morons.
Yeah. Well, the thing that's interesting is like the SNL writers are either they're intentionally pushing propaganda, or more likely, I think what you're saying is true, is that the writers of SNL are just have their heads up their own asses, that they're so in the woke bubble that they literally can't perceive reality correctly, because the mainstream left did not look at those hearings and see them the way that SNL woke writers saw them.
No.
Because if they did, then these professors wouldn't have gotten in trouble and the hearings would not have blown up. But they are blowing up. They
wouldn't have donors pulling funding right and left. They wouldn't. Yeah.
Right. Because because people, even the mainstream left, did not perceive it the way the woke writers and SNL, who have completely detached themselves from reality, have perceived the hearings.
But the SNL skit kind of goes to the argument that I'm making, that they thought they did good. They went home and after the hearing and slept like babies. They're like, oh my God, I made those Republicans look so stupid.
That would be hilarious if we could see like immediately after the hearing, you see all the presidents.
They're like high-fiving
each other. They're like, all right, like ladies, wine nights, margarita night, woo. They're going at the bar, they're getting wasted. They're like, we fucking crushed the Republicans, woo. And then they wake up and it's like, dun, dun, dun.
That's exactly what happened.
Yes.
That's exactly what happened.
Yes.
They all had such smug looks. The Penn woman that's fired already.
Yeah.
I mean, she was practically laughing as she was responding.
I know.
Wow.
I would be curious. They would never answer truthfully. I would be very interested to talk to one of these people to be like, what was your mental process? Like, what were you thinking was happening when you were sitting up there smiling and saying this shit? Like, what did you think was going on?
They thought they were dunking on Republicans.
But like, what? How did you come to that conclusion?
Because, look, this is the thing. It's so bizarre. They know free speech is a progressive principle.
Okay.
They do. That's why they've separated in their mind to hate speech and free speech.
Calling
They're
for
like,
genocide
hate
of
speech-
Jews is not hate speech.
They're like, hate speech is anything that's against progressives. Free speech is anything that's against Republicans.
Oh, okay. You're right. That was what was happening there. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's exactly what's happening.
Right.
You know it's true.
Probably.
Not currently exist in Israel. And so I think that they were saying they were wanting to resist validating the idea that those genocidal statements were being made in the first place. And in the same way that there's that famous example of, if you're asked, why are you beating your wife? Even if you've never beat your wife, that being out there creates a kind of reality that people don't necessarily want to validate. You know what I mean?
Yes. There have been a number of, I want to make clear that I do have examples, number of professors, we've talked about some of them on the show, using the N-word in English literature discussions or in language discussions. There was one professor who used a word, I can't, in what language, that just sounds like, it was Chinese, sounds like that word. It isn't, and he was punished by the institution. It does. Fire right now has 1,000 open cases. So
let's dig into this. What is the alleged statement from, this is very important, what is the alleged statement from a student or a faculty member, similar to the very specific example you just gave? Whatever you feel about it, rightly or wrong, you have an example of a statement that was made. Has there been, in any of the reporting that you've looked at, or in the testimony that we just saw that young man from Penn give, a specific statement that is attributed to a specific person, maybe a professor, that should be investigated? Because what I noticed, the reason that I wanted to pick that part of the clip.
Yeah, wasn't there? What do you mean? There was a professor from Penn who was tearing down the hostage photos. There was, I forget what school it was. There was a professor who said that they saw the video of October 7th and it was like electrifying and gratifying. Wow. There was a professor, I believe it was a professor, who said that like they were like mocking how on October 7th they were shooting up a bunch of, they were bringing, I forget what the language they used, but they said something like they were, rolled up on a bunch of hipsters at a dance festival.
Yeah, I remember hearing that one, but I don't know who was saying it.
I thought they were a professor. So, I mean, this is a weird question she's asking. I don't know how she doesn't know about any of this stuff, I guess, because of the bubble that she's in. And I just saw that clip that was just from Columbia, where all these people there was some student group that was praising October 7th. So, like, I don't know what you're talking about, Brianna.
Was that individual made the following allegation, the following very serious and very specific allegation. He said, I'm just pulling it up on my Twitter wants to be really slow. He specifically said that both his professors and fellow students have said, quote, "You're a dirty little Jew, you deserve to die." Now, I strongly agree that if a professor or a student, but especially a professor, was heard saying, "You're a dirty little Jew, you deserve to die," that absolutely there would be professional consequences, and there should be professional consequences. Now, before we're reading the student guidelines and the professor guidelines are two very different things. Professors should absolutely not be teaching at an institution where they are saying something as vile as that. But why is it that there's a congressional hearing where this young man is going to get up and be able to make that kind of an accusation without saying who the professor was? Do you remember what professor said something like that? I'm asking why it is that when we have video that we aren't able to play because we don't have permission to it, but the video that was included in the Glenn Greenwald tweet features pro-Israel protesters saying, "Kill all Palestinians, all of them, not one left from the river to the sea. Palestine will be deceased. We got to wipe them off the face, off the effing map." And I'm talking about flattening them like a parking lot.
Yeah, I don't think that should be allowed. Is that really
that shouldn't be allowed either, right?
Yeah. People running around campuses saying "kill all Palestinians." I mean, come on.
Evidence. You can do what you want with that evidence. You can say someone should be sanctioned. Specific statements caught on camera that people have said that you can feel one way or the other about. But as I've been reading about the allegations of what's going on in Penn, calling for an intifada. Intifada.
Calling for an empanada.
Oh, I love empanadas. It's just so delicious.
From the river to the sea, empanada belongs to me.
I'm very conflicted here because Man, I'm down with the empanadas.
Empanada now. Empanada forever. Empanada.
How delicious are those?
Empanadas? They're pretty good. I haven't had an empanada in a long time. Who doesn't like a nice empanada? What is the difference between an empanada and like an egg roll? Aren't they like basically the same thing, but just a different shape?
One is,
I mean, there's different stuff
Asian,
inside of it,
and one is
they take like there's like different fixins in the inside.
South American.
But the fried part on the outside tastes very similar.
Rebellion. So absolutely that should be protected speech. I don't understand why that's being characterized as hate speech. Yes, people who are in an occupied territory are going to call for their own liberation and for a revolution.
Oh, here she
the
goes
American
again.
Revolution isn't hate speech. Apartheid revolution isn't hate speech. The Haitian Revolution isn't hate speech. This isn't hate speech.
This is insane.
Uh-oh.
So she's saying it's, I guess, justified. I don't know what the fuck she's saying here. She keeps doing this thing where she's like, oh, it's horrible, but then she makes these statements where it's like, well, I mean, if you had an American Revolution or the Haitian Revolution or whatever, a bunch of Americans or Haitians, killed and raped 1,400 people and then kidnapped them. And then you're like on a British campus saying like American Revolution now. I mean, how do you think they're going to feel about that? Like, I don't know. I don't know, man.
Well, this is the reason why they can go around and say like, kill white people and stuff.
Yes.
Because they're the oppressors.
Of course.
So what are the specific examples that are being put forward?
Hate speech is a made-up category. I'm not going to refer to any speech as hate speech.
But in violation of school policy.
Well, I don't think any of this is in violation of school policy. I don't care. The statement he's describing.
You're a dirty little Jew. It definitely is in violation of somebody's
because that's targeted at a specific person. I mean, this is different. Specific. If I call you that,
no.
Then that's what the university professors are saying.
Right, but that's not what that kid was saying. That kid wasn't saying someone's pointed at me and called me that.
He said my classmates and professors have said things like that, and he also said that, and that they said glory to what happened on.
Wait, how do you call someone a dirty Jew not as an individual? That doesn't even make sense. What the fuck is she talking about? The teacher just like point to no one and said, "You dirty Jew" at like the air. Like, what does that even mean? How does that what does that look like?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, he was making an accusation. It sounded like he was making an accusation that he was personally, called this stuff. But.
Are there prohibitions against using slurs against people on campuses? Like,
of course, targeted harassment. Yeah,
that's considered targeted harassment.
Yes. Yeah.
What if I just say, "I hate you, you're stupid"?
No,
is that targeted harassment? So what changes that I use some racial slur?
The racial slur part is what changes it. Yeah.
So I'm not, but I'm targeting you as an individual, but I'm referencing your group, or I'm targeting your group. How's it? Yeah. Where's the target in the targeted harassment?
It's you targeting an individual and insulting them on the basis of some group identification.
Okay.
So it would be you calling a black person the N-word. You saying you suck because you're Jewish or whatever, or you were, you're going to suicide bomb me because you're, Muslim or whatever. Like those,
right.
Like, yeah.
All these are special rules for college campuses too. This is like, these rules don't apply outside of college campus.
Will apply to what? I mean, they apply to most jobs. You probably the bosses wouldn't be very happy if you were like calling someone a dirty Jew.
What if you're like the secretary for the local chapter of the KKK, though?
Okay, well, in that case, they actually advocate for you to use these, this language. Okay.
Not all jobs are the same, Sitch.
That's true. That's a good point.
October 7th, which is totally, as I've said multiple times, in keeping with the sentiment of pro-Palestinian activists on college campuses.
It's keeping with the sentiment of people.
Today we witness a historic win for the Palestinian resistance, referring to the events of October 7th.
Let me finish, Robbie. A lot of people made statements like that. Wait, I'm validating what you're saying.
Yes.
Give me the space to agree with you, Jesus.
Do you think she's actually going to? Do you think she's actually going to agree?
She just took the Lord's name in vain. She just targeted Christians. Okay.
Look at Robbie's face. Look at their faces.
Robbie has the look on his face right now is skeptical.
Yes.
That is the skeptical look. Oh,
Yes.
you're agreeing with me. Sure, you are.
We'll see.
On October 7th, October 8th, people were saying things like that. Norm Finkelstein, who has gotten a lot of viral attention right now because of how compelling he is, has
Compelling, Sitch. Is that the word that you would use to describe Norman Finkelstein?
I would actually. It is compelling to wonder how one person became so stupid and retarded that it is compelling. It's like watching. It's like, you know, people talk about watching like a train wreck. It's like watching a train wreck if the train wreck was a retarded puppy. Okay.
Compelling you to throw up.
Yes, it's like a retarded
compelling
puppy
you to slit your wrist.
that's got that, like, if you see that retarded puppy is like derping along and it looks like it's gonna run off the edge, and you're like, well, there it goes. And you're compelled to watch it. Like, that's what watching. I mean, Norman is compelling in that regard. Yes.
talked about how he also, when the facts were not out and it seemed like this was a resistance movement and nobody knew how many civilians had been killed, made statements like that, which Norm Finkelstein, I can't speak for every student on campus, but Norm Finkelstein, who again is the son of Holocaust survivors, revised when he realized the gravity of not the legitimate kind of military revolutionary act, but the actual attack on civilians that is in no way validated under international law and cannot be characterized as a revolutionary act.
All right, well, I would have deleted.
Did Norman Finkelstein revise and I missed it, Sitch? Where was the revision? I've been watching a lot of Finkelstein and.
Well, no, she's kind of bullshitting. All he said, which I think we even watched when we were covering him, all he said was that, like, well, he made the original statement where he was basically praising the action. He made it before he understood the gravity of the situation, which, by the way, is still disgusting. Like, oh, so you thought like only like 50 people died and you thought that that was like a good thing, I guess. Number one. But number two, you know, he didn't really like apologize or fix it, because he just said, oh, I made a statement before I knew what went on. This is what he said to Piers Morgan. I made a statement before I understood the gravity situation, but I didn't take it down. I didn't take the post down, and I'm still not willing to condemn Hamas. I was like, well, what are you revising then exactly?
Right.
Like, if you're not going to take it down, you're not going to issue a different statement where you can, and you're not going to condemn the action, then what the fuck? You didn't revise shit, motherfucker. All you said was, oh, I guess I shouldn't have been so glib about it or so gleeful about it, but I don't condemn it. Well, you didn't revise anything, bitch. That's just you being a coward.
Yeah, I didn't see much of a revision there. That's what I was talking about.
No, there was no fucking revision. And also the groups that he was talking about, I never saw no revision from the student group, the Palestinian student groups. And I didn't see the Palestinian student groups, the local chapters. I could be wrong, but maybe just didn't make the news. I didn't see them come out and denounce the national chapter and say,
here's the revision.
We don't support that.
Here's the revision she must be talking about. Once old Norm figured out how bad it was, he's like, I better say open air prison and concentration camp a bit more here.
Right.
Did this statement from my website then if it was just a misunderstanding?
But the point of the matter is
their mind had been sufficiently changed. I don't think they've changed their mind about it.
Okay, well, this is an important point.
So, but wait, see, she always does this. She brings a point to him. He addresses the point. He says, I don't think they've changed their mind. I see no evidence that they've changed their mind. The statement still exists on their website. And then she changes the subject when she's been proven wrong. Oh, but that's not the point. The point is something else entirely. You brought up this point. What the hell are you talking about?
It's so infuriating.
We now have, what has happened actually is that students making anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab comments have not gotten the same kind of treatment. We had almost every Congress.
What about the other students? She's throwing everything she can't. Listen, they just said that because they didn't understand it. Well, I don't see any evidence of that. Well, but what about the other students? Well, what about them? Why is that? No one's justifying people saying they should kill all Arabs or all Palestinians. No one ever said that was justified either. What the fuck are you talking about?
Throw them all out. Suspend them all.
Yes.
Get rid of all of them.
Let's just get rid of all the racists and bigots. I know it's a crazy statement, right? Crazy idea.
Oh, wouldn't it be so much better?
Women out in front of Congress doing a vigil for the lost Israeli lives. We had the 5 or 6 members of the squad at a vigil for the now 15,000 Palestinians have been killed using American bombs in Gaza. You have 3 Palestinian students literally shot. One paralyzed permanently. Wait a minute. Below the waist.
You always like she does this. She's like, I'm losing an argument. I need to wrap myself in the dead bodies of somebody else so I don't lose the argument. Okay. Did you know, Robbie, did you know that 3 people of Palestinian descent were shot? Did you know that? Why are you supporting this, Robbie, even though you didn't support this? Why are you supporting this? Why are we talking about this, Robbie, you piece of shit?
She does this every time.
Every time. It's disgusting. Sick. How does she treat her co-host like this? Her coworker like this? It's gross.
Makes me sick to my stomach.
I should do this. Next time we get an argument, I'm going to be like, Adam, how can you stand idly by while people are dying somewhere else in the country?
Because I don't give a fuck, Sitch, you know.
You monster. You don't care that there's people dying right now in some other country that I don't know about currently at this moment? You
Look,
sicko.
If people are dying, I feel bad for them, but...
You sick fuck, Adam. How dare you argue with me about individualism or collectivism when there are people dying right now, right at this second?
Yeah, don't do that.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. The next time we get heated, I'm going to pull a Brianna on you. I'm going to pull a JoyGrey on you, okay? I'm going to make you pay the iron price right now.
As a anti-Muslim hate, anti-Arab hate, anti-Palestinian hate, and had a 6-year-old stabbed to death as a consequence of it. But what Congress is doing is allowing a student to come forward and put forward unsubstantiated. If he can substantiate it, God, please, I hope he does, because no professor should be allowed to make those kind of statements in my view. But making unsubstantiated claims at the same time that Congress is passing legislation that says anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism.
Okay. Hold on a sec. So let me answer your question, Brianna. She's like, why are they focusing on the Jewish thing? They're not focusing on like the other stuff, okay? The Arab, violence against Arab or
all the land the Israelis stole from all.
Well, no, she's not even talking about that. She's saying like, why are they not focusing on, these crimes, these hate crimes that have been, perpetrated against people of Muslim descent, right? Or Muslim. Well, the answer to the question, Brianna, because those things are crimes. And we all agree that those things are bad. And people aren't marching around on college campuses saying, that it's okay to go kill Palestinians. That's okay to go shoot them. People aren't really saying that, right?
That's
so
true.
Really,
yeah, got to
it's not really a conversation, right? You found, the odd video of some of it happening, and everyone says that that's bad. It's very simple. Everyone says that's bad. You shouldn't do that. Okay. The reason we're having this conversation, Brianna, the reason that they're called into Congress to testify about the whole Jewish question, if you will, is because a bunch of people like you, Brianna, and a bunch of other assholes keep defending the behavior. That's why we have to talk about it. If you guys just said it's fucking bad, you shouldn't do it, and you stop doing it, then we wouldn't be having the conversation, dumbass. That's why we keep talking about it. We keep talking about it because you keep fucking defending it. It's so simple. It's so fucking simple. People are not defending killing Palestinians, Americans. People are not defending that. Okay. But you and other people keep defending people who are fucking running interference softly or implicitly or explicitly for fucking genociding Jews and Israelis. That's why we're having the fucking conversation.
Very true. Yeah.
It's like mind blowing. That's why it's happening. Holy shit. Shut up. You're helping the conversation continue, Brianna, every time you open your mouth and you talk about it.
Yeah, this is why everyone got mad at the presidents. They were like, holy cow. Now they're running interference in front of Congress.
Exactly. Yeah, do you think if like, let's just say like theoretically the politics of like wokeness was reversed, okay? Bunch of people shouting, we should be, leveling Gaza, kill every Palestinian, right? From the river to the sea, Israel will like be only thee or something, right? If that was like going on college campuses and they called these presidents to testify and they said like, oh, is it okay to like for students to advocate for the genocide of Palestinians? Do you think any of those fucking people would have had a problem saying, no, that's not all right?
No, they wouldn't. But they would be mystified at the fact that Republicans were complaining about that.
It's just fucking wild.
Do you think Republicans would? Do you think Congress would have called
No, they
them in
wouldn't
front of
care.
them? Yeah.
Fucking Republicans wouldn't care about that. Of course. Why would they care about that?
Can you imagine? So there's a bunch of pro-Israel demonstrations where they're like, yeah, turn Gaza into a parking lot.
Yeah. They're not
The Republicans would be like, we need to cut this deficit.
Yeah. Right. Of course. Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bastards, all of them.
Also, I don't know what like that 6-year-old that got stabbed by that crazy person, which is like horrific. What does that have to do with like we're talking about like anti-Semitism on college campuses? I don't know. What does that do with anything?
And also the 3 kids that got shot by some crazy guy.
Right.
I don't know if that came up as like a hate crime or what. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick.
Okay,
I'll
you're
be
in the
back.
bathroom. Yeah, because I don't know, because I know that when that shooting occurred, the assumption was it was a hate crime, but they didn't know for sure. So I don't know if that was ever confirmed or not, what the guy's motivation was. Let's see, let me look it up. 3 Palestinian college shot in Vermont. I don't know if there's been any update to the story yet. Let's see. They arrested the white man who's suspected of shooting the 3 20-year-olds. They were wearing the Palestinian Arafat scarves. Evidence collected during a search of Eaton's home several hours after he was detained gave investigators and prosecutors probable cause to believe that Mr. Eaton perpetuated that shooting. Okay, but it doesn't give the motivation for the shooting. So, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was, because of racism or something, but.
So in a world where the United States Congress, we know they believe that being critical of Israel is the same thing as being anti-Semitic, then how can you...
Did you like them saying that?
Oh, God.
That was not you, right? That was Robbie?
No, that's totally Robbie.
So in a world where the United States Congress, we know they believe that being critical of Israel is the same thing as being anti-Semitic, then how...
Oh, my God.
Okay. That's funny.
Being critical of Israel is the same thing as being anti-Semitic. They won't be critical of Israel. I mean, it's true to some extent, obviously. I mean, we just both admitted that but the difference is that the pro-Israel rallies are not yelling for Gaza to be turned into a parking lot. I mean, they may feel that privately, but they're not out yelling it in public, right?
Mm-hmm. The House declares anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, dividing Democrats. Because I want to see exactly what she's talking about. More than half of House Democrats declined to back Republican written resolution, as some argued, what does that mean? That equating the criticism of Save Israel with the hatred of the Jewish people went too far. House Democrats splintered on Tuesday over a resolution condemning the rise of anti-Semitism in the United States and around the world, with more than half of them declining to support a measure declaring that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. The resolution denounces anti-Semitism drafted by Republicans, passed by a vote of 311 to 14, drawing the support of all but one Republican. 92 Democrats voted present, not taking a position for or against the measure, while 95 Democrats supported it. Under this resolution, those who love Israel deeply but criticize some of its policy approaches could be considered anti-Zionist, said Jared Nadler, Democrat of New York, and the longest-serving Jewish member of the House. Okay,
I think that's the guy that like shit his pants at the podium.
That is the guy. You're right. Okay, but what is the?
Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
I think we watched it on stream.
We did, yeah.
He waddled away like he just.
Listen, sometimes, Adam.
Can you imagine?
Sometimes you just shit yourself. Okay. It happens to the best of us, right? I mean, it's never happened to me, but I'm just saying, if I was that old, I'm sure it would happen to me.
That's pretty embarrassing, though, isn't
It's
it?
pretty bad, obviously.
Bring up the video.
There you go. I just want to. I despise when articles talk about legislation and then they don't link the thing that they're talking about. Because I want to. I want to read
God, Sitch.
it. Listen, Robby.
You have to find the article. Oh God.
Well, I don't necessarily trust the the Washington, the New York Times' interpretation of it. So I just want to read very clearly what it says, and I don't trust her.
That's right-wing media.
Because what she said, she said they wanted to pass like a law. Well, is it a law or is it just like one of these statements, like those resolutions that they pass that don't do anything? They're just like, we condemn anti-Semitism.
Oh, you mean the non-binding resolution?
Yeah, like, is that what she's talking about? Because if that's what she's talking about, like, I don't give a shit. Like, why was even the point of bringing that up?
Why did they call those resolutions non-binding resolutions?
Because they don't bind anything. Okay, here it is. I found it, Adam. They say they have a bunch of whereases. They say, whereas on November 3rd, a Jewish woman was attacked, blah, 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 blah. And then they say, resolve, the House of Representatives, number 1, strongly condemns and denounces all instances of anti-Semitism occurring in the United States and globally. Number 2, reaffirms and reiterates its strong support for the Jewish community at home and abroad. Number 3, calls on elected officials and world leaders to condemn and fight all forms of domestic and global anti-Semitism. Number 4, clearly and firmly states that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. And number 5, rejects all form of terror, hate, and discrimination, harassment of members of the Jewish community. So listen, you can disagree with number 4, which is fine. I disagree with number 4. But this doesn't mean it's not a law. It's just some kind of non-binding virtue signal by the House. That's all that is. So I don't. It's nothing for her to like lose her fucking shit over.
How can you credit someone who's saying abstractly that people are making anti-Semitic statements when we know that to so many of these people, anti-Semitism means saying anything critical of Israel?
So you see the magic voodoo trick, the little magician trick she did right there? She's like, well, how can you say that there's actually anti-Semitism on campus happening? Because maybe they're just criticisms of Israel. You don't know.
I know that, and there's something, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. I'm done with this segment. Fine, whatever. Okay. More rising after this.
So before...
Listen, I've been there. I've been there, Robby.
Oh, come on now. Come on.
But there have been times where I'm like, listen, we just need to move on. I'm tired of this talk about this.
This is how every single MMT segment ends. Look at the look on
so
Brianna's
beautiful.
face.
This is so beautiful. I love it.
Someone who's saying abstractly that people are making anti-Semitic statements when we know that to so many of these people, anti-Semitism means saying anything critical of Israel.
I know that, and there's something, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. I'm done with this segment. Fine, whatever. Okay. More rising after this.
Look at that look on Brianna's face. She's like so demoralized.
I love that. That's so good. Okay, we got one more of these. Okay, now we can go back to what we were watching before. So you just wanted to hit back.
And just to bring it into the Hasan Ethan situation.
Right.
The thing that is very different about this situation and the Hasan Ethan situation is, this is like kind of a corporate gig for both of them. I think they're getting paid to do this content.
Mm-hmm.
Ethan at least has the power to walk away. I think Hasan has the same power.
Right.
I don't know that either of these people have the power to walk away. This seems just like like a hostile.
They're under
work
some kind of
environment.
contract. Yeah. Well, also, I mean, so there's a lot of similarities in terms of how I think she treats Robby is very similar to how how Hasan treats Ethan. I don't think that the show is going to break up the way that Leftovers did because number one, as you said, they're under contract probably, so they probably can't. But number two, I think that there is a difference, which is that I'm assuming that Robby is not being accosted and attacked by the audience the way Ethan was.
Oh, that's a great point. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Robby has like a mob of people like shitting down his throat for giving these like pretty mild takes. Like when I look at the comments seem to be mostly on Robby's side.
Yeah, I did a quote tweet of Brianna JoyGrey kind of recently because she was making some comment about how the hostages that were returned said they were just completely treated well and stuff like that. Yeah, which is
so disgustingly not true.
Yeah. Well, and I just immediately said, look, obviously if they took 200 hostages, 200 plus hostages, they can treat some of them great and release them immediately. Be like, oh my God, look, they treated these people horrible.
Yeah.
And treat the people that they were never going to release abhorrently.
I know. But this is why, you know, she like wraps herself in this like fake moral nonsense when it's bullshit. It's totally bullshit.
Well, how can she be this naive about how these people are being treated?
Because she wants to be.
Well, look, it goes against everything I understand about human nature. If her narrative is true, that these people have been disrespected and shit on and treated like garbage and live in an open air prison and concentration camp and all that, why the hell would they be treating their hostages good? That makes absolutely no sense.
I don't know. Well, it's weird. Yeah, it's a great point. It's weird because she was noted very briefly. She got community noted and then it got removed. So I don't know. I don't know what happened.
How'd she do that?
I don't know. Because I remember looking, because I responded to her tweet and I said, is crying out for community notes. Many of those kidnapped by Hamas have now been released, describe various abuses they suffered. That is abuse beyond just being held hostage and threatened with death for over a month after your family was killed before your eyes on October 7th. And it's true. That definitely happened. There's definitely a lot of proof and evidence of both the sexual assaults that occurred on October 7th and also the abuses that hostages suffered and have been reported. And I saw at some point she got a community note and then at some point it got taken down. And it's currently not up. So I don't know. I guess I guess there was too many Hamas simps in the community notes tab of things. So anyway, let's watch. Okay. So now that you guys saw that was the backstory, now you see where Robbie's coming from when he says, you know, what he was referring to from the previous day. He's like, I got into this spat with Brianna here.
Created safe spaces and enshrined trigger warnings, which do not work, by the way, for the explicit purpose of discouraging supposedly hateful speech. Yesterday, I was asked by my co-host to give specific examples showing university bureaucrats are hypocrites and do, in fact, censor hateful speech when it's aimed at groups other than Jews. I gave her.
So, look, I love the fact that Robbie's radar is... What's on Robbie's radar? Brianna, that nasty co-host of mine.
Exactly.
A few, but here are a few more. So a white female student at the University of Virginia was accused by a black student activist of telling Black Lives Matter protesters that they would, quote, make good speed bumps. The accused was a student named Morgan Bettinger. She faced disciplinary charges for threatening other students, health and safety, and she was ultimately expelled in abeyance. Even though two separate investigations, one by students and one by the campus's civil rights office, concluded there was no evidence she'd actually made that offensive comment. At Macalester College in Minnesota, administrators took down an art display by an American-Iranian artist that concerned the subjugation of women in the Muslim world. Why? Because Muslim students said this form of expression was harmful to them. Elsewhere in Minnesota, at Hamline University, the administration did not renew the contract of a professor who had dared to show an image of the Prophet Muhammad in his class. Here's one viewers might remember. Georgetown University subjected a legal scholar, Ilya Shapiro, to a humiliating investigation after he sent out an ill-advised tweet that appeared to suggest he thought Ketanji Brown Jackson was not the most qualified choice for the open SCOTUS seat. I don't think what Shapiro said was hateful at all. It was clumsy, perhaps, not hateful. But that's not the point, because remember, we're talking about whether university presidents are hypocrites when it comes to protecting hateful speech. Clearly they are. Administrators retaliate against controversial speech even when it isn't actually hateful. They just describe it as such. As long as someone is offended, it happens all the time. Which we need more examples. Let's proceed. At Princeton...
He's just drilling her, man. He goes on for like...
Where's the Briahna cam? I want the Briahna cam so bad.
I know.
Look, her face.
They can't turn to her because she's so pissed right now.
Are you like turn to her? She's like literally like chewing like her shirt. She's like ripping it. She's like, like what's happening? I want to see. Show me. Show me.
Administrators forced the cancellation of an art exhibition of 19th century Jewish American artists because two of the featured artists had been Confederate soldiers. The works in question had nothing to do with the Confederacy. Even if they had, thought we didn't censor hateful speech on campus, speech that makes others feel uncomfortable and unsafe. We were assured by the most elite university presidents that such censorship would violate their policies and never occur. How interesting. Moving on.
I mean, that wasn't targeting any individual, right? It didn't. The context seems wrong to me there.
Right. On a University of North Texas professor wrote on a chalkboard that a list of popular microaggressions, i.e. racial slights, was garbage. He was fired. George Washington University decided to investigate students for putting up flyers that were critical of the Chinese government after the university's Chinese Cultural Society said the flyers would foster ethnic hatred. By the way, this is by no means a list of all campus censorship episodes ever that resulted from supposedly hateful speech at college campuses. It's actually just a list of such episodes from this year alone, based solely on articles I've written or were written by my colleague at Reason Magazine, Emma Camp, who also covers these things. By no means have we tallied all of them. That's a snapshot of some interesting ones from the last 10 months. Prior to becoming the full-time host of the show, I used to cover these things more regularly. So you need more examples. Let's please search my story archive from about 2014 to 2020. Actually, you know what? I'll give you one more because it's from 2021 that concerns one of the universities whose presidents appeared before Congress at the hearing. That would be MIT, which invited a geophysicist, Doreen Abbott, to deliver a guest lecture on climate change. Students revolted, not because his views on climate change were offensive to them, but because he had written an op-ed that criticized race-based affirmative action in higher education. In response, the university canceled that lecture, the explicit reason being that black students might find that opinion to be hateful.
Oh my God. Robby from the three-point line jumps all the way across the court and dunks so hard on Briahna. The backboards exploded. Glass everywhere. It's just, the ball was on fire. Yeah. Briahna just got like knocked like 1,000 feet into the stands. Oh my God. I've never seen a dunk like that ever in my entire life.
That's why they can't pan to her, man. She's like on fire. She's like smoking right now.
Yeah. She's like when when Wile E. Coyote, like the TNT blows up in his face and he's all like blackened and covered in soot and like blinking. Like that's Briahna right now. She's got like annihilated. Oh my God, that's hilarious. I bet like the second that show ended, Robby like ran to his office and like whipped out these like I need to look at the archive of my old articles.
Oh yeah, no, he put this one together.
God, I love it. I'm very, very curious as to what Brianna's response to all this is.
Look, this blows up. This goes nuclear here.
Oh my God.
She's not going to take this.
Of course, he just slapped the crap out of her. He just held her down. Listen, he held her down and just spit in her face like 10 times.
He's not. Look, she's not going to take this.
Like the little like
lots of the dead children argument is coming.
Okay, I could see it. I could feel it. I could feel the why are you talking about this when there's children dying?
And the time it took you to whip out all of those examples. Yeah. guess.
What about Harvard and Penn? Those are the other two officials we heard from the other day. Instead, going into specific examples, let me just give you a data point. The Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression ranks colleges and universities on how well they defend free speech. Their rankings contain 248 institutions. Penn comes in at 247th. Harvard comes in at 248th. That's second to last and dead last. So let's return to the present debate. Now, when
Oh, by the way, if you didn't watch our video where we talked about this, because I kind of looked through FIRE's rating system, they said that in the first time in their entire history of them, keeping track of any of this stuff, Harvard got a score of 0.
Yeah.
Never before has any college ever gotten that according to FIRE. They actually said, in reality, they should have got a negative score, but they don't go that low. They stop at 0.
Greg Lukianoff was on Bill Maher.
I saw that. Yeah.
Elite university presidents claim that even hateful speech should enjoy protection on college campuses, they are absolutely correct. When they say that hateful speech does enjoy protection on campus, they're either misguided or they are lying to you. So if critics want to charge that university administrators are
Robbie's incorrect. They do allow hateful speech on campus as long as it's aimed at white people and Jews.
Right. And Republicans, obviously.
And Republicans, yeah. Doesn't really count as hate speech.
Hypocrites for only sticking to principle when their scrutinized speech is anti-Jewish. They can do so, but of course we should remember that pro-Palestinian and pro-Israel activism has been suppressed on campuses over and over again. Pressuring university presidents to come down harder on legal speech is not a very good idea. And anyone who has paid close attention to the happenings on college campuses for the last 2 decades, as I have, or should be more wary of empowering administrators to engage in censorship. Universities do not need any encouragement on that front, least of all from U.S. Congress. Hypocrites should be denounced when they fail to protect speech, however odious, not when they stick to their First Amendment principles. And if we needed any evidence of that, Liz McGill, one of the presidents who was called before that congressional hearing the other day, appeared.
Look how much he's blinking. You see that? They blink every quarter second. That's the sign. That's the tell right there.
Robbie has really bad posture, and Briahna is just, she's she's ready to go. Robbie always has really bad posture.
Oh, does he? I never noticed.
Yeah, he's kind of slumped over his computer. He's very.
How tall is Robbie?
Very casual. Oh, he's got to be over 6 foot. He seems really tall. Yeah,
because he looks really tall there. Sometimes people that are really tall get really bad posture because they're
because they got to lean down to the computer.
Of being, I don't know. It's just saying he's only 5'11", so I don't know.
Oh, really? Wow.
Maybe she's really short. So I don't know. He looks really tall standing there, but whatever.
I guess he's not that tall.
Maybe maybe he just has bad posture.
That's an inch taller than me, so.
There you go.
Appears to have caved. She released a video last night.
Yeah, Glenn Greenwald referred to it as a hostage video.
Yes, saying that she hears you, she sees you, she will do everything to fight anti-Semitism on campus. Which I'm now speaking to people ostensibly on the right here who have felt the brunt of censorship on these campuses in the past over and over again. It's based on the idea that harmful and hateful speech is a psychic attack on you and thus must be suppressed. We will make, Harvard can't fall any lower. Penn can't fall any lower. MIT could still fall lower, I guess. We will make these places less amenable to First Amendment protections if we pressure them to censor more speech.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting that these conservatives seem to be obsessed with these elite campuses, given that they say that they hate elitism so much, when you have these rampant abuses of free speech in a lot of these Southern universities. For example, I just interviewed for my podcast today, Abby Martin, who is an independent.
Please make it stop, Sitch. Why? Look, she can't help herself. It's all whataboutism, man. It's so annoying.
They're such hypocrites. I was just talking to Abby Martin. That's a real non-hypocritical source of truth telling. Let me tell you something, Abby fucking Martin. Person who'd stake her life for the fact that Israel definitely blew up that hospital parking lot.
Yeah.
independent journalist who's done work on Israel-Palestine for years. She was disinvited from, I believe it was the University of Georgia, because she refused to sign one of those anti-BDS pledges at the Georgia Southern University, sorry.
Abby Martin was disinvited from a university? Is that what she's saying?
Abby Martin made the claim that that's what happened, yeah.
Oh, Abby Martin was disinvited. Well, I would think
speaking at a university.
I would think Abby Martin, I would think Norman Finkelstein would be uninvited. I think a whole host of these people would be getting uninvited.
I mean, if it's true that she was not invited to school because she had to sign an anti-BDS thing, I think that's crazy. If that's true.
Right.
But I don't know if it's true.
Well, they probably wanted her to sign it because they're like, this lady's a Hamas simp. We don't want her on our campus.
Well, no, I think maybe this happened like a while ago.
Oh.
So.
Because she refused to sign an anti-BDS pledge. And these are the kind of really systematized, not the schools making academic decision or internal decisions as a corporation or however you want to describe it as an academic institution, but government overreach that prevents a school or constrains a school in these ways from having the kind of speakers that the students there or the faculty there might want to have. And I think that's a microcosm of the issue here that's going on, that periodically people with a lot of power will weaponize some discourse on college campuses to advance a ideology or a government action that is so much more important than what kids are doing on campuses. And we're seeing this right now. I mean, you just characterized the speech at Harvard as anti-Jewish, which is very similar to what is going on in Congress right now, where they literally just passed a resolution to mandate that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. So we're in a world where the government is saying that.
What does that mean? What does that resolution mean?
Yeah, you'd have to look at the details. I don't know what they mean by anti-Zionism.
No, but like, it was the thing that I read. It doesn't mean that according to like hate speech laws, my understanding when I looked at the resolution, it doesn't mean that according to like going forward, hate speech laws now include anti-Zionism. It's just one of these like, we condemn this
it's a non-binding resolution.
Yeah, like it doesn't say that, like, it's not, she's making it sound like Congress just like rewrote the Civil Rights Act to include anti-Zionism as like something you're not allowed to do, which is not the case.
When they just did a non-binding resolution that said, all of us aren't going to be anti-Semites, right? Okay, good, cool,
yeah,
thanks, see you Friday.
Right. Which again, you can criticize the anti-Zionism element of it, that's fine, but just, it's not like, you can't make it a thing bigger than what it is. And you're right, she just did the classic thing because he's talking about this stuff, and what she do? She immediately tried to change the subject and says, well, I find it funny that you care about what people are saying on these college campuses when the government is saying you can't do BDS stuff. Yeah. Why are you criticizing that, Robbie? Well, I do criticize that as a libertarian. Well, you only criticize it when I bring it up, so you must be lying. You're a disingenuous fucker.
Oh my God.
They're like, okay, listen, Brianna, you just mad that I fucking dunked on you so hard that you're fucking blew up like Wile E. Coyote.
Oh, she's like, she's totally stewing, but
now you're changing the subject.
He turned back to her and was like, that's right, but played it off. Just, we're all professionals here, but we know what I did.
You're right. He should have winked at her. He should have been like, now to you, Brianna, wink.
Yeah.
Really,
what do you think of that?
Stick it in there.
I think he brings up whataboutism here.
Okay, we'll see.
In the eyes of the government, by law, if you're critical of Israel, a free nation in the world that has good things and bad things about it that anybody should have the right to criticize, you are, in the eyes of our government, an anti-Semite. And I think that is a much more dangerous thing, given that kind of rhetoric and that kind of framing is being used to distract us from having a conversation about the fact that there is a genocide ongoing in Palestine.
There it is.
Where
if you criticize Israel, who shouldn't be there and is doing a genocide on the people right next door. Just, simple, unbiased criticism, Sitch, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Okay.
Where upwards of 15,000 people have been killed and upwards of 7,000 children have been killed with American bombs.
Who's killing all the children? Who's killing all of the children?
And I do think that there's a clear strategic. I do think there's a clear strategic move going on here that says, look over here at this whining Harvard.
What happened there?
I don't know.
Well, watch this.
And about the fact that there is a genocide ongoing in Palestine, where upwards of 15,000 people have been killed and upwards of 7,000 children have been killed with American bombs. And I do think that there's a clear strategic. I do think there's a clear strategic move going on here that says, look over here at this whining Harvard student at a podium who's been given that platform and opportunity by a conservative Congress member, while there's not a single person on the right or left side of the aisle who has the integrity to say, how about we allow the Palestinian student who was shot and is now paralyzed from the chest down for the rest of his life to have the pulpit in, let's say, the Senate, where the Democrats still have the majority, to speak to anti-Arab bias and to speak to the bigger issue, I think, which is that, again, tens of thousands, certainly over 15,000 people have been massacred by a state that receives more funding from the United States than any other country in the world.
She's like got real emotion here, Sitch. I feel kind of bad now.
I don't. Fuck her.
Okay.
Fuck you. You know why? You know why?
Look, she's
because
really.
What was the question?
Well, look, she is obviously, but she's super torn up about these children. She just can't get them out of her head. She's like, all the Palestinian children, the children.
Listen, I don't know if she's.
I think she got
it.
choked up there. No, I think she really got choked up.
I don't know if
think
she's
she
faking
like,
it. I don't know if it's sincere, but I don't give a shit.
Right.
Okay. Because
Look
what
at this hard ass
was the question? The question was from the last video. Okay, is
there hypocrisy?
Yeah. Is it hypocrisy? Is this kind of woke cancel culture shit going on campus?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not talking about Palestine.
Right. We're having a conversation about how college campuses exist. Okay. And it's a conversation we've been having for the last 6 or 7 years in terms of the permissibility of free speech. And the
Is there double standards? Is it fair?
Yes.
Are they enacting their policies
exactly
equitably?
Right. And we're talking about it specifically now in the context of the congressional hearings that just occurred.
Right.
Okay. And in that conversation, she interrupts Robbie's, diatribe to say, Robbie, can you actually give me any evidence that this is going on? You fucking piece of shit, because I think you're making this up.
Right.
And
you
Robbie
just asserted that there's hypocrisy here. Show me some. Show me.
And Robbie said, I'll get back to you.
Right.
And now he's back. And he said, here's 10 tons of evidence to make my argument. He just dumps it all on top of her.
Right. Here you go. Here's the thing I sent you.
Right. Did you get that thing I sent you? Because it's a lot of it. And it's going to keep coming. And instead of her looking all this and saying, you know what? I was
wrong.
Robbie. Yeah, I was mistaken, Robbie. You were correct. There definitely is a culture and a climate of, woke bullshit being against free speech for years, and they're definitely being hypocritical.
Right. The double standard of censorship.
Right. And she could acknowledge all of that, and then they could be done with it, and then they can move on to a different topic. And she could talk about all the dead Palestinian children she wants to talk about, right?
Right.
But she didn't do that.
Right.
She looked at all this information that Robbie compiled,
right?
And she looked at him in the eye. She threw it in the fucking trash can and said, "Fuck you, Robbie. I'm going to pick up this cloak. I've stitched together a cloak of dead corpses of Palestinian children, and I'm going to wrap myself in it. And I'm going to say, how dare you say I was wrong? Can't you see the corpses of these dead children I've wrapped myself in? How dare you criticize me? You're detracting from the dead children I'm now draping myself in this cloak." Okay. You know that comic strip, that comic panel that you brought up once, where it's like, the guy has taped all the babies to his body?
Oh, yes, totally. That's exactly
what this is. She's taped a bunch of dead babies to her body, and she's like, you cannot criticize me. I'm covered in dead babies. Okay. And it's like, fuck you, I can't criticize you because we weren't talking about dead babies. We weren't talking about dead Palestinian children. You are using this as a deflection technique to not admit you were fucking wrong about a fucking argument you had with your co-host. What the fuck? Stop acting like a child and just say you were wrong.
Well, when it comes to co-hosts stepping up and admitting they're wrong, I do agree that that should be done. But look, it's even worse than that, Sitch. She's like beyond the baby. She's like, I'm going to give you the woman crying.
Yes. Yes. That's why I said I don't care. I don't know if it's real or not. I don't care. Fuck you. It doesn't matter if it's real or not.
Look, the woman crying though, Sitch. Come on.
So emotional about being wrong. I mean, about these dead children.
Don't be such a hard ass. Look.
Oh God.
She's choked up.
Jesus Christ.
I'm such a sucker.
You are.
I can't help it. I can't help it,
for the
Sitch.
lady tears, okay?
I can't help it.
Don't be a simp for the lady tears, all right? Resist.
She's
fight.
Look, she's got that nurturing thing. She's doing the nurturing thing. Look, it's just the babies.
Is this the new technique? It was like, listen, this is a new technique I give you.
She
the
can't help
puppy
herself.
Eyes. It's like I know talking about dead children wasn't enough to win last time, so I have to talk about dead children and cry about it to like doubly win the argument.
Look, I'm gonna go back a second here.
It's like, bro,
look,
stop it.
Strategic move going on here that says, look over here at this whining Harvard student at a there's that there is a genocide anti-Semite in Palestine, where upwards of 15,000 people have been killed and upwards of 7,000 children have been killed with American bombs. And I do think that there's a clear strategic.
Sitch.
It's hilarious. I find it. Listen,
Sitch. What? Sitch, look at this.
I know. That's the face of planning. Okay.
Do you think?
No,
I mean,
I don't know.
Like...
I don't know. I'm just joking. I don't know if it's sincere or not. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's wrong, regardless of whether the emotion is sincere or not. It's wrong. She is wrong. She's utilizing dead children to win an argument. Okay.
Whether
she even consciously is aware that she's doing it or not, it's very likely she has no conscious awareness that that's what she's doing, but it is what she's doing.
Yeah, I just let's detach from the morality of the situation for a second here. Rhetorically,
yes,
is this a good
is this effective?
Move? Yeah, I do. Like this is like.
Let me read you the comments. Let me read you the top comments from this video because that's a good question.
Okay.
These are the top comments. Can't she just agree that there's hypocrisy when censoring speech on these campuses? Question mark. 144 upvotes. Brianna really showing her true colors. Instead of accepting that Robby was correct the previous day, she completely changes the topic to avoid acknowledging that she might have been wrong. Embarrassing. 165 upvotes.
Wow. So she's not crying about the baby. She's crying about these comments.
Exactly. The minute he started reeling off examples she claimed didn't exist, I could tell she was going to furiously attempt to distract from it. 220 upvotes. See, look, apparently the whole fact that she goes on these like tangents is a well-known thing. Everyone in the comments totally is aware that this is what she does. Okay.
They're expecting this.
They're expecting it.
Wow.
These comments are amazing. Brianna hates whataboutism until she loves to engage in it. 132 upvotes.
There's a lot of whataboutism going on here.
Brianna literally fabricated an argument out of thin air. How she managed to get Robby to bite, I'll never know. 80 upvotes.
Yeah.
Robby, I like to make a point about the importance of free speech. Brianna, rather than address anything you said, I'm going to go on my 100th rant about how Israel's terrible and the Jews are complainers.
That's harsh.
Bree is all for, quote, believe all women, microaggressions, and misgendering, but dismisses hateful speech and behaviors that align with her political views.
True.
Speaking of that, I don't know if we're going to watch it, but there's a clip I sent you, Adam. We
can bring it up.
That I know it might not be worth watching, but maybe we will. It's funny. It's Brianna shitting all over. Well, not shit. Maybe that's a little too. Brianna criticizing Anna Kasparian for the misgendering, for the "Don't misgender me" tweet.
insane.
Why didn't she say, listen? Why didn't Brianna say, listen? Why is anyone complaining about Anna Kasparian? There's
She has
people
freedom of
dying right
speech.
now.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, October 7th. Well, yeah, you're right. I mean, obviously, the open air prison was still going, right?
That's right. Oh, here's a good one. 302 upvotes. Yesterday, Brianna asked for examples of students being punished for speech. Today, Robbie gives her ample examples. Bree immediately goes into the spin zone.
True.
Oh, my God. Here's another one. I think Bree took this one off the rails. I think it would have been better to stick to college campus point rather than going so meta that you just end up arguing about everything pertaining to Jews. Oh, this is great. These comments are amazing. Holy shit, these are the best comments I've ever seen. It's sad, really. We're watching daily the slow disintegration of Bree's sanity. She's all over the place, leaping hysterically from barricade to barricade. Robbie must be wondering if he can occasionally expect his interlocutor's stability. That's so good. That's such a good comment.
I do. Look, I don't know that I'd want to be in this situation. Look, Sitch has never cried on stream, thank God. I can't imagine this.
Oh, God.
This is, I'd like to believe that this is a sincere, emotional moment that she's having.
Mm-hmm.
But just a little part of me is like, is this like the woman trying to get out of the ticket?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, yeah, is it? Who knows?
Is she like, oh, I got wrecked here. Look, come on. I drink and drive occasionally. I didn't hurt anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
Let's see.
Well, maybe Brianna's gonna try to dip out of the show because all these comments, every single one of these comments are like all talking about how she's completely wrong. I don't see a single pro Brianna comment in this comment section here.
I do think leftism kind of gives you a skewed view of the world that makes it hard to really predict what's going to happen. It makes it hard to read people. I mean, it's kind of a form of autism, to be honest with you. Look, those people, look, the Saturday Night Live people are the perfect example. Like they saw that congressional hearing in a totally different way. We didn't see it that way.
Most people didn't see it that way.
Of course, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying. Our read of the social situation, the reality of the situation, the future fallout of the situation seemed 1000% accurate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their read of the situation, like they didn't get it. They just didn't get it.
I mean, I agree with you. Leftism is a form of autism.
It almost fell. I hear you. It's okay.
Maybe Brianna's going to try to. I wonder if she's going to try to dip out. I don't know. Maybe she doesn't even read the comments. Because the thing is, I think a lot of it depends not just on the leftist worldview that you're talking about, which is true. But a lot of it depends on whatever the audience is. Because I don't know what. I don't know. Obviously, the Hill's audience is not like a bunch of socialists because if
they're
this
centrists
conversation,
like us, the
right.
Hill, Breaking Points. I mean, they're all just centrist audience. Yeah.
Because if this conversation took place on Hasan's channel, all the comments would be on Brianna's side. Every single one of them.
Yeah. They would be trying to dox and get Robbie fired.
Right. They're like, oh my God, she was so brave for crying when she was, called out for being wrong.
Yeah. All right,
Anyway,
here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
I mean, this gets fiery. It goes,
okay, I'm
it
excited.
does go off the rails.
Right.
I think there's a clear strategic move going on here that says, look over here at this whining Harvard student at a podium who's been given that platform and opportunity by a conservative Congress member, while there's not a single person on the right or left side of the aisle who has the integrity to say, how about we allow the Palestinian student who was shot and is now paralyzed from the chest down for the rest of his life to have the pulpit in, let's say, the Senate, where the Democrats still have the majority, to speak to anti-Arab bias and to speak to the bigger issue, I think, which is that, again, tens of thousands shortly. Certainly over 15,000 people have been massacred by a state that receives more funding from the United States than any other country in the world.
I mean, so you've made this comparison. You did yesterday when we talked about this too. The people who were shot absolutely deserve justice. I believe they've arrested the perpetrators. I believe. I hope they go to prison for the rest of their life. They get so that is like, I support that should be addressed. Those people deserve justice. I don't even consider that a speech issue. Maybe it's a speech issue on some level. It's a crime issue. Absolutely should be dealt with. I mean, that person, that Harvard student, again, you can say he's mischaracterizing it or he's making it up, but he's saying that his
lived experience
was not addressed.
He accused. Do you want me to pull it up and read it again? I'm sure it'll be clipped as something that I'm personally saying.
I mean, you're the one who brought it up.
Yeah. So give me a second to go back and find it. That student specifically alleged that his professors, not just students, but his professors said, and I quote, "You're a dirty little Jew. You deserve to die."
She said that to Robbie right now? Oh my God.
Oh my God. I mean, listen, that's usually what I have girls telling me in the bedroom, but
really?
Oh yeah, that really gets me going,
TMI.
Yeah,
he at no point identified which professor, which suggests to me if you can't remember someone saying something as vile as that to you, that it likely did not happen. So here he is weaponizing actual anti-Semitic statements to whip up a frenzy around how the real problem is that liberals love anti-Semitism on campuses. At the same time that Congress is saying anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, we've seen repeatedly the phrase river to the sea being characterized as the vile anti-Semitism, even when Benjamin Netanyahu's own party statement says from the river to the sea, Israel shall have domain. And you don't see a connection between the focus on what's going on college campuses with conservative leadership using the platform of the House that they control to allow this young man to come up here and make this unsubstantiated statement. And you don't see there's any issue in the fact that we have two parties who will get behind this kind of a statement and this kind of action, as we saw with the resolution earlier this week, the anti-Semitism.
What do you mean issue? I just read a monologue calling on conservatives not to push for more censorship.
Let me finish this. What I'm trying to get at is...
You're wrong. Okay, fuck you. That's what I'm trying to get at. Oh my God, I love that. I just read a monologue saying I don't want conservatives to push for more censorship. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah,
I love that.
No,
this is supposed to be about free speech.
I know.
Robbie's so mad right now. It's like the one thing he cares about. He's like, speech is the most important thing, man. I live and die by free speech, and you won't even talk about it.
But listen, Adam, I don't know if you know this. Okay, we can't talk about free speech when there's people dying. Okay, fuck free speech. There's people dying somewhere in the world right now.
Her thinking is just so muddled on this. It's like,
this is all elephant,
we're having a conversation about free speech, so shouldn't we have like some Palestinians who've been wounded in the war talk? Shouldn't they get a platform? Shouldn't the Congress use their platform for them?
It's like Robbie's talking, he's sitting there, he's having some sort of conversation, some sort of argument he lays out, and it cuts to Briahna, and you just see like an elephant with lipstick on and like a wig, and it's just like fucking like going fucking wild. Like stepping all over the desk, like crushing the desk, crushing the entire set around her. Like that's this conversation.
Right.
In Congress, there is nobody in leadership in the United States of America who would ever give a platform to the shot Palestinian kid. Despite the obvious truth, the truth of the matter is that when you look at what the harm that has been done to Arab Americans and Palestinians and the harm that has been done to Jewish Americans over this issue, we've got one dead 6-year-old boy stabbed to death, and we have 3 Palestinian American college students that were shot.
Look, she's doing the exact same thing she did in the last one. She's like, we need to tally the dead.
Yes.
I want you to sit here with me and tally up who's to blame. We need to make tick marks on the scoreboard and figure this out. And Robbie's like, bitch, I'm talking about freedom of speech. What the hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing? We're talking about hypocrisy.
Yeah.
We're talking about a double standard.
Yes, but look at this chalkboard behind me. I've tallied all the dead up. And my number has a larger number than your number. So you're wrong.
Right. Well, this is the origin of the double standard right here. She's like, look, more dead here. Shut the fuck up.
You see this number? You see this number? This number is bigger than this number. Therefore, you're wrong.
Right. Therefore, these people shut the fuck up. These people talk as much as they fucking want.
Yes. Yes. P plus P equals R, Robbie. Okay. P plus P equals free speech too. Didn't you know that?
Look, this is why. Look, this is the ideology just animating people here.
Yeah.
Because she's like, listen, Robbie, we don't know who gets free speech yet, okay? Look, we haven't figured out who's to blame.
We haven't done the calculations yet.
You keep jumping to the end of the thing. Look, we have to figure it out, okay?
Right.
We have to figure, look, it's P plus P equals R. We got to figure out who's privileged, okay?
Right.
I keep trying to do the math, and you won't shut the fuck up.
Robbie's like the woman in Everything Everywhere at Once, okay? She wants to jump to all these fucking points, all these alternate dimensions without doing the calculations. You have to do the calculations first to figure out where you're jumping to, okay?
You don't know who gets the free speech until you do the calculation.
You gotta do the calculations. Now, fortunately for you, Robbie, I've done the calculations. So right here behind me, okay? It says, I'm right. You see that right there? That's the calculation. It says, fuck you, okay? And I'm right. And you're wrong, okay? So get out of here with your arguments and your facts and all your bullshit because people are dying somewhere in the world right now.
Yes. See my side? Tick marks are being added to that side as we speak.
There have been Jewish victims of crimes for hateful reasons prior to this.
Who are the people who have been shot or...
Look, and poor Robbie. Oh, he's getting suckered in. He's like, oh, God, I got to come up with some tick marks. What am I going to do? I got to save free speech. I need bodies.
Listen, he should have done a Vivek here, okay? He should have taken a piece of paper out and he should have just wrote, what aboutism? And then just held it up to the camera. And like, but not so that she can't see it. And then when she says, what is that? You're like, what? I don't know what you're talking about. Just drops it down.
Briahna equal.
What about it?
Oh, please.
Are dead because of because they've been targeted for their Zionist
Now we're going to
views.
start tallying how many people of various ethnic groups have died and why.
Yes, it's just like we're tallying the fact that tragically on October 7th, about 1,000 people were killed by Hamas.
You can do that.
And that 17,000 people have now been killed by Israel because these numbers matter and the scale of these harms matter. And when
they matter, why, Sitch? Why do they matter?
Because my number is bigger. That's why it matters, Adam, because I have a bigger number. So that means I'm more right than you.
It means I get to talk and you got to shut the fuck up.
Yes.
You got to STUF, man. You got look until you got more bodies. Shut up.
Jesus Christ.
This ideology. This is the ideology of the Ivy League campuses here. Brilliant.
Yeah. Thank you.
media participates and pretending like the scale of the harm and the real fragile injustice we need to be fighting against is this grown man standing at the podium in a right-wing hearing saying, oh my gosh, my professor, who is unnamed, but I promise it happened, said, you're a dirty little Jew, you deserve to die. And that we shouldn't be spending as much or more media attention.
That thing is so, who cares? Like obviously the Republicans are going to do political grandstanding. It doesn't change the argument that these Ivy League campuses have been censorious as shit, mostly to conservative voices, and they're doing the same thing Brianna's trying to do. They're like, look, if you're a progressive, you do whatever you want. You're a conservative, shut the fuck up and get off our campus. And then all of a sudden this is a perfect example of that double standard come to life. Everyone's like, oh, look, this is a perfect chance for us to point out this double standard we've been talking about forever. I mean, this is the most egregious example of it. But she doesn't want to talk about any of that.
Well, it's like, I mean, this is if you notice what she did, this is like a very, very dishonest debate tactic. Because yesterday, she's like, Robbie's making his point, and she asks him for specifics.
Right.
Like, I don't agree with your point. Give me specifics.
This is a Sam Cedar tactic right here.
And then the next day, he's like, here are all the specifics. I'm giving you all the specifics, right? So what does she do? She changes the question to a different specific, this kid that made this claim, that is unanswerable because we don't know whether it's true or not.
Right. Nothing hinges on this, though.
Which nothing hinges on. And also, she's just framing it this way because she knows that Robbie doesn't know the answer. So then suddenly this becomes the focal point that she'll keep coming back to this one thing. Oh, well, you don't know this answer because no one knows this answer. So I'm going to keep coming back to this one thing and ignore the fact that you already addressed all of the shit I already said and you blew me out of the water. I'm not going to acknowledge that I was wrong about any of that stuff.
Why can't you just say it? Look, I'm with the commenter. It's so easy.
It's so
They're
easy.
Fucking hypocrites.
It's so easy. Just say, I'm sorry, maybe you were right about it. Because if she does, her whole worldview crumbles.
Yeah.
Her whole worldview crumbles.
Yeah. That the evil Republicans are puppeteering everyone in society just to fuck with her.
Because she wants this woke shit. That's the answer. Because she wants all this woke, censorious garbage to be a thing. To be running rampant through the college campuses.
Why wouldn't you? If you have the ability to say whatever you want, no matter how incendiary, and everyone else has to like suck it, like why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want that situation?
Exactly. What?
I mean, who wouldn't want to be a little authoritarian like that?
Me, I wouldn't want that.
I wouldn't either. It's not my style. But look, I do think people do want this, and I do think those people tend to be authoritarians.
100%.
Yeah.
Brianna.
On this, I've made my point. I don't have anything else to say.
Wait.
And you're a dirty little Jew. You deserve to die.
Jews were killed
and that we shouldn't be spending as much or more media attention on this. I've made my point.
I wish we could have seen what he did. He was like, Brianna, the fuck you're doing? Okay.
I don't have anything else to say.
Okay. I don't want to do this. Tallying of who got killed.
I know
and
you don't
why.
want to do it because it's very inconvenient for Zionists.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
She just look, that was very unclear. I don't know if she's calling him a Zionist.
She is. You dirty Zionist. I'm not going to call you dirty Jew, but I'll call you a dirty Zionist.
The Zionist term is such a dog whistle.
It just sounds wrong, doesn't it? It's something about it. Like people get too much joy saying it. You're like, that's weird. Like, why do you get so much glee out of calling someone a Zionist? It's very strange.
Because it rhymes with racist.
There may be.
That's exactly what it's got the same feel as racist.
It has the same feel as a slur. I think that's also why intuitively people associate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, because even though I don't think that that's necessarily true, there are people that they get this kind of sick glee calling people Zionists. And you're like, why are you so much glee over calling someone like a name? That's like a group association.
Look, I don't know if she's calling him a Zionist or she's saying it's inconvenient for the Zionists that he's protecting, but
right.
No, because it's gross, and we should be all victims of violence. We're talking in a U.S. context.
Is this kid a victim of violence? The kid at the podium.
You brought the kid up. I didn't invite the kid to speak, and I didn't.
So I'm asking you, Robbie. The conservatives have been complaining that snowflake liberals have been talking about this and that as violence forever. That's literally what this kid is doing. He's comparing his unsupported statement that someone said this thing to him, which clearly, obviously, wasn't said.
You're trying to.
It was clearly obviously made up. I don't know if you know that. Like, I've just determined with my brain that it was just clearly obviously made up.
This kid is so irrelevant. Robbie didn't bring him up. Robbie listed a million examples of their hypocrisy.
Yeah.
How does this hinge on it? It wasn't even one of the examples. Such bullshit.
She's learned to dodge. Okay? This is all dodging.
I'm so mad. I'm with Robbie. This is so frustrating. Jeez, just live it.
Delegitimize what he has to say by saying, oh, look at these Palestinians who are the victims of violence. I can point to Jews who are the victims of violence.
I'm delegitimizing.
Where? in a synagogue attack a couple years ago?
The Tree of Life.
Now we have to go, oh, but that doesn't matter because this was for these reasons. That's disgusting. That's utterly disgusting. Stop doing it.
I'm going to finish what I have to say.
Yes! I'm glad that he finally, look at that.
It is disgusting.
It is disgusting. And now
Look.
she's fucking triggered.
She wants, look, they're,
yes.
this whole counting the bodies thing. He's like, I'm talking about speech, bitch.
Get mad. Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, now we're going to wrap. Go ahead.
Congrats. Okay. The Tree of Life Synagogue massacre was perpetrated by a right-wing Christian extremist. It had absolutely nothing to do with the Israel-Palestine conflict. The dispute here is not that anti-Semitism is real. Of course it is. The Tree of Life Synagogue disaster, tragedy, exemplifies the real kind of anti-Semitism that we should be focused on. And most anti-Semitism in the United States of America, just like that one, that horrible event, was perpetrated by anti-Semitic, right-wing Christian extremist fundamentalists.
That's not true. You don't.
What does it have to do with anything? That's like completely irrelevant.
It's relevant to her because her entire argument is conservative bad, Republican bad, Christian bad.
Okay.
The real problem is not these kids running around college campuses yelling gas the Jews. The real problem is the Republicans.
Okay. All right.
Oh my God, this is insane. All this is just, no, you, not me. We're innocent angels. You're terrible.
Right.
It's so true, man. The partisanship just makes you stupid.
Listen, she's like, listen, you can't add. I have my board here. It's got a bunch of dead Palestinians on it. Okay.
Right.
Your score, like you're trying to add Robbie, where you have a bunch of dead Jews on it. That's actually my score because those dead Jews were killed by a right-wing person. So I've added a new rule. Okay. Any Jew that's killed by a right-wing person counts in my score. Now, I hate to break this to you, but Hamas technically is a right-wing religious fundamental organization. So all those deaths actually go on my side too. So you have 0. You have no deaths, no Jew deaths.
Keep this up, Robbie. You're not going to get to speak till the end of the century.
There you go. Then Robbie's like, listen, bitch, I got the Holodomor numbers right here. Okay. I'm going to pad the numbers of the Holodomor. Get wrecked.
This is disgusting, man.
Yes.
I can't believe she's engaging in this game.
I love it. I love it so much.
Don't know that that's the case.
That is the case. Google
that
it.
Most anti-Semitic.
Yes. The Tree of Life Synagogue crisis was literally the biggest, the largest killing of Jews in the history.
The like harassing of Jewish people in the streets of New York is being done by MAGA extremists.
Wait a minute.
Look at this.
Yes.
Robbie's like, he's just not having it. He's like, yeah, you're right. All of these people on campus, all these people with Palestinian flags, they're MAGA.
Do you know that? Yeah, they're all MAGA.
They're
the
all
Palestinian flag. It's got red in it. MAGA, red hat.
They're all MAGA.
Yeah. Duh.
So now you're conflating the largest tragedy of Jewish death in the history of America to a bunch of pro-Palestinian.
What is scumbag? I don't even know how I don't know how he's still a co-host with her.
She's so bad faith, man.
I would literally call her a scumbag to her face. If I was in the situation, I would just be seeing red. I'm like, are you fucking for real? You piece of shit. You fucking wrap yourself up in the cloak of dead children to avoid saying you're wrong, to have you're wrong in an argument that wasn't about fucking dead children. And now that I've been suckered into your dumb rhetorical garbage trap of actually addressing your stupid, counting the dead and addressing your stupid fucking argument, you're now like, oh, you're comparing the shooting to the harassment of Jews. What's wrong with you? Oh, I'm so indignant. Fuck you. You're a piece of shit. You're a bad fucking person. And here's the sad thing about it. I don't even know if Brianna has any awareness that she's a bad person. Like, she could literally be so fucking NPC brained. She has no clue what the fuck she's doing. She has no clue what kind of behavior she's engaged in.
Wow.
I don't even know. I don't even know. It's wild to me. This is an insane fucking clip.
Yeah, it is insane. I sent it to you as soon as I saw it. I was like, wow, this is crazy shit, sis. You got to see this.
I know. I never saw the last couple minutes. I never saw this.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
oh my
this
God.
is new.
It goes off the rail. Holy
this is
cow.
like crazy.
Palestinian advocates pausing for a few minutes outside of a Zionist store who just fired a couple of their pro-Palestinian employees to protest that.
I was referring to the rise of anti-Semitic hate crimes in New York was actually pretty stunning well before October 7th.
Wait a minute. Okay, so you're saying, you're agreeing with me then that of course there's anti-Semitism that exists. But to try to conflate that with what's going, these pro-Palestinian protesters who are again.
I'm not conflating anyone.
So then why are you bringing up those?
You brought it up. You brought all of this up.
Wait.
I said that
Robbie,
we should
you just
stop.
brought up the protests that happened before October 7th, and you brought up the tree of
Because you
life
want to tally
synagogue.
everyone who's been harmed and why.
Yes, as a consequence of the discourse, rhetoric, and I'm sorry, bombs being dropped by Israel on Gaza since October 7th. We're talking about October 7th here. These hearings are happening, not regretfully, I don't remember these hearings happening.
Now she's saying all the anti-Semitism is because Israel's bombing Gaza.
No, listen, Robbie, I don't understand why you're expanding the scope of the conversation the way I did. Listen, this is what we have to limit it back to October 7th. Okay, you're going too far away from your Robbie. Yeah. This is so wildly dishonest. Holy shit. Robbie's like an abused spouse at this point. Okay. He needs to get out of there. Robbie, you need to blink twice, okay, if you need us to call the police.
Look, he looks like he's getting ready to run.
Right.
He's so mad.
Tree of life. But they are happening now because this Harvard student, this is a Penn student, alleges that he had a professor who is refusing to name say, "You're a dirty little Jew, you deserve to die." And so this is the question.
She really, really likes saying that phrase, right? Like, why? Like, why? She said it like 6 times in this fucking clip. Why does she keep saying it again and again and again?
The first time she was like, "I don't want to say this. I'm going to be clipped out of context."
And now she's like running
it around. Yeah,
right. I don't know. It's weird. It's like, okay, you could just say that the Harvard student made the claim or something. Like, we get it. You don't have to keep saying it. I don't know.
Is Robbie Jewish? Is she?
Is he? I have no clue.
I think he might be Jewish.
Is Soave a Jewish name?
I think Robbie might be Jewish, and she's basically that's why she's saying it.
You think she's throwing it? You think there's some Freudian, or not Freudian, some implicit like calling him a dirty Jew to his face thing going on?
I think that might be happening.
Maybe. I don't know. I have no clue if he's even Jewish. But anyway.
Question: are we all being whipped up into a frenzy? Is the goal here for the allegations about what's happening on a college campus to turn public opinion, which has been ratcheting?
It's insane to me. Who is whipping everyone up into a frenzy here? You're the one crying and saying dead babies or, Palestinian people are being murdered in the streets by the tens of thousands.
Mm-hmm.
Who's whipping up public sentiment? But that's okay, Adam. Look, I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the right side.
Mm-hmm.
Wildly in favor of Palestinians because of the horrors that we're seeing on our screen every day? Or are we being asked to feel more compassion for this young man at an Ivy League university's claims than for the 7,000 children that have been slaughtered by Israeli bombs that are paid for by American tax dollars?
My only point was to actually try to protect pro-Palestinian speech and pro-Zionist speech and any other speech, regardless of whether people find it hateful, on college campuses, which university presidents are doing a bad job of, no matter what they said in that hearing. And I didn't think you would find that particularly controversial.
I don't find that aspect of it controversial.
More rising right after this.
Oh my God. Oh, Robbie. How do you put up with this? Oh my God. I would have lost it. I would have gone bananas in that fucking conversation.
All I'm trying to do
is
point out the hypocrisy around freedom of speech. That's all I'm trying to do. What are you doing here?
All I'm trying to do, Robbie.
Oh, I agree with that part.
Is cloak myself in the dead children of the Palestinians rather than admit I was wrong in a conversation with you.
Oh,
that's all I'm trying to do. Okay, why are you
well,
so
I
mad
agree
at
with
me?
that part.
Right. I just want to use these dead children as my shield because that's I don't want to admit I was wrong about a topic. Oh my
man.
God. Insane. What the hell? Good find, Adam. Good find.
Nice.
Okay.
Do you have more videos?
That was there's a new video that came out today, but I haven't watched it yet, so maybe we'll cover that during the week or something. But
okay.
Oh no, it's not new. It's from the 4th, but they just re-uploaded it, so never mind. They're doing the thing.
How do you know it's from the 4th?
It says in the description.
We should re-upload our videos 25 times. What do you guys think?
I mean, we tried. People didn't like it. Maybe I mean, listen, they know what they're doing. They're like, okay, right? You know what's hot right now in Rising? It's Brianna and Robby arguing about Israel.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so you gotta re-upload the content as much as you can, which is good for them because it's probably the only reason I saw this and that you saw this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna subscribe. I gotta follow this drama.
Oh, you don't subscribe to Rising? What are you doing?
No, I've been missing out. I want to see if there's ever a conclusion to this.
When Brianna gets fired?
Does Brianna quit because the whole chat or the whole comment section is talking about how insane she is?
Maybe. I don't know. She
now
probably
I see
doesn't
why
read the comments.
Well, we'll see. Anyway, let me read some super chats about that.
Okay. I brought up that Gaza video if you want to watch a little bit of it.
What's the Gaza video?
Have you watched this video?
Oh yeah, we can watch it. Let me read the 20.
Did you watch this video?
I did not watch it. No.
Oh, okay.
Turdy Tree for $20. Thank you. It says longtime lurker. Bree did a radar a year back where she pondered leaving Rising as a result of the firing of Katie Halper over a radar criticizing Israel. Helps add to why Bree doubles down so hard. Keep up the good work. Oh, really? Interesting.
Katie Halper, is that? Oh no, that's Katie Herzog that Jesse Singal does his podcast with. I've heard the name Katie Halper, but I'm not sure who it is.
Katie Halper fired. Let's see. Left-wing journalist Katie Halper has been fired for calling Israel an apartheid state.
Really?
This is from the Jacobin. So I don't know how accurate it is, but why would they fire for that? This seems unusual. The Hills fired Katie Halper from its morning show Rising for describing Israel's policies.
I know who Katie is.
As tantamount to apartheid.
She does the podcast with Andrew Mate, another friend of the show, /S. The guy who has all the bad info on Ukraine that always goes on Jimmy Dore's show.
It says she's on a co-host of Useful Idiots with Matt Taibbi. Maybe you're thinking someone else. Or maybe it's the same person.
Look, I think she does another podcast with Andrew Mate too. I know exactly who it is. Yeah,
Andrew Mate is a buffoon. Let's see. Executives at a major. Let me read an Intercept article. She defended Rashid Tlaib amid ongoing controversy. She said, made the controversy subject of her radar. The name Rising uses the brand name as monologues. Oh, this is like on her, like Robbie's radar. So we have Katie's radar.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a regular thing. We should start doing that.
No, we should not.
Adam's radar.
We should not. I don't like that. That's
in
stupid.
MMT today.
It sounds stupid. I don't like it.
What's on your radar?
It reminds me of like Anchorman or something.
It is kind of weak, kind of weird.
Let's see. Halper spoke publicly about the censorship Thursday evening on live streaming, saying that Monday's process was different. After taping the segment, producers asked co-host Robby to do what's known as a pickup, a fairly standard editorial edition of the segment. Blah, blah, blah. Halper's monologue examined Tlaib's claim that Israel had the characteristics of an apartheid state by exploring the definition of apartheid and quoting from human rights organizations. Halper also made...
Apartheid is if people have different laws. I think you can technically call areas of Israel apartheid.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I do think there are actually different laws, but I mean, most people think it's basically like whites and blacks water fountains, right? That's what comes to mind when people say apartheid state.
Right. And I think
it doesn't come to mind that Israelis or Jewish people are conscripted into the military and Palestinians are not.
Right.
That's not what you think of.
That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about, I imagine they're talking about, is the areas of the West Bank that are supposed to be under Palestinian control, but are like, de facto under Jewish settler control.
Right. Yeah. Because they have a weak central government. They can't do anything.
Sure. But I mean, obviously, I don't think Israel should be doing that.
I totally agree.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just saying, I'm laying out the technical aspect of why it's an apartheid state.
Right. Okay. I mean, I agree. I think if she was fired from Rising for saying Israel's apartheid state, I think that was pretty crazy. It's interesting that obviously Rising in a year, because it was a year ago, has shifted to basically, because Brianna's saying things that are like way crazier and they don't have a problem with it. So interesting. Okay, well, thanks for that little interesting tidbit. I had no idea. Luke Norris for $20 says, "Hey now, after 4 years of working, I finally did it. I saved enough to buy my dream car, an all-black Dodge Charger RT. You should look it up. I look so cool driving into my high school every morning."
Dodge Charger.
Is it?
Those are those are badass. I've seen them
those
around.
Are cool. Yeah. Do you work at a high school? I assume. I was confused. I was like, wait a minute. You've been working for 4 years? Are you a student who's been working for 4 years?
You can work when you're 16. Well, I guess
yeah, but 4 years would be 20. Until I'm confused by the what you're talking about. But listen, I'm glad that you able to first of all work hard enough and also get your dream car. That's awesome, man.
And if you're 20 and still in high school, I mean, look, good on you for finishing up.
There you go. Listen, they had to go through slower because they were working so much to buy their car. Okay.
These look badass.
Yeah, they do. They do look nice. Yeah. But well, good for you, Luke. Good for you. J-Mac, our surrogate father. Thank you so much, Daddy J-Mac, for the 100 gifted subs. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming in, painting the chat green.
You can work when you're 12. You just need a permit. Is that true?
Oh, okay.
I don't know. That's true. That sounded a little suspect to me.
He's a student.
Well, I don't know. They didn't. That wasn't them that said that in the chat. So
okay.
Asayar for 20 Aussies. Thank you so much. Says, getting to this late, but on the topic of Abby Martin hospital bombing, she was a 9/11 truther for 6 years. Anyone who has her on is a joke. Wow. There you go.
So what changed? How do you go from being a 9/11 truther for 6 years to sane?
There you go.
What happened?
I mean,
she watched a movie or something.
I would be shocked if she's still not a 9/11 truther, but
she just stopped talking about it, or
who knows? Who knows?
Did you plan? Because I remember planning on getting a car when I turned 16. Like that was a major goal of mine. I started planning when I was like 12.
No, I was very privileged in that my grandparents gifted me their old car when they bought a new car.
Oh, yeah.
So
my parents,
which was good because when I was at college, that parking lot was like a disaster. All the parking lots were way too small. So there's no way you're getting on the parking lot without like a million students hitting your car with their doors or their bumpers. If I had like a new car at college, I would have been real mad. That shit I got beat to shit in those college parking lots.
Yeah. I won the lottery with my first car. I really
Mhm.
did. Yeah.
Nice.
See if I can look it up. I had a 1969 MG midget.
It's called a midget?
Yeah.
Was it
Oh my
really? They had a
God.
car called a midget.
Fucking love this car.
What was it? A 1969
MG midget. Yeah.
MG midget.
Oh my God. This car's amazing. Here, let me see if mine was dark blue.
What the fuck this car had?
Yeah. With a,
It drove? This thing drove?
oh man, this car, this,
Well,
this
I guess
car,
right. It was a 1969, so it was only like what, like 5 years from when it was made that you had it?
This car was like the lady magnet. I could not drive this car without just
Did you get it?
constantly.
Called you really old.
Yeah, I heard you. Oh my God, here it is. Well, I didn't have the strip that went down the hood. Trying to find the right car.
I sent you a picture. I don't know.
I actually probably have a picture on my computer that's the actual car.
Right. Well, whatever. You can show people general, close enough what it looked like. So.
Yeah. So look, my first car was a convertible, and I pretty much thought all cars are supposed to be convertibles after that. I mean, I was totally spoiled, but this is the thing. I did a little parental manipulation.
Mm-hmm.
I told my mom, I'm like, I'm turning 16. I'm not going to have a lot of money. I'm going to get a motorcycle.
Look at you. You're so clever. Oh my God. Look at you. So smart. Look at this guy. Devious.
Yeah.
Devious.
And they were like, how about you just drive the MG? I was like, damn, that's a good idea.
You're like, but I really want a motorcycle.
Oh my God.
Did you bring up the picture?
Not yet. I'm looking for like the perfect one.
No, just get up. It doesn't need to be a perfect picture.
I'm looking for the one that has my grill, and it's got to have some people in it too. So
no, just bring up a picture so people can see it, know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, this one's green. Mine was dark blue, so here it is. But you can see the people in the back. You can see how tiny this car is.
Right.
Oh, this car. Oh, it's so perfect too. It's like a 2-seater. So there's just like room.
Awful.
There's just room for you and one other person.
Why is that perfect? That's terrible.
It's perfect because
you don't have to bring their friends.
Exactly. I was waiting for you to figure it out.
You're like, oh, we can't bring your friends because my car only seats 2. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry.
Your 2 other friends want to go to lunch with us? Sorry. Look at this car. Look at this.
I'm looking at it. Listen, you can tell who in the chat is a car person and who's not, because there's a bunch of car people and they're talking about how awesome this car is, right?
This car is amazing.
Right? I look at this and I go, huh. Huh. All right.
I had those same spoked wheels. I wanted to get chrome spoked wheels because obviously that's like 10 times better, but I never really had any money to fix it up. But this is yeah.
I mean, I'm not a big fan.
I miss that car.
I'm not a big fan of the car. I'll be real.
I sold this car so I'd have enough money to move to New Orleans.
Oh, nice.
And I always regret it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always wonder where my MG is today.
Did it drive well?
My MG.
Despite being so old?
Oh, hell yeah. It drove amazing.
Really?
It was a stick shift. Yeah, it's pretty fast too. Yeah.
Stick shift. Okay.
Yeah. 4-speed.
Remember that scene from Dogma where Jay is driving, I forget the main character, Bethany's car on the highway, like 100 miles per hour. And she's like, what gear are you in? And he goes, what's a gear? And then it just cuts to them walking on the side of the road because the car's like dead.
Yeah, I'd never do that.
Yes. Well, I mean, you know what a stick shift is, obviously.
Yeah, I learned to drive on a
Yeah.
stick shift.
Yeah, look at you. I didn't. I've never actually driven stick shift in my life.
You don't know how to drive a
I
stick
have
shift?
no fucking clue.
Wow.
No.
Yeah.
You just go. Listen. I've seen all the Fast and Furious movies. You just go like chick 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 right, and then you just drift.
I mean, I can do. Yeah, I can get the fish tail in action going and
There
stuff.
you go.
Yeah, I know how to do that stuff. That was much easier to do on my Mustang. My Mustang was a 5. What is it? A 5-liter, 302.
There you go. Zero Fucks is right. Anti chopsticks and anti stick shifts. Okay. I like it. Filthy Casual, thank you so much for $20. Says Sitch delivered an S-class rant. The Greyjoy's Cloak of Children was 10/10. Well, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Excellent rant. Clip it, CT.
There you go. Jay for $20 says Brianna, quote, there's a clear strategic move going on here to focus on this whining student. As she makes a clear strategic move to focus on anything else besides Robby wrecking all of her claims. True.
1000% true.
Okay. You want to watch this? What is this video?
Just look, I feel it's my obligation to do a little research on the Gaza situation. So I found this video. Now, this channel here, TRT World, it's Turkish Public Broadcasting Service, okay? This video, I think it's like 9 or 10 years old. I can't remember. But it's pretty old. And I went to their channel and looked at their recent videos, and their recent videos are very pro-Palestine, anti stuff that's going on in the Gaza Strip, right? So they're not, I did that to see if this is like some sort of propaganda, some sort of biased source.
Right. So this is not, you're saying that this is not pro-Israel propaganda.
Right. Exactly.
Gotcha.
Exactly. The most recent videos are very critical of what the Israelis are doing in the Gaza Strip by just basically bombing indiscriminately.
Right.
There's lots of videos about all the mayhem going on there and the dead children and all that stuff. Okay.
Right.
They're not trying to hide anything.
Right. This video is
Ready?
called 5 Places to Visit in Gaza. The guy sitting on an I Love Gaza sign.
What's going on, Shabebs? We're here about my favorite ornament in the whole
it's not
city.
working for me. I need to refresh
Oh, okay.
or something. Okay, let's see.
I love Gaza. Obviously, if you've seen Gaza in the headlines, it's all about wars, a year-long massacre, and a siege. But it's not all doom and gloom here in Gaza. We're spending the day to show you the best 5 things to do and the best 5 places to go while you're here.
What happened? It stopped for me.
Oh, you get it.
Full coastline here in the central port of Gaza. Let me show you what you do when you come here.
That music.
You don't like that music?
Well, I'm worried we're going to get copyrighted for that music.
Oh, well, you could turn the music off. I mean, we don't need.
No, I want to
the
hear what he
sound.
says, though.
Oh,
I guess here, look. I'll turn it down until he says it.
okay. I mean, it's an open air prison. You don't do anything. You just.
While you're at the port? Well, the first one obviously is to fish. Many people come here in the afternoon, they sit around the rocks and they wait patiently to catch something nice. Others take the boat to enjoy the magnificent landscape of Gaza. And if you look here at a distance is the magical Hasan Mosque. And when the adhan goes, which is the Muslim prayers, there's a
Look at that. Look at that open air prison.
Yeah, look, this is the concentration camp we're talking
Right?
about.
I mean, I see those cars driving around. I see all those buildings.
I can't believe this guy is talking with all the dirty water he's been forced to drink all day long.
Right.
Like, how is he even making this video?
Look at that giant mosque. I mean, obviously, this is what when I hear about the Holocaust, okay, and I see pictures of the concentration camps, this is what it looks like to me.
This is what you think of? Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I think of. Yeah. Right.
An amazing sense of tranquility and harmony that presides around the port. And finally, a little cheeky one, most people come here if they want a little romantic date. You bring your date, you take her here by the rocks, and you enjoy some quiet time.
Nice.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Good. Good for him. Good for them.
Dating is allowed in the concentration camp.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
This is to the Islamic University of Gaza. Now, I looked up the Islamic University of Gaza. Not great reviews.
Oh, really?
It's only got a 2-star rating.
Wow.
So
not good. Not good. We should have looked at Rate My Professor.
تنص المادة 143 من القانون المدني الفلسطيني على إنه.
Now this is the. Now I want.
Oh, we're both clicking at the same time.
I want you to take note here of the open air park in the open air prison that we're looking at right now. Okay.
Wow, this is way too complicated a law book. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's studying law at the Gaza University.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is way too complicated. A law book. We're in the middle of the Islamic University of Gaza, a center of knowledge and power here in this beautiful city. This is called the Jerusalem building outside here. And yeah, so if you want to come have some quiet time, maybe read a book, drink a cup of tea, the Islamic University of Gaza is definitely a place to go. Little observation though, this fountain doesn't work. Please somebody fix the fountain.
I mean, I wouldn't expect a fountain to work in an open air prison. So
yeah,
that tracks. That makes sense, right?
If the fountain was working, yeah.
Yeah.
مين وعرفنا عليهم 2 4 6 أبو العابد إيه ده Look at this brother. I know he looks like he's from Norway, but he's Palestinian. أنت منين؟
أنا من فلسطين.
فلسطين؟ طب قول والله.
والله.
I mean,
they're
making fun of him because he's white.
They're making fun of the white Palestinian guy.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to be an oppressor. Look how white he is. Okay.
He looks like he's got blonde hair and blue eyes.
I know. Look at that. How is he not oppressing them right now? Okay.
I swear I'm Palestinian. I swear.
I know.
أنا انولدت في النرويج لكن أنا جيت في فلسطين.
حلو أنت بتدرس إيه؟
شراء وقانون.
He's like half.
Yeah.
So he was born in Norway.
He said he was born in Norway. He said he came here to study Islamic law.
شراء وقانون؟
قانون جيد جدا.
I have a B+, but this one here has a first class distinction.
Wow.
أنا امتياز.
امتياز؟ إيه ده؟ He's got a first class distinction, but he doesn't want to talk. He doesn't want to. تعال من أحرى وأروع.
Oh, they finally tracked him down. They're like, listen, we're going to shank you later if you don't talk to us.
The Islamic University is one of the most amazing universities in the world. Wait. He obviously means in the world, asterisk in an open air prison, right?
Right.
It's the best university in an open air prison.
In a concentration camp.
In a concentration camp, yeah.
في العالم؟ طب قول لي كده احنا في ناس
Some people are watching us from Oxford and Cambridge. Okay, what's he going to look? He's setting him up. He's like, better than Oxford or Cambridge? Get out of here, punk.
اتفرج علينا من اوكسفورد وكامبريدج بقى، قول لهم ان الجامعة احلى من
لا الجامعة احلى.
Our university is better than Oxford.
Wow.
And Cambridge. Look at this.
Listen, the Palestinians are very scrappy, ingenuous. What's the word I'm looking for? They're very ingenious people that are able to construct a better university than Oxford or Cambridge while being in a concentration camp.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew that.
Ingenuitous, is that the word?
I don't know. Who knows?
جامعة أحلى?
I never went to university.
Very beautiful.
أيوة حبيب قلبي.
He's like, come on. This is for English people. You got to speak English.
Hey, he knows 2 words. Very beautiful. Good for him. I don't know a single word in Palestinian.
They even do that thing where they paint the trees to protect them from mold and insects.
Oh, is that what's going on there?
Yeah. We do that in California too.
Really? We do not do that here. I've never seen someone paint a tree like that.
Yeah, it's like some special insect paint.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
We're here on the famous olive tree in the Islamic University of Gaza. It's not an olive tree and it's not famous, but we're gonna make it famous, baby.
What? That was random. Well, let's go.
Here, man, I really remember
What's number 3 here on the list?
my university days. There's people drawing and leaving little marks and their names on the tree. You know what I mean? So cute, so cute. And now for the Superman move.
This is like definitely YouTube 10 years ago, right?
It is. This is like a time capsule. Yeah.
Ooh. Gaza, do you love me? Are you riding?
Can't believe he's allowed to do this in a literal concentration camp.
This is so my style here. Driving around in a car with a broken windshield. God,
yeah,
I
there
love
you go.
this.
There you go. Oh, I didn't even
Love
notice that.
this.
Look at that.
My Mustang
dangerous.
windshield was cracked forever.
Okay. You know what? I'm convinced is we're now in a concentration camp territory.
We're about to go to the British graveyards. I know, sounds very, very weird, but it's really, really cool. Let's go. Yalla, you safe.
Okay, listen. If one of the places to go is a cemetery, maybe this is an open air prison because that is weird. Let's hang out at the cemetery, everybody.
Looks like they got some bars and razor wire going over here too.
There you go. Look at that. You're right. Look at that.
Look, I could take you to neighborhoods all over Los Angeles where there's bars and razor wire.
I know. When we were staying there, we were looking around to make sure we weren't staying at a place with bars and razor wire.
Yeah, exactly. There's plenty of cool cemeteries in Los Angeles too that I wouldn't go at night because you'd probably get mugged.
Welcome to the Gaza War Cemetery. So the story here is that basically British officers who died in World War I, or the Great War as it's referred to, from 1914 to 1918 are buried over here. So actually most of the tombstones here specify the number, rank and name of the soldier who died. So it says here 203908, Private J.T. Brindon, Norfolk Regiment, 2nd November 1917. Now it's not only British soldiers who were buried here, but also members of the Allied forces who fought together in the war. The British government actually owns this land and pays the officials that take care of these graveyards. But a very cool fact about this that sort of reflects the cool history of Palestine is that it's not only Allied forces who are buried here, but also Egyptian and Ottoman soldiers who fought against the Allies. Let me show you because they're buried in a separate place at the distance.
Yeah, keep them away.
Isn't this fascinating?
It is interesting, yeah.
They're World War I British troops, and the British government is still paying the Palestinian people to
maintain the cemetery.
Maintain it, yeah. It's sad because I wonder what these places are like now. I mean, it's all bombed to shit, right?
Well, that's what's kind of, you looking at all this, and it is sad because so much of this is probably all destroyed. So much of the city is destroyed.
Yeah. Because
of, this horrible tragedy.
Yeah, well, Hamas was totally not responsible for any of this, right? Obviously, this is an open air prison, and they were forced to lash out against them.
But what I can say is, say no to colonialism, sire.
There you go. What?
Look at that. What happened there?
I don't know, but we're going to learn about some Arab money.
Well, let's back it up. I want to see.
So this cemetery is close to a very densely populated area. So many Gazans, when you see them roaming around, are just here to find some peace and quiet. And it's actually my first time visiting here, and it's been a very educating experience. But what I can say is, say no to colonialism, sire.
Say no to colonialism.
There you go.
And then there's a bunch of pictures.
I don't know what these pictures are.
Yeah.
Arab money. Arab money. Obviously, I'm not Busta Rhymes. We don't have Arab money. We're not in Dubai, but we're in the golden market of Gaza, where you come here to get your bling bling and look fresh. Let's come and see.
When I think open air prison and concentration camp, I think open air gold market.
We're standing out of Yes's Gold Shop, a very old shop here in the Golden Market. We're gonna go inside, speak to the owner, and see what he says about the stuff. اسمك يا حاج؟
ياسر حبوب.
ياسر حبوب
تاجر
محل
ذهب.
تاجر دهب. اهلا وسهلا بيك.
يا هلا بيك.
ربنا يخليك. انت طب ممكن تقول لنا بقى ايه ممكن نشتري ايه بتبيع؟
Can you please show us what you have in this shop?
ايه؟
احنا طبعا
You are in a gold shop.
We have
idiot.
gold.
ما انت عارف يعني انت جاي محل ذهب.
We have gold
هيبيع
jewelry.
ايه؟ هيبيع ذهب.
ايوه.
يعني لو
If you want to get married,
نعم.
هتاخد شبكة زي دي.
تمام.
هتاخد صورة مثلا
you would buy a set like this,
هتاخد خاتم
a bracelet like this, or maybe rings like
زي كده
these.
بس. يعني ممكن
جميلة دي جميلة.
Wow,
nice,
this is
huh?
very nice.
لا 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 العروسة.
Yeah, but it's not for men.
دعينا كده نتجوز.
But please pray for us.
متجوز؟
لا لسه
مش متأهل يعني؟
لا لا متأهل انا بس انا
Are you single? I am, but I need some cash.
بنوي بس انت فاهم يعني
You are in a difficult condition.
محتاجين دولارات.
والله صعبة نيتي.
صعبة نيتي؟ حبيبي يا حاج ادعينا انت بس.
Thank you.
ربنا ياخد بيدك.
حبيبي.
Please pray for me. May God help you.
الأمور ماشية كويس.
الامور ماشية.
You got to be ready though.
يعني فلوس يعني؟
لا الناحية
لا الناحية التانية لا كله ماشي.
He's like, come back when you got some money. Get out of here, kid.
There you go.
You punk. I thought I was selling some gold today.
Right. It's free advertising.
So, if you're looking to come and buy something for your love partner, spend that Arab money. Come, Yasser Haboub's place. He has everything that you need. Like you see here, beautiful necklace.
Is that a song? Is that an American song?
I have
or
no clue.
Spend that Arab money? Yeah. Fast forward to
Showed you the
last
nicest shop in the street, and now we're gonna take you to an amazing place with an amazing view to finish off the day.
Look at all that bling.
I know.
Sitch.
All that open air bling.
Concentration camp.
Concentration camp bling.
Where's Finkelstein? I want Finkelstein to react to this video. I want to see what he has to say. Oh my God, Adam. Just because they have bling doesn't mean it's not an open air prison.
Listen, the Jews were very well known, and the concentration camps were very well known to have bling. Okay.
Lots of bling.
Lots of bling that the Nazis ripped out of their teeth and melted
Look,
down.
we're gonna watch Life is Beautiful next, and we're gonna compare. We're gonna compare and contrast the situation. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
What do you think?
Have you
seen Life is Beautiful?
I have. That's the one where the father tricks the kid into thinking that the concentration camp is like a resort or something, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Evidently, the reverse Life is Beautiful has been foisted on Norman Finkelstein, where they've convinced people. They've convinced Norman.
This is really this video is like hyper depressing. Jeez.
Because it's all probably bombed to shit
so much
now.
of this shit's probably like destroyed.
Yeah, and all these people's
lives have all been ruined. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's important. Look, I think it's important to know, like
course,
a lot of people are casting this as Hamas had nothing to lose.
That
right?
the Palestinian people had nothing to lose.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So look, the guy who owns his gold shop, you think he had nothing to lose?
Yeah.
You think he was anxious for the Hamas fighters to go in and rape a bunch of innocent civilians at a music festival?
Or all the students that go to that school?
Yeah, exactly. We're studying law.
Right.
Who moved from Norway?
Yeah.
So that they could be close to their heritage?
Yep. That was a mistake.
Wait a second. I thought people couldn't get in and out of Gaza. That guy moved from Norway. What's going on there, Sitch?
Well, he's white, so they give him a pass.
Oh, okay.
Like I promised, a beautiful place with a beautiful view. And the tree that I'm sitting on, for real now, is actually the most famous tree in the whole of Gaza. This is the Tell al-Muntar area. From here, you can see all of the city. And if you stand over there, you can even see the sea and Israel on the other side. Now it's getting a bit chilly, so it's coming to an end of a beautiful day here in Gaza. Of course, there's many more places to go and many more things to do. We picked our favorite 5. Let us know what your favorite 5 places are. And like my boss says, it's time for me to be quiet now and show you some drone things.
Oh, wow. They have a drone.
In the open air prison.
Yeah.
Look. I mean, it does look kind of like the city from Judge Dredd.
Oh yeah,
Mega City 1.
Mega City 1. I was thinking more like District 9.
I don't remember what it looked like in District 9. Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, it's really depressing.
So what do you think?
Well, I mean, the whole open air prison concentration camp thing is just, it's just like fucking insanely untrue. You know, it's a place, it's a country that obviously is, you know, on average very poor. There's mass unemployment. It definitely has a lot of problems. But just referring to it as this like open air prison, this concentration camp, as like a justification, or rationalization of, you know, what happened is just wildly inappropriate and just completely does not seem to be accurate at all.
People were laughing at me because I was going to the reviews, Sitch. I don't what, like, why is that a bad thing?
It turned out you were right.
Why is that so insane?
Because it seems silly, but it turned out you were completely right.
Why is it insane to go to restaurant reviews? I mean,
don't
they
know.
got pictures of people in the restaurant and stuff.
Yeah.
They keep going. I haven't dug in much on this water thing, but that's another thing that they hit. Like 50% of the Gazan residents don't have access to clean water. I don't know. We have a bunch of poor and homeless people.
Sure, not 50%.
What do they always say? What do they always say here? Well, they might say that about the can't afford a $500 accident or something.
Sure.
Yeah.
But there's a very difference between that and like not being able to like access water, right?
Sure. I don't know where they're getting their stats from.
Cinema
and I don't know what that means, but go ahead.
For $20 says, have you seen Bill Maher's Club Random? He had Oliver Stone on lately, and it was like the Russia Simp Hour. I'd love to see your guys' thoughts on Oliver Stone's Untold History series. Keep up the great work. Yeah, I know. I have seen Bill Maher's Club Random. I haven't seen that episode. I know that Oliver Stone is like, even for like years. For years. I don't know why. I think he might have Russian heritage or something, like me. But for years, he's been like a hardcore simp for Russia. I don't know why, because I remember like way before Trump was a thing, and the Russia stuff was a thing. I remember seeing him like talk about World War II, and he was like going on and on and on about how like amazing Russia was to like defeat the Nazis in World War II. Of course, ignoring the fact that the Nazis and that the Russian army worked with the Nazis at first, but you know that doesn't, you know. So I don't know why he's such a Russia simp.
Yeah,
how
what's
that
up with that,
started.
Sitch?
What?
What's going on with that?
Yeah, I don't know. I know it says according to Wikipedia, it says his father is American Jewish and his mother is French Roman Catholic. I don't know where his father came from before he came to America, or whether his family came to America. But
Who is this?
Oliver Stone.
Oliver Stone.
Yeah.
He's the guy that did that movie about
He did a bunch
Kennedy.
of movies. He did JFK. He did Nixon. He did W. He did Wall Street.
Oh, I
He
remember
did Natural
W.
Born Killers.
That was funny.
He did Born on the 4th of July. He did Scarface, probably his most popular movie, which I think is wildly overrated and not very good.
Oh, you don't like Scarface?
I mean, out of like mafia movies, you know, Goodfellas is so much better. The Godfather is so much better. The Al Pacino movie that's kind of like it's not really, but it's kind of like the sequel to Scarface. What's it called? Where he's like he was like a mobster and he tries to get out, and then he's like slowly getting sucked back into it. Carlito's Way, that was what it's called. That's a lot better.
Say the thing.
What?
Say the thing. Talk to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend.
That's it.
I mean,
Say it.
I never saw Scarface for a long time, and I saw it in college because like one of those movies that everyone's like, Scarface is so good, you have to watch it. And I'm watching it, I'm like, this movie's awful. Like, what the fuck? This movie's so bad.
But he came up from the streets, Sitch.
Hey, Tony Montana! You fucking with me? Push it to the limit. That's where they have the push it to a limit montage, right?
Oh yeah, it's so
Where
bad.
it's like
it's so bad.
It's so weird because this movie is from the 80s, but it feels like it's from the 70s. There's like this really, if you've never seen Scarface, there's literally a montage of like him rising the ranks of the mafia to the song "Push It to the Limit." It's like if you've seen if you've ever seen like South Park make fun of montages with a montage song, they're making fun of Scarface. That's what they're making fun of. So
True.
I think people just like it. It's like weird. Like a lot of rappers like it. They just like it because it's, I guess, about, as you said, it's a guy coming from like nothing to being this like drug kingpin. And I guess that's why they like it.
Yeah. It's about ingenuity.
Yeah, but even though he's like a horrible person and not someone that you should be cheering on.
Well, I mean, he's a job creator. What are you talking about?
Oh, you know what I saw recently? I've never seen before. Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh, you know what?
That's a funny movie.
I haven't seen ever.
You should watch it. You would like it. It's very funny. It's very funny because like it does that thing that oh my God, what's his name? Martin Scorsese does very well, where he has like characters who are like bad people, but you kind of are like interested in seeing what happens with them. But because they're bad people who are doing bad things, like when the shitstorm of horrible things starts happening to them, you just start laughing. You don't feel bad that it's like bad things are happening to them. And there's like this great scene in Wolf of Wall Street. I don't want to spoil it because you should watch it. Where like basically not Robert De Niro. Oh my God, Leonardo DiCaprio. Like every like bad thing's like compounding on him at once, and it's just like the funniest scene ever. As like all of his mistakes start compounding on him, and he's like totally high off his ass, trying to stop like the disaster from unfurling, and he can't because he's too high to prevent the thing from occurring. Like, you know, in Goodfellas, when like Ray Liotta is getting to the point where like the police are chasing after him, and he's like totally paranoid because he's high as his ass. He's like driving around trying to like get a gun and distribute drugs and do all this shit.
Yeah.
It's like
a great scene.
It's
completely losing his mind. He's like so paranoid.
There's a scene like that that's even better. That's like that times like 100 in Wolf of Wall Street.
I love the paranoia scenes.
Check it out. I recommend it. It's a very funny movie. Great movie. It's got lots of nudity and sex in it.
Didn't it win like an Academy Award or something?
Maybe. Well, I never seen it. It was on Netflix. I think it's leaving Netflix by the end of the month, so check it out. Anyways.
The fuck? Why is this being such a bitch?
Okay. Let me start over from the beginning.
Oh, I know why.
Mitch for 2 Aussie bucks says, I'm watching Mob Psycho. When does it get good? It gets good from episode 1. What are you, crazy? Oh my God. Terrible. Awful. You don't like the first episode of Mob Psycho? Come on. If you don't like the first couple episodes, you're not going to like the show, probably.
Yeah, I thought it was good from the jump. I don't get that comment because I was like, I liked it, but
yeah, it's good. It's funny.
If you don't like it, turn it off.
Yep. Sorry.
And not only that, turn it off and say, Sitch, what the hell were you doing recommending this garbage to me?
That's yeah, me specifically.
What do you mean?
Okay.
I liked it, but I wasn't like, you're going to like it.
Dwight Baldwin for $5 says, can you talk about Venezuela and Guyana? Most people ignoring it. I mean, I can't because I don't know a lot about the situation.
Sitch is ignoring it too.
I'm ignoring it too, yeah. I don't know really anything about what's going on there. So, sorry. Says, yesterday, Venezuela president will meet with Guyana's president amid a territorial dispute between the two countries. So who knows? Maybe they'll be able to work it out.
Oh, I can hear the sound of the door clicking open just looking at this picture of the MG.
You're looking at your car?
Yeah.
Again?
Oh, I'm looking at the one you sent now.
Oh, okay.
Pretty based.
Blind Skateboarder for $2 says, I'm colorblind and I had no idea they were green. Well, there you go. Blaine's actually supposedly.
Yeah, why are you ripping on our fans who are colorblind?
I'm not ripping on anyone's. What are you talking about?
Making them question whether or not they're actually green.
Listen, the thumbnails, they're not that green, Adam. I don't know what to tell you. They're not that green. They're
Lyman.
They're like Lyman, yeah. They're like chartreuse, but more on the yellow side than the green side. Okay.
Cool.
Is this like a controversial thing? People like debate the color of the thumbnail?
You've brought it up. I mean,
okay.
There's been one other person other than you bringing it up.
Oh, you made it sound like a bunch of people were leaving comments or something.
No.
Oh.
Everyone's happy with the green thumbnails. They love them.
But they're not green.
They're like, thank goodness you didn't use that obnoxious forest green. I like the lime citrus green.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Sashman, for responding to tagging me this. Someone said, I'm not going to out him, but a certain popular content creator drunkenly texted me in full baby speak asking if I could feed him mommy milkers and change his diaper. I did not respond.
Who said that?
Someone named Elena Pierce.
That was a super chat?
No. This was a tweet that I got tagged in.
Oh, really? Sitch, why are you... Sitch, that's not a good... I hope she doesn't have screenshots of you doing that.
I thought she was cool, though. I mean, I didn't think she was going to leak it.
Wow.
She hit on me first, Adam. Okay. She's being dishonest here. She hit on me first. She started the whole mama milkers pathway. Okay. I was just playing off what she was saying, right? I wouldn't bring that up unprompted. You know me. I would not bring up mommy milkers unprompted. Okay.
Well, I mean, you have, but.
Stop it. Okay. Blaine's Escape. Oh, there that one. That was the colorblind one. Pydro for 10 PLN says, free the hookers, Adam. Yeah, Adam, you're the one with all the hookers. Okay.
No. I don't. Why? How is that a meme now?
Because you need to free them.
That's so weird.
Free them. Free them, really, Adam. Come on.
I'm not really a hooker person, but
listen, just because I'm drunk texting some nice internet lady about mommy milkers doesn't mean that you cannot release the hookers you have in your closet.
Okay. Do you look out? Hopefully this meme goes away.
I don't want it to. I like it. Steven Sugars for $10 says, did the Warsaw ghetto have luxury beach resorts, air-conditioned shopping malls, and a vibrant economy? Because Gaza did before October 7th. Yeah, I mean, not to my knowledge. I mean, I've seen some Holocaust revisionist people make claims that they did, but I don't think they were accurate. So, The Cheerful Cynic for $10 says, any leftists like Briahna, if you made the fighting to the last man argument when it comes to classical Western heroes, for example, Leonidas and 300, the left would just call them dumb fanatics. That's a good point. Techno Viking. It's like Viking, but with a W. Thank you so much for being outside the simulation for 18 months. Thank you so much. They said, never forget to fight for the right to party.
I love that you sang it out. That was awesome.
There you go. Well, 18 months outside the simulation, you got to sing it out.
Oh, yeah. Wow. That's amazing.
Neil Johnstone, thanks so much for the 5 months. Says, all right, Sitch. Uh-oh. All right, Sitch. FMK. Fuck, marry, kill. A-Team. Chopsticks. For America bad. S-Class is best class.
Well, this is your perfect opportunity to kill America bad.
Oh, God. This is Why would you? This is Neil. You're evil. This is a terrible, terrible choice here. Okay.
Ooh, fucking those chopsticks. That's painful.
That's the problem.
I guess you're gonna have to
man.
fuck 18.
I don't want to marry chopsticks. Oh God.
Such a conundrum.
Okay, listen. I don't want to do this, but I'm gonna have to do this. Okay. I'm gonna kill chopsticks.
What?
I'm gonna kill the chopsticks. They're dead.
You're not
They're
gonna
dead.
kill America bad?
No.
This is a perfect opportunity.
I can't have sex with chopsticks, Adam.
I think you should, just to kill America
No,
bad.
hear my rationale here. Okay. I'm gonna kill the chopsticks. I'm gonna break them in half. I'm gonna fuck America bad.
Okay.
Because there's lots of hot chicks on the American bad train. All right?
Oh, you're right.
There's
Oh,
some hot
yeah.
chicks there, right?
There's
And
a
listen,
lot of America bad hot chicks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I can fix
Could be a
them.
night to remember.
I could fix them. Okay. I can fix them. I can make it work.
Isn't Hasan America bad?
Yeah, but he's not the one I'm gonna fuck. Obviously. Okay.
Do you get to pick?
Yeah, of course.
I think the super chatter gets to pick.
No. I get to pick. And I'm gonna marry a team because we're already married. What do you mean? There
Oh
you
yeah,
go.
perfect.
Okay. Thank you for that awful super chat. Archangel MCM for $10 says October 7th is the anniversary of the Battle of Lepanto. Thank you. I'm glad that you said that because I knew it was the anniversary of something. I mean, I don't know if that was the rationale or if it was just a random day they chose, but so.
Oh man. Socialists hate to be called Nazi, Sitch. It's like a thing.
Oh, I know.
They just despise it. Oh my God.
You causing problems on Twitter?
Yeah, I did a tweet saying that there's no difference between socialists and Nazis.
Oh, I saw that tweet.
And they're all like losing their minds.
You said, what is the substantial difference? Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. People
Yeah.
are very mad about that.
Well, the nationalist versus internationalist is interesting, but I don't think that really touches on the racism aspect of it.
I mean, I would say socialism is rooted in like trying to establish equality or equity, and obviously Nazism is not established in that at all, right?
Yes, yeah, totally.
Probably the primary difference. But
That's a good one.
Dr. Diller for $5 says A Team doesn't know the lyrics to the national anthem. Say it isn't so, and occasionally licks Wormy to give his little tongue a break. Gross.
That's
class
sick.
is the best class.
Do you think socialism is focused on equality for all people or just equality for marginalized people?
Well, are you talking about classical socialism or
No, I'm
current
talking
social-
about modern socialism. Look,
No, obviously modern socialism is motivated by
Yeah.
oppressed, quote oppressed people.
My argument is really that the oppressor-oppressed lens of modern socialists eventually gets trained on race. It's just it's like too juicy a target for anyone to avoid. So like when you're saying, yes, they're focused on equality, I think to the conversation that we just witnessed with an avowed socialist, right? Who wants different rules for different people in the free speech realm based on who's got a higher body count,
Right.
higher oppression count. And can you really say that that's trained on equality or some sort of universal principle?
No, that isn't, obviously.
Right. So, I mean, if you're using this oppressor-oppressed lens
Right.
that all modern socialists are using, I feel
Okay.
like technically.
Listen, though, you're going to get called out as a Briahna Greyjoy here because you dodged the accusation.
What is a dodge?
You dodged Dr. Diller's accusation.
Oh, those are all False.
That you don't know the
Fake
lyrics to the
news.
national anthem, and that you occasionally lick Wormy to give his little tongue a break.
I don't lick Wormy. The national anthem, I do not know the lyrics to. So
Oh, so that's true. You don't
that
know the
part's
lyrics.
true, yeah.
Oh my! How do you not know the lyrics to the national anthem, Adam?
Is it the Star Spangled Banner? Or
You
the
don't even know
flag?
what the national anthem is.
The flag wasn't still there.
Doesn't even know what the national anthem is.
Oh
Everybody.
wait, look, I think I remember them. National.
Oh,
anthem.
say can you see that
Lyrics.
one?
Oh yeah, it's coming to me. Let me
As he
see here.
Googles it frantically. National anthem lyrics by Google.com. Mm-hmm.
This says complete version of Star Spangled Banner.
Yeah,
National
there's
anthem.
the I believe there's extra parts to it that we don't normally sing.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming.
He's just reading it. He didn't know. You know.
Whose broad stripes
Oh my
and bright stars through the perilous fight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly.
You know he doesn't know it because you don't even know the correct like tune. You don't even know the rhythm of the anthem.
And the rocket's red glare,
That's
them
so bad.
bombs bursting in air.
Yeah.
Gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the based.
That was awful. That was truly awful. An embarrassment. You ashamed of yourself.
Look, it says A-Team L. Sorry, Adam, you lose this one.
True. I was not saluting. I don't salute to that. Okay.
Do not disrupt the national anthem.
Yes,
Deported.
Adam.
What?
Deport him. Get
You
him
can't
out of
deport
here.
me. I was born here.
It was terrible. Oh my god.
It sounds like Adam is in the 3rd grade.
Yeah, it's like when you're in the 3rd grade and you like don't really want to sing it. So yeah. Now do the Canadian one.
No, hell no.
I don't know anything about the Canadian national anthem
wrote
outside of the first 2 letters.
Who wrote the national anthem?
Isn't it Francis Scott Key?
Damn it, you're so good.
Who doesn't know fucking that? That's like just like a thing.
So the Star Spangled Banner is the national anthem.
Don't you remember there was like this whole controversy that there was something racist there?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it was in the anthem as racist or something else that Francis Scott Key did that was racist.
Mm-hmm.
Don't remember this. I don't remember if it was in the anthem. I think it was. There's something in one of the other paragraphs of the national anthem that we don't sing that supposedly has some racist connotation to it or something. I don't know.
Good.
Whatever.
No racism in the national anthem.
Okay. Anyway. Stuck for $2 says Brianna JoyGrey gets a death note. Who dies first? Oh god. The death toll would be astronomical. It'd be scary. You know, I was watching that I was watching that clip. It's funny that you say that. I was watching that clip of, I don't know why this popped in my head. I was watching that clip of the students at Columbia who were simping for Hamas and saying it was based what they did at Columbia. And I was just thinking how horrifying it would be if like one of those kids like got superpowers.
Mm-hmm.
Like it'd just be a fucking shit show. Be disgusting. When those kids became Superman, we'd be fucked.
What show?
That's scary. A shit show.
What shit show?
Mike Osborne for 8 months says, first time I've been able to catch a live stream in a while. I want to say the bonus videos are awesome. Also, can someone check if Doomer is alive? He is. I saw him say something the other day. So Doomer's
What did he say?
He said, don't play Path to Exile. It's very addicting.
Oh, you got a private message?
It wasn't not a private message, no.
Oh, okay. You just saw him say something in the Discord?
I saw something say something in a Discord somewhere that existed. Nice.
Good for you.
Nicholas Van Neel for 5 Aussie bucks Adam, I think you should read this one.
Will do. I'm on it.
Yeah, okay.
Coming right up. But you got to tell me what the kid was in the class.
Nicholas Van Neal for $5 Aussie bucks.
Nicholas Van Neal for $5 Aussie dollars.
Right.
Is it close to the top or the bottom?
It is. It's close to the top.
Close to the top.
Yeah.
Is it green?
It is light green, yeah.
Light green.
Like a
Dr. Diddler. Oh, look at that.
aquamarine color.
Okay. It's kind of a lime green.
That
Sitch.
is not lime green. That is not a lime green. You stop.
Sitch, do you wake up? Wake up. Grab a brush and put a little makeup. What's that mean?
You don't know that song?
No, what song is it?
Makeup because you want to. I don't think you trust in my self-righteous suicide.
This is awful. I don't know the song.
You don't know Chop Suey by System of a Down? Oh my god, that song was like my middle school experience.
Wow.
There you go. CT sent us something. Both of you do it. We'll find out who is right about the thumbnail color. I scored perfectly. What is this?
Oh, is this a color test?
It's a color quiz. Let's do it. Bring it up.
I have my screen all whacked out though.
What does that mean?
Because I have like the red filter on, so I don't.
We'll turn it off. Let's do this. Wait a minute.
Eye color quiz.
Have I not had my color filter on this whole time? I just tried to turn it off and I was like, wait a minute. Can I turn it off? What the fuck was the name of my light scribe? No, that was it.
There's
It was
literally
scribe,
like
wasn't it?
1,000 ads just popped up on this page.
Scribe? Why can't I find my thing? I don't know. Maybe it's gone.
Click the different color.
Okay. Now are we seeing the exact same thing here? And did you bring it up? Can everyone see what we're saying?
No.
Bring it up. We gotta figure out who can figure out colors. Okay. Who's the color king? Anyway, while you bring it up, I'll read the next one.
Look, I'm taking the test. Jeez.
Don't take the test. You have to bring it up.
Oh, this one's hard.
Are you really taking it without bringing it up?
Yeah. What the fuck?
You fucking retard. Start it over. Show it so everyone can see what you're doing.
It's too late.
No, stop it.
There's
I don't know if you know this, Adam.
There's 1,000 ads on this page. I can't bring it up. It's like I don't have ad block on, so I wonder if I have ad block here and the other one here. I might be able.
You have to work with, guys. See what I have to work with here.
Read some super chats.
Doug for
Stop
$5
fucking
says
around.
Brianna doesn't support Hamas. That's why she's so desperate to not quote believe all women on their behalf. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Got a contention for $5 says Brianna, Palestine didn't land on Israel. Israel landed on us. There you go. There you go.
What is this?
Lucifer Doberman for 5 Canadian says, friendly reminder, when walking 3 dogs, bring 6 poop bags. Also, A-Team reigns supreme.
Yeah, Sitch.
True.
I scored.
What?
I got an A-Team reign supreme. All right, I brought it up.
Okay.
What's this?
Question 1. Are you on question 1?
Yeah.
Click the different color.
Yes.
You see a bunch of red squares?
I do, yeah, but let's see. This
The
one's
one
different.
on the far left seems different to me.
It's the far right, but
The far right one.
yeah, this is a different one here.
Wait,
Click.
do we have the? Let me. I have
This
to
is
see
a
when it
different
comes
one.
up on your
Click.
screen. Oh yeah, okay. I think it's
This
different.
is a different one.
Yeah, but
This is a different one. Okay, look.
okay.
These are
Oh,
the
you just
harder
keep
ones.
clicking the different colors?
This is a different one. This one is the hard one right here.
Okay. The blue
It's
one,
this one.
on mine, it's the left one again.
I think it's
Green
this
one. Okay. The green one's easy. What color are you at?
Some of these are really easy.
Why don't you just share your screen so we can do it together? Because
Look,
I'm doing different ones.
I'm ripping through, man. Yeah, I think it like randomizes differently.
It does. It's differently. So, okay, I'm just going through it. Okay, I guess we're just going to do it, and we're going to have to just
I'm
see
almost
what
done,
the score
man.
was. Okay.
Great, we've calculated your score. Here it is. Show results. What did I get? Your score. Eye of an eagle. Wow, you answered all correctly and have scored the highest possible score. You have an impressive sight. You have the ability to notice the tiniest nuances and details. And nothing gets past you. Congratulations.
Okay, listen, I'm stuck on the last. All the ones were easy, but the last one I'm a little stuck on. This fuchsia color.
Mm-hmm.
They all look the same to me. Oh, never mind. You got them all correct. Score Eye of an Eagle. So there you go. We're all can see colors, I guess.
I think Sitch is pulling a fast one here.
No,
He didn't-
listen, here we
Sitch
go.
didn't share his screen, so
I'm gonna send you a screenshot. Okay.
Sure. You just took a screenshot of my screen.
Does yours have a little poop ad under it? It says click the different color poop.
Yeah.
Oh.
I had all that.
Well, you can see. Well, no, I showed you the tops of like my.
Oh, look at this.
You
Yeah.
can see the little bookmarks there, so you know.
Hunter.com.
That was secret, Adam. You weren't supposed to tell you what that.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my God, you bastard. But there you go. So you can see very clearly that we all got Eye of an Eagle. There it is.
All right. Look at that. Amazing.
Amazing. I think you're still wrong about the color, though.
Yeah. How does this, CT, how does this have anything to do with the color being green or not?
Well, it means that we can see the differences between colors. Maybe, I mean, it doesn't necessarily know, you know.
At least we
Doesn't know
scored
if you know the
correctly
right
on the
color,
green one, right?
You can bring up, listen, if you want, we can live on stream. We can bring up the thumbnail color. And you can do a little dropper test. Give us, what is the number of the color? Like,
What
what
does
is the
that
exact
have to do with anything?
What is the I'm curious, what is the number for the color in the thumbnail? Do you know?
No, but I can look it up.
Look it up.
What
We
is
can
that
have
going to tell you?
So we can see what color it is.
It's not going to tell you shit, though.
It's going to show us what color it is.
The number is? CT can do it. CT, what's the number of the green?
TT,
in
what's the
thumbnail?
number of the thumbnail color?
It's probably shifting on people's screens to yellow. That's probably the problem.
I don't think so.
Look, I like to teeter on the edge right there.
Okay.
Between green and yellow. Just keep them guessing.
1W for $10. Thank you. Says, no, Sitch, it is free speech. We will be unable to check government to silence our speech because it's popular. Instead, U.S. must make TikTok comply with free speech. It bans anti-China content like Wow, Y86. I don't agree. The problem is we don't know. You don't know, and it would be too difficult to figure out how the algorithm works. So no, I completely disagree. It has to, like, even look at X, okay? Elon Musk buys Twitter, and even he says that he doesn't even understand, and they haven't been able to figure out how the algorithm works. And I believe that because I've noticed something weird on Twitter. I see a bunch of like random socialists who will tweet shit out that will fucking explode. Okay? Will explode even though they don't have that many followers. I rarely see that with people on the right or centrist content. And the thing that makes it suspicious to me is that I'll look at their views, and I'll see like accounts that will, like, leftist accounts that will have like insane high levels of views on their tweets, even though they don't have that many followers. And they don't even get that many likes, but the views are like super fucking high, which means the algorithm is promoting this leftist dog shit for some reason, intentionally.
Yeah, it's weird.
Right. So, I mean, I don't think you could extract whatever China's influence is from TikTok. I think you have to just take an axe to it. It's the only solution.
Yeah, you just gotta get rid of it. Bye-bye.
Did you ever get the number, CT? What's the number? What's the number? Or Adam, get the number.
No, CT's doing it.
Oh my god.
She's a professional.
I could probably have done it faster than either of you. What's taking so long? Loser Doman for 5 Canadian says, friendly reminder, number 2, set down towels on the couch before letting 3 wet dogs cuddle with you. Also, S-Class sniffs the bicycle seats at the gym. Ew, gross. No.
Oh, that's true. I've seen Sitch do that.
I mean, it depends on who was sitting on them beforehand, okay? Like, how big was the MMTs are we talking about here? How thick was the booty, right?
Mm-hmm.
These are important questions. Vincent Martin for 16 months says, everyone should keep this in mind. People should address the argument instead of using guilt by association. And what about...
Yeah, you know how I feel about whataboutism, right?
Yes.
How do I feel?
Puck971 for $10 says, her most insane take comes from when she's talking about crime. Shoplifting is creating food deserts in Black community, and she will go on about big businesses. She has insane take. True.
Mm-hmm. It's so weird.
What?
Like a lot of these socialists, they have like, this guy has almost 2,000 followers, and he does a retweet of me, but he gets like 1 like. What's going on there?
Well, that's what's weird. It's like, it's either they get like a shit ton of likes or they get no likes and no one cares. That's why it feels so artificial and weird to me, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like, well, what's going on here? There's like, it's not an even distribution.
Yeah. The answer, the canned answer that everyone gives on the socialist or Nazis argument is squares and rectangles. Have you seen that response?
No, what
like
are you talking
all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares.
Okay. What does that have to do with Nazis?
Is that a response? Well, they're arguing that Nazis are a subset of socialists. But socialists have a lot of different varieties, and Nazis are just one of them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I found the hex number. I don't know what the fuck you were unable to do this, Adam.
What good is
and/or
the hex
CT.
number going to do?
So you can look up the hex number. You can bring up a picture. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I found the hex number. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to send this to you. Bring this up. And everyone could decide whether they think this is yellow, or more green. Okay, you ready?
The hex number? I mean...
No, I'm going to send you a picture.
Of the hex number?
Yeah.
Look, I make the thumbnails.
I sent you the picture. No, bring this up. Bring this up. Bring it up.
Okay. Let's see here.
This is hex number DBFE01.
That's a beautiful MG.
Okay. That is the color on the hexa wheel.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Look at this. You got like a million different things going on here.
No, I sent you one. Don't ignore what CT sent you.
This is so obviously green. People are high.
Okay. Did you bring it up?
Here it is. Boom.
Okay. Is green or yellow, everybody? Green or yellow? Or I guess it's really, is it more green or more yellow, right? What color is this? Okay. More green.
That's so easy.
More yellow.
Yeah. Are you doing a poll?
I am. I'm colorblind. Okay. Okay, you have to choose here. Is it more
Mhm.
green or more yellow? Okay.
Just ask if it's green or yellow. Why does it got to be more?
Because it is a mixture of some. It's a mixture-ish, but the question is which one is more?
This is lime green.
You think this is lime green?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna Google lime green and see what comes up.
Yeah,
Okay.
do that.
Well, this is weird. They're two different color lime greens.
Okay.
There's multiple different lime greens.
So,
one of them looks like this, and one of them, and a lot of them don't look like this. So what you're saying is not so outlandish, I guess.
based. Look, I'm an artist. I have a degree in art. I have a Bachelor of Fine Arts.
I want you to look at the
painting.
variety of lime greens when I Google it. Okay. There's a lot of very different colors.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, but
like which one is those is the correct lime green?
Oh, you're so dead.
What?
Oh, I'm bringing up the car. Obviously, I'm bringing up the lime green car.
Car.
Yeah.
So according to this, it says officially on the hex wheel, the lime green is the one that looks nothing like this color.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sitch drives a lime green Prius just like this, so you guys know. You guys saw my car earlier?
Mm-hmm.
The super cool car? The car that makes ladies run down the street?
Listen, ladies like that car. I know what you're talking about.
This lime green Prius?
That car is awesome. Yeah. That is
No
my car.
way.
How'd you know that? That's the car I drive. Yeah.
Gotta pull it in a little bit so you can so it can touch the green so you can see.
Mm-hmm. No, look what I sent you. I sent you what is the official lime green. Okay.
Did you?
I did.
But you're just picking stuff that's as far away from
I
the
didn't.
color.
I said, what is the official hex code for lime green? And this is what came up.
Let's see here.
It says hex lime green. I showed you how many different colors show up when you Google it, and you went for the car. You went for the dishonest.
I went for the one that's going to prove me right.
You went for the dishonest car technique here. Okay.
Here's the one.
I would get a lime green car, man. It's like I'm driving like ice cream sherbet. Okay, it's fresh.
That is fresh.
It's very fresh.
You drive that car in Southern California, you're gonna have a girlfriend in like 15 minutes.
There you go.
Women love Priuses in Cali. I don't know. It's nuts.
There you go. See, look, there's official lime green. Going to the hex code.
Mm-hmm.
So far, the poll, 50% say yellow, 42% say green, and 8% say I'm colorblind. There you go.
Really?
Yeah.
8% of people are colorblind.
There you go. Look at that. So slight win on the team yellow. I think it's definitely more on the yellow side. So
yeah, I don't like this green here.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Which one?
The official green.
Oh. It's fine.
Doesn't.
I mean, I don't know if it'd be a good thumbnail color, but the color is fine.
It's not bright enough.
Okay. What about bright lime green?
What's that bright green color that everyone uses in their clip thumbnails?
They probably use some kind of neon green.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, let's move on here. Micro Omega for 20 months. Thanks so much, Micro Omega says. Behold my awesome milestone. Behold. There you go. Thank you. Sammy G's yelling in the chat saying that's not yellow or green. Well, what is it, Sammy? What is it? Okay. Tell me.
I
Tell
trust
us.
Sammy. Sammy, give us your insight here.
What color are we looking at here? We're looking at yellow chartreuse. I think that's what we're looking at.
Okay. Well, it's the videos have the yellow thumbnail.
No, just keep saying green just to like make it controversial.
That's true. If they're triggered, have emotional reaction over the thumbnail, they'll remember.
I want you guys in every video, I want you guys to argue about what color the thumbnail is, okay?
What's this?
The drive, comments.
This is hilarious.
Argue about whether it's yellow or green. Sammy says neon, it's its own color. There you go. Neon isn't a color. Neon is a describer of a color, right? It's got to be neon green or neon yellow. Neon itself is not a color, Sammy. I don't know if you know this. As an artist, you should be aware of this. Right?
Yeah, you would think.
You would think.
Jeez.
Look at that. Gee.
Can't believe.
Michael for $5 says Brianna JoyGrey. Quotes, Israel shouldn't have been in that neighborhood at the time at night wearing that dress. True.
All the socialists are super bent out of shape about my tweet, and all the right wingers are like, yeah, based, yeah.
Right.
Finally.
People really want you to pull the color off the screen.
I took it down already.
Oh, okay, I'm just saying.
Everyone's getting
complaining about their eyeballs.
Everyone needs to chill.
I gotta find out where my orange light thing went. No wonder I haven't been sleeping good recently. I don't have my orange filter on. Terrible.
Oh, really?
Oh my god.
How do you do these streams without the orange filter?
Well, I think there's a built-in one, but it's not as good.
I started turning my monitor down to like 8% for the live streams. 8% in brightness. And then I would be done with the live streams and I'd turn it back up. I'd be like, oh, I got to crank it back up again. Back to 100%.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. What the fuck is going on here? Make sure I didn't start a new stream by accident. I click one thing and it's like going crazy.
Oh, here, I'll look. What'd you click?
I don't know. I just clicked one thing on the side and YouTube is losing its fucking mind. How is there one button that tries to make you start a new live stream? That's wild to me.
Still everything looks good on my end.
Okay. I click one thing and it's like, oh, we're gonna try to start a new stream. I'm like, well, no, stop.
Share.
Okay.
Add stream marker. Oh, that could be useful for
What does
something.
that mean?
I don't know. Look, I'm gonna click it.
Don't do it now.
Stream marker added. Markers appear in the video. Oh, they appear in the video editor. Look at that.
Oh, is it just? Oh, so you just see it from the video editing, which we can't use because the streams are too long anyway.
Create highlight video. What's that do?
That
Hold
creates
on
a
a
highlight.
second.
Don't click it.
What do you mean?
Don't click that.
Okay. What's this one?
Stop clicking
Insert
things.
ad.
Stop clicking
Oh.
that. Insert.
What's in stream? What's this do?
Okay. Deus Flex for $5 says the U.S. lost 2,400 at Pearl Harbor and then killed 3 to 5 million Germans and Japanese to win World War II. Was that disproportionate? Nope. Not even remotely. Do people like the giant fucking vortex with the big chat? How do you guys feel about that?
They love it. What are you talking about?
I know they like the chat being bigger, but do they like the background?
Oh, they don't want that. Look, I got.
I don't know. I'm
options.
asking.
What
I don't
look.
like it.
What do you want?
I don't know. I want to be happier.
I like the all-seeing eye.
Okay.
Look into the eye. Everyone, your job is to look into that big glowing eye.
Look, it's your painting.
Right.
Mickey Mouse versus aliens. Oh, we're back to the eye.
Now you're feeling very drowsy. Eyes are getting very...
No, ever gotta be awake. You're feeling awake and you want to donate more money to Sitch and Adam.
Look, you got to hypnose him before you go there.
No.
You're getting a little ahead of yourself, Sitch.
No, oh, okay. You want to make him fall asleep first. Okay. Okay.
Your hands are so heavy. They're falling down.
Graham, you're gonna make him fall asleep. Graham Finalison Fief for $5 says she's using the dead Palestinian children as human shields for her bad arguments. Very true. Zach for $5 says leftists can hear dog whistles from the right, but not train whistles from the left.
True. Excellent point.
Equishadox for $5. Thank you. Says Brianna is that girlfriend who brings up old unrelated crap when she's clearly losing the argument. He just needs to stay calm and on topic and win. That is what was going on. That is what's going on there. That is accurate.
This whole Palestine stuff really just, I mean, I was super into Briahna Greyjoy. I thought, she's smart. She's one of the smartest people. That's a socialist.
You used to say that. You used to say she was the smartest socialist.
Right. I think a lot of that luster is just kind of fallen off. Yeah.
Philosophical Zombie Hunter for £5 says, different point. Groups affiliated with Hamas fund student groups in the United States universities. There was a congressional hearing on it recently. They did talk about that in that congressional hearing. I remember that, yeah. Todd Sullivan for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Grassroots Hegemon for $5 says, if they love death more than we love life, give them what they're asking for. Wow. Calvin Paffer for $5 says, putting on a tux, going downtown, and just sitting on the curb and smoking. The absolute best way to pick up chicks. So long as your story is good. CP24. True.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever tried that? I've never tried that. Ladies, would that work? You go put on a tux, sit on a curb downtown and smoke, just pick up chicks. I don't know. It seems a little sus, Calvin.
As long as your story's good, though. But what's the story, Calvin?
What's the story? Yeah.
Yeah. Is it like you got thrown out of your house and all you could wear was a tuxedo? What's going on with the tux thing?
The story is that you were the best man at your best friend's wedding.
Right.
And you found out, and the wedding got canceled because you found out that she fucked a male stripper at the bachelorette party.
That's harsh.
That's the story.
That's not a good story.
You don't think so? You don't think girls would be like, oh, that's so sad?
Maybe. Yeah. That might work.
Go.
Might be able to manipulate some innocent girl into falling in love with you over some lie, some fraud. It's a little, I don't know. That's not really a good angle.
You know what? You're right, Adam. You're right. You have to be honest. Okay.
Yeah.
You have to say, listen. When they say, what are you doing here? You say, listen.
I'm here to pick up chicks.
I saw on the internet that the best way to pick up chicks was to put on a tux and go downtown and sit on the curb. And here
lie to them. But I'm not a liar.
But I am not here for that reason. I'm here for a completely different reason. Okay.
I'm here to tell the truth.
Right. And yes, that's a good point. You shouldn't smoke because smoking is gross.
My God.
Smoke pot. Lucifer Delman for 2 Canadian says, A-Team never snitches on family. There you go.
No. What?
Ego Shadox for $5 says, the hidden guitar sequence. Excuse me. The hidden guitar sequence with Elizabeth and Bioshock Infinite was amazing and opened my eyes and ears to games as genuine works of art. True. That's where they talk about the Cycle of Violence song. Very true. That is a great scene. At the time, I didn't appreciate it until now. Newt for $5 says, hey, y'all, was just wondering what your take on the Texas abortion case is. Seen a lot from one side, but not from Paxton's side. Is it really so one-sided? What is the Texas abortion case? Texas Supreme Court temporarily halts order that allowed pregnant women to have an abortion. Let's see what's going on here. Oh my God, I have to sign in to this fucking website. Hold on. Let me open it in a different browser because fuck the internet.
What?
Okay. Texas Supreme Court late Friday night temporarily halted a lower court order allowing a woman who is 20 weeks pregnant to get an abortion reversing a lower court ruling that marks the first case of a pregnant woman seeking court order for the procedure since Roe v. Wade was overturned. The case involves Kate Cox, 30-year-old mother of two from Dallas, who asked the nonprofit Center for Reproductive Rights for legal help in obtaining an emergency abortion in Texas after she learned last week that her fetus had trisomy 18, also called Edwards syndrome. The genetic condition is one that cannot sustain life, as Cox wrote in an op-ed Wednesday early. Almost all such pregnancies end in miscarriages or stillbirth. Babies who do survive often die prematurely. Cox's doctor warned that carrying the pregnancy to term could jeopardize her health and future fertility, including uterine rupture and hysterectomy, according to the lawsuit filed on her behalf. On Thursday, Travis County District Judge, an elected Democrat, granted a temporary restraining order that would allow Cox to have an abortion under the narrow exceptions to the state's ban. Well, does the state law not allow medical exemptions in Texas? Is it that fucking restrictive? There's no medical exemptions? Because that's fucking insane if that's the case. How is this not a medical exemption? But Texas
because there's some tiny chance that the baby could live, maybe.
Texas abortion law. Let's see. What is a Texas abortion? Because that's fucking retarded if that's the case. Well, whatever. Let me keep reading this article. Texas.
Yeah, maybe it's in the article. Come on.
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton asked the Supreme Court of Texas to intervene to block Cox from obtaining an abortion. What a dumb fuck. Why would he do that? This is really going to kill Republicans. They really need to stop this dumb shit. The Texas Supreme Court brief order on Friday night did not specify when it would make the final decision. It merely said the issues raised remain pending before the courts. Okay. Let's see. Later, addressed to the hospital where the doctors involved, the case had admitting privileges, blah, blah, blah. Paxton on Thursday had threatened to take legal action if Cox had an abortion state. He contended that Cox's doctor did not meet, quote, all of the elements necessary to fall within an exception to Texas abortion law, and the judges were not medically qualified to make this determination. This is what, okay, Ken Paxton's a dumb fucking idiot. This is why this is so fucking stupid. And this is why the Democrats are completely right on this shit, and these fucking Republican dumb fucks are completely wrong about this shit. What the fuck was every Democrat, every person on the left's argument that the right was going to fuck around with abortion? What was their argument about the medical exemptions? Do you remember?
Their argument was that the state was going to stand in the way of them getting abortions that they need.
Yes, and they were going to say you can put medical exemptions in the law, but you're going to make it so onerous and so fucking impossible that people are not going to be able to get abortions for medical exemption reasons. Okay.
Yep.
And this is it. This is fucking it. This is so stupid. They literally have just proven their point. They literally prove, like, this is proving the Democrats completely correct. That the fucking Attorney General of Texas is personally going after this lady for this shit because her baby is gonna fucking die anyway because it has this syndrome or whatever. Like,
probably just to get votes from evangelicals too.
Yes,
it's kind of crazy.
This is wild to me.
Gonna make her life a living hell just so she can get some more votes in some district.
I know, this is so stupid. Paxton said the Travis County judge's order would not excuse the hospital or the doctors from civil or criminal liability.
Look at
he warned that temporary restraining order will expire long before the statute of limitations for violating Texas abortion laws expire. Doctors who perform abortions can be sentenced to 5 or more years in prison. In Texas, they could go to jail for life.
Yeah, but no doctor's going to do that. They're going to say, sorry, ma'am.
This woman just needs to leave this. Why doesn't she just go to a different state? I mean, she's got a ticking clock here. You know, the Supreme Court's like telling her to fucking wait. It's like, bitch, we got to go. What are you talking about?
Maybe she's poor.
Maybe I don't know what the situation is, but she's probably this has probably got enough like publicity. She could like crowdfund to get an abortion in a different state or something. This is fucking wild. Paxton is the first Attorney General to issue such a clear and credible threat to hospitals and doctors in the wake of the Supreme Court ruling. Doctors, hospitals have feared what might happen if they provide abortions that are deemed illegal, obviously. Completely true. This is the most direct confrontation we've seen. Cox's lawsuit could be a test case for similar cases elsewhere. On Friday, an unnamed pregnant woman sued Kentucky, arguing the state's near total abortion ban violates the right to private life. That's a different issue. Interesting. Well, I'm curious as to what. Now, I'd have to go and read if it's available, whatever Paxton's argument is. Because, like, I mean, I don't understand. If you have a doctor, the doctor says, we looked at your fetus, it has Edwards syndrome. It, you know, like, what is the problem there? Like, what is it not? Like, how is that not reaching whatever the issue is at that point?
If it's because it has a slight chance of living, that's pretty messed up.
Well, I mean, I don't know what it is.
Well, when you read the description, it said that it had
it has some slight chance, right?
Slim chance of.
But is that the issue, or is there something else?
I don't know. I'm just
let me see if I can find
guesstimating.
it. Attorney General Paxton. Let's see. Let's see if I can find something from Paxton explaining what the argument was. This sounds completely retarded. Several doctors have advised Cox that there's virtually no chance they'll be able to survive, according to the complaint. Okay, but what is his argument against it? All these articles, they don't tell me what is. They don't give me the pertinent information.
Very sad. Here, I'll read a super chat while you're
Read a super chat. I want to find
dilly dallying. While you're messing around. Where were you?
research.
What was your last one?
Your mother. The last one.
My mother was your last one.
Yeah, she was, baby.
It
was Newt's.
Newt.
It was Newt's. Yeah.
Give me some background on Newt.
It was about this abortion thing. That's why we got sidetracked.
Oh, F. Does it say abortion in the tweet?
It says, "Hey y'all," is the beginning of it.
Abortion. Let's see. Okay. Newt. PC for $2 says genocide by definition is against a group.
That's true.
Of course it is. Yeah. Yeah. I looked up ethnic cleansing. And ethnic cleansing sounds kind of like genocide, but it can just be deporting immigrants from a certain area.
Mm-hmm.
They can call that ethnic cleansing. And they do often call it ethnic cleansing. Corona Kid is a member for 13 months. Free Will Seeker says, did you know Canadian engineers take an oath to use their powers for good on graduation? Wow. I live in the U.S. and will not be bound by the weak. What? I live in the U.S.
What does that mean?
Maybe he's not going to use his powers for good.
Who said that?
S class is best class.
Thank you. Did you know Canadian engineers take an oath to use their powers for good in graduation? I live in the U.S. Oh, okay, gotcha. Based. Thank you, Corinne.
You read Longtime Lurker, didn't you?
I did.
Katie Halper.
I did.
Did you bring up a picture of Katie Halper?
Why?
I don't know.
I did not do that.
People know what she looks like. Who we're talking about.
Did not do that.
Stug for $5 says,
you just me to bring up a picture? I literally don't have the capacity to bring up a picture on stream.
If Harvard went from white nationalist to super woke in 10 years after Bree's college days, then I can only assume it is staffed with 100 D'Angelos?
Yeah, like Robin DiAngelo.
Oh, okay, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. Is Robin DiAngelo from Harvard? I don't even know.
I don't know.
Luke Norris with his amazing dream car. And it's so cool to have a new car.
I know, it's great.
Equal Shadox for $5 says, as long as they don't cut off my egg roll in the upcoming empanada, I support the movement fully. Yeah, me too. Thumbs up. Thumbs up for empanadas. Lightning Ninja 36. Woo, that's a tough one. Lightning Ninja 36 for $2 says, but what an attack on the wokies. Yes. Fondue for $2 says, think Brianna, think PSA Sitch. Oh wait.
That was
think Brianna, think.
Yeah, it was me doing the
PSA
thing.
Sitch.
Man, yeah. Right.
Fondue for $2. He's heating up. He's on fire. I almost pulled the trigger thing up, but sometimes Sitch gets more triggered when I pull the trigger
I do,
thing
yeah.
up. Why?
I was thinking of like, did you ever play NBA Jam back in the day?
Yes.
Remember? So you didn't play it. Back in the day, there was a video game called NBA Jam.
No, I never played that game.
And when you would get like, I
sounds
think it was
boring.
like,
I didn't play any sports games.
When you get 3 baskets
Oh,
in a row,
yes. I've seen
the ball
that.
would go
Yeah.
on fire, and then you could like start dunking it, and like the backboard would like explode when you would like dunk it on people.
Yeah.
NBA Jam was awesome.
Video
I still
games are
remember though.
amazing.
I don't think it was weird because I used to always play with the Bulls, and Michael Jordan wasn't on the team because there's only two players per team, and it was like Scottie Pippen and I think like Dennis Rodman or something. They couldn't get Michael Jordan's permission to be in the game, or he wanted too much money.
JMac gifting 100 gifted subs too. Thank you, JMac, our executive producer, keeping us in the game here. Dr. Diddler. Look, do I have to read Dr. Diddler's super chats? Dr. Diddler for $2.
Yeah.
Keep going. She's already dead. That must be you.
This pleading is insane. I'm reading it. I found
Oh,
it. This is so dog shit. It is literally like I thought, okay, maybe I'm jumping the gun here. I should read the pleading. Maybe there's some like good justifiable reason for why the Attorney General of Texas is doing it. There isn't. This is like literally the most dog shit thing ever. It's wild to me. This
That
is
the
like,
judge just didn't sign off on it and let her get her abortion.
well, no. So no, I'm saying that the like their justification that they're giving for why they're fighting this is so weak. It's so fucking weak.
What is the situation? Did she get the abortion or is she still waiting on the abortion?
No, that she was so a lower court said that she got an abortion. Then the Attorney General of Texas said, "Fuck you." And he messaged the hospital and they said, "If you give an abortion, we're going to throw you in jail." And then they upped it to the Supreme Court of Texas, and the Supreme Court of Texas put a temporary hold on her getting an abortion or the ability to get an abortion, pending that they look over the case.
So she's fully in limbo. She's got a dead baby inside her and they won't give her an abortion.
Or a potential dead baby. I don't know, like dead yet, but
What a nightmare.
Plaintiff's verified petition does not allege that following the trisomy 18 diagnosis, Ms. Cox's physicians believe her to be suffering a life-threatening physical condition that places her at risk of death or serious risk of substantial impairment of bodily function. They're not even contesting that she has this thing. She's just saying, well, it doesn't really meet our criteria. Okay. This thing that's going to like, produce, maybe the baby's going to die anyway. That can cause her problems. And they're like, no, not good enough.
This sounds awful. I hate this.
Look at this. Listen to this. Like I just Googled this. There's no known cause of trisomy 18. Studies show that only 50% of babies are carried to term will be born alive. This is crazy. Only 15% born with this condition are born alive. And of
15 or 50?
50. So it's a coin flip. Okay. But you might say, well, it's a coin flip, right? It's worth it. Well, wait. It says 90 to 95% of babies do not survive beyond the first year. that have this condition.
Nice. So you're going to get a baby, a flipper baby that you're going to be nursing for a year and may or may not live.
This has a 90 to 95% mortality rate in year fucking 1. The median survival rate is between 2 to 14 days for this condition. And these fucking pieces of shit are saying you can't get an abortion for that.
2 to 14 days. That's
Are you fucking kidding me? This is like disgusting. What is fucking wrong with these people?
Brutal. That is so brutal. You have to carry, first of all, you have to carry the baby for 9 months.
Right.
And then you have a 10% chance that the baby will live.
A 5 to 10%
past
chance.
a year.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, even then, what is it? What is the living conditions after that? I'm assuming something that has a 5 to 10% like likelihood of surviving. You're not going to have a good life outcome from that, right? Even
Ladies,
if you do survive,
will you be voting Republican in the next election?
Like, Jesus Christ. That's insane.
Oh, brutal.
This is a genetic disorder caused by presence of a third copy on the part of chromosome 18. That's why it's called trisomy 18, I guess. Jesus Christ.
Vanessa says she's not pro-choice, but this is ridiculous. So
this is ridiculous. But this is playing exactly into what the hands were, where they said you're going to make the restrictions for medical exemptions way too onerous and ridiculous, and literally, here it is. Here the fuck it is.
So your position would be that you can't abort healthy babies, but you should be able to have abortions if it's this sort of situation?
Who are you talking to? Me? I mean, I'm pro-choice. I need to be aborted anyway.
No, I'm pro-choice too, but I'm just saying, like,
I mean, obviously,
if you're pro-life, most people who are pro-life have exceptions for rape and incest and life of the mother.
Well, also, I would think even for this, if you're going to have a baby that's going to high likely, fucking, 90 to 95% chance of dying. Okay. And even if it survives, going to have some fucked up health outcome.
It's in God's hands. Okay.
And going to term with the baby is going to potentially cause medical complications to the mother. Okay. What the fuck is the point of this? This is retarded at this point. This is the easiest trolley problem in the world to fix. Okay. You have a trolley. On one track, it's going to run into a woman's uterus. Okay. And possibly kill her or destroy her ability to have children in the future. On the other track is a baby that has a 5% chance of living. And even if it lives, it's going to be deformed.
Sitch is doing
what is this fucking thing?
Literally the baby killer in this experiment.
What is this option? This is so obvious. Okay. Come on. This is so stupid.
Sitch is like, the baby was dead already.
I've just got a fucking 5% chance of living.
Oh my God.
This is wild.
If you carried it to term in that first 14 days, that'd be like the worst 14 days of your entire life.
Of course it would be. Just waiting for whether the baby's going to live or die or not.
Just watching. Oh my God, that's brutal.
Yeah, it says plaintiffs have failed to explain why these risks require the abortion of the child. They're literally saying that this condition is not meet the legal standard. And and you could be correct, Adam, because they might make this argument, and I don't know what they might say that the complications from this medical condition are not enough. It doesn't matter. The law doesn't stipulate whether it matters if the baby is going to die or not.
It's life of the mother. So they're like, yeah, you're going to be fine. Okay. Just have your dead baby. You can move on.
Just have your dead baby.
Look.
Oh my God.
You're not doing anything for 9 months. Of course, you could have an abortion. You and your boyfriend or husband could try again. But
she's married and has 2 children already.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Look, you bring the kids around. Look at your little dying brother.
It's so fucked up.
It's fucked up, man. Look.
Holy shit. This is wild.
You're
right, but that's literally what it is. It's listen, you might be okay. Listen, you might have some health outcomes, right? But just have your dead baby. and suck it up. Like, what? Why? That's fucking crazy.
I can't believe Americans let this political football be thrown around.
I mean, I can't. What do you mean? Of course.
Kyle Petey for $10 says, I'm right-leaning, but I think you're wrong about TikTok. I'm pretty familiar with it. And every time I hear what you say about it, there's another side. Would love to very briefly just tell you the defense.
Well, I don't.
Kyle.
What is the other? I don't understand what the other side. The other side is what? It's a platform run and owned by the Chinese government. Why would you ever trust it?
Right.
Well, I don't. What is the other side of that? I mean, the other side is going to say, "Well, can you prove that the Chinese government is doing something bad?" I can't prove that. No, I don't have the ability to look into the algorithm and see what they're doing. There's no way for me to prove that information. Okay.
I mean, I can bring up an Atlantic article right now about what Facebook did and how Facebook fucked with people's moods.
Right.
Yeah.
I just think you have to be incredibly naive to not think that the fucking authoritarian Chinese government, which will not even let its own citizens use TikTok, is not using TikTok to fuck with us. Like, I get it. You like TikTok. That's fine. Okay. We can make a new platform that will do the same thing as TikTok that won't be run by the fucking Chinese government.
They supposedly the algorithm that they have set up for their citizens only feeds them wholesome stories. Obviously, no kind of revolutionary stuff because they don't want people thinking about that stuff in their situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're basically propagandizing their citizens to be docile little workers, right?
Oh my God.
What happened?
I was looking through symptoms of this disease.
No.
Because I want to see what it was for, like, if they said, like, what is the symptoms for mothers? Because I didn't see that information.
You saw the picture.
I didn't see the picture.
Oh.
So, okay. It says, okay. It says only 10% survive past their first birthday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Only 10%. And then it says under that, it says, children go on to live fulfilling lives. I was like, oh, okay, maybe there isn't that many birth defects. With significant support from their family and caretakers, as most never learn to walk or talk.
You're fucking kidding me. Wow.
This is evil. This is literally evil. That they're fighting this. This is actually evil.
Yeah.
I don't say about a lot of things. The Texas Attorney General is literally evil. Yep. Good job.
Push a kid around in a wheelchair
who cannot talk. Yeah. Or walk.
What the fuck?
Well, it's like, no, it's like you have to have a baby, which has a 50% chance of being a stillbirth, right? And then you have to have this baby, hold this baby, emotionally attached with this baby. There's a 10% chance, only a 10% chance of fucking living for a year. Okay. So the entire year, you're just like, my baby could die any fucking second.
Right.
And then, good news, your baby survives. So now you have to take care of an individual,
an invalid,
who cannot walk or talk. So, great. Put someone through that fucking psychological trauma.
Excellent work, guys.
Yeah. What a piece of shit this guy is.
This is the pro-life stance.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck? I literally don't understand what the fuck. And this happens all the time. There's so many cases where I'm just sitting there like, what the fuck is wrong with these attorney generals? They have the power to not take this case. If I'm that fucking guy, I look at this case and I look at this condition and I say, I'm not going to fucking take this case. Are you fucking kidding me? This case is going to make us look like shit. It's going to be a fucking huge blow to the state of Texas and the pro-life movement. Are you fucking retarded? Why would I ever fucking take this case?
You're looking at it completely wrong, though. There's a bunch of people. Remember all the people that didn't want to unplug Terry Schiavo? They're like, oh my God, it's a life.
Oh my God, I forgot about that fucking retarded thing.
That's exactly
that was in Florida,
what they're thinking.
Wasn't it?
People, it's so easy for people to go, oh yeah, I'm pulling for you. I'm praying for you, for your kid to live. You can push the kid that can't talk or walk around.
Right.
And they'll live a fulfilling life. God has a plan. God has a purpose for all of us. They're totally down with that. They're totally down with forcing somebody into doing this.
Yeah.
Into that situation. As long as it's not them. Oh my God, this is so brutal.
If you don't know, because Terry Schiavo was a case in like the mid 2000s where it was like this woman that was in like a persistent vegetative state. This was in Florida. And I think like her husband wanted her to be taken off life support so she would die. She'd been in like a coma for like extended period of time, I think. I don't remember how long. Oh, they wanted to remove her feeding tube. And it was like this huge fucking legal fight because all the Republicans in Florida were like, no, you can't. You have to let her stay in a persistent vegetative coma for like ever, indefinitely. And they literally, I think, removed the feeding tube. And then the Republicans like fought them in the court to make them put the fucking feeding tube back in her body. It was like this whole fucking insane thing.
Yeah, she's brain dead. She was in some accident. She hadn't been conscious for like years.
Yes.
Took her husband just like 10 years in court to get to the point where they could unplug her. My God, what they put people through.
I know, it's fucking crazy.
Just for their own personal ideology.
And it's like, and they said that, I'm looking at a Wikipedia page. You know, they'd spent multiple years trying to take her to be treated and everything. Nothing worked. And then eventually, gave up. And then but it's like she was in a coma for years. It wasn't like she was like in a coma and then like the next day, like, oh, kill her. Like it was like literally years and years and years of this fucking going on. It's despicable.
Did you do Filthy Casuals $20 super chat? Sitch delivered an S-class rant.
I did. Thank you.
The Gray Choice Cloak of Children was 10 of 10.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Anyway, I'm off.
Stug for $5. So how come she named her other show Bad Faith Podcast and not this one? Well, this one was already called Rising. They had different people. I think Rising is owned by some other company. So
owned by The Hill, isn't it?
Yeah. There we go.
But he's true. This is, it's funny. She named herself the Bad Faith Podcast because it's very apt.
I think it was supposed to be ironic, but the more I listen to it, the more it's not ironic.
It was. She says, like, I named it that to try to prevent myself from acting in bad faith. I'm like, oh, it didn't work.
If you have to name, if you're so in danger of being bad faith, that's a bad sign, Sitch.
It's a very bad sign.
Look, I don't operate on the edge of bad faithness.
No.
You and I are even, I feel like too nice sometimes.
We are. We're very often too nice. So.
Tal Saps is a 2-month free will seeker. Says Abby Martin went to Israel and lied about everything she saw there. She's a dishonest actor. Yeah, I think she is.
There you go.
I don't trust Abby Martin.
I wouldn't trust her. Like whenever I looked into any claim that she made, it would like not be accurate. So. CJ, thank you so much for joining the Order of the Enlightened. Thank you, CJ.
Stug has a link to something.
Stug sent a link, and it's to a cute Pikachu dancing, and it says, "I'm losing my fucking mind." That is how I feel. Thank you. That is appropriate. Miles Kinslow for $5 says Robbie Soave is obviously related to Rico Suave. LOL 90s reference. There you go. That makes it all makes sense now.
I like Robbie.
Stony for 9 months says, Sitch, Adam, invite Brianna on and let me talk to her. I can fix her.
You can't fix crazy. Come on.
Listen, I don't. I seriously doubt she would come on. I would be totally down to have that conversation. I highly doubt she'd be down to talk to us. I was re-listening to her conversation with Vosh that she had, and she was talking about how she almost always ignores her detractors. So,
right. Good.
Cosmic Vader for 7 months. Thank you so much. It says supercut of Brianna JoyGrey saying, quote, dirty little Jew. Clip it, CT. S class is secular class. What? A team is America team. There you go.
True.
I mean, I'm in favor of a secular America. That is true.
Luke weighing back in, giving us the answer. Look at this. Luke Norris for $2 says, I'm 18 and work for my dad for 4 years. I'm in high school.
Wow, look at that.
That's awesome.
That's great. Well, I'm glad you're able to save for a car.
That's the way to do it. Yeah, you got to work for the parents.
Good for you, Luke.
Those parents don't care.
Yeah. Well, no,
They're
you can
like,
get
put you to work at 14. Look, my parents put me to work at 10.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that the whole child labor thing doesn't apply if you're working for a parent. There's some massive exemptions, I think, for that, but
yeah,
which makes sense. I'm in favor of that. That's fine.
Well, enjoy your new car.
Yeah, looks great. Bet everyone at high school is jealous.
Of course they are.
Gotta pick up all the chicks, but like, hey, ladies, look at this. Bam.
Oh man.
I mean, it's look. You'd be like, what? You thought I was gonna pull up on a midget? No way. Way better than a midget.
I don't know, that car. A lot of girls like that car.
99 IQ, near perfect score. That's such a good name for $2. It says level with me. Is it Jonathan Height, like Height? Jonathan Haight or Jonathan Hoyt?
Height.
It is height, like
Yeah.
tall.
Like such great heights.
Yes. CT for 2 Canadian says,
wait, 100 is a perfect score for IQ. Come on now.
Of course it is. You got 100. You got all the answers right.
That's hilarious.
You know, of course. CT for 2 Canadian says, bangarang, Sitch. Bangarang.
What does that mean?
You don't know what bangarang means?
No.
How do you not know what bangarang?
Never heard of it.
Bangarang.
Awesome.
You don't know what bangarang means?
I do now.
What does
now
it mean?
That you've explained it.
What does it mean?
It means bangarang.
Bangarang. You've never seen Hook?
I've seen Hook, but I don't remember bangarang.
In the movie Hook, which is the sequel to Peter Pan, which I saw with CT and some other people recently, which is why she super chatted it. The Lost Boys, they would say bangarang.
That's with Dustin Hoffman?
Dustin Hoffman is Hook. He's so good as Hook. He's the best part of the movie. He's great as Hook.
I think he won an Academy Award for that.
I don't think he won an Academy Award for that movie.
Okay. Let's see.
Remember the part where he's like gonna commit suicide? And he's like, don't stop me, Smee. Don't stop me. Stop me, Smee. What are you doing? Stop me. I'm going to kill myself. Stop me. I love that scene. And Smee is the guy from Roger Rabbit, whose name escapes me. John Hoskins. Hopkins.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about? He's the main character in Roger Rabbit. Smee. Hook's a good movie. It's got some stupid kid shit in it. It's kind of dated, but it's still a good movie.
It won 4 Academy Awards.
I don't fucking believe you. You're
It
lying.
did.
There's no shot.
It won 4 Academy Awards.
I don't believe this. Hook Academy Awards. This
Sorry.
is fucking foolish. Holy fuck, you're correct. Look at that. Wasn't for Best Actor, though.
I know, it's for little things. But I do think Dustin Hoffman was nominated.
It was for visual, costume, production, and makeup and hairstyling. Which, yeah, I mean, if there was good costumes and stuff. I don't know what else was going there, but was Dustin Hoffman nominated for Hook?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I tried to look up the nomination.
No, he was nominated for a Golden Globe for Best Actor, but not for Academy Award. So maybe that's what you're thinking. But Hook is very based. Bangarang! Apparently, Bangarang is not only a Skrillex song, but is also comes from Creole. So there you go. That's the derivation of the word. Bob Hoskins, thank you. Do you know who Rufio was?
No.
Rufio! Oh, remember there's like the kid that's like taking over for Peter Pan, who's like the main kid? It's Zuko from Legend of the Avatar. of the Airbender. That's the voice of Zuko. Anyway, moving on. Great movie. Check it out. Stock for $5 says, I figured it out. It's a concentration camp because you got to focus in college. Ah, I get it. It's like a literal concentration camp.
Oh, I get it. That's good.
Concentrate. Yeah. Yes.
Got a bunch of hard books at the school.
Right. Brendel of Vat for $5 says, I guess it's true what they say. You can't walk around an open air prison without the right amount of drip. True.
Yeah.
True.
Unfortunate.
Grendel of Vat for $5 says, I guess it's true what they say. Oh, I read that one. Dirk Berger for 8 months says, this conversation is gay. There you go. Thank you, Dirk.
Yeah, thanks.
John Benor, thank you for the 13 months. Blaine's Escape Corner for $2 says, I can't see what you're seeing even with it up. That is true because he's colorblind. I'm so sorry, Blaine. So sorry.
Terrible.
CT for 2 Canadian says, next time you insult the guest, I'm going to say bangarang. There you go. They'd have an insult contest. And when you would do good, they'd say bangarang. But bangarang,
cool.
Listen, we need to bring back the bangarang, okay? Bringing it back.
Dotems for 10 Aussie dollars.
Thank you. Says, Perron did a great video on the Guyana situation. Feels very much like Maduro is getting itchy with a new oil state growing, GDP at 40% per year next door, highlighting his complete failures. Interesting.
That's always the thing. When the neighbors start living the high life, that's got to be horrible for these brutal dictators.
Right.
Why can't we be rich like the country next door?
True. I'll check it out. Perron's videos are awesome. Daomus for $10 says, is the car more black and blue or white and gold? That's a good question.
I don't know. What car?
Your car. The green car that you put up. Is it more black and blue or is it more white and gold?
What? Which car? What car? What?
When we were talking about the color green, the green, whether it was green or yellow.
Why? Yeah, but it was a green car. It was like a green Prius.
Yeah. You don't remember the whole dress fiasco?
Oh, yeah.
Was the dress black and blue or is it white and gold?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Listen.
Pea green.
We talked about that on stream.
We did.
And Sitch, at the time, was objectively correct then, and he's still objectively correct. I said, I understand why people would see it as white and gold, but I know by looking at it that dress is blue and black, 100%. From day one, I said that dress is blue and black, and I understand why people would say it's white and gold, but it's not. It's blue and black. And lo and behold, Sitch turned out to be completely correct.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand how people... Here's what was weird. I could understand why people would see parts of the dress as white and gold. I don't understand how people could not see the blue and the black part. That was weird to me. Because it was very obvious what the color was to me. Was it very obvious to you what the color of the dress was?
Yeah, it looked like the dress was in shadow.
Or well, not in shadow. Like it just had like bad lighting on it. Does making it look, white and gold.
I brought it up.
Right. I don't know,
In
maybe
addition,
just
someone has made a dress that is blue and black on one side and gold and white on another.
Right. Maybe it's just because like we did film stuff, so we're like used to like looking at how light affects coloration in a way most people aren't or something. Because I don't know how people look at that and they didn't understand that it was a blue and black dress with shitty lighting. I was like, oh, that's what all it is. Anyway.
Oh, the dress is blue and black? Is that what you're saying?
The dress is blue and black, yeah. Why did you think it was white and gold? You fucking idiot. Okay, so apparently I didn't know the color. Adam didn't know the color.
Well, I'm looking for the original picture, though.
Okay. That's fine. You know, even though I'm not the artist here, obviously you can trust my color better. Dave for $10 says pea green. The color is definitely pea green. There you go.
So weird. Black, blue and black, white and gold illusion.
Gamezoid 123 for $5 says it's been a while since I was here last. Any thoughts on the Destiny relationship drama? I mean, I don't have any big thoughts about it.
Which part of the dress is black?
The parts that are black? What kind of question is that?
It's black and blue, right?
Yeah.
So the gold parts are the black parts?
Yes.
And why would you think it's black?
Because it looks black.
That's so weird.
You wait, the picture that you have up right now,
Yes.
you cannot see that as blue and black, like clearly.
It's gold and white as far as I can tell.
Okay. I guess, when I was giving Adam credit for his film ability, I guess I was wrong because you still see the dress incorrectly. How is that not so clearly blue and black to you?
What the fuck? Sitch is trying to gaslight us here.
I'm not. Oh my God. Do you see? Okay. You see how it's like bluish? How the white part is bluish?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe this is how my brain looks at it. And this is why I can see it very clearly. Okay. I look at the lighting in the background and I see it's like yellowish. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a yellow, normal white light. So it's either like bright light from the shop or more likely sunlight is coming in from a window somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
The dress is like hanging in a window.
Right. And I go, okay, how is like daylight isn't going to make a white dress look blue like that? That's not a thing, right? Light doesn't make white things look blue unless it's a blue light or some very specific thing, right?
Well, or unless it's in shadow.
No, it still wouldn't look blue. White in shadow does not look blue. And so I go, oh, well, it's bluish, so it must be blue, and there's bad lighting, and the light's hitting it oddly. And I look at the dark parts, and I say, okay, it looks kind of blue and gold, but the lighting is hitting it oddly. So actually, and I look and I say, well, that gold really looks kind of black, but it looks like it's black with reflecting light that's making it look gold, so it's obviously a blue and black dress. And maybe that process in my brain all happens unconsciously. So I look at the dress and I say, well, it's obviously a blue and black dress.
The dress was black and blue. But conditions of the photograph caused many to perceive it as white and gold. The original photograph of the dress.
Because you can also see like the left side of the dress, which is more out of the light. You can see that the black is more black. It only looks gold when it's like reflecting light in this like very specific way. Yeah, it's not even like gold. It looks like a dark coppery sort of. Whatever. We don't have to relitigate the dress drama. Okay.
This is interesting.
Oh.
This is like some freaky kind of dress though.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know. It seems like it's some freaky kind of fabric because so here's a picture of a lady standing in a bright light.
With the dress on?
With the dress on, yeah.
Yeah.
And you can see that in the bright light, the black part is gold and the blue part is white. But where the light fades around her, you can see the dress is blue and black.
You're saying nonsense.
I'm not. Look, I brought a picture up of the chick wearing the dress.
I still haven't seen it yet. It's taken a while to catch up. Oh. That's just a weird... That's because the lighting is making it... You know how lighting works? You film things. You know how lighting works.
I do, yeah.
Yes.
Look. But most things don't act this way. This
yes,
is
they
like
do.
Some
What are you
weird
everything
kind of
acts that way.
space age fabric.
No, literally everything acts that way. What do you mean?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. He's shining a big fucking bright ass light on something. And that part of the shot is like hyper exposed and the other parts are not exposed. It's going to make everything look bloomy and white colored.
Yeah.
You're right. But that's everything.
Well, I mean, I would like to look at it with the naked eye.
Look at there's a picture of it in like normal lighting. You just type in blue and black dress. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's a picture of it in normal lighting, and it's like hyper, super, ultra clearly a blue and black dress.
Yeah, I see that.
Right. There's no trick. It's not magic. Okay. Here's a picture of the dress in just like totally normal lighting conditions. Oh wait, no, I have a better picture.
Look, I'm looking at a million pictures. I don't know.
I have a better picture. Here it is. Here's a lady wearing the dress in front of a big red backdrop, normal lighting. You can very clearly see what the fuck color the dress is. I don't understand how people see it as white and gold and don't see the blue and black. I don't get it. My brain doesn't understand it. It's very obviously blue and black to me, so I don't know. A lot of people in the chat are saying they see it as white and gold. I don't get it. I don't seize it.
I mean, this dress is just like in some fucking crazy type fabric.
It's not. It's just some kind of like shiny looking nylon-y fabric or something.
In direct sunlight, this black turns into gold.
Stop it.
It does.
Stop.
It's so obviously gold. I don't know. You're high. You're high if you see this gold as black. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I see it as black that's reflecting light to be shiny. That's what I see it as. And I understand what's happening in the picture.
Mm-hmm.
And I did before I said when it was so controversial, because remember when it first came out, no one knew what the real color was. And I said, that's definitely blue and black.
Sure. Sure, partner. I see what you did there, partner.
Okay. All right. We talked about it when it was going on.
Partner.
Oh, I guess we didn't talk about when it was going on because this happened in 2015, which is before we started streaming. So I fucking made that shit up. Maybe we had this conversation in the past and we forgot.
Maybe you talked to your pop or something.
No, I do remember having a long, protracted argument with my family about this when it was.
I do remember.
I remember standing in
going,
front of a TV screen on the news and trying to explain to family members why the dress was blue and black. They literally wrote papers on this fucking dress.
Why?
Figure out why people saw different colors.
They saw different colors because it had different lighting and it literally was different colors. Don't fucking fuck around here.
Well, no, it seems like it says whenever they do these polling, it seems like it's almost 50-50 on people seeing the different colors. So something's going on there. Here's what's interesting. It says when they inverted the colors, guess what happened? When they put the color through an inversion thing.
What?
It became yellow and black, and everyone very clearly saw it as yellow and black, and there was no confusion about what color the inversion was. So when they inverted it, everyone clearly saw it as yellow and black. Which would definitely show that it was not white gold, because that's not what it would not look that way if you inverted it. He found the pixels of the dress matched with the natural spectrum of blues and yellows we see from sunup to sundown, making it more difficult for people looking at it to tell how the color of the lighting might affect perception. Him and his team concluded the different way people perceive natural light was what caused some people to see white and gold and others blue and black. Oh, interesting. In the third study, but what does that mean though? I guess I just perceive natural light differently or better than you do. I don't know. He found that older people tend to see white and gold and younger people tend to see blue and black. Oh, interesting. I didn't think about that.
I mean, this picture perfectly. Some photo finally solves the black. I mean, the picture of the woman standing in the bright sunlight just, I mean, it gives it all away. It just turns it into different colors.
But that's okay. You could take any picture of anyone in that situation. It's gonna look like that, regardless of what they're wearing.
Well, different fabrics will handle bright light differently.
Yeah, because this is a kind of shiny fabric, so it's gonna reflect light in a different way. Sure,
it's a shiny fabric nonsense. Right. Yeah, shiny blue.
Okay.
Shiny black too. Gold shiny black. Crazy.
Okay. Well, thank you, Damos, for bringing up the dress conversation.
For reigniting it.
Yes. Okay. Oh, regarding Destiny's relationship drama. I don't know. I don't have a lot of feelings on it. I think most people think that polyamorous relationships probably not going to be successful in the long term. So not too surprised. But I guess that's about it. Do you have anything else you want to add, or?
I mean, yeah, I don't really understand those kind of relationship dynamics. It's like, okay. I mean, I don't even feel like you're really married if you're just not devoted to one another.
Right.
Like, you're kind of in just, someone better might come along. I might just get divorced and hook up with this other guy.
Yeah, that can happen, but I think being open in an open relationship definitely seems like it increases the likelihood of that. I think it probably increases the likelihood of that happening, and also probably increases the likelihood of people feeling like they can just leave, whenever. So anyway, I don't know. I'm sure we'll get more juicy, gossipy drama, as time progresses on this story. Probably not going to talk about it because it's not really, we don't do like drama stream shit usually, but
I mean, we've done lots of drama streams, but
usually political drama, not like people's relationship drama.
We've
never done like a relationship drama stream, have we?
It's just like horrified.
I don't think, because there's a level of uncouthness to us like talking about it.
Yeah, it's none of my business.
Right.
Yeah, look, I'm not. There are a lot of, I guess, red pill guys that are dancing on Destiny's marriage's grave.
Right.
I don't think that's cool.
No.
Look, I hope my like best case scenario, what I would hope for in any relationship is that people would grow closer together and not grow further apart. But I feel like if you're in this situation where he's out fucking a bunch of different women, she's out fucking a bunch of different guys, like how are you supposed to grow closer together? What do you talk about over dinner? Oh yeah, I fucked this girl the other night. Oh, she's really good. It's like, what kind of relationship is that, Sitch?
Not a good one.
Yeah. But I think like, and maybe I'm totally wrong about this because look, I don't know these polyamorous. Maybe they do sit around and talk about their sexual exploits with one another.
I don't think, I would imagine they do.
Okay, so my gut intuition is the same as yours, that they keep all of that on the hush hush. They just they don't advertise it to one another. You want to go around and fuck around, that's okay. Just I don't want to hear about it.
Right.
Well, if you don't want to hear about it, then obviously there's something going on that you have feelings about. Like if I have an interesting conversation with Sitch or I do something that's fun or I accomplish something, I'm going to share that with my significant other, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you're in this situation where, I don't know, maybe you have a good one night stand or something, but you're not sharing that with your significant other because
hey, honey, let me tell you about this broad I fucked last night.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it was great. Much better than when we have sex.
Yeah, come on.
It's like, wait, what?
How is that a relationship that's gonna be on firm ground?
Right.
Explain that to me, Sitch. Look, I don't know.
I don't know the answer to this.
You polyamorous people out there, explain to me how that. Look, and this is it happened. We haven't even talked about the Hunter Avalon drama where.
Well, that would be coming next. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's another situation where
that's a far more insane situation than whatever's going on.
But you have to read The Murder Next Door.
Right.
I guess Hunter Avalon was like in one of these poly relationships with some girl who was some other guy was in the relationship, and the other guy got jealous and tried to kill him.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that what happened? It's kind of unclear to me exactly what was going on there, but
I don't know. I read somebody sent me something, and I just read the cliff notes of it. So
was the girl was that a different girl, or was that his wife? Or is that a different girl? Or his ex-wife, I should say. I don't know the answer to this.
Anyway.
So, someone asked, so Hunter Avalon, is this who he's dating? I guess he's dating someone. I guess it's not his wife, right, guys? Not his ex-wife.
So this is some girl. She was in a poly relationship with some guy. Hunter Avalon joined in the poly relationship.
Right.
The other guy got jealous.
Well, didn't she break it up with the other guy?
I don't know.
Oh.
Supposedly they're like Twitch streamers that are both mentally ill that do Twitch streams for mentally ill people.
Right.
Look, guys, if you start dating a girl whose ex-boyfriend is mentally ill, you just watch out, okay?
Right, right.
That's like a giant red flag. First of all, if you're going to get in that
not
relationship.
Not the ex-wife, completely different girl. Okay, anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
If you're going to get in that relationship, do not do it without reading The Murder Next Door by David M. Buss. Okay.
Right.
Read that book first. And then you evaluate the risk in this situation and decide if you want to play with your own life.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, yeah, he tried to like murder Hunter, and he came to their house with like a shotgun, their apartment with a shotgun, and like shot through the door and like hit her in the leg.
Yeah, she got some buckshot in her leg, got all bloodied up.
Right, and then he ended up committing suicide like outside. It's fucking insane. Like
blowing his head off. Yeah.
Right. Totally wild. So yeah, crazy shit.
So I'm sure he was just cool with the poly relationship.
Right. Anyways. Oh, and that's really gross. So there's like all this like really gross shit. With like people who are like making fun of Hunter, or like saying that he should have like, I don't know, fought the guy off or something. Like there's like wacky, dumb, crazy shit that people are talking about this. Like even like Jonathan Doyle got in on like trying to make it into like some weird political dunk. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. If some guy has someone try to kill him, shoots his girlfriend and then blows his brains out, can you like not make it some political thing like immediately? Like that is, to me, that is like you've lost the plot at that point, right? You have to make it some political statement. It just happened. And you have to make it some like political thing.
The answer is no, Sitch. They can't do that. These are the waters that we're swimming in. Okay.
Right.
Just expect if someone brutally murders you, Sitch, there are going to be people on the internet making jokes about it immediately.
Well, no, not even the making jokes. Like, listen, the thing about making jokes, I get it. Like, people are like shitty. They make jokes. The thing that's more like weird to me was people trying to make it like a political statement about it. Like, oh, Hunter was against gun control. Everybody wish he had a gun now. I'm like, oh my God. Like, can you fucking not? It's like, like, it's just weird. It's like, can you at least wait a second? Can you like wait a day before you try to make it like a political dunk? Like, that's gross. Like, please stop.
Well, I guarantee you Hunter has a gun today.
Sure.
Well, actually, you know, he's been pre-disastered, so maybe he doesn't need one now.
I don't know, but it's like
how many people were in this polycule?
There you go. It's gross to me. People that are so fucking thirsty for some political dunk that they like lost humanity. You've basically lost humanity at that point. So
so many people in this space have lost humanity. I think we might be the only. Well, no,
are we the only
obviously.
ones?
No, there's some good people.
Okay.
There's definitely some good people.
Yeah. I mean, I saw most people, and to be clear, it's actually not true. Almost every person I saw on the left or the right that talked about this, they were just like, oh, you know, I'm glad you're okay. You know, my condolences for what you went. Like almost everyone on the left and right had a normal reaction to this, like a normal human reaction to this situation. There were just a couple like fucking crazy outliers that were like being sick assholes about this situation. So
I did not think it was real because the video seemed staged to me.
Yeah, well, it's weird. It's a fucking weird thing.
Yeah.
Well, right. And I mean, listen, to be fair, they are being weird about it. Like, I don't think it's something they should be talking about and like uploading videos about on the internet. So, but you know, whatever. You know, they're gonna do what they're gonna do, but you know.
I mean, yeah, he was uploading a bunch of other information to confirm that it actually happened. So,
right.
I think part of it looked like it was like a TikTok video or something because it did the words like, "Oh my God, you've been shot." Anyway,
yeah, right. Yeah.
It's very sad. A young man took his own life.
Right.
Over this nonsense. And I just if people were living normal, just look, I met a girl I like, I'm going to ask her to marry me. We're going to try to make it work.
I mean, you can still have a crazy person try to shoot you. A crazy ex-boyfriend or something.
I think it's more likely in these poly.
I mean, I agree with you. I'm just saying it's still possible, but I agree with you.
Everybody seems to. Everyone has this Pollyanna view that like, oh look, I'm big, strong. Jealousy doesn't affect me. I'm not, I'm not going to be eyes wide open in bed late at night, staring at the ceiling, going, some other guy's fucking my girlfriend.
Right.
I don't.
Or even if you're not that, there's still always the chance that they're gonna leave you for someone else. I met this other person.
There's not a chance that 100% that relationship is going to fall apart sooner or later.
Right.
There's not a chance.
Right.
You don't have a girlfriend. You have someone that you're having sex with
and living with. Yeah.
Who's basically doing the calculation in their heads. Like, where am I going to get the best deal here?
Right.
Who's going to be the last man standing in this in this game?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I can stay with a person who is kind of like, the new car smell is faded, but I have this new car. I still got the new car smell. Everything seems fresh and new.
Right.
Yeah. True.
Plus, I think women would rather have a man that's going to devote himself to them.
Right.
Yeah. Men would much rather have a woman that's going to devote themselves to them.
True.
Yeah. I do think a lot of guys do get in these relationships kind of thinking, it's probably like that fairness thing. They're like, listen, I want to screw around because I'm in my 20s. I'm a horn dog. Look, I want to have sex and I don't want to be a cheater. I don't want to lie to people. So I'm just going to say, look, we're having an open relationship here. But they kind of delude themselves. They think, okay, I'm going to screw around, but she's probably not going to screw around. Everything will be fine.
They were together for 11 years. Wow. Holy shit.
Who was?
The girl with the previous guy.
Oh, and then she left him for Hunter. She's like, look, I got a famous YouTuber now. You're old news.
Well, I don't know if that was it, but yeah, supposedly, yeah. Crazy. I think I might skip this one. Fondue for $20 says there was a house in my town which was that color. The story around the town was that the owner was fined for not painting the house, even though he was up to code. So he painted the most obnoxious color to the mayor at the time. So he painted it that green yellow color that we were arguing about.
I love that color. So,
whoa, what the fuck? Look at this. The poll switched. This is super rare. Holy shit. The green is now winning the poll. What the fuck?
which green?
The poll, what color is this? 42% say green, 36% say yellow, 22% say colorblind. Unless people are just voting because the color's not on the screen anymore. So I don't know what people are voting for. I'm going to say I'm still right in the poll because the color hasn't been on screen for a long time. So
Well,
I'm still right.
technically I won. So
No, you didn't.
You did. You didn't end the poll in the right place.
No, it doesn't matter.
Here it comes right here. More green, 41%
No,
on top.
no. We got the fake votes. The mail-in votes came in. Yeah, fake votes. I'm taking this to court. Okay.
The mail-in votes came in.
It was
Look
rigged.
At you.
It was rigged. Okay. Stop
Look
the
at
count.
You. Listen, President Trump.
President Hero. Soul Odyssey, thank you for the 30 Canadian. Thank you so much. Says, thank you for the great takes on the Israel-Palestine conflict. If you ask anti-Israel people what Zionism is, they either can't define it, or if they do, they quickly realize they don't know a damn thing or find Amat and Bailey. True.
So I'm so sick of arguing with people on Twitter that they don't know jack shit about anything. And they're so smug about it.
Right.
It's like, God, give me a break.
Fourth for $10 says, doctors were afraid my daughter had this trisomy defect, but she didn't. They were aware of the possibility from the first ultrasound early in the first trimester. This feels constructed to go to court. Well,
so it's a test case? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, that's not what it looked like when I was reading the pleading from the Texas AG, because it seemed like, because at least, I mean, I didn't read the whole thing on stream, but when I was looking through it, because it was only like 5 pages, it seemed like their argument wasn't that they didn't believe that the fetus had a likelihood of having the diagnosis. It seemed like what they were saying was the diagnosis doesn't matter, because even if it does have that diagnosis, there's not enough evidence that having the baby would cause substantive medical risk to the woman. That seemed to be their argument, which seems to me to be wacky. So
major emotional risk, though. Come on.
Right.
Now.
I don't know how good the medical doctors are currently to make that diagnosis. Because if it's a gene defect, can't they just take a sample and put it in a DNA scanning majigger thingy that they have and just look at the genes? Like,
yeah, that's how they test it.
Right. How do they incorrectly diagnose that then? Because I'm not sure. That seemed to be something like a very straightforward yes or no on that one, but
they just reach up there and they pinch off a little piece of the baby.
How they do? They just reach into the woman's vagina and they just grab a little toe off the baby? Okay.
They do. They pluck a toe. They get like a little toe and they test it.
Right.
They test the DNA of the toe.
Well,
the
here,
toe
Chad,
grows back, though, if it's early enough.
Listen, Mr. Chad Powers here. If you want to criticize me for being controlled by my elephant, you could get off your lazy ass. Here's my elephant. You can get off your lazy fucking ass and read the document yourself. It's literally only 5 pages.
Who's Chad?
Don't someone in the chat.
Be nice.
No, just like I was like reading through it while you were doing the super chats. And I'm telling you what it says in the thing. You could read through it yourself. You could say, listen, here's why you're wrong. Right. Let me highlight the section for you. It's like, no, listen, you're making an assumption based on literally nothing. How is that not your elephant?
Put the link in the chat.
I will put the link in the chat. Here you go.
Jay for $10.
Anyone who wants to read this shit.
Pea green. Definitely pea green. Yeah, that's what I was shooting for. Pea green. Gamezoid123 for $5 says, It's been a while since I was here last. Any thoughts on the Destiny relationship drama? Well, we just talked about that. So Sitch must have read that super chat.
Yeah, I read that one.
Soul
Zoki
Odyssey.
for 4 months says, first internet historian slander, then Wendigoon. Man, the internet just wants to hate people and make me miss for simpler internet days. Yeah, I haven't
What
been following
happened
any
with
of the
Wendigoon?
I don't know. I haven't been following any of the
Did he get, was he in a polycule or something?
Oh my God. Everyone is not in a polycule.
I think it's funny that they call it a polycule, like a molecule.
Right. Oh, is that where the term comes from?
I would assume.
I never figured out. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Wendigoon. What's the...
You've joined our polycule now.
Some random shitty fucking person I've never seen tweets out, I thought Wendigoon was an incel. I didn't realize he was a full-blown neo-Nazi who loves Kyle Rittenhouse. Is that what he's charged with? Because he liked Kyle, he supported Kyle Rittenhouse?
What?
That's the big controversy here.
I mean, we support Kyle Rittenhouse.
Well, that means that we're Nazis. Didn't you know that?
I'm not a Nazi.
Yes, you are.
I'm not a Nazi or a Nazi socialist.
Right. What does this have to do? This is like insane. That's it? That's the accusation because he supported Kyle Rittenhouse? Some random fucking person makes a tweet that blows up on Twitter?
Send me the tweet. I want to see it.
That's all. I read it. It's just what it said. Some fucking piece of shit who's some no-name Twitter account just makes this bunch of idiots like it, and then I guess it becomes like a meme and people just believe it.
Becomes reality?
Right.
Okay.
Drew Diamond for 2 Canadians says, will Sitch call 1 million needless abortions per year evil? What do you mean by needless? Do you mean that not needed for medical reasons? No. Why would I say that? I'm pro-choice. I don't
How
think that's
about
evil.
1 million promiscuous women abortions?
If you were to say, would 1 million abortions a year for
elective abortions
for eighth, like the day before the baby is born, is that evil? I'd say yes.
Right.
Yes.
Sitch doesn't think abortions in the first 20 weeks are evil.
Until consciousness develops. I don't think it's a human. So if you were to say 1 million abortions post consciousness developing, is that not a good thing? I would say, yeah, that's not a good thing.
What are the numbers? Look them
I have
up.
no fucking clue. I don't think anyone knows. That's the problem. Because they always make the argument about like, well, it's very rare, but no one actually knows if that's true or not. It's very speculative. Stashman for 12 months. Thanks so much for being a 1-year free will seeker. Says, sup, boys? I started talking to this girl from my hometown and it's going so well. Wish me luck, boys. By the way, what are your guys' day job? I know Adam doodles. I used to have a day job. I don't have a day job anymore. I'm a fucking bum now.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that it's going well with this girl from your hometown. It's great. Michael, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Muggy for 30 MYR says, I'm going to watch all the James Bond movies pre-Craig. I already watched Dr. No and From Russia with Love. Very entertaining. Love seeing Bond sucking women's faces like an octopus. Hot woman at that. There you go. I'm glad you enjoy it. Damos for $10 says, it was most certainly my pleasure. Thank you, Damos, for sending us on the dress sidetrack.
This is
what?
I looked up a Pew Research article on how many abortions a year there are.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't care. I just don't care. I have zero interest in who's doing what and aborting who.
Right.
Is that bad?
No, because I feel the same way.
I just don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Right.
It's impossible for me. I have this idea. Look, I've had friends that are having kids and they're like, oh my God, the baby. I'm not sure I even have a friend that's had an abortion. So maybe that's why I don't really think about it.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Do you have any friends that have had abortions?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
No.
So I guess I just have no experience with abortion. I assume that if my experience with my friends who have had pregnancies, if they needed an abortion, it would be available to them. And that would be like a tragedy, but they would do what they had to do.
Right.
But I guess I need to hang out with more slutty women who are just like having 6 abortions a year.
Christ.
My
God. I need to hang out with more loose women so I can secondhand experience them getting abortions. See how I feel about it. There you go. I like it.
Didn't Lindsay Ellis like make a movie about her abortion or something?
She did, yeah.
That's pretty wicked.
That's pretty wild. I mean, I didn't see it. I don't know what's going on there. But
what would you do? You'd be like, oh man.
Why would you do that? Human Flourishing for $5 says, week recap. 1, ahem. President Gay exposes the queer CRT ideological brain rot on campus. God would seem to have a sense of humor. That's true. That's funny. That is the simulation winking at us. Also known as God winking at us. Fondue for $2 says, will this mean Sitch will have time to make videos? No, it doesn't mean that. You know why?
Why?
Because I'm looking at articles and shit to do for the daily video content that we've been churning out.
I mean, we are making videos. Sitch and I have talked about making some scripted videos and stuff like that too. So
we have talked about possibly starting to do edited videos together.
Yes.
So we'll see if that comes to fruition or not.
I think it should. I think our first video should be about MMT. We have to explain MMT to people in a way that they actually understand and agree.
I mean, we could do that, but no one's going to watch it.
It'd be terrible views. I know. That's the sticky point.
That's the problem, is that all the things they go, I want to make a video on this. I go, no one's going to watch this video.
Yeah.
There is a video I do want to make.
What is it? I'll help.
You don't know anything about it. I would run it by you to see if you understood what the fuck I was talking about.
Okay. Well,
it's all about Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII.
Okay.
And how there's like some sort of fucking weird shit that happened with this character where like his character in the original game is portrayed one way and every fucking game and media about him afterwards portrays his character wildly different. So much so that has become his character in the collective consciousness. And it's really fucking weird.
Even though it's nothing like it is in the actual media? That's
in the original source, he's a completely different character than the way everyone conceptualizes him in every other piece of media. It's so bizarre.
That's just like the Wendell guy. The Wendiff guy.
The who?
Just because you like Kyle Rittenhouse, now everyone thinks he's a goose.
Oh, Wendigoon?
Yeah, Wendigoon.
No, it's so weird. It's like I've never seen anything like that. And it's actually doubly ironic because the entire point of Cloud's character in the original game is that all the other characters project onto him their own thoughts and feelings of what they think he is, and they're all wrong. And yet, so like in reality, everyone did that to him. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why his character's name is Cloud. Because it's like you look at the cloud and you see like what you want to see in the cloud. You see the shape in the cloud.
Did they make the character on purpose that way, or did it just kind of happen?
The point. Okay.
Well, that's pretty base then. If that was the intention, it actually played out that way. That's amazing.
Well, no. They didn't make the character that way in terms of like everyone else to wrongly think about him. But like the genius of Cloud's character. Cloud's name is Cloud Strife. Okay, that's his full name. It's a very badass name. And the reason he's called Cloud Strife is because all the character in the beginning of the game, everyone thinks he's a different person because essentially the backstory for Cloud is that like he went off to war and he did the classic, some like best friend dies and then he takes over that guy's life, story that that trope.
Yeah.
And but the difference is he doesn't realize that he did it because his memory's been fucked with. And so and the game starts in media, in the middle, in media res for the situation. So you don't realize that his backstory is a lie, and the characters around him don't really realize the backstory is a lie, except for one of them. And so like every character that interacts with Cloud in the beginning of the game they all kind of like project different meanings of who they think Cloud is onto him. And then you find out through the course of the game that like you're wrong about who he is, and he's actually a completely different character. Like in the beginning of the game, you think he's like the sort of this is why it's so weird. In the beginning of Final Fantasy VII, Cloud is portrayed as the kind of cool, smug, badass character who has like an elite training background. And then
like me.
There you go. You know, he's like, oh, I'm like the super badass. I had the super badass background. And he's like kind of cool and he's kind of smug about it. And everyone forgets that.
Oh, yeah.
And then throughout the game, you find out that like that backstory is a lie. He doesn't actually that's not actually who he is. He was like this like weirdo, awkward kid who like tried to join to be a badass elite soldier and failed and was just like lowly grunt. And it's actually his friend who was a badass soldier, but then his memories got all like fucked up. And so like his whole backstory is a lie. And
he's just telling his friend's story.
Right. And then, but in the middle of the game, when he starts to realize that his memories are wrong, and there's like this question about whether he's even a real person or not, or whether he's a clone of someone else, he like goes into this like emotional depression spiral where he becomes like pretty emo and like loses his sense of self and becomes very like just like emotional, like emo about the whole thing. And the weird thing is that every piece of media about Cloud afterwards has always portrayed him as this emo guy, even though that was literally just a part of his character in the middle of the game when he's transitioning from being like who he like the fake version of himself to the real version of himself. And in between at his lowest point, he's like this weird emo guy. And for some reason, that's how his character is always portrayed in every other piece of media, is that he is the weird emo guy.
But he never breaks out of that?
He does in the original game.
Oh.
The original game is about him figuring out who he is and becoming, you know, he goes into that low point and then rises up from it and becomes like a leader again, finds his true self. And yet for some reason after it, including in the remake of the game, all they do is make him this weird fucking emo guy. And I don't get it. It's so bizarre to me.
Tell me, when you're playing this game, like, who are you shooting at and stuff?
Let's look at the Streamlabs.
I mean, what's going on in the game?
It's an RPG. You're not shooting at anyone. You're swinging a sword at people.
Okay, so you're fighting someone, right?
Yes.
Who are you fighting?
You're fighting monsters. You're fighting government soldiers.
What's all this story? What's all this talky stuff?
Well, actually, it's funny. I said this on Twitter because somebody said that the characters of Final Fantasy are Antifa. Final Fantasy VII, the big evil corporation Shinra, is basically the end goal of Mencius Moldbug's corporate monarchy.
Wow.
It's essentially it's the energy corporation that basically owns everything and runs the world. It's essentially Curtis Yarvin's political philosophy in story form. Is what it would look like Shinra, essentially.
So is human nature completely different?
No, human nature is still exactly the same. They're evil, so no. I mean, my only criticism of it is they're a little too evil. It's like they're cartoonishly evil. Like it's like unreal. Like it's just like a Saturday morning cartoon levels of evil. The big evil corporation is just like ridiculously evil. So I would like if they redid it to make them a little less preposterously evil, like more realistically evil.
Make it more believable.
Yeah, they're just like straight
believable
out
levels of evil.
They're like, yeah, they're just like completely preposterous levels of evil. So
do they do Hamas like stuff or?
Oh yeah, like okay, so in the beginning of the game, Cloud is joined up with a friend of his who they're part of a terrorist organization, well, freedom fighter resistance cell, who is fighting against Shinra. And so they're putting bombs in their reactors to blow up their reactors, their energy reactors, because they believe correctly that the energy that Shinra uses is actually killing the planet. So they're basically eco-terrorists. So Shinra...
So that's why the Antifa...
Right. That's where the Antifa analogy comes from. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Right. Even though Shinra is not fascist remotely. They're a corporate monarchy. But anyway. And and they also objectively know they're correct about the eco-terrorism, about Shinra destroying the Earth, but that's a different
Just like
situation.
Bosch.
Right. There you go. But so the organization Shinra, they decide to destroy a huge part of the city intentionally just to frame the resistance group.
Ooh, that's a little harsh.
Like it's like I don't like this kill like I don't know thousands, tens of thousands of people, probably maybe hundreds of thousands. I don't know. It's a big fucking city. They kill like a fuck ton of people intentionally just to like blame them. You're like,
Just to
wait,
make the bad guys look bad.
just to make the good guys look bad.
So this is like Hamas.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they're not like Hamas. What do you mean?
Well, Hamas is letting a bunch of Palestinian civilians die to make the Israelis look bad.
Right, but it's like the reverse of it because it's the big corporation, Shinra, essentially blows up an entire sector of the city to make the main characters look bad.
To make the Antifa people look bad.
Right.
Yeah, gotcha.
And they're like, oh, well, they're trying to kill them at the same time. They're trying to kill them and then also kill everyone in the city. And they're like, it's going to help our ratings if like everyone thinks a terrorist like blew up like a giant chunk of the city. Like,
wow.
That's kind of fucked up. Okay. So
that is messed up.
Right. But anyway. Dr. Diller for $2 says the free speech argument is extra irrelevant because Brianna and other socialists explicitly don't believe in it. True.
Of course they don't. Well, they do believe in free speech as long as it's speech for something they want to virtue signal about.
Right. That would be an interesting question for Robbie to ask her. It's like, wait, do you even believe in free speech? Why are we having this conversation? Like, Dr. Diller for $2 says, thoughts on the inevitable collapse of Destiny's marriage. Shocking he wasn't immune to jealousy. Plus, how about the Hunter situation? Well, there you go. We already talked about it.
There was one moment where I think that Peach guy danced with his wife or something like that. Everyone was talking about him getting jealous.
Was that Preach or ABBA?
ABBA. I think it was ABBA.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we talked about that on stream a bit, but
yeah, we did. So I don't know. We'll see. As I said, we'll see. We'll see what kind of drama comes out. We'll see if Destiny's explanation of the situation is the only explanation. If there's an alternate explanation of the situation, so we'll see.
No one cares.
The fun drama that we'll probably not talk about because we're not drama stream.
I guess a bunch of people are making videos about it, though.
I'm sure. Yeah. Well, as you said, there's a lot of red pill people dancing on Destiny's Marriage's grave. So
yeah, it's sad.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, hear me out. We have a big Hamas appreciation day in the middle of the desert, and then accounting error, some napalm all over the area. Problem solved. There you go. Perfect. Death by Sloth for $2 says, pragmatic progressives know wokeness is a thing and recognize it as poison, but still think they can use it to look good, like some desperate cougar who injects too much Botox into her wrinkled brow and gets a droopy eyelid.
Ooh, wow. Very visual.
That's a very good visual. Yeah. So great visual metaphor. I think that's happening. I would be curious. I mean, there's no way to know, but I'd be curious how much of the progressives are that level of pragmatic and how much of them is just the classic unconscious suppression of your team is bad because you want to hate the Republicans so much.
I did go and see Godzilla.
How was it?
Fucking amazing, man.
Wow, it was amazing.
It's a great movie, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I turned to my wife in the theater like halfway through it. I'm like, this movie's fucking badass.
Why is it so good?
The Godzilla design is really good. And the story is just really, really good. It's a very ethnocentric movie. Okay. There's no diversity in the movie whatsoever. So,
well, it takes place in Japan, right?
It's subtitled. Yeah. It's all Japanese.
So how did you watch this movie in subtitle?
The reading wasn't that bad because it was just, it's like an action movie. So it's all just really short lines. Yeah.
Okay. Right.
I don't like reading these art films, obviously, when they start coming out with the, blocks of poetry that take up like half the screen.
Right.
Yeah. But the story was super good. I don't want
What's
to
the
give
story?
it away.
Oh, it's a secret, the story? It's not just Godzilla fucking shit up?
No, it's not.
Okay.
I guess I could. I mean, I don't know.
Okay. Never mind.
You want to hear some?
I mean,
I'll
you can
give-
tell me. I don't want to spoil for anyone else. I mean, I'm probably not gonna see the movie, so I don't really care. But
Why wouldn't you see it? Oh,
I
it's so
don't
good.
like disaster movies.
Why?
I don't know. I just don't. I just go, ugh, city blowing up. Okay, I get it.
Well, yeah, but it had a great story going along with it.
Okay.
I'll
I'll see it when it comes out on streaming.
I'm not
I'll
sure
watch
why
it.
it was called Godzilla -1, other than
Because it's like a prequel? Question mark. It's like before the first Godzilla. It's Godzilla -1.
Godzilla.
Godzilla.
Yeah, the acting was really great, and yeah, great story. Way better than just monster running around killing everyone. I mean, I felt like there was real emotion, real characters,
Okay.
real character growth.
The best the best two monster running around killing everyone movies are The Host and The Forest.
Let me tell you how it ends, okay?
I'm assuming Godzilla is not defeated, but walks away into the ocean or something.
No,
No?
look, I'm not going to spoil it for you. People in the chat are always saying, "Don't."
King
spoil it."
Kong jumps out of a plane and fucking elbow drops Godzilla. He gives the people's elbow on Godzilla and knocks him back to the ocean.
I saw, I think, Critical Drinker on Twitter saying something about it. I was like, oh, don't read that. Keep moving on. I like to go into movies and not know anything. So I went into this movie, I didn't even know it was subtitled. But then there was a preview for other movies, and one of them was subtitled, and I was like, oh, this is definitely subtitled. But it was okay. It was worth it. You know, when the action bits are going along, no one's talking or anything anyway, so.
I had like the entirety of Ender's Game spoiled for me, and it's still one of my favorite books. I'm curious if I would have liked it or not liked it if I didn't know the twist.
It's pretty crazy because this movie's made all kinds of money. And
it was really cheap to make, wasn't it?
It was really cheap to make. There's like no hint of wokeness. Very traditional gender roles, very traditional relationships. I mean, this is why I think manga is destroying American comics. Nobody wants all this crazy fucking rules around men and women.
I think that's part of it. I also think it's infinitely easier. Comics are disastrously created and designed to be an impenetrable web to get into. Where manga is the easiest fucking thing. You say, oh, I want to like read Hunter x Hunter. Where do I start? Well, it's very simple. You go to episode 1 or book 1, right? There's no confusion. If you go, I want to read Into the Spider-Verse, where does that start? Well, that's a good fucking question that no one has an answer to. Or worse yet, what if you're like, listen, I really like The Flash. Okay, I saw that Flash movie. Big fan of it. How do I read The Flash? I don't know. How do you read The Flash? You want to read the modern line of The Flash? What about the line before the modern line of The Flash? What about the line before the modern line before the modern line? What about the original Flash from like a million fucking years ago? How do I fucking read The Flash, Adam? I don't know. Someone tell me, how the fuck do I read The Flash?
I don't know.
Nobody knows. That's the problem. No one knows.
It's a guess. You just
How
gotta
do you read
guess.
Batman? There's like a million different fucking Batman's titles. There's a million fucking Spider-Man titles. You don't know which one is the one you're supposed to be fucking reading. You don't know how to start from the beginning. It's impossible. It's a horribly designed system to get new people involved in like reading this shit.
Yeah.
So
I thought the Godzilla design was really, really cool.
Mm-hmm.
They did a really good job with this Godzilla.
Why did it cost so little? I mean, did it didn't have all these like good special effects because it's a fucking Godzilla movie?
The special effects are amazing. Yeah. I was like, yes, it's super badass. And the acting was really good too, but it's obvious there's no stars. It's all no-name actors.
Right.
But it didn't feel chintzy in any way, shape, or form. It felt like a big Hollywood movie. But I guess doing the special effects is just a lot less expensive now.
Well, assuming there's a lot of like camera trickery shit going on, right?
No, I
or do
think
you
it's
just
all
clearly
computer.
see a lot of Godzilla just beating the shit out of things?
You see Godzilla just beating the shit out of things.
Okay, well, then I impressive how they got it to be so cheap.
This Godzilla causes lots of mayhem.
Right.
And it's really weird. You're kind of conflicted.
Why?
Because I mean the guy, I mean, it's weird whenever you're doing something with an animal, because you have this intuition that animals are like innocent.
Do you? I mean, you don't blame them like personally, but you're like, it's you're still like, fuck that guy.
You know, like if a lion gets loose and runs
Right.
through the village, killing everyone in sight.
Right.
You still feel bad when they put the thing down, right? I mean, it's just
I
a
don't.
wild animal.
Fuck that
Really?
animal. Fuck him.
Yeah.
I mean, they could still have a scene where like they shoot the lion and then it does like the slow music, and it's like, and you're like, what? No, don't make me feel bad. What? Fuck this lion. He's an asshole. Fucking been killing people. Shit.
This Godzilla reminded me a little bit of our other cat, Nibbler. Because Nibbler had like a really tiny head. Nibbler was a big fat cat with a little tiny head.
Now we know why Adam felt bad, because it reminded him of Nibbler. You're like, it's Nibbler. He's destroying this little city. Look at this cute little guy destroying the city.
Part of the reason why Nibbler had the name Nibbler was because Nibbler was a biter. Nibbler would like walk up to your foot and just like bite your ankle and walk away.
Wow. What a jerk.
Yeah, Nibbler was not a kind cat. But this monster, this Godzilla definitely has like a little head. But it's cool. I just like, I don't know. The proportions worked for me.
Okay.
And also just the whole thing, all the special effects were great.
Fondue says, yes, it was a great for $5. Says, yes, it was a great movie. My date didn't like it. Maybe a deal breaker.
What?
There you go.
How'd your date not like it? Take me to a movie I gotta read.
There you go.
I used to go see movies by myself a lot because when you're growing up, you always go see a movie with a friend. And I started realizing, God, all these people fucking complain after the movie.
Right.
Just like, fuck these people.
Yeah.
And then also, it's a good situation too. If the movie sucks, I've walked out of a bunch of movies that I'm just like, this movie blows.
Right.
I'm not going to finish.
I very rarely walked out of a movie. I mean, there's movies that like I'll stream and I'll stop, but very rarely have I ever walked out of a movie in my life.
You know, I walked out of Little Miss Sunshine and that won an Academy Award.
That's a good movie. What?
Yeah.
Wow.
I was like, this movie blows.
You didn't like Little? I've only seen it once, but I remember liking it when I saw it.
Oh God, it was horrible.
Okay. CT for 2 Canadians says Godzilla. Thank you.
Godzilla. Gotta say it right.
Godzilla. Fondue for 2 hours says it's not called the Net Detective Comics for nothing. That's very clever. CT for another 2 Canadians says, saw it last night. You like the new Atomic Breath?
CT already trying to spoil it for everyone.
What do you mean? Everyone knows Godzilla like shoots fucking atomic laser breath. That's like his signature thing.
People, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? He does it like in every movie.
Doesn't he?
I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even watch Godzilla movies. I know about the atomic breath.
How do you
He shoots
know?
like radiation fire breath, right?
I don't know anything.
Okay. That's apparent. The Even Other Two Canadian says, "You're still on Team Kong after this, Adam? Huh?" That's a good question. Are you?
Was I on? Oh yeah, Kong versus Godzilla. That was
Yeah.
fun. That was a fun movie.
It was okay.
This
Kind of
movie's
silly.
This movie's like 10 times better than that movie, though.
Well, this seems like a serious movie. That movie was very silly.
This movie, there's like a relationship in the movie that you're kind of
With
rooting
Godzilla?
for. Yeah.
Godzilla has a relationship in the movie.
No, Godzilla is just a fucking destroyer of all.
Oh, okay. I was confused.
There is the protagonist has a relationship.
Okay.
Yeah. With a trans woman.
Very progressive.
But the thing is, she passes perfectly. You don't know she's a trans woman.
Okay. Great.
She just
Good.
seems like a regular
Good for her.
Japanese woman.
Okay. I mean, in King Kong vs. Godzilla, there was a King Kong in a relationship with a lady, remember?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. Did they never make a follow-up to that? That movie was so silly. It was like, there's a secret subterranean society of King Kong peoples that King Kong used to be part of. And they were like, they built shit. They had technology, like weapons. And I was like, what the fuck is this? This is
Man,
just a
I
bunch
think
of
I
ape
tried
people
to...
running around. Like, the fuck?
That was ridiculous. Yeah. They got to the Kong's throne.
Yeah, there's a giant King Kong sized throne for the Kong people to sit in. I was like, are you fucking kidding me with this shit?
Yeah, this movie, the Godzilla movie, doesn't go into any of that bonkers.
There's no Godzilla throne for him to sit
No.
on. In the center of the earth is a society of Godzilla people, and they all wear suits and ties, and they go to their jobs. Hello, Randall. Hello, Steve. Oh my God! Did you hear? There's like a retarded child on the surface running amok. Oh my God! Someone has to take care of this retarded child. We should have aborted that Godzilla fetus. If only the Godzilla Congress hadn't got rid of abortion, that baby never would have washed up on the surface and caused all this trouble.
Banger.
Bangarang.
Oh, yeah, bangarang.
Thank you. Blame the Skip Quarter for $2 says classic Godzilla movies are all about the people. There you go.
Nice. I don't know if I've seen a classic Godzilla movie, though.
Yeah, I don't know if I have either. Dr. Diller for $2 says, why are we talking about Palestine? There are Muslims dying in China for their genocidal government. 1.3 million of them. So I guess all your arguments just have to eat shit and die, Brianna. I don't make the rules. There you go. True.
Yeah.
True.
Hopefully we'll have an earthquake soon that'll kill a bunch of innocent people so we can stop talking about Palestine.
Oh my God, don't do that. Granted that for $5 says, I propose a compromise. Sitch can keep talking about Cloud if Adam puts up a Tifa picture. There you go. Look at that.
Well, I do have a Tifa picture right here.
It's okay. Drew Dogman for $10 says, I'd love to see you guys debate abortion with someone like Sanvi Reasoning. She thoroughly exposed the evil stupidity of Destiny and yours consciousness argument. Well, listen, Drew, I know that you're like hyper triggered about abortion. But as we've said multiple times, it's not really a subject matter that we give a shit about talking about extensively. So I'm gonna pass. I didn't watch that conversation. I'm gonna just say, based on absolutely nothing, that this person you're talking about is wrong, and I'm never gonna watch it or talk to them.
No, look, I want to know what the argument is because
you can go look it up.
Yeah, what do I have to look up?
You can go look up Destiny talking to Sanvi Reasoning. Okay.
What's her name?
I'm going to say it one more time, and then I'm never going to say it again. Sanvi reasoning. Okay.
Sand V?
Sanvi. I'm sure you could look up Destiny abortion debate and find it. All right.
Sand. Oh, look, I don't want to.
Sandy V, like a sand in your V. Sandy
Okay.
V reasoning. Okay. You're going to
She's
look up
got a-
Sandy vagina reasoning.
She's got a sandy vag, huh?
Sandy. I mean, that's obviously why she was against, Destiny's position here, because there's a lot of sand in there, right? Destiny,
Sand.
by the way, stole my position on abortion. What the fuck? I never heard anyone else have my position on abortion. And I say it, and then suddenly Destiny has my position. What the fuck? That's wild. How dare
Everyone
you.
has that position. It's
I've
a
never heard anyone
totally
make the argument I've
reasonable
ever made.
position.
I know it's not. I've never heard anyone make the consciousness argument ever. And then I make the argument, and suddenly Destiny's making the argument. What the fuck?
I've heard everyone make that argument.
What? No, you haven't. You liar. What the fuck
I
are you talking
have.
about? No. Everyone
It
makes the
perfect sense.
No, it does. Everyone makes the what is it?
I searched Sandy V abortion debate. Nothing comes up.
Okay, well, I guess you'll never find it then. Everyone makes the argument about, can the baby survive outside the mother's womb argument, which I don't know why the fuck that matters if that's not like a thing that people are going to do anyway.
Does Sandy Vag even have a YouTube channel?
No. Its conversation actually didn't happen. Drew just dreamed it up. Dr. Diller for $2 says, at this point, I'm comfortable calling Zionists a dog whistle for, quote, I'm racist and low-key support Hamas because the only people that ever seem to use it are far-left freaks. You never see the OG definition anymore. It's weird. People really use it in a weird fucking way. And I agree with you. It definitely feels like a dog whistle. So...
The
caffeine.
problem is so many people think their argument for abortion is devastating because that argument has convinced them.
Right.
And then I listen to it. I'm like, this argument is dog shit. Like, if you've already been convinced by it, it seems amazing because it convinced you. But look, the chances of that argument convincing me, probably pretty slim.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen, Adam, you just haven't heard the right argument, okay? This is like the leftist approach for things. You just haven't heard the right argument.
Is Drew still in the chat? Can I ask him?
I don't know.
Sandy V, nothing comes up. There's Destiny teams up with conservative in abortion debate.
Oh my God, why are you like retarded? Is this like a bit? Are you doing this on purpose? I can't tell.
I'm serious.
You have the super chats. You can go back and look and copy paste the fucking name of the person.
You're right.
Jesus Christ. I know it's late. Okay, you're getting sleepy.
Oh, Drew's a dogman here.
God.
Let's see. I would love to see you guys debate abortion with someone like
Sandy V, see?
You fucking fucked with me.
I didn't fuck with you. I said it like 3 times. Okay.
It's not Sandy V.
I know it's not. I said it correctly 3 times and you kept asking me to repeat it, so I changed it.
Bastard.
Jesus Christ.
Fuck. This pop-up keeps popping up.
Adam was literally looking Sandy V. He thought I was serious. He was literally Googling, why can't I find Sandy V?
Why are you messing with me?
Why is Sandy V not showing up here?
It's late. I'm tired.
Yeah, I noticed.
All right. Oh,
Hey,
here she is.
You watch it.
Oh, look. I see why Drew likes this argument.
What's the argument?
Because it's a cute girl. He's like, oh, yeah,
Oh,
of
okay.
course.
Well, here, you listen to it. You let me know how the argument is. If Adam listens to it and he's like, wow, this is a great argument, I'll be like, okay, I gotta check it out.
Well, I mean, she's cute. I think look already.
Oh,
yeah, I think she's got a good point.
There you go. Adam's already been swayed.
Libertarian TikTok star challenges Destiny to a
She
debate.
actually in the video?
Oh, wait, this is from like 2 years ago. This can't be accurate.
I'm sure it is. That's what he said.
Okay.
Sandy V. Anyways.
Debate. Are trans women women?
I don't know. Are they women?
Sam V reasoning. versus Hunter Avalone.
CT for 2 Canadian says Monsterverse got a show, Monarch Legacy of Monsters. There you go. Muggy for 15 MYR says mech anime sucks because you have to look at twinks control cool robots instead of cool robots doing cool robot actions. Even Transformers has some twinks. There you go. Wow. What's wrong with twinks, Muggy? What's wrong with twinks? Muggy for another 6 MYR says that's why Evangelion sucks and because Shinji is wimpy. I mean, that is true. That is accurate. Anyways.
What's up? What's up, biatch?
Anyways.
What's that mean? Anyways, what?
What if I just ended the stream? I didn't do the outro. I just literally hit end the stream. I said,
People
fuck
be
you,
sup-
Adam.
People
Boom,
be
end of the
super
stream.
pissed.
Right.
People will be very angry at you. You can't do that.
Adam, you know that there's people dying right now.
Yeah, I'm dying to find the Zambi reasoning fucking debate that I can't find anywhere.
It was, you said you found it. What are you talking about? You
Is the
found
one
it.
from 2 years ago?
Yes, it's from 2 years ago, Adam. He wants you to watch a video from 2 fucking years ago.
2 years ago, Drew?
2 years ago, yeah.
Kind of monster are you?
What is this? You think someone having a conversation from 2 years ago means it's not applicable or suddenly? 2 years is too long for you?
I'm going to put it in the watch together. We'll watch like 15 minutes of this debate. Come
Okay,
on.
we're not doing it tonight. Anyways.
What are we doing on Tuesday?
I don't know. You tell me. What are we doing on Tuesday?
Oh, I guess Tuesday is my show, huh?
Yeah, bitch.
Oh, we have Dr. Moeller coming on Tuesday.
Great. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay.
1 p.m. sharp, Dr. Moeller. I
Awesome.
guess we'll talk tomorrow. I don't know what you want to talk to him about. So let's.
I don't know.
Look, I'll probably do a refresher on his book. We got to come up with some good questions for him.
Okay.
And What If All Hiss? My buddy Rudyard's going to come on at 3 too.
Nice.
Just to hang out and talk to us about something.
Okay.
Maybe we'll talk about socialism and Nazism.
Nice.
How they're exactly identical.
Oh my God.
Socialism is what I say it is.
There you go.
Drew,
Anyways.
I'm going to watch this and it better be good.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm going to ban your ass from the chat. No, I'm just
It's not
kidding.
Dr. Mahler. It's Dr.
Oh, look, Drew. Look, Drew's here.
It's
He's
not
saying
Dr.
yes.
Mahler. It's Dr. Muller. Muller? How do you say his name?
Yeah. That
Okay.
one.
Fuck you.
Moeller.
Moeller. Thank you. Dr.
Yeah.
Muller is the.
Hans something Moeller.
Dr. Muller, we talked to him. He's the guy that did the Pro Felicity book.
He has a channel, Carefree Wandering, which is a
Carefree
very good
Wandering.
channel. You should check out.
Kinda
Yeah.
Shit all over Philosophy Tube.
Yes.
they
He's
suck
got
at
a bunch of
philosophy.
badass videos.
Right.
Yeah.
Alex Punte, thanks so much for 7 months. Says free will. Thanks, Jay. Can't let it go to waste. Good night, all. Well, thank you.
Good night. Sitch is obviously in a very bad mood today.
I'm hungry. I'm trying to get
He's
out of
like
here.
Starving. He wants to go to bed or something.
I'm hungry, and Adam's like delusional. Okay.
I'm delusional? What are you talking about?
Yeah, okay.
We barely stream like 10 hours, man.
Yeah, I
We got a couple more hours to do.
Okay. Anyways, thank you all for coming.
Oh, wait.
Thank
I got
you
to turn
all.
my... Hold on. Don't be a sourpuss.
I didn't say anything.
I got to turn my noise suppression off.
Listen,
People
Brianna.
want to hear the harmonica.
Listen, Brianna, you need to chill out. Okay.
Oh, well, I like that part. What a bitch.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Brianna, for saying some crazy shit that we could cover. And thank you who have made it to the end of the show. You are the true heroes. You are the true enlightened individuals. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonist. You are the true individuals who will survive the end of the monster movie. It doesn't matter if it's a slasher movie. It doesn't matter if it's a Godzilla movie. you will make it out of that movie. You will survive and you will find love along the way, baby. That's all.
Go see Godzilla. Bye-bye.